Chapter 1, Universal Marriage. The Spreading Branches System. Daxia, Jiangnan Province, Jiangyang City. Jian Han. How could you kill Yifan? We're finished. Looking at a message on the WeChat interface, Jian Han was completely bewildered. Where am I? I looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. He got up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He suddenly realized that the outside world was completely different from the blue planet he knew. Not only were people occasionally seen transforming into various mythical beasts and flying through the sky, but advertisements related to improving combat power were also playing on the sky screens in the commercial district. I only got 9 gold items in 10 consecutive pulls, so what? You wouldn't joke about time travel with me, would you? The next second, a sharp pain accompanied by a flood of memories rushed into my mind. Holy crap! I really time traveled. What on earth is going on? After digestion, Jian Han has completely integrated all the memories. Yes, he time traveled, but to be more precise, I've transmigrated into a book. He transmigrated into a fantasy novel he had read. This is a dangerous place, similar to a game world. Not only are there dungeons, secret realms, and forbidden areas everywhere outside the city, but also evil races such as ferocious beasts, demons, and alien species roaming rampantly. In order to survive, humans have created a special power, the power of marriage. Human boys and girls can choose their favorite partners and get married after they come of age, and then they will awaken a unique and powerful supernatural power. Among them, women can activate their own spirit beast bloodline, transforming into special spirit beasts to assist men in battle. Blood vessels are classified into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, from weakest to strongest. At the same cultivation level, the higher the bloodline grade of a spirit beast, the stronger it is. Although the man does not possess the bloodline of a spirit beast, he can awaken a corresponding profession based on the bloodline of his marriage partner. Thus, they embark on the path of leveling up and becoming stronger by defeating monsters. The realms in this world are divided into 10 stages, each with a specific title: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Star, King, Supreme King, Peak Saint, Undying God. Each realm is divided into 9 stars. The difference in strength between different realms is enormous. Legend has it that a single skill from a god-level powerhouse is enough to destroy a world. However, this world hasn't produced a god-level powerhouse in a long time. The strongest at present are only a group of Peak Saint venerables. In this original novel, a light-hearted and enjoyable read, the male protagonist married a total of 30 spirit beast girls. Every spirit beast is S rank or higher. With his formidable combat power, he eventually broke out of the main world and crushed all other worlds, making it a perfect harem-themed, invincible, and satisfying novel. Speaking of which, being transported into this kind of book should be a dream come true. But the problem is, Jian Han is not the male lead. What's even more tragic is that his role is merely an insignificant stumbling block on the male protagonist's path to success, a stepping stone placed under his feet to help him rise to prominence. That's right. He is a villain. And it's the kind of character who has a very deep grudge against the male protagonist. The real male protagonist is named Yifan, a transfer student who suddenly arrives at Haitan University. I've already broken through to bronze 5 stars in just half a month since the start of the semester. His talent is simply extraordinary. Originally, Jian Han's predecessor had no connection with Yifan. As a freshman, he had already signed a marriage contract with a girl named Lu Ruyan, who was known as a fairy, when he enrolled in college. After a period of adjustment, the two became boyfriend and girlfriend, and even spent a lot of resources to help Lu Ruyan evolve her bloodline. Surprisingly, Yifan enrolled in Haitian University. He actually ran up to his predecessor and girlfriend on the very first day. He indicated that Lu Ruyan was his fiancée. They brazenly wanted to dissolve the marriage of their predecessor. This is very green and outrageous. And then something even more outrageous happened. Damn it, Lu Ruyan actually agreed and insisted on being with Yifan. The reason is, she and Yifan are betrothed since childhood. Yes. She and Yifan made a marriage promise when they were 3 years old and playing house. My girlfriend is someone else's childhood sweetheart? This cuckoldry came very suddenly. How could the predecessor possibly tolerate this unexpected cuckoldry? Therefore, they resolutely mobilized their family's resources to completely eliminate Yifan from a physical standpoint. As the early villains of a wish fulfillment novel, the Jiang family must be a very powerful family, and they definitely have multiple opportunities to kill the male protagonist Yi Fan. But the reality is, even though Jiang Han's former self had overwhelming power, resources, and connections compared to Yi Fan, he still couldn't resist the profound fortune of the chosen one of heaven's destiny. The assassins sent out by the Jiang family not only failed to seriously injure Yi Fan, but also allowed him to escape death time and time again. Just yesterday, Jiang Han sent several people to kill Yi Fan, which was no surprise. At the moment when Yi Fan was about to die, Lu Ruyan appeared with her own bodyguards and saved him, and even took the initiative to dissolve her engagement with Jiang Han. However, due to the backlash from forcibly annulling the marriage, the original body died from severe damage to its soul. This led to Jiang Han's time travel. Well, you were such an idiot, former self. Since you've decided to take action, why don't you personally lead your men to kill Yi Fan? Why do we keep giving them chances? Jiang Han remained silent. Although he agreed with his predecessor's approach to Yi Fan, he couldn't tolerate it. He preferred to leave himself an out rather than kill Yi Fan. Since we have decided to oppose the chosen one, we should not hesitate in any way. They like to leave themselves an out. They become arrogant and spout nonsense after gaining an advantage. A lion doesn't need to go all out when hunting a rabbit. It has all the stupid and despicable things a villain would do. He gave Yi Fan so many chances to escape death, and now he's gone, leaving behind such a mess. If I had time traveled a month earlier, I would have scattered Yi Fan's ashes. Damn it, and that Lu Ruyan is a slut too. During this period, the Jiang family has consumed countless resources to strengthen her bloodline, allowing her to evolve from grade B to grade A. They just casually dissolved the engagement. If they're so capable, why don't they give back the resources first? No wonder she's called a fairy, a master of playing dumb. Jiang Han sighed deeply. Damn. What's the worst thing about villains? Being given this identity that's always against the chosen ones is like starting in hell. I've finally managed to transmigrate once, I absolutely have to find a way to survive. Jiang Han's face was contorted in a bitter expression. He remembers. According to the original plot, Lu Ruyan remarried Yi Fan that very night after her marriage was dissolved. And because Yi Fan is the chosen one, the backlash against Lu Ruyan's soul caused by forcibly ending her marriage was cured ahead of schedule. Therefore, they participated together in tomorrow's leveling up outside the city. It was during this trip out of the city that Yi Fan rescued a veteran king-level expert from Kyoto and successfully passed the test, becoming his last disciple. In the early stages of the plot, a king-level expert is definitely one of the very few people who stand at the pinnacle of power. Not to mention that behind this so-called king-level expert, there is an even more powerful force. After being taken as a disciple by this king-level powerhouse, Yi Fan then embarked on a smooth and prosperous path. Relying on his reputation as a disciple of a powerful figure, he showed off countless times throughout a long period of the story. It can be described as a meteoric rise. And he is the villain Jiang Han. Because he had competed with Yi Fan for his fiancée. They were targeted and tormented in every way. Not only did he eventually become a madman in the eyes of the world, but the Jiang family was also wiped out by Yi Fan and his men. Now, I'm afraid the whole school knows that Yi Fan stole my fiancée, right? Jiang Han smiled wryly. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. How about I drop out of school tonight? Just as Jiang Han was considering whether to make a quick getaway, several mechanical voices suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully arrived in the world of universal marriage matching. System startup. The expansion and dispersal system is in place. System cheat code? Jiang Han's eyes lit up. The standard cheat code for time travelers, here it comes. Chapter 2 SSS rank. The bloodline of the reincarnated Dark Dragon. System, what is your purpose? Ding. This system has two functions. 1. Many children, many blessings. As long as the host becomes intimate with, marries, or gives birth to children of highly rated beauties, system rewards will be triggered. The higher the beauty's aptitude, status, and appearance, the richer the rewards will be. Part 2. Beauty Compendium. For every 3 more women the host gains, a secondary function will be unlocked, such as the incredible ability to check in or refresh. Ding. New player gift pack arrived, containing a great opportunity comparable to that of a chosen one of destiny. Do you wish to accept it? Take over. Jiang Han was overjoyed once again. Why are the chosen ones in wish fulfillment novels so powerful? Isn't it because they have a constant stream of great opportunities? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the supreme talent Mythical Eye. Mythical Eye connects to the Heavenly Tao database, granting access to various hidden revelations, such as knowledge of the evolutionary methods of all spirit beasts' bloodlines. Holy crap! He can see the evolutionary methods of various spirit beast bloodlines? This talent is pretty strong. Jiang Han was shocked. Generally speaking, the evolutionary path of a spirit beast's bloodline can only be discovered by the master through resource investment. In this world, there are many masters who invest massive amounts of resources to enhance their spouse's spirit beast bloodline, but many fail. Now, the fact that he could see the evolution path of a spirit beast's bloodline at a glance was rather terrifying. Since the Mythical Eye is so powerful, then system, can it see through things? Then, Jiang Han asked another question that any man would want to know. System, are you mute? As the host continues to have many children and enjoy abundant blessings, they may develop corresponding abilities. I thought it was the complete version, but it turns out it's just the basic version. System, please don't try to fool me with things that only have partial functionality next time, okay? My surname is Jiang, the Jiang of Cunning Merchant. Although I've already obtained the system, time is running out. Tomorrow is the leveling up class outside the city. After calming down, Jiang Han's mood somber once again. Even after the system was in place, he could have become incredibly strong simply by interacting with girls. But the news that Lu Ruyan had terminated her contract with him had probably already spread throughout the school. The relationship between the spirit beast girl and her master also needs time to adjust. Tomorrow will be the day for real combat practice. Once outside the city, they would face extremely ferocious beasts if they didn't coordinate well. It wasn't impossible for them to all perish together. Therefore, Jiang Han was very clear about this. It's impossible for anyone at school to be willing to marry her. Actually, he could have easily solved this by simply being intimate with his marriage partner. But who can blame me for having a spirit beast girl? She's the fiancée of the protagonist destined for greatness? Damn it! You son of a bitch, fan, don't give me a chance, or I'll wipe you out. Even if you're some damn chosen one. Jiang Han said bitterly. According to the original plot, tomorrow, while leveling up outside the city, he was a good-for-nothing who had lost his marriage partner. She will be assigned to the same area as Yifan and Lu Ruyan. The three of them will meet by chance. That is, right there. Yifan retaliated fiercely against Jiang Han, who was without the assistance of the spirit beast girl. He ushered in the first highlight of his life, and then, after finishing leveling up, he unexpectedly saved a king-level powerhouse. And from then on, Jiang Han has become a unit of measurement. He was constantly humiliated by Yifan's boastful attitude. I must find a spirit beast girl to marry, even an F-rank one will do. I just can't be without a spirit beast to assist me when I face Yifan. I just think of the words in the book that described when I was slapped in the face. Jiang Han trembled slightly. Head bleeding profusely, skin torn and flesh ripped open, a gruesome sight, a bloody mess, the body completely mangled, covered in wounds. It was quite enjoyable to watch. But the thought of this scene happening to me, that would be terrifying. But, where am I supposed to find a spirit beast girl to marry? Jiang Han walked to the window, looked outside, and felt a deep sense of melancholy. At this moment, his gaze suddenly turned towards the school playground. In the center of the playground, there is a row of peculiar buildings, which are houses that resemble round barns. There are probably over 100 of them. There is a sign in front of each house. The words marriage matching room are written on it. Couples of young men and women, arm in arm, were constantly going in and out of these matchmaking houses. Of course, there were also many young men and women on the playground who were alone, seemingly looking for suitable marriage partners. At the entrance to the playground, there was a pretty young girl standing there. She had a beautiful face, was a little over 1.7 meters tall, had jet black hair, and big, watery eyes. Wearing a JK uniform, she showed off her stunning figure. In particular, her long, fair legs, encased in black stockings, exuded boundless sexiness, and every gesture she made was full of youthful tenderness and charm. However, everyone seemed to avoid her when they passed by. It was as if she were some kind of calamity. What a beautiful girl! The girl was so beautiful that many boys couldn't help but steal glances at her. What good is being pretty? If you want to marry her, forget about it. A girl was instantly consumed by jealousy when she saw her fiancé, with whom she had just been having a pleasant conversation, looking at someone else. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with her bloodline? The problem is far more complex than that. She is none other than Su Shuayuan. Holy crap! Is that the unlucky snake whose bloodline awakened to F rank, who brought death to her father after returning home? Holy crap! What bad luck! I wouldn't even dare get close to this woman. The group of boys who had been secretly watching Su Shuayuan were all furious. He's so unlucky, even his own father died because of it. It's terrifying. Marrying her would be like dying before you even enter the territory of the ferocious beasts, let alone leveling up. Ha! Perhaps this is the sin of beauty. Who told her to have such a beautiful face? Tomorrow is the day for real combat training. If she can't find a master soon, I'm afraid she'll have to drop out of school and become a mistress to some random guy. How do you know she's not in office now? Gradually, more and more rumors circulated about Su Shuayuan, and the voices grew louder and louder. The loud noise also caught Jiang Han's attention. He looked at Su Shuayuan, who appeared extremely helpless. Just then, several messages suddenly appeared in Jiang Han's eyes. Name, Su Shuayuan. Appearance, 99. Height, 172 centimeters. Qualification, God level. Size E. Body size, 99. Sanctity, 100%. Bloodline, unlucky snake rank F. Note, the sealed bloodline of the dark dragon of reincarnation SSS level mythical species. Evolution path, after 1 evolution, it evolves into black python E level after 2 evolutions, it evolves into black gold python D level after 3 evolutions, it evolves into dark dragon C level after 4 evolutions, it evolves into dark dragon B level, after 8 evolutions, it evolves into reincarnation dark dragon SSS level. Note, due to the inherent lustful nature of dragons, the bloodline of uncivilized individuals is not manifest. Each evolution requires a certain reduction in sanctity, otherwise the evolution will inevitably fail. The mythical eye activated on its own. Reincarnation Dark Dragon. Holy crap! So that mysterious big shot was Su Shuayuan. Jiang Han was so shocked that his whole body trembled. In the original work, the male protagonist, Yifan, once had a harem of beautiful women dressed in black robes. He saved him from danger on several occasions. As the possessor of the dark dragon bloodline of reincarnation, she can not only use dark elements, but also control time. Its strength is extremely powerful. Because the author of the dog story kept her true identity a secret to avoid leaving plot holes. Jiang Han hadn't expected this either. That person was actually Su Shuayuan. Su Shuayuan is known as the most beautiful girl in the century-old list of Ocean University, and she caused an amazing phenomenon when she awakened her bloodline. The result during testing was that it was an F-level unlucky snake. Ultimately, it was determined to be a useless bloodline. Because anyone who comes into contact with her will be tainted with bad luck, no one wants to marry her, she is the worst of the worst. And, her mother has always suffered from a serious illness. Before meeting the male lead Yifan, Su Shuayuan worked hard to raise money for her mother's medical expenses, living a very difficult life. But until one night, her mother passed away due to illness, and after arranging her mother's funeral, Su Shuayuan, who had lost all will to live, encountered Yifan, who was injured in a fight. They took it home and cared for it. As expected, Yifan seized the opportunity to win her heart, and took advantage of a chance to drown his sorrows in alcohol. He coaxed and pleaded with Su Shuayuan until she was on the bed. And since then, Su Shuayuan then disappeared from the book. He hasn't shown his face since. It seems that it was that one night of passion that helped Su Shuayuan break the bloodline seal. Thus, they gradually gained control over their own abilities. He. Then, what if I could sign a marriage agreement with Su Shuayuan? Isn't this a hellish start turning into a heavenly start? A smile involuntarily appeared on Jiang Han's lips. Yifan, no matter how much luck fate grants you, my destiny is still greater. Didn't you want Lu Ruyan? Then I'll snatch Su Shuayuan away first. Chapter 3. I want to be married to you forever. Will I be able to find a master today? Meanwhile, Su Shuayuan, standing at the entrance to the playground, was almost in despair. But she knew she couldn't leave. Tomorrow is the practical training session. If you don't have a master yet, you will always fall behind others. There was no longer any chance to avenge his father. Even because of her father's death, her mother has been hospitalized. The family didn't have much money left. You have to participate in actual combat to level up, and even kill ferocious beasts to obtain materials and items to exchange for money. But there were strange looks and gossip around me. It's driving her crazy. Su Shuiyuan. Just as Su Shuiyuan's tears were about to flow, a voice suddenly rang in her ear. You are. Su Shuiyuan looked up and saw a man in fine clothes. Jian Han. Jian Han and Su Shuiyuan were classmates in the same class in high school. They were all admitted to Haitian University. In Jian Han's memory, his predecessor seemed to have also wanted to pursue Su Shuiyuan, but all of this came to an abrupt end after she awakened an F-level bloodline. The original owner of this body looked down on Su Shuiyuan and only wanted to be Lu Ruyan's lapdog. What are you doing here? Suddenly I saw an acquaintance. Su Shuiyuan felt even more ashamed. I know you've had a tough time lately. Jiang Han calmly took a deep breath and slowly walked up to Su Shuiyuan. You work 3 jobs a day to take care of your mother. You must be very tired? After saying that, Jiang Han's face showed a hint of pity. Su Shuiyuan was shocked upon hearing this and was dumbfounded. How did he know so much? He even knows how many jobs he holds. Do you want a master? Before Su Shuiyuan could react, Jiang Han spoke crisply and decisively. Think. Su Shuiyuan responded without hesitation. From the moment she completed her awakening, this once dazzling freshman campus belle was no longer noticed by anyone. Excessive mating can damage one's very essence. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. No one would want to marry someone like her, who's just a pretty face. This is the stark reality. Having a master was something she had always dreamed of. My mother's illness is too serious, she can't possibly work 3 jobs. Even if she made 10 payments a day, she still wouldn't be able to raise enough money for medical expenses. All she wants now is a master so she can venture outside the city to hunt dark creatures and acquire various materials to sell. That way, we can raise enough money in a short period of time. Jian Han. You mean, you're willing to marry me? Su Shuiyuan stared intently at Jian Han. After undergoing the trials and tribulations that followed her awakening, she was no longer a student who was ignorant of human relationships and social customs. She could naturally understand the meaning behind Jian Han's words. A glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes, her heart pounded wildly, and it felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. She was excited because she had received some news beforehand. Jian Han and Lu Ruyan have dissolved their engagement. If I were to find a master, Jiang Han would indeed be the best person for me. I can give you that chance. But I have one condition, I want to be married to you forever. Jiang Han stepped forward, lifted Su Shuiyuan's chin with his hand, and looked into her eyes. Holy crap! Is Jiang Han out of his mind? He actually wants to have an eternal marriage with Su Shuiyuan? Is he so desperate for women that he's gone crazy? There really are people in this world who aren't afraid of death. I heard about it yesterday. Jiang Han was forcibly dumped by his girlfriend. He's probably been devastated, and has gone a little crazy. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered around Jiang Han and Su Shuiyuan. After hearing that he wanted an eternal contract, everyone was shocked. In this world, the marriage between a master and a spirit beast girl is divided into 2 types, ordinary and eternal. The ordinary marriage is the marriage between Jiang Han's predecessor and Lu Ruyan. Because there is no deep bond, the spirit beast girl can actively unbind from her master if she is willing to endure a certain backlash. This is the current situation for most spirit beast girls and their masters. Generally speaking, as the cooperation deepens, the master and the spirit beast girl will gradually get along to a certain extent. Only then will they marry and have a permanent marriage. Eternal marriage, as the name suggests, is a marriage that can never be broken. The spirit beast girl and her master are bound by life. If either of them dies, the other will also die. The conditions for this marriage are that the spirit beast girl and her master must be tolerant of each other and deeply understand each other. Only children don't understand this. Are you willing? Ignoring the words of those around him, Jiang Han continued to look at Su Shuiyuan. The reason he proposed the condition of eternal marriage was, on one hand, he thought that it was Lu Ruyan who took the initiative to break free from the marriage, which led to the previous body being devoured and killed. He dared not underestimate the power of destiny of the chosen one. The other one is Su Shuiyuan, who is one of the most important female leads, especially in the later part of the original story. Yi Fan was once killed by a supervillain. It was Su Shuayuan, disguised as a black-robed figure, who sacrificed herself and used a power called reincarnation to revive Yifan. Zhang Han was still unsure whether this world had any plot-based binding force. If it did, then ordinary marriages were not safe at all. Isn't eternal marriage about? This was the first time Su Shuayuan had been so close to a man. She could even hear Jiang Han's breathing, but after hearing Jiang Han's words, her face first turned red and then turned deathly pale. She had learned about the cost of eternal marriage in high school, so this was all too sudden. She wasn't ready for her first time. If you're not willing, then just pretend I didn't say anything. I believe you can find a master better than me, someone who can fight monsters and level up with you tomorrow to save your mother. Seeing that Su Shuayuan hesitated slightly, Jiang Han immediately said coldly. After he finished speaking, he walked out of the playground, clearly preparing to leave. I do. Just as Jiang Han turned around, Su Shuayuan mustered her courage, stepped forward, and grabbed his arm. Being jilted by Jiang Han is her only chance. We must seize this opportunity. Let's go. Let's go to the bridal chamber together. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Han pulled Su Shuayuan along and they entered a bridal chamber. A few seconds later, a door slammed shut. Jiang Han felt a hot, delicate body press against him from behind. Jiang Han. Don't turn around, I want to do it myself. The words fell. Jiang Han then heard the sound of clothes being taken off behind him. Immediately afterwards, the temperature in the room was gradually rising. Inside the bridal chamber, a series of faint murmurs rose and fell, growing louder and louder. At the same time, Jiang Han also heard the system's voice continuously. Congratulations on completing your first eternal marriage. Su Shuayuan's bloodline has been unsealed. Su Shuayuan's sanctity has decreased to 90%, and she is now undergoing her first evolution, her bloodline evolving into the Black Python, Grade E. It really has evolved. But E level isn't enough. Jiang Han was engrossed in his work when he heard the system notification, and he was immediately jolted awake. Squeeze tighter. This way, the marriage can be more profound. Shu Yuan was ready to unleash his full power. He's not a man if he doesn't reduce Su Shuayuan's sanctity by 50% today. Jiang Han. At this moment, Shui Yuan was working hard to cooperate with Jiang Han. She gripped Jiang Han's arm tightly with all 10 fingers. The violent impact caused her body to tremble visibly. Ding! Su Shuayuan's sanctity level has dropped to 80%. She is now undergoing her second evolution, evolving her bloodline to Black Gold Python, rank D. Ding! Detected that the host has made their marriage partner feel like they're in heaven. Reward, talent to control 3,000 women. There's something good again. What did you just call me? Ha! A loud slap echoed in the bridal chamber. This was met with a burst of sobs from Su Shuayuan. Husband, husband. Su Shuayuan's eyes were glazed over, and she wrapped her arms around Jiang Han's neck. Call me master. Another loud slapping sound rang out. Master, master, I want more. Ding! Su Shuayuan's sanctity level has dropped to 60%. She is now undergoing her third evolution, and her bloodline has evolved into Dark Dragon rank C. Detected that the host has captivated Su Shuayuan, rewarding her with the talent Elemental Affinity. Wow! The level of holiness decreased by 20% in one go. Has this activated Su Shuayuan's enchanting body? I never expected that the dignified campus belle of Ocean University would be such a woman in secret. If I can't handle you today, I'll change my surname to Su. Now. Jiang Han felt that his life was really great. Chapter 4: The world's only profession. Dragon God Mage. Outside the bridal chamber. Holy crap. It's been almost 4 hours. Young people are just so healthy. Look at them. They're both top students from Haitan University. How come your marriage was over in just a few minutes? Outside the wedding house, the news that Jiang Han and Su Shuayuan were to be eternally bound together had already spread like wildfire. A master whose engagement was forcibly dissolved, and a spirit beast girl whom no one wanted. This immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. This attracted many people to come and see what was going on. But as time goes by, some onlookers couldn't hold back any longer. This has taken far too long. Because of Jiang Han's exaggerated performance, many spirit beast girls even dragged their marriage partners into the marriage room. I also want an unforgettable, eternal marriage. At the same time. Ding! Su Shuiyuan's sanctity has decreased to 30%. She is now undergoing her 5th evolution, and her bloodline has evolved to Dark Dragon rank A. Ding! Detected that the host has enabled Su Shuiyuan to have 6 sexual encounters. Reward, Supreme Divine Sense. Finally, Su Shuiyuan's bloodline has been upgraded to Grade A. It's really not easy. I was almost drained dry. Looking at Su Shuiyuan, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion, he saw. Zhang Han's face suddenly revealed an uncontrollable look of wild joy. In this world, a rank bloodlines already provide significant support to the master. You need to know. The original owner did this to upgrade Lu Ruyan's bloodline from B to A. However, it took almost a month. Now, it only took me a few hours and I didn't even spend much resources. This demonstrates the speed. Not bad, not bad. This wonderful woman is mine from now on. Zhang Han played with Su Shuiyuan's wet hair. All he needs to do is pamper Su Shuiyuan in the days to come. It seems that the bloodline of the reincarnation Dark Dragon can now be fully developed. It probably won't be long. Su Shuiyuan will be one of the world's top spirit beast girls. The wedding ceremony has concluded. Detection indicates that your marriage partner's bloodline ultimate limit is SSS level. You will now be assigned a relevant profession. Please wait. Congratulations on obtaining the world's only class Dragon Mage. Dragon God Mage, a magic-based class, possesses immense power akin to that of a dragon god incarnate, gaining 3 dragon-type spells every 10 levels. Note, dragon magic is also known as forbidden magic due to its immense destructive power. Since you have reached level 15, you have automatically learned 3 dragon magic spells. Dragon-type professions, or the only ones in the world? Zhang Han immediately looked at his data panel. Host, Zhang Han. Height, 185 centimeters. Rank, Bronze 3-star. Marriage partner, Su Shuiyuan. Talent. Mythical Eye, connects to the Heavenly Tao database, granting access to hidden revelations and revealing the evolutionary methods of all mythical beasts in the world. Controlling 3,000 women, the ultimate physique capable of ruling over 3,000 women, greatly enhancing physical strength and the cultivation speed of spirit beast girls, with unlimited energy, and no longer consuming energy during marriage. Elemental Affinity, an ultimate physique comparable to that of gods, capable of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, achieving control over all elements, and releasing skills without any precast animation. Magic Power like the sea, magic power reserves are increased by 100 times, single target skills have no cost, group skills have a 50% reduction in cost, and magic power recovery speed is increased by 100 times. Supreme Divine Thought, your destiny is unparalleled in the world, immune to all forms of mental control such as dizziness, charm, and curses. Divine Fate is as elusive as candlelight before you. Class, Dragon Mage. Skill. Dragon God's Blazing Cannon, a forbidden fire spell activated using dragon language, capable of summoning a strike imbued with the wrath of the dragon god. Demon Sealing Dragon Slaying / a forbidden spatial spell activated using dragon language, capable of unleashing a strike that can cleave the world in two. Shadow Dragon Bite, a forbidden dark spell activated using dragon language, capable of directly attacking the enemy's shadow, causing the opponent to suffer the same damage as the shadow. Holy crap! I can use forbidden spells at will even at the bronze level? Moreover, each of my talents is invincible. Zhang Han was shocked by his own screen. You have to understand this world. Forbidden spells are skills that only a king-level expert can master. And I can use it right now. This is absolutely insane. And every single talent on the panel. They can all be said to be the kind of existence that people dream of. He simply married Su Shuiyuan. Those who didn't know better might think he had saved the world. But, why didn't the mythical Eye have X-ray vision? System. Thinking about this, Zhang Han felt a little depressed again. System. Okay. You little brat, all you ever do is want to see those private areas, you're never satisfied, are you? About half an hour later. We should leave now, Shuiyuan. Zhang Han, who was already dressed, woke up Su Shuiyuan, who was sleeping soundly. Hey! You, turn around right now. Su Shuiyuan opened her eyes and saw Zhang Han staring straight at her, her face immediately turning red. She shyly covered her cleavage and whispered, I'm not used to this. How about I get used to you some more? Zhang Han smiled slightly. At this moment, Su Shuayuan's originally pure and lovely face and her prominent breasts aroused his lust. Jiang Han. I never knew you were so wicked. Su Shuayuan's face turned even redder. She hurriedly picked up her clothes from under the bed and put them on. Still calling me Jiang Han? Have you forgotten what you're supposed to call me? Jiang Han reached out and pulled Su Shuayuan into his arms. Let's go back to my dorm together, it'll be more comfortable to sleep there. Yes, master. Su Shuayuan nodded, took Jiang Han's arm, and walked out of the bridal chamber. Master. I feel that my bloodline power is much stronger than before. After leaving the room, Su Shuayuan saw that everyone around her was looking at her and Jiang Han with surprise. She immediately buried her head in Jiang Han's arms, not daring to look at him. You now possess a level bloodline. Xue Luwen. Jiang Han smiled and said. What? Upon hearing this, Su Shuayuan froze. You mean, my bloodline has evolved? She looked at Jiang Han in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Jiang Han nodded. The next second. Master. Thank you. 2 streams of clear tears flowed from her eyes. Su Shuayuan's excitement was beyond words. Finally, she was no longer a useless person. But just as Su Shuayuan was feeling happy, suddenly, a piercing sound rang out beside me. Hey, isn't this Su Shuayuan? We've been looking for you for ages. There, several boys dressed in gorgeous clothes led several girls dressed in equally gorgeous clothes. With an air of indifference, he walked towards Jiang Han and his companion. The leader was a boy with triangular eyes. He kept his eyes fixed on Su Shuayuan and wandered around the area without any restraint. Upon seeing the boy with triangular eyes, Su Shuayuan immediately frowned. Song Zhong, I've already told you, I voluntarily left your club, and I have nothing to do with you anymore. I already have a master. After saying that, Su Shuayuan subconsciously grabbed Jiang Han's arm, as if she had found someone to rely on. Song Zhong? Jiang Han frowned. Suddenly, this person came to mind. He is also a freshman at Ocean University of China. My older sister, Song Yenyun, is the campus belle of the neighboring Baitian University. Speaking of which, this guy was also a minor breakthrough fighter in the original work. Around the middle of the story, Yi Fan was revisiting Kyoto when he was assassinated but was saved by Su Shuayuan. Song Zhong's main role is to pursue Su Shuayuan. He even tricked Su Shuayuan into joining the Death Society, when in reality he only wanted to take advantage of her proximity to get to her. But this guy doesn't want to marry a useless F-rank spirit beast girl, he only wants to keep her as a sugar daddy. Su Shuayuan rejected him. In order to avoid being harassed by Song Zhong, he voluntarily withdrew from the Death Club. Later, after learning that a man lived in Su Shuayuan's house, Song Zhong frequently tried to cause trouble, only to be repeatedly humiliated by the male lead, Yi Fan. This incidentally led to the introduction of Song Zhong's school beauty sister from Baitian. Ultimately, by a twist of fate, the older sister, Song Yenyun, ended up in Yi Fan's arms. Song Zhong also cleared his name. He went from being a spoiled brat to a clingy sycophant to his brother-in-law. Following the path that her brother-in-law always said was right, she is loved by many readers. Jiang Han hadn't expected that this mid-stage figure would appear at this time. Could it be that the plot has a closing force, causing this guy to stop me from being with Su Shuayuan? Jiang Han's eyes flickered. If that were really the case, that would be so interesting. With my current abilities, this level of plot control is simply not enough. Su Shuayuan, don't push your luck. We, the Death Society, don't just leave whenever we want. To be honest, if it weren't for your looks, how could a piece of trash like you have caught the eye of the Death Society? I wanted to take you in as a sugar daddy, and you actually refused? Which rich guy have you hooked up with? What? You really think I'm not good enough for you? Song Zhong, who was in charge, ignored Jiang Han. As he spoke, he brazenly sized up Su Shuayuan. Brother Zhong, you were absolutely right, Su Shuayuan has really managed to latch onto a powerful figure. He is Jiang Han, a freshman in our university. At this moment, a young man next to Song Zhong said with a smile. Jiang Han? That's the guy who got dumped by the fairy. Hearing this, Song Zhong could no longer hold back. He looked at Su Shuayuan with great mockery. Su Shuayuan, why did you have to choose him as your sugar daddy? Ha, you don't actually think that a piece of trash who can't even keep an eye on a spirit beast girl can protect you in the wild, do you? I thought you were a virtuous and chaste woman, but it turns out you were just faking it all. As the president of the Death Society, I order you to get away from him immediately. You don't need to get married anyway, so stay with me from now on and be my sugar daddy, or else. Upon hearing this, so noisy. How dare you call someone trash? Zhang Han's face turned cold, and before Song Zhong could finish speaking, he raised his hand and threw a punch. Snap. Then, a sound of bones cracking was heard. Then Song Zhong was seen flying backwards like a cannonball, flying more than 10 meters before crashing headfirst into a flower bed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and collapsing to the ground. After the eternal marriage, the various rewards given by the system go beyond just allowing Zhang Han to grow in talent. It also brought about physical enhancements. Even when facing a master of the same realm, Zhang Han would not be physically weaker than others, let alone when he was facing a group of students of the same level. Why call it the Death Society? It's born to die. Zhang Han scoffed and wiped his fist. A cold smile appeared on his lips. The plot's closure is far too weak at this level. Since you're trying to stop me, then let an even stronger being arrive as soon as possible. Chapter 5. You're all trash in my eyes. At the same time, Zhang Han is too arrogant. Isn't he afraid of Song Zhong's revenge? Going against the Death Society, I really don't know what this guy is thinking. The scene of Zhang Han punching Song Zhong flying shocked everyone present. The onlookers were all secretly astonished. Even though Zhang Han comes from a well-off family. But he was nothing more than a heartless simp who was abandoned by the spirit beast girl. How dare they be so arrogant as to resort to violence in public? And it happened on campus. You need to know. Su Shuayuan only has an F-grade trash spirit beast bloodline. Tomorrow is the day for practical training outside the city. His actions will invite great trouble upon himself. Putting everything else aside, Song Zhong's family background is not weak, plus he has a group of underlings. Even if Zhang Han is a rich second generation. However, unless he marries a spirit beast girl with sufficient strength, he will not be well liked by others, even if he comes from a wealthy family. The ironclad law of this world is the survival of the fittest. No one can change that. That's why so many people dared to slander Zhang Han so recklessly after learning that he had been abandoned by the fairy. Zhang Han. You bastard, how dare you hit me? At this moment, Song Zhong struggled to get up from the ground. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, his clothes were tattered, he was in excruciating pain in his abdomen, and he had several broken ribs. Nonsense. Is it so hard for me to beat up a piece of trash like you? If I don't beat you, how am I supposed to consider being family with you in the future? The river was cold and icy. Upon hearing this, I'm going to kill you. Song Zhong was immediately enraged. He was, after all, the head of a society. Today, he was humiliated by Zhang Han in front of so many people. If he doesn't do something, where will he put his face in the future? Besides, Zhang Han is a rich second generation, but isn't he a rich second generation? He has plenty of underlings. Sigh, it seems the old saying is true, a sapling won't grow straight if it's not pruned, and a person will become eccentric if not disciplined. Zhang Han looked at Song Zhong as if he were an idiot. Because of school regulations, students should not engage in indiscriminate killing. Therefore, Zhang Han couldn't possibly kill him. However, not going all out doesn't mean we can't teach Song Zhong a lesson. Speaking such nonsense. Cripple him. It's clear that Song Zhong is really angry. He had long since forgotten the sense of propriety he had when he first arrived. After all, committing murder in school is strictly prohibited. Of course, with the Song family's influence, as long as no one dies, they can still handle it, it's just a bit troublesome. Transform. In an instant, Song Zhong's lackeys all gave the spirit beast girl beside them a look. The next second, then they saw girls suddenly transform into all sorts of spirit beasts. What a peculiar power. Zhang Han clicked his tongue in amazement. Although I had read about the transformation of the spirit beast girl in the original work, seeing it in person was still very impressive. However, these people don't have very high levels of spirit beast bloodline. Of the dozen or so spirit beasts, only 2 had C-level bloodlines. This reflects the situation. High-quality spirit beast bloodlines are extremely precious in the world. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. If you were in a circus, you'd probably make a fortune. Zhang Han clicked his tongue in amazement. What circus? Song Zhong frowned. Oh, I forgot, you don't have a circus here. Well, it's a place that shows off monkeys. They might not know about circuses, but everyone knows about monkey shows. You're asking for it. One of the students at the very front of Song Joan's group immediately spoke angrily. After his spirit beast girl transformation ended, he became a saber-toothed tiger, which looked very fierce. It is also one of the 2 sea-level spirit beast bloodlines. Why waste your breath talking to a piece of trash who's married to an F-rank spirit beast girl? I'll go first. The spirit beast girl, who had transformed into a saber-toothed tiger, spoke in human language. Clearly, she was warlike and somewhat impatient. But this scene surprised Jiang Han even more. He couldn't help but look at Su Shuayuan beside him. The ability to speak human language. I just don't know if it will still be possible after becoming a spirit beast. Thinking of certain scenes from the east, Jiang Han suddenly felt a surge of interest. Right now, the battle is the priority. We'll give it a good try after all this is over. Master, the power of the spirit beast is too great. Why don't you leave me here and run away yourself? As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Su Shuayuan took a deep breath and offered her advice. Seeing that the other side had a large and powerful force. Although she already knew that her bloodline had been upgraded. But since she hadn't actually fought in a real battle, she wasn't sure how strong she really was. Therefore, she didn't want Jiang Han to get hurt in any way. A spirit beast cannot be stopped by simply swinging your fists a few times. What a joke. Shuayuan, remember this, from now on, I would rather die in front of you than retreat even a single step. Don't transform yet, I can handle these guys myself. After saying that, Jiang Han rushed out without hesitation. He was so fast that Su Shuayuan had no time to stop him. The next second, Jiang Han had already arrived at the group of spirit beasts not far in front of him. He delivered a powerful punch to the jaw of the saber-toothed tiger that had just been yelling. Although after the spirit beast girl completes her transformation, both her reaction speed and reaction time will be much higher than those of ordinary humans. Furthermore, different spirit beasts have different special abilities. The most obvious effect is the enhancement of the 5 senses. Even so, the saber-toothed tiger didn't react in time. She felt a sharp pain in her chin, and then she felt her body lift off the ground and spin in the air. Thump! A dull thud of flesh hitting the ground rang out. A cloud of dust was stirred up. The scene fell completely silent. Holy crap! He sent a spirit beast flying with a single punch? Is Jiang Han even human? This was the shared thought in the hearts of everyone present at that moment. Holy crap! What on earth did he and Su Shuayuan do in the bridal chamber? How could he possibly gain such immense power? Could it be that bridal suite he's in has some kind of special function? What are we waiting for? I want to further deepen our marriage in that bridal chamber. Neither side in the conflict anticipated this. The onlookers, who were enjoying the gossip, actually gave up. Couples, as if addicted, all rushed to the bridal chamber. That's it? What rubbish! Ignoring the frenzy of the onlookers, Jiang Han clapped his hands and looked ahead with a disdainful tone. You dare say Hua Hua is trash? I'll fight you to the death. As the master of Sabertooth, the student felt insulted and spoke angrily. He wanted to control the saber-toothed tiger to get up and fight again. However, he discovered that his spirit beast had been knocked out of its illusionary state by Jiang Han's punch and had reverted to its human form. Then, he planned to go forward and fight Jiang Han himself. Wait a minute. But before he could even step forward, Jiang Han reached out a hand to stop him. What do you mean? The saber-toothed tiger's master frowned. I want to correct you. What I meant by garbage wasn't just about your flowers. I'm talking about all of you. In my eyes, you are all trash. Jiang Han said with a smile. Holy crap. Jiang Han. You're asking for it. Damn it. Let's all attack together and cripple him. As the saying goes, one stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Jiang Han's words were like a fuse, instantly igniting everyone's anger. They could no longer tolerate it and all rushed over with the spirit beast girl. Jiang Han was, after all, alone. They could easily defeat him with just one blow each. However, these people clearly lack combat experience. After they gathered together, before they could even hit Jiang Han, they accidentally injured their own troops. As expected, trash is trash. Even in combat, they're not very good. Seeing this, Zhang Han couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. Master, let me help you. They saw Zhang Han being beaten up by a group of people. Su Shuayuan also wanted to transform into a spirit beast form. Upon hearing this, you don't need to go. I can handle these little pieces of trash by myself. Zhang Han immediately spoke up to stop him. He wanted to test just how strong he really was. He didn't even consider these guys a threat. Chapter 6, Is there still a law? Is there still any justice? Su Shuayuan was anxious. Her initial gratitude towards Zhang Han had long since turned into concern. That saying is absolutely true. To enter a woman's heart, you must first enter her body. Although it was only a short time together, Su Shuayuan was already completely devoted to him. That's why she didn't want Zhang Han to face it alone. After all, as spirit beast girls, their primary role is to fight alongside their masters. If it can't function, then what's its value? Without value, there is no status. However, the next second, she could no longer remain calm. Not only her, but everyone present was in an uproar. Is this even human? Of course he's a man, he's definitely a person. The reason everyone was so surprised was that Zhang Han had actually sent a gale wolf flying with a single punch. This is already incredible, but what's even more outrageous is the gale wolf, still flying in mid-air, did not stop and then knocked its master away as well. That must have been incredibly powerful. To be honest, Zhang Han himself was somewhat surprised by the situation. He hadn't expected it to have such force. It seems that after a period of integration and adaptation, he has become more adept at controlling his power. Sure. What's wrong with you, trash? Hurry up and sort yourselves out. Seeing Zhang Han's arrogant attitude, Song Zhong was so angry that he trembled all over. I came here to cause trouble, but now this kid has gotten away with it. What are you all standing there for? Attack! Although the dozen or so underlings were surprised by Zhang Han's strength, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Now all we can do is hope that Su Shuayuan's bad luck will come soon. Of course, they didn't know. Su Shuayuan is completely different now than before. If she were to transform into a spirit beast, Sang and the others probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move. Seeing everyone rushing over, Zhang Han wasn't in a hurry. He twisted his neck, but instead of retreating, he advanced. Since that's the case, I'll use you guys to stretch my muscles today. Although Su Shuayuan was worried, a strange thought arose in her mind. This guy has been through so much trouble, and now he's facing so many enemies right after he comes out. Doesn't he get tired at all? Then, screams of agony echoed throughout the entire arena. No matter what kind of spirit beast it was, it couldn't even withstand a single move from Zhang Han, let alone these people who showed absolutely no cooperation. Zhang Han moved effortlessly among the dozen or so spirit beasts, not even getting a scratch on his clothes. The scene unfolding before their eyes aroused suspicion in everyone who witnessed it. I can't figure out whether Zhang Han is a spirit beast or his marriage partner is a spirit beast. I don't understand it, I really don't understand it. A few minutes later, all the spirit beast girls were reduced to their original forms. The masters were clearly still in the dark, but Zhang Han had no intention of letting them off the hook. It's your turn. With that, he moved and headed straight for the masters. Since you've chosen to be arrogant, you've probably already prepared to get beaten up. Seeing Zhang Han charging towards them, the members of the Death Society lost all desire to fight. You don't come any closer. Too late. Zhang Han punched one of the masters away, and that person thought to himself, I wasn't being arrogant, so why did you hit me first? That wasn't the end of it. Zhang Han then swam up and kicked the master, who hadn't even landed yet, right in the middle of the character. That kind of pain is something that almost every man can relate to. Even the men watching the game unconsciously squeezed their legs together. Of course, others also need to be taken care of. Zhang Han didn't hold back either, treating everyone equally and focusing on the lower body. The onlookers felt a little sorry for him. That's incredible. Terrifying. The onlookers were deeply shocked to see men and women lying all over the ground. Who the hell said Zhang Han is a good for nothing? With this level of strength, even without marriage, you probably wouldn't have any problem leveling up in actual combat, right? What did Lu Ruyan miss? Stop thinking about anyone else. I heard there's a price increase for wedding-related housing today, and this kid is the first to benefit. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. In an instant, this unreliable news spread like wildfire. Even those who weren't there to watch the drama got the news, and the wedding room was suddenly packed with people. Even if they grind the iron pestle into a needle, they wouldn't gain much. After all, John Han's boost didn't come from the wedding house, but from the system. At least for now, not everyone can have a system. This is the source of his arrogance. After all, whoever possesses the system is the protagonist. If you have a system but still have to suffer, what's the point of having it? After dealing with the henchman, John Han walked toward Song Jong, who was still standing at the end. John Han, the Death King Society will never let this go. Song Jong's eyes were bloodshot. If looks could kill, John Han would probably be dead countless times by now. Really? That's great. I haven't had enough yet, so you'd better not give up. As he spoke, John Han clenched his fist, making a move as if to attack. Wait. You can't hit me. That's where I'm a bit confused. You can hit me, but I can't hit you? Is there no justice? Is there no law? Song Jong's words made John Han laugh, and he even quoted a classic line. The law? The law? John Han, don't be naive. In this world, the strong rule, the strong are the law. Seeing Jiang Han stop, Song Jong immediately realized that he wouldn't dare to make a move. He straightened his back and his expression gradually became arrogant. That's absolutely true. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Although they established a glorious human civilization, in essence, what Song Jong said was absolutely correct. If you have the ability, you can indeed do whatever you want in this world. I didn't expect you to be so sharp, able to see some of the essence of the world. John Han sighed. No wonder this guy was able to be redeemed in the original work. There must be a reason for it. Scared now? Let me tell you, although our matter won't alarm the family yet, once my sister comes out of seclusion, you'll definitely have a hard time. If you dare to hit me, my sister will never forgive you. Upon hearing this, John Han's eyes lit up. Song Jong finally took the bait. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult for him to get in touch with Song Yen Yun. Thinking of this, John Han punched Song Jong hard on the bridge of his nose. The intense pain made the boy scream and fall sprawled on the ground. Song Yen Yun, is that right? To tell you the truth, I don't even consider her a threat. Song Jong never expected that John Han would dare to make a move. Struggling to get up, he dared not linger any longer. No, I was wrong. You're so kind and forgiving, you don't hold grudges against me. Please stop hitting me, or I'll cry. Seeing this, John Han stopped. However, Song Jong got up, ran dozens of steps in a flash, and started cursing again while jumping up and down. Kid, you better not get too cocky. This isn't over yet. You want to get beaten up again, huh? Seeing that the kid was still spouting nonsense, John Han frowned, which scared Song Jong so much that he ran away as if fleeing. Clearly, they were truly terrified this time. Chapter 7: A Beautiful Symphony. Watching Song Jong's departing figure, John Han couldn't help but lick his lips. Thinking of Song Yen Yun's masochistic nature in the original novel, I couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Master, you're amazing. Han had solved the problem so easily, which shocked Su Shuayuan, but also left her with some mixed feelings. If it weren't for Lu Ruyan's betrayal, such a good master would never have fallen into my lap. From this perspective, she should also thank this fairy. However, her bloodline talent has now been enhanced, and she will surely be able to play a greater supporting role in the future. Of course, your man has many other amazing qualities, don't you think? Seeing the beauty approach, John Han casually lifted her chin and spoke in a very magnetic voice. Such a voice is enough to make any naive young girl fall for it, let alone Su Shuayuan, who has just given herself to him. Master is so annoying. There are so many people here, aren't you ashamed? You are the woman I am eternally married to, what is there to be ashamed of? Seeing Su Shuayuan's slightly flushed cheeks, John Han felt a surge of excitement in a certain part of himself once again. Ignoring the astonished looks of others, he put his arm around Su Shuayuan and left. What happened here was naturally reported to higher authorities, and soon the university also learned about what had occurred that day. Is everything you're saying true? It's all true, and someone even filmed it. The Song family has really lost face this time. In an office, an elderly man with white hair frowned in deep thought. He stared at the video playing on the phone his secretary handed him, remaining silent for a long time. Principal, do you think we should get the university involved? Otherwise, it might be difficult to explain to the Song family. Although Haitan University has been able to stand to this day, it has played a pivotal role in the Great Xia dynasty. However, for Haitian University, being able to establish good relations with these powerful families is absolutely beneficial. Therefore, the secretary's suggestion was made with the overall situation in mind. After all, although Haitan University has a special status, there are still many concerns. No need, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it personally. You can go out now. The principal had already spoken, so the secretary naturally dared not say anything more. As the saying goes, serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. The same principle applies to working alongside a leader. It's best not to speak inappropriately. Watching the video of Jiang Han fighting, the usually stern principal actually managed a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. Interesting, this is so interesting. Back home, Jiang Han didn't take the day's events seriously at all. After all, he was determined to get Song Yenyun. The two families would be in-laws in the future, so how could they really be irreconcilable enemies? If others knew that this was what he was thinking, they would probably think that this guy must have something wrong with his head. Who is Song Yenyun? She was the undisputed campus belle of part.If University. There are probably at least 1,000 men who want to marry her, if not 800. But even now, she has not chosen a marriage partner. This shows how high her standards are when it comes to choosing a marriage partner. After all, marriage is not just about fighting together, and a woman of such high status like her would not compromise herself. Back in my luxurious single room. Looking at the luxurious interior, one has to admit that the predecessor of this building certainly knew how to enjoy life. Su Shuayuan looked shy. It was the first time she had ever been alone in a room with a man. Even though I've already been exploited once in the bridal suite, I still feel embarrassed. You must be feeling unwell from all that intense activity. There's hot water in the bathroom, why don't you take a shower first? Reminded by this, Su Shuayuan did indeed feel a little uncomfortable. After sweating so much, it's no wonder you feel uncomfortable. Okay, but you can't peek. What am I peeking at? What part of your body haven't I seen? Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively, then sat down on the sofa and poured himself a cup of coffee. Seeing that he really had no ulterior motives, Su Shuayuan finally opened the bathroom door with peace of mind. But they discovered that the bathroom door was unlocked. Unfortunately, I was in so much discomfort that I had no choice but to start taking off my clothes. Soon the sound of water came from the bathroom, and Jiang Han's lips curled up slightly. He knew better than anyone that the bathroom door wasn't locked, and with the support of the branching system, he didn't need to rest at all. He quickly stripped himself naked and swaggered into the bathroom. Hearing the noise, Su Shuayuan exclaimed in surprise and turned around, her face instantly turning red to her neck. How did you get in? What's wrong? I feel really uncomfortable too, come and shower with me. But. Su Shuayuan was so nervous that she didn't dare to move, but she didn't know how to refuse, which was too embarrassing. But? You didn't address me just now, did you? In that case, you have to accept the punishment. Master, I. Before Su Shuayuan could continue speaking, Jiang Han forcefully stepped forward and kissed her cherry-like lips. The soft touch immediately traveled to my brain, and the atmosphere began to become ambiguous. Jiang Han only stopped when Su Shuayuan felt her legs go weak. You're my woman, so you don't need to be so shy anymore, understand? Understood, master. Seeing Su Shuayuan's adorable and dependent appearance, Jiang Han could no longer resist. Soon, the sounds of lovemaking filled the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of water splashing on the floor, like the most beautiful symphony in the world. Ding! Su Shuayuan's sanctity has decreased to 20%. She is now undergoing her 6th evolution, and her bloodline has evolved into Dark Time Dragon rank S. Ding! Detected that the host made Su Shuayuan feel completely drained. Reward, Guardian Robe King level. Jiang Han stopped when he heard the notification sound. Su Shuayuan was completely exhausted. It seems that advancing to the next round is not as easy as it was at the beginning. This time, he developed many poses he had seen in his previous life before finally completing the evolution. Phew! Finally S rank. It's important to know that Yi Fan is the protagonist. All his marriage partners are S-class, which is why he is so successful. But who could have imagined that Su Shuayuan was not just an S rank, but possessed an SSS rank super bloodline? Yi Fan, I'll see if you can still be saved by the halo this time. Looking at the beauty who had fallen into a deep sleep, Jiang Han gently kissed her pretty face. What he didn't know was that at that moment, on campus, rumors about his conflict with Song Jong have been circulating for some time. After all, this is the information age, and such explosive events cannot be hidden for long. However, public opinion has now shifted, and everyone is discussing Jiang Han's abilities. The topic on the forum had long since shifted from discrediting Jiang Han to ridiculing Lu Ruyan. The reason is simple: relying solely on his own strength, he couldn't possibly fight against so many spirit beast girls. Moreover, it was a crushing victory. How could someone with such strength be an ordinary person? Chapter 8 is so convenient. It's incredibly convenient. In the end, Jiang Han had to do it himself to clean the two of them up. After doing all this, Jiang Han used the mythical eye to look at Su Shuayuan. Name: Su Shuayuan. Appearance: 99. Height: 172 centimeters. Qualification: God level. Size E. Body size: 99. Sanctity level: 20%. Bloodline: Dark Time Dragon S rank. Skills: Dark Breath, Shadow Bind, Black Flame Burst, Slow. Note: the sealed bloodline of the Dark Dragon of Reincarnation SSS level mythical species. Evolutionary path. After one more evolution, it evolves into Dark Tyrannosaurus Rex SS rank. After two more evolutions, it evolved into the Reincarnation Dark Dragon SSS rank. Besides the change in the evolutionary path, a new skill bar has been added to the basic data. Jiang Han clicked on it and was deeply shocked. The book didn't describe Su Shuayuan's skills in detail. He only knew that she had dragon blood and the ability to control time and space. I never expected that I would already have acquired a time-related skill at the very beginning. Dark Breath unleashes a breath attack on the target, dealing 200% attack damage and stunning the target for a duration that decreases based on the target's strength. Shadow Binding launches a mental attack on the target's shadow, with a certain probability of forcibly controlling its actions for 5 seconds. The success rate is currently 50%. Black Flame Burst spews out a ball of dragon flame, dealing 300% attack damage to the target, and inflicting mental damage, dealing 1% of the target's maximum health as damage per second for 1 minute. Slow modifies the time rules to slow down any attack, currently by 5%. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. This isn't just strong, it's incredibly strong. It's worth noting that 3 of these 4 skills are legendary skills, and slow is actually a forbidden spell. According to his memory, the skills in this world are divided into 2 systems. One type is awakening skills, which are divided into low level, intermediate level, advanced level, epic level, and legendary level. Another type is divinely bestowed skills, which are divided into star level, forbidden spells, great forbidden spells, holy forbidden spells, and divine forbidden spells. Su Shuayuan had just been promoted to S rank when she directly obtained 3 legendary skills and 1 divine skill. This is absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous beyond belief. But thinking about it, it makes sense, since this character is definitely a mysterious big shot in the book. It's not surprising that he's a bit stronger. Putting everything else aside, just this skill alone, coupled with Su Shuayuan's talent. Among those of the same level, they are absolutely unrivaled. Let alone Yifan, even the senior students in the current year probably wouldn't dare to face him head-on. It seems my arrival has indeed changed some things. Jiang Han stroked his chin. With such a powerful skill appearing so early in the story, the plot would inevitably undergo a huge change. Of course, he didn't care about that. With the system in place, his biggest fear is that the plot won't change. If it truly has the power to bring the plot to a close, then let it come even more intensely. After reviewing Su Shuayuan's information, Jiang Han opened his backpack. When Su Shuayuan evolved for the 6th time, she was rewarded with a piece of equipment. He was well aware that anything produced by the system was of high quality. The equipment quality and skills are similar, and they are divided into ordinary equipment and divine equipment. The common equipment is divided into low-level, mid-level, high-level, epic, and legendary. Divine equipment is categorized by level into star equipment, king equipment, strongest equipment, holy equipment, and divine equipment. Guardian robe. Level, king. Category, auxiliary class. Effect, automatically generates a shield equal to the host's health, which can block all physical and magical attacks. When the shield is broken, it deals area damage equal to 300% of the host's maximum mana. It's like having an extra life? Jiang Han nodded. To be honest, he wasn't particularly satisfied with this equipment. While its effects are explosive, calling it a king-level equipment is a bit of a stretch. You should know that king-level equipment is something that can change the course of a battle. Although this protective robe is strong, it clearly doesn't meet his expectations. But in the end, something is better than nothing. If someone else got such a piece of equipment, they'd probably be strutting around like crazy. With a thought, the protective robe was put on. Contrary to his expectations, the robe was not a robe at all. Instead, it transformed into a combat outfit resembling sportswear. This doesn't look very good. The moment the idea came to mind, the robes changed. It transformed into a jet black battlesuit, looking incredibly powerful. Is it really that convenient? Immediately, Jiang Han's eyes lit up, and another idea came to him. His robes changed again, becoming casual wear that resembled his usual style. It's even separated inside and out, which is incredibly convenient. Wow, this is a good thing. With this robe, I won't even need to change clothes anymore. What if? Immediately afterward, Jiang Han's thoughts changed once again. All of Jiang Han's clothes disappeared, and he was immediately completely naked. Convenient. This thing is so convenient. At the same time. Damn it. Not only was Jiang Han not crippled, but he seems to be even stronger than before. And some bastards say they know how to make an eternal contract with Su Shuayuan, but they don't know how to make a contract with Lu Ruyan? There are even posts saying I'm a beggar who steals used shoes. In an ordinary dormitory, Yi Fan was scrolling through posts on the forum that were criticizing him. When he saw that Jiang Han's strength had increased by leaps and bounds after contracting with Su Shuayuan, he clenched his fists tightly. He glanced at Lu Ruyan beside him. Suddenly, I felt like I'd picked up a sesame seed but lost a watermelon. Yi Fan, what's wrong? Get out of here. If it weren't for you, would I be getting yelled at? Lu Ruyan originally wanted to offer some comfort, but she didn't expect the other party to have this attitude. Tears welled up in her eyes. The forum was clearly criticizing her. There wasn't a single word about Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan also felt a little guilty. That's not what I meant, I'm just in a bad mood. I'm fine. This was my own choice, and I don't regret it. Lu Ruyan was clearly a thoughtful person. Even though Jiang Han had changed, she never considered leaving Yi Fan. Of course, she did this mostly to save face. The next morning, Jiang Han got up feeling refreshed. Su Shuayuan was not in good condition. She was almost unsteady on her feet, and those who knew the reason understood why. Unfortunately, the level of sanctity did not decrease further this time. But there's no need to rush. With the mythical eye, upgrading your talent is a sure thing. Let's go, today's the day to go out and level up. Su Shuayuan gave Jiang Han a resentful look and said from the bottom of her heart. Master, you'd better find me some sisters quickly, I think that's more important than leveling up. Just kidding, with Jiang Han's strength. Even without her help, leveling up in the wild is a piece of cake. In comparison, even though it was only a short day, her small frame was indeed struggling to keep up. What? We haven't even gone on our honeymoon yet, and you're already trying to distance yourself from me? What honeymoon? Jiang Han then realized that there was no such thing as a honeymoon in this world. Humans are threatened by ferocious beasts almost every moment. It's nothing like the beautiful earth of our past. But whether it's the world in the book or any other world, the internal strife among humans has never ceased, which is a surprisingly consistent point. Don't you know that a moment of blissful intimacy is worth 1,000 pieces of gold? Chapter 9 Enemies Meet Again. Although it was the first time she had heard these words, Su Shuayuan immediately understood. Master, you're so annoying. It's all because you're too strong. A man's greatest confidence comes from the affirmation of his woman. Jiang Han chuckled mischievously and pinched Su Shuayuan's soft chin. Don't worry, you'll have lots of sisters. The playground of Haitian University was already packed with people. However, there was no need. Formation students from the same class simply stood together. The world clearly doesn't care much about these formalities. Quiet. As soon as Jiang Han and Su Shuayuan arrived, a deep voice resounded throughout the entire playground. Even without amplification equipment, the sound still reached everyone's ears. Needless to say, the person who spoke was definitely not simple. The next half hour, Jiang Han felt a little sleepy listening to the principal, even though he was only talking about various precautions and there wasn't much nonsense. But for Jiang Han, who had read the entire book, these things were utterly meaningless. Su Shuayuan, who was standing next to her, listened very attentively. Alright, that's all for now. One last thing to remind everyone, the strong are forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so I hope everyone will take this practical training seriously. That's absolutely right. Human civilization may be brilliant, but the crises it faces are certainly not insignificant. As the saying goes, one general's success is built on the bones of 10,000 soldiers. Becoming a strong person is definitely not something that can be achieved by simply beating drums and gongs. Because it was their first time facing a ferocious beast, everyone was extremely excited. Although it's nominally for leveling up, the dangers involved should not be underestimated. Over the years, many have lost their lives because they underestimated the monsters in the leveling area. The students were so excited partly because they were facing the unknown. On the other hand, if you achieve good results in your first time leveling up in the wild, you can also obtain extremely rich rewards. Of course, Jiang Han wouldn't care about these rewards. He remembered that it was during his first time leveling up in the wild that Yi Fan unintentionally saved a powerful female master. This master was someone of great importance, and eventually became one of his consorts. Jiang Han naturally wouldn't let Yi Fan get such a good thing, so he had an even more important task this time. Jianyang City is divided into an inner city and an outer city. As the name suggests, the inner city was where ordinary people lived. The outer city was also under human control. However, some weaker ferocious beasts still roam, in order to accelerate the growth of the next generation of humans. This place has become a training ground for young people. Of course, it can be described as a beginner's village. But after all, ferocious beasts are merciless, and every year quite a few young people die during the training process. However, such sacrifices are inevitable on the path to the rise of the strong. As the heavy gate opened, a desolate land came into view. Everyone was so shocked by the scene before them that they were speechless. Compared to the bustling city, this place was like hell. The reason for this situation is not solely due to the activities of ferocious beasts. After all, ferocious beasts are also part of nature, and they rarely destroy the homes they depend on for survival. It is said that this situation was caused by the use of weapons of mass destruction by humans before the master system was established. Let's go. This is your first experience. The school will grade you based on your individual performance. Your wristbands will record the images of you killing the ferocious beasts. Remember to turn on the recording. Of course, you can turn it off at any time if you don't want to record. After the door opened, the professor leading the group said nonchalantly. The meaning behind those words is quite clear: you want to do something shady. Of course, you can also choose not to record. Well then, I wish you all a pleasant training experience. After saying that, the professor actually ordered the gates to be closed, locking all the students outside the inner city. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. How terrifying is this place? Are we going to be eaten alive? What are you thinking? Haven't we already learned that? The strongest here is only at the bronze level. As long as we don't go too far, we won't be in too much danger. Exactly. How can someone with such a coward be a master? They might as well go home and hold their kids. For most people, becoming a master is an incredibly honorable thing. However, it is understandable that some people would give up when faced with a life or death decision. At most, I might face some criticism, but I won't dwell on it too much. Compared to the nervousness of others, Jiang Han was quite happy. According to his memory, Yi Fan met that mysterious master when he was almost finished leveling up in the wild. So there's no need to rush right now. The master ranks in this world are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, king, supreme king, peak saint, and undying god. However, the existence of immortal gods has not appeared for a long time. It can be said that it remains at the conceptual level, and it is even unknown whether anyone has ever reached this level. According to the book's setting, this is why it's called leveling up. This is because when the master and the spirit beast girl kill ferocious beasts, they absorb the energy from their bodies. This energy also dissipates into the air, but neither its purity nor its quantity is as great as that obtained from the ferocious beasts. Therefore, killing ferocious beasts became the best option for masters and spirit beast girls to advance. Another important reason is that ferocious beasts are encroaching on human living space. Even in the struggle for resources for survival, the conflict between humans and ferocious beasts is irreconcilable. Jiang Han was eager to experience the upgrade path provided by the system when he felt an unfriendly gaze. Following the gaze, they saw Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan. Yi Fan had already made up his mind that he would be the fastest to level up during this wilderness training session. If I become the strongest among these new students, won't I be able to do whatever I want? But for some reason, she immediately noticed Su Shuayuan next to Jiang Han. An inexplicable anger rose within him. It felt strange, like something that was rightfully yours had been taken away. Lu Ruyan naturally noticed Yifan's change as well. Yifan, Jiang Han only won by brute force. I believe you can surpass him. I originally wanted to say something to comfort Yifan and inspire him to fight. Unexpectedly, the other party did not respond to her at all. Turning his head, he realized that the guy wasn't looking at Jiang Han at all. Both eyes were already fixed on Su Shuayuan. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. I paid such a high price, and this guy is looking at other women. Chapter 10. Don't you believe your man? What are you looking at? Although Lu Ruyan always felt inferior to Yifan. But even a clay figure can get angry when ignored like that. Do I need to explain to you what I'm looking at? Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyes turned cold, clearly showing some anger. I'm sorry, I didn't mean what I said. Please don't be angry. Seeing the situation of the two, Jiang Han snorted coldly. I wonder what those women in the original story were really thinking. Yifan looks like a chauvinistic scumbag, so why do so many women flock to him? Master, isn't that Yifan who stole your spirit beast girl? He's just a clown. It's fine if he doesn't mess with me, but if he does, he'll regret it. Su Shuayuan's eyes sparkled because she had a feeling. That means Jiang Han wasn't just saying that casually, he truly has the ability to back it up. At this moment, everyone started looking for teammates, but the two couples who were staring at each other remained silent. Hey kid, what are you looking at? Jiang Han, you'd better not be arrogant, or you'll definitely pay the price. Jiang Han spoke first, which infuriated Yifan. He's just a piece of trash abandoned by the spirit beast girl, yet he dares to talk to me like that. The price? I'm quite looking forward to it. But when you talk to people, don't you know how to look at them? You have absolutely no manners, yet you dare to spout such arrogant words? Jiang Han also realized that this kid had never given him a second glance from the very beginning. His two eyes were fixed on Su Shuayuan. Jiang Han naturally knew why this had happened. After all, he is the main character, and Su Shuayuan is the mysterious female lead, so it is only natural that some mystical elements would emerge. But things are different now. Su Shuayuan is now his woman. Thinking of this, Jiang Han immediately pulled the lovely woman beside him into his arms. Seeing this, Yifan trembled all over. It felt like a piece of my heart was suddenly missing, and I felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Let her go. Almost instinctively, Yifan suddenly couldn't help but say it. Yifan, it seems you really are trash. What? You want to steal my Shuayuan? Master, I have no interest in such a scumbag. Don't insult me. Su Shuayuan spoke from the bottom of her heart, her tone very serious. Jiang Han smiled knowingly, and the last bit of doubt in his heart disappeared. At this rate, he could completely replace Yifan as the protagonist. We've already made a good start, so we don't need to be so cautious going forward. Seeing Yifan's almost murderous gaze, Jiang Han's lips curled into a smile. His arms around Su Shuayuan began to wander. The soft, boneless feel of it is simply irresistible. As he continued to rub her, Su Shuayuan's body trembled slightly. Although they had only been intimate a few times, it was clear that Su Shuayuan's body had already adapted to Jiang Han. Don't go too far. Seeing this, Yifan was about to step forward, but then he realized that he didn't recognize the woman next to Jiang Han at all. Openly robbing someone in front of so many people is bound to invite criticism, so all I can do is voice my condemnation. Yifan, I don't quite understand. Shuayuan is my betrothed, and it's an eternal marriage. Why are you in such a hurry? It's like the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of others. Everyone else was busy finding teammates and preparing for the upcoming leveling up. These guys actually have the time to bicker here, and their outstanding performance naturally attracts attention. What's going on? They've started fighting before it even began? Hey, didn't you see? This is about stealing women. If I remember correctly, the woman next to Yifan was the one who was snatched from Jiang Han, right? What? This guy is despicable. He's already taken one, and he still wants to take another. Does he think all the women in the world belong to him? The onlookers didn't care about the actual situation. They never bothered to verify even the slightest rumor. Seeing that the situation was tilting in Jiang Han's favor, Yifan could no longer stay. Jiang Han, you'd better not be arrogant, and you'd better not be alone. I'll say the same to you. As the saying goes, the hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife is irreconcilable. You'd better pray you never run into me. Although Yifan didn't know where the saying came from, he understood its meaning. However, due to the presence of many people, he could only snort coldly and slink away with Lu Ruyan. Before leaving, Lu Ruyan gave Jiang Han a deep look. It seems they want to see that passionate feeling from the other person again. To his disappointment, Jiang Han didn't even glance at her once. Jiang Han, my choice will not be wrong. In the end, Lu Ruyan could only comfort herself and resolutely follow Yifan away. Yifan, before I leave, I'll give you a little something. Seeing Yifan about to leave, Jiang Han gave a wicked smile. Before Su Shuiyuan could react, he kissed her rosy lips. The sudden action caused Su Shuiyuan to let out a soft moan. However, she did not refuse, and had already ignored everyone else, passionately kissing Jiang Han. Jiang Han's wicked little hands continued to roam over her body. Hearing Jiang Han call his name, Yifan turned around and saw a scene that made him blush, his heart race, and his blood boil. He almost couldn't contain his anger and rushed over, but that didn't happen. The two of them simply left. TCH, I thought you were so arrogant, but I didn't expect you to chicken out like this. Although Jiang Han said this about Yifan's forbearance, he had to take it seriously in his heart. After all, this also shows that Yifan does indeed have the shrewdness to be a protagonist. On the contrary, those loud and boisterous guys are easier to deal with. Let's go too, and try to advance to silver while leveling up. Su Shuiyuan was still savoring the moment when she suddenly heard Jiang Han's words, and felt a little empty inside, but she quickly realized what was going on. Master, for someone leveling up in the wild for the first time, gaining 5 stars is already considered top-tier genius. Are we setting our goal too high, aiming for silver? According to the settings, before hunting ferocious beasts, almost no one's level will break through to bronze 5. Even the most talented individuals only barely reach the peak of the 5-star level. If you want to upgrade to silver in one go, it is estimated that hundreds of ferocious beasts would need to be killed on the outskirts to achieve this. That's way too difficult. What? You don't trust your man? Of course I believe it. Now that you say that, Master, I'm actually starting to look forward to it. Chapter 11 Pikachu Blue? On the other side, Yifan was only focused on walking forward and didn't pay any attention to Lu Ruyan. He didn't understand why, the moment he saw Su Shuiyuan, he felt an intense longing within him. It was a deep-seated longing, one he could clearly feel. It was as if Su Shuiyuan belonged to him, but someone else snatched her away. After calming down, Yifan could only shift the blame to Jiang Han. This guy was originally just trash among trash, but I never expected him to repeatedly annoy me. Yifan speculated that his inexplicable desire might stem from his instinct to want any of Jiang Han's women. Jiang Han, you'd better not go any deeper, or you'll be reduced to ashes. Yifan secretly vowed in his heart that he had already decided to kill. The reason he insisted on going deeper was because he knew some inside information. That is, the deeper you go, the greater the benefits for bronze-level masters. Although this also increases the danger. But to gain immense power, taking this risk is clearly worthwhile. Most importantly, he had previously obtained some information. In a secluded spot within the trial grounds, there lies a place that even king-level powerhouses find fascinating. It is said to be a spiritual spring, where one could potentially advance to the silver rank overnight by cultivating within it. However, this place is extremely secluded, seemingly located in a maze. That's why so many years have passed and no one has been able to find it. Yifan, however, is different. He has an ancestral jade pendant that can see through all illusions. Even a maze of power above the king level cannot hide from the jade pendant. This is his confidence: if he can advance to the silver level in the first trial, they will definitely receive attention from both the school and their family, and the resources they will receive will be virtually endless. Let alone a mere Jiang Han, he can control the entire Jiang family. Brother Fan, where are we going? Without Su Shuiyuan's influence, Yifan's anger subsided considerably. He began to explain. Brother Fan, do you mean we might be able to advance directly to silver rank? This is just my guess. After all, no one has ever succeeded. But even if we don't encounter the spiritual spring, the ferocious beasts deep inside will yield even greater rewards, so it's not like we can't give it a shot. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan became excited. She never imagined that she was the one who dumped that trashy man. Why was she still outmatched by him? Now that she had such an opportunity, she was determined to forever trample Jiang Han under her feet. Brother Fan, I'll listen to you and cooperate fully with you. Let's cheer each other on. Just as Yi Fan was quietly making his way deeper into the area, Jiang Han and Su Shuayuan were already clearing away the ferocious beasts along the way. Most of the ferocious beasts on the outskirts are not very large. Animals like the crimson rabbit, hellhound, and wolverine are generally not very dangerous. Moreover, it should be known that Jiang Han possesses the mythical eye. One can spot the weakness at a glance, and with minimal effort, it's incredibly easy and enjoyable. Master, let me do some fighting too, otherwise I won't be able to gain any combat experience. These small animals aren't too difficult, there will be opportunities. Jiang Han smiled slightly and gently patted Su Shuayuan's head. Just then, a gust of eerie wind blew by, and Jiang Han immediately became alert. Su Shuayuan reacted quickly, transforming into a majestic dragon. Even when only a third of his body was upright, he was still a full head taller than Jiang Han. Did you see it clearly? No, it's too fast. Just a moment ago, a blue bolt of lightning flashed past the two of them. Before Jiang Han could activate the mythical eye, the other party vanished without a trace. The next second, lightning struck again. Jiang Han looked closely and finally saw the other party's information displayed. Lightning Mouse. Rank, Bronze 5-star. Description, extremely fast, electrified, can paralyze opponents, bloodthirsty and violent, adult strength is generally at the Bronze 5-star level, has an astonishing appetite, enough to devour an adult, timid, usually wins by sneak attack. Skills, Lightning Strike, Frenzy Devour. Weakness, the lightning mouse stores its electrical energy in its two ears. It can be killed by connecting the two ends with a conductor. Looking at the information on Lightning Rat, Jiang Han was both amused and exasperated. When reading the original work, no one pays attention to the detailed information of each ferocious beast. I never imagined there were such bizarre creatures that could electrocute themselves. It's a lightning rat. I've looked at the information on the lightning rat, it's not easy to deal with. Su Shuayuan, like an encyclopedia, immediately explained the habits of the lightning rat clearly. Come to think of it, her talent level was F before. It's fair to say that without being developed, one would never achieve anything in their lifetime. Therefore, she has a thorough understanding of this knowledge, and at least if she can't become a spirit beast girl, she can still do some teaching work. Is he difficult to deal with? I don't think so. As he spoke, Jiang Han glanced at the puddle beside him, a slight smile playing on his lips. This lightning rat is too fast, connecting it with a wire is obviously impossible. But water is also a conductor, so it can naturally be connected. I can't quite understand how this guy survived the rainy days. But since the system has already said so, then there must be no problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Han said softly, Shuayuan, get ready to attack with water. Sure enough, the next second, as if the test was over, a bolt of lightning shot straight toward Jiang Han's face. Because it's so fast, there's simply no time to react. However, just as it was about to strike Jiang Han, his clothes suddenly burst out with a white light. A shield formed in front of Jiang Han, and was then slammed into by the lightning rat with a loud bang. Now! Lightning Mouse clearly hadn't expected this outcome, and his body froze. Finally, we saw the true face of Mount Lu. A squirrel the size of a human head came into view, its scarlet eyes radiating a dangerous aura. Its fluffy, light blue tail stands upright with two lightning-like curves. Having missed its target, it tried to escape, but it didn't expect that the huge splash of water from Su Shuayuan's dragon tail had already arrived. The next instant, the lightning rat's whole body began to convulse, and its two ears were pierced by a huge electric current. After several loud bangs, the charred body fell limply to the ground. Holy crap, what is this? A blue Pikachu? Pikachu blue? Looking at the lightning rat in front of him, Jiang Han was speechless. This thing looked too strange. Congratulations, host, on defeating a bronze level 5-star ferocious beast. Gained 1245 experience points. Congratulations, host, on your advancement. Current level, bronze 2 stars. Just as the lightning mouse died, a system notification sounded. Quite a lot of experience, he even leveled up directly. Chapter 12, Dare to Look at My Woman. What Jiang Han didn't know was that the lightning rat, which was mentioned only briefly in the original work, was actually extremely mysterious. Although it only has the strength of a bronze 5-star, even a silver level master would not be able to gain any advantage. Most importantly, this guy is incredibly fast. It's difficult to see their appearance clearly when they're in gold. In addition, these creatures are very intelligent and rarely attack humans. Therefore, information about the lightning rat is extremely scarce, and most masters have never even seen it. Moreover, they only operate in low-level areas, and their ability to hide is too outstanding, which has led to the current situation. Hurry up, Xue Yuan, let's find a few more, or we'll be building a rocket. It should be noted that the most experience he had gained from killing those ferocious beasts was only around 300. This lightning mouse can add over 1,200 points at once. It's practically an essential tool for leveling up. At the same time, Xue Yuan also sensed something different. Because when she killed the enemy, the spiritual energy she gained was 4 times more abundant. Master, why do I feel like all the energy has been absorbed by me? Previously, because of the lack of energy, Xue Yuan hadn't felt much of a difference. But this time he clearly sensed that after killing the lightning rat, she had absorbed almost all of its energy. It's important to understand that the relationship between the master and the spirit beast girl is mutually supportive. After the ferocious beast is killed, both sides basically absorb the damage together. Moreover, the master's absorption still accounts for the majority of this process. After all, whether a spirit beast girl can unleash her full power is inextricably linked to the master's level and talent. If Jiang Han doesn't absorb any energy, he'll fall behind, which will have a huge impact on the battle. You're not mistaken, aren't you? You're absorbing all the energy, aren't you? After saying this, Jiang Han also remembered the setting in the original work. Xue Yuan, you don't need to worry about that. Actually, I have a hidden talent, which is elemental affinity. I am absorbing energy from nature every moment. It's no problem for you to absorb more. Even though Jiang Han said that, Xue Yuan was still a little embarrassed. She owes her success entirely to Jiang Han, and now he's selflessly contributing so much, how could she possibly feel at ease? But master. No buts, haven't I also advanced to bronze too? Didn't you notice? Hearing this, Xue Yuan also became puzzled. Logically, since she absorbed all the energy along the way, Jiang Han's level shouldn't have increased at all. Strangely, although they didn't absorb any energy, their leveling up was incredibly fast. Moreover, she could sense that Jiang Han's physical strength seemed to be stronger than hers after the upgrade. Alright, since Master says so, then I won't stand on ceremony. That's right, Xue Yuan, you have to listen to me. Seeing that Xue Yuan did not press the matter further, Jiang Han breathed a sigh of relief. If you ask him any further, he really doesn't know how to explain it. After all, his leveling up wasn't due to elemental affinity, but rather the experience given by the system. Transmigrating into a book is already bizarre enough, but if you add a system to it, how do you explain this? Over the next few days, the two began a frantic search for the lightning rat. However, he gained nothing, but his level was successfully raised to bronze 3 stars. These lightning rats are so hard to find. As night fell, the two set up camp by a pool of water. When leveling up in the wild, it's impossible to bring too many everyday items. The two only brought a single tent, but it was enough for 2 people to sleep in. Master, since that's the case, we might as well proceed cautiously. According to the information I have, there is no record of lightning rats appearing in this area before. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you say that very few people encounter this kind of thing? As he spoke, Jiang Han's hands began to wander, and Xue Yuan couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Master, you're bad. If I'm not bad to my wife, am I supposed to be bad to others? Seeing Jiang Han's expression, Xue Yuan naturally knew what he wanted to do. After tasting that wonderful flavor, to be honest, she was also somewhat unable to resist, but she still pushed Jiang Han away. I'm all dirty after playing all day, let me take a shower first. Speaking of the environment, this place is truly exceptional. Apart from that lifeless forest, the rest of the place was like a paradise on Earth. In this respect, the environment here is miles ahead of Earth. So taking a bath is naturally not a problem. Sure, how about we bathe together? Master, you forgot, we're outside, and there could be danger at any moment. Thinking of certain exciting scenes, Xue Yuan also felt a bit longing. But in the end, reason prevailed, and he offered a word of advice. Okay, you go ahead and wash, I'll keep watch for you. Xue Yuan nodded and began to undress in front of Jiang Han. Her graceful figure, though I've seen it countless times, still makes it impossible to look away. Master, is it beautiful? It's beautiful. Of course it's beautiful. Just as Jiang Han was about to lose control, Su Shuiyuan cleverly avoided his sinful hand and jumped into the pool with a splash. This isn't a villain storyline, this is heaven for me. Watching the beautiful woman playing in the water, Jiang Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a scene is a rare sight, no matter the time. Just as Jiang Han was admiring the beautiful scenery, an inconspicuous figure suddenly appeared on a treetop. Two enormous ears emitted a faint blue glow. It was another lightning rat. At this moment, Jiang Han had no time to care about his surroundings. He was staring intently at Su Shuiyuan. Ding! Lightning mouse detected. Just as Jiang Han was staring intently at the screen, a notification sound from the system suddenly came through. Jiang Han had previously set up a reminder function in order to find the lightning mouse. Unexpectedly, a discovery was made at this crucial moment. You've come at the worst possible time. Let me see where we are. Following the system's prompts, sure enough, a Pikachu blue was quietly perched on a treetop. Although its fur is blue, for some reason, it somehow blends in with its environment. No wonder these guys are so hard to spot. The next second, Jiang Han exploded. Damn it, this guy dared to look at my woman. He's asking for it. It's no wonder Jiang Han was angry, because the lightning rat was also staring intently at Su Shuiyuan in the pool. What's even more infuriating is that this guy actually did the teddy bear on all things pose. He's clearly no good. Damn it. I'll fucking kill you. Chapter 13, sending you to see your grandmother. The woman he hadn't even had a chance to truly love was being stared at so intently by a beast. This is intolerable. Jiang Han carried a bucket of water and stealthily crept over. Fortunately, the lightning mouse was engrossed in watching and didn't notice anyone approaching. It's strange, these are clearly not the same species, so I don't know why this guy is so excited. A moment later, Jiang Han had already reached the back of the lightning rat. Without hesitation, a whole bucket of water was poured on it. Only then did the lightning rat realize the danger, let out a strange cry, and hurriedly dodged. However, it was too late. The next second, he was drenched in sweat. Holy crap! Who the hell is this? No sportsmanship, daring to ambush me. To Jiang Han's surprise, the electrocution scene he had imagined did not occur. Instead, this guy actually started making sarcastic remarks in human language. Although it was quite surprising, there were no talking animals in the original story. But Jiang Han definitely couldn't stand being insulted by a beast. I have no martial ethics? I thought only those with big mouths could easily spout nonsense, but look at you, you can't even see your mouth, yet you're quite good at talking nonsense. Damn it! How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? The lightning rat stands with its two front paws on its hips, looking very human-like, but also somewhat comical. I don't care who you are. Since you're not afraid of water, I'm going to send you to meet my grandmother today. As he spoke, Jiang Han prepared to make his move. At the same time, he was on high alert, fearing that this guy might suddenly turn into lightning and run away. Although his skills can be used instantly, given his current level, if he's determined to run away, it won't be so easy to catch him. Etc. Surprisingly, the lightning rat had no intention of running away at all. Instead, it stretched out its tiny front paws to stop it. Then he changed to a grinning face and said in a cheeky tone, "Hey sir, why are you so angry? If you disturb the ladies down there, neither of us will be in good shape." Hearing this, Jiang Han calmed down. He wondered why the way this guy was talking seemed so strange. Bullshit, young lady, that's my wife. You're spying on my wife, you're dead today. Ah. This. Lightning Mouse was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected to be caught peeping by someone's husband. No wonder she was so angry. Seeing that Jiang Han was about to make another move, Lightning Rat stopped him once again. Brother! Don't be impulsive. I didn't know she was your wife. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Jiang Han frowned, suddenly realizing that something was wrong. You should know that the common sayings in this world are completely different from those in the original world. How could this guy know so much? Could it be? Tell me honestly, are you not from this world? Why do you ask that? Ah. Are you also from another time? Lightning Mouse thought of a possibility, covered its mouth with its little paw, and said in shock. Seeing his appearance, Jiang Han was already certain. I never expected that someone could transmigrate into the body of a ferocious beast. However, this also explains why this guy, despite being from a different species, is interested in beautiful human women. That's right, tell me about your situation. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't inherit the skills of the lightning rat, right? Tell me honestly, or else. Brother, we're in the same boat, can't you be a little more polite to me since we're from the same hometown? Meeting someone from your hometown in this unfamiliar environment should have been an exciting experience. Unexpectedly, Jiang Han was so ruthless, and Lightning Rat immediately burst into tears. I'm different, I'm the main character. Shaw, protagonist my ass. The protagonist is clearly Yi-fan. This. Jiang Han originally wanted to show off, but he didn't expect this guy to know so much about the plot. Forget it, I can't explain it to you. By the way, how much do you know about the plot? This. I don't know anything about it. I just opened the webpage and inexplicably transmigrated. I only remember the protagonist's name. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han remained silent. I've heard of people transmigrating into books, but I've never heard of transmigrating into such a bizarre way. However, if others might also transmigrate into the book, then we'll have to be a little more careful in the future. After all, if he has a system, others might have one too. Of course, it seems that this unlucky guy dressed as a lightning rat doesn't have any system support right now. After the explanation, Jiang Han understood. This person was a complete couch potato in his lifetime, spending all his days in the world of video games. I was inexplicably transported to this world in the book until yesterday, but I never expected to become a ferocious beast. What's even more tragic is that he didn't inherit any of the beast's abilities. Perhaps it's a mismatch between genes and soul. I just happened to be wandering around today, hoping to level up or something. He never expected to see such a beautiful woman bathing in the lake. As a purebred, deadbeat otaku, how could he possibly pass up such an opportunity? So you're worthless? You even dared to peep at my woman. Tell me, how do you want to die? Indeed, the two are from the same hometown. But as fellow time travelers, the most likely outcome is that they will become rivals. From Jiang Han's perspective, there really is no need to keep it. No, don't be so heartless. We should support each other. I think we should forget about it. I'm afraid you'll leak my secrets. Maybe I should just kill you, maybe then I can travel back in time. These were Jiang Han's true feelings as well. After all, this is not a normal world, and although what is in front of you is a person, it looks like a ferocious beast, so there is no need to have such a big psychological burden. If he really did travel back in time, he'd have to thank himself. Don't talk nonsense. If you could really go back after you die, why don't you just die? I'm doing really well here, why would I go back? Look at you, don't you feel ashamed of humanity? Lightning Mouse was furious. Listen to this. Is he even speaking human language? Wait, you're probably doing some kind of monster grinding leveling up routine, right? I can help you. No need. Do you think you're the only gaming expert? Wait. I know where the lightning rat is hiding. That should be valuable information, right? Seeing that Jiang Han was relentless, Lightning Rat finally remembered some information. Sure enough, Jiang Han immediately became interested upon hearing this information. If we can find the Lightning Rat's lair, wouldn't leveling up be a breeze? Are you serious? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, I can take you there right now. If not, you can kill me then. Let's wait a bit, but I don't trust you, so we need to sign a master-servant contract. The master-servant contract was invented very early. Initially, people wanted to tame some ferocious beasts to fight for them. However, this kind of contract requires the full cooperation of the ferocious beasts, and also requires their own essence and blood as a catalyst. Few ferocious beasts would actually do that. Chapter 14 is just inhuman. It makes sense if ferocious beasts were really that easy to tame. It's estimated that the current system of spirit beast girls wouldn't exist then. On the surface, the spirit beast girl and her master are in a cooperative relationship. However, due to the nature of men, the vast majority of female spirit beasts are actually in a vulnerable position. After all, even the most powerful talent cannot be put to use without a master's selection. Do you really know where the Lightning Rat's lair is? Of course, I swear on my life, and besides, brother, aren't I the Lightning Rat? Jiang Han thought about it and agreed, but since they hadn't gotten to the important matters yet, there was no need to rush. Then let's sign the contract. Left with no other choice, Xiao Lang had to sign a master-servant contract with Jiang Han. The moment the contract was completed, Xiao Lang felt a connection with Jiang Han in the darkness. Although it is very weak, it can kill him on the spot with just a thought from the other party. This is the real reason why ferocious beasts are unwilling to sign master-servant contracts with humans. You should know that most places in this world are the territory of ferocious beasts. Compared to the number of ferocious beasts, although humans number in the hundreds of billions, they are still a small minority. Seriously, I'm done for. I transmigrated, and to make matters worse, I'd become a Pikachu. And to make matters worse, I'm being treated like a servant. What sins did I commit in my past life? Xiao Lang was on the verge of tears, but what could he do? At least for now, he didn't want to die. Alright, stop babbling. At least you're still alive. I have important things to do. Don't peek, or you'll regret it. No, bro, aren't we going to the lightning rat's lair? Before he finished speaking, Jiang Han's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Xiao Lang was still in a daze when a splash came from the water. Just as he was about to turn around to check, Jiang Han's stern voice echoed in his mind. Don't peek, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Having only gone halfway through his journey, Xiao Lang had no choice but to give up. He simply couldn't resist Jiang Han's orders at this point. A moment later, a woman's soft moans could be heard. Xiao Lang knew perfectly well what the important matter Jiang Han was talking about was. Although the sound was very faint due to the distance. Even so, it was still a lingering sound, impossible to shake off. Holy shit! Is this something a human being would do? This is absolutely inhuman. You dare to insult me, huh? Believe me or not, I'll slap you. Xiao Lang had just uttered a complaint when Jiang Han's voice echoed in his mind. He was so startled that he jumped. Big brother. Big brother, I was wrong, I was just venting, just kidding, just kidding. After being told that, Xiao Lang became completely obedient. Every second he spent there was torture, so he decided to stay away and avoid hearing anything. 3 hours later, Xiao Lang was almost asleep. Jiang Han's voice suddenly came from behind. Big brother, let's go to the lightning rat's lair. Master, who are you talking to? Su Shuayuan was puzzled. She didn't sense anyone's presence around her. Suddenly, a lightning rat appeared in front of me. Without any hesitation, Su Shuayuan transformed into her spirit beast form, clearly showing great wariness of Xiao Lang. Don't worry, this guy's one of us. Jiang Han quickly stopped him. Xiao Lang was so small that even a sneeze from Su Shuayuan in her spirit beast form could kill him. One of our own? Yes, sister-in-law, I'm one of our own. This guy, has he become a spirit? Su Shuayuan was completely dumbfounded. Whose ferocious beast could speak human language? But the bizarre scene before our eyes actually happened. This is a bit complicated to explain. Let's go when the time is right. Let's go, big brother, to the lightning rat's lair. The matter of time travel was, of course, a secret between the two of them. It's clearly not a good time to say this now. Big brother, I protest. I have a name. My name is Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang was somewhat displeased when Jiang Han kept calling him big brother. However, he seemed to have forgotten his current position and had no right to refuse. I understand, Dalong. It's just a name. Business is more important. Ding, pet system successfully activated. Ding. Your pet lightning rat, Sharon, has been renamed Dalong. Dalang. Species, lightning rat. Rank, bronze 5-star. Talent, rank F, hidden divine beast bloodline. Description, due to unknown reasons, all talent skills are locked and temporarily unavailable. Evolutionary path. After one evolution, it was upgraded to the E-level extreme speed lightning mouse. After 2 evolutions, it was upgraded to a D-level thunder spirit mouse. After 7 evolutions, it was upgraded to the SS level 9 thunder god rat. After 8 evolutions, it was upgraded to the SSS class devouring thunder beast. Note, the talent is currently undeveloped and cannot evolve. Just as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded. I don't know why, but it wasn't mentioned when the contract was signed. But I really didn't expect that this guy would have the bloodline of a divine beast. Don't look so gloomy. I have good news for you. If you follow me, you might just evolve into a mythical beast. A mythical beast? Can it transform into human form? Upon hearing the words divine beast, Xiao Lang immediately understood what they meant. What can be ordinary just because it's associated with the word God? Of course, didn't you see that the third brother's family next door all play with mythical beasts? That makes sense, but wait, why does that sound so awkward? Enough talk, lead the way. The two humans and one beast began their journey toward the lightning rat's lair. After walking for a while, Xiao Lang finally realized what was happening. So if you calculate it this way, then I'm the one who's being played. But now that I'm living under someone else's roof, why should I care about anything else as long as I can become stronger? It's clear that Xiao Lang is a purebred, fat, and nerdy guy with absolutely no bottom line. It's right ahead. As they walked until they reached a high mountain, Xiao Lang said excitedly. What came into view was a steep cliff, which didn't look like anything lived there. Are you sure you're here? Of course, lightning rats are very afraid of water, so they all live in caves on cliffs. From what I've observed, the strongest one here should already be at the silver level. Silver tier lightning rat. If this information is true, it's enough to cause a minor sensation. Moreover, these things are not mentioned at all in the original work. Of course, a novel cannot explain everything in a world. From this perspective, it's understandable. That is why the original work will have less and less influence on Zhang Han. Silver level, that's a bit tricky. Zhang Han has only just reached the bronze 3 level, and his experience bar is not yet full. Although he was confident that he could hold his own against a bronze level 5-star expert. But it's still no match for the silver level. If they were to confront it head-on, it would be tantamount to suicide. Chapter 15. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Seeing Zhang Han's troubled expression, Xiao Lang said nonchalantly. Brother, what's so difficult about this? We need to use our brains, right? Are you saying I'm brainless? Since you think it's easy, then I'll give this task to you. Zhang Han was a little angry. How could he, the master, be looked down upon by his own pet? Who would believe this if I told them? Brother, that's not what I meant. I definitely can't complete such an important mission. I just know a little bit of inside information. Are you kidding me? Let a single rat deal with the entire swarm of lightning rats. They probably won't even know how they died. Oh? What inside information? Big brother, come with me. As he spoke, Xiao Lang began to use his not-so-flexible body to climb up the cliff. The two, bewildered, exchanged a glance and could only follow. Upon reaching the top of the cliff, there is a small platform. In the very center of the platform, a bottomless cave appeared before the two people and the beast. Big brother, look. This is the ventilation shaft for the lightning rat, which connects directly to the center of its lair. You mean, we're going to fill it with water? Upon seeing the cave entrance, Zhang Han immediately understood. After all, who didn't do something like this when they were a kid on Earth? That's right, I've already checked. The one closest to this vent is that silver-level Rat King. Wait a minute, with such a hole here, if it rains heavily, the Rat King will be the first to suffer. You're not kidding me, are you? It's important to know that the climate in this forest is highly variable, and extreme weather events are not uncommon. Moreover, they often come on strong and are far more terrifying than anything on Earth. If the Rat King were really down there, he'd probably be the first to die in this kind of weather. How could I dare? I'm here. I'll go in and block the drain opening, then you can just keep pouring water in. That makes sense, but tell me, where am I supposed to get so much water? Only after hearing this did Xiao Lang realize something was wrong. This is on a cliff, and there is absolutely no water source around. Furthermore, the lightning rat's burrow is extremely large, requiring a massive amount of water to fill it. Don't worry about that. After I transform into a spirit beast, I can bring up at least 2 tons of water. Just when the two were at their wits' end, Su Shuayuan spoke up. Zhang Han seemed to have forgotten that when Su Shuayuan transformed into the dark dragon, her size was no joke. Great idea. Let's do it. Now that we've made the decision, let's get right to it. Soon, Sharon entered the lightning rat's nest. Generally, lightning mice are active during the day. It's already sunset, so all the lightning rats are basically asleep. Soon, Xiao Lang skillfully sealed all the drainage holes with stones. Although the workload wasn't heavy, it really exhausted him. Damn it, if I didn't have that damn divine beast physique, I would definitely settle scores with that kid. This was just Xiao Lang's thought. If he were to actually say it aloud, he was afraid Zhang Han would overhear it. Su Shuayuan was already ready, her stomach bulging. Shuayuan, are you alright? You look like you're pregnant. It's alright, master. I have a huge appetite after transforming into a spirit beast. Upon receiving the signal from Xia Lang, Su Shuayuan opened her mouth and gulped down all the water. He then continued towards the river not far away, making 4 trips before finally hearing a system notification in Jiang Han's mind. Ding! Defeat the Lightning Rat King and gain 34,356 experience points. Ding! Kill the Bronze 5-star Lightning Rat, gain 1245 experience points. Ding! Kill the Bronze 7-star Lightning Rat, gain 4,235 experience points. Before Jiang Han could even react, a series of notification sounds came, and his level skyrocketed. At the same time, Su Shuayuan also absorbed the energy gained from killing the ferocious beast. Their levels skyrocketed like rockets. Holy crap, they really wiped out their lair this time. How many lightning rats were inside? More than the joy of the upgrade, Jiang Han was curious about why no one had ever discovered so many lightning rats here before. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the notification sound stopped. Water began to gush out from many places on the cliff. The reason it was so fast was because Su Shuayuan's level had increased, which also improved her speed and the amount of water she could carry. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have upgraded to Bronze 9 stars? Current experience, 3,255 50,000. After the notification sound stopped, Jiang Han successfully upgraded to the Bronze 9-star level. If others found out that I had reached the 8-star level in just a few days, I guess many people would jump off buildings. Keep in mind that this leveling up activity in the wild lasted for a full 3 months. At this rate, once I finish leveling up, reaching silver rank will be a breeze. Master, there shouldn't be any more. I can't sense any energy anymore. That's right, I didn't expect them to wipe out a whole nest of lightning rats this time. Jiang Han was also in a good mood, because the faster he leveled up, the greater his chances of turning the tables. Of course, even without this opportunity, he was also absolutely confident that he could make Yifan a laughingstock. Big brother, well done. Let's go, we should take a rest. Upon hearing this, Xia Lang couldn't help but mentally complain. What rest? We still need to do some sports that everyone enjoys. Don't look so unhappy. You also have the talent of a divine beast, you just haven't found the key yet. Seeing that Xia Lang seemed a little unhappy, Jiang Han unusually offered some words of comfort. This left the mouse speechless. Even a fool could see that he wasn't upset about this. Brother, stop making empty promises. Can you tell me where the key is and what it is? How would I know? Anyway, things are like this now, so I might as well live one more day. After saying that, Jiang Han didn't waste any time, picked up Su Shuayuan and walked into the depths of the woods. This little girl has done a great job today, so she deserves a good reward. Seeing the two of them so affectionate, Xia Lang was so angry that his nose almost twisted. As if remembering something, Jiang Han turned back and said something before leaving. If you're really lonely, go find a female kachu to play with. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Brother, please go take care of your business, I'm begging you. Xia Lang rolled his eyes. He knew this guy wasn't human. I never expected this guy to be worse than an animal. Isn't this killing someone and then destroying their spirit? It's true that the mouse is suffering inside, but the mouse can't say it, right? Chapter 16. Be honest. After finishing his business, Jiang Han felt refreshed and invigorated. Brother, I'm not trying to be mean, but you should still use this in moderation. Too much of it can be harmful to your health. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han frowned. He grabbed Xia Lang by the back of his neck and asked, You little brat, are you trying to turn your back on the heavenly gang? If you're envious, just say so. Who are you trying to fool with all these scheming tricks? Jiang Han knew exactly what this guy was thinking. Put yourself in his shoes. If he were Sharon, he would probably feel the same way. However, this kid is overthinking it. After all, with the talent to control 3,000 women, he doesn't need to expend any energy. Unlike others, she only married 2 people at most. Most people can only marry one spirit beast girl, otherwise their bodies simply cannot handle it. Brother, I'm just thinking about your health. Xia Lang quickly replied. Brother, have you ever heard the saying, there are only fields that are overplowned, not oxen that have died from exhaustion? No, it's more like, there are only oxen that have died from exhaustion, not fields that have been overplowned. Sister-in-law, you are indeed a beauty, but you need to rest. What if you pass away before you've even finished your business? I'm counting on you to turn me into a divine beast and restore my human form. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han suddenly recalled a Chinese idiom: the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. Are you cursing me? That's none of your business. I'm perfectly healthy. Without offering any further explanation, Jiang Han grabbed Xiao Lang by the neck and threw him away. Ah! Brother, you're too cruel. I'm only doing this for your own good. Meanwhile, Xiao Lang's worries grew heavier and heavier. What kind of older brother have I just recognized? Other people's older brothers at least have something to eat and drink. This guy is really something else. Not only is he not giving us food, but now he's even going to flip the table. Unfortunately, he was powerless to resist. Not only is his strength insufficient, but now he also needs to rely on this older brother to restore his human form. Only when he becomes strong will he have the chance to become that elegant young man again. I don't know why my life is so miserable, even though I'm also a time traveler. Damn you, God! Don't let me find out who sent me through this time. The next morning, Jiang Han set off early with Su Shuiyuan and Xiao Lang. The area they are currently in is still in the outer perimeter, and the strength of a bronze 8-star is basically enough to move around freely. However, the upgrade speed has also slowed down accordingly. This is easy to understand, considering it applies to both games and other forms of cultivation. It will inevitably be like rowing against the current. The further you go, the more difficult it will become. Never mind, even a small mosquito is still meat. After killing another wolf-like beast, Jiang Han shook his head helplessly. At this rate, it will probably take quite some time to upgrade to silver. It's not hard to see from this that even Jiang Han, who possesses the system, is still vulnerable. It's quite difficult to even reach the silver rank in the starting village. Not to mention ordinary masters, even those who only reach bronze 5 during their first level up. They are all outstanding among their peers. Brother, you've leveled up fast enough, why do you seem a little unhappy? Yes, master, I feel like I'll be able to break through to bronze 9 stars soon. I should be able to secure first place in the wilderness leveling this time. Su Shuiyuan also felt a little strange. Although I set a goal of upgrading to silver when I came here. But it's obvious to everyone that this is an impossible task. Su Shuiyuan did not refuse because she felt that one should have goals in life. Otherwise, what's the difference between them and salted fish? That's why no objections were raised. I never expected Jiang Han to be so persistent about this goal. She naturally didn't know that only by advancing to the silver level could she possibly attract that person's attention. Moreover, they wanted to save people from such a powerful and ferocious beast. Without strength, it's no different from courting death. Although he can now outmaneuver Yi Fan in every way, he doesn't have that kind of confidence. After all, Yi Fan was the protagonist destined by fate in the original work, and he was blessed with good fortune, which enabled him to save people and survive from the ferocious beasts. Since I don't have any luck to rely on, improving my strength is the only way out at present. Forget it, let nature take its course. However, in order not to worry Su Shuiyuan, Jiang Han still offered an explanation. Xiao Lang, who was standing to the side, also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he had known all along that there were beings in this world similar to cultivators. However, he hadn't even looked at the plot, so he had no idea that the so-called cultivators were called masters here. Moreover, they cultivate themselves through a marriage method that is considered heretical in civilized society. Now that he understands the situation, how could he not want to break free from Jiang Han's control? After all, who says a person with modern knowledge, even if they are just a Pikachu, can't thrive? He believed that as long as he could break free from Jiang Han's control. At that time, wouldn't it be like fish leaping freely in the vast sea and birds soaring freely in the boundless sky? Smack! Just as Xiao Lang was still indulging in his fantasies, he suddenly received a slap on the back of the head. Big brother, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and find the next target. In the past few days, Sharon has completely become a robot. Because of its small size and the fact that it is the true form of a ferocious beast, it is perfectly suited to be a scout. Compared to a head-on confrontation, it's obvious that being the sixth man saves energy and is faster. Only a fool wouldn't choose this method. This is outrageous. Even dogs aren't used like this. Unfortunately, he was at the mercy of others, and no matter how unwilling he was, Xiao Lang had no choice but to obediently go and scout ahead. As time went by, Jiang Han and Su Shuiyuan successfully advanced to the bronze 9 stars. Staying on the periphery will yield very limited results. Jiang Han immediately decided to continue exploring deeper into the training ground. As far as he knew, when Yi Fan first met his chief master, Such a great opportunity shouldn't be missed, especially on the outskirts of this area. Along the way, I encountered many students who were also leveling up. However, these people usually operate in small teams. Situations like Zhang Han's, where there are only 2 people, are extremely rare. Where are they going? Judging from the direction they're heading, they're probably going to the advanced area. Although the authorities have not designated a specific area. Based on their experience, the students roughly divided the training grounds into 3 areas: high, medium, and low. The corresponding levels of the ferocious beasts are bronze 9-star, 6-star, and 3-star and below. What an overestimation of their abilities! They really think they're invincible just because they beat Song Zhong. Why do you care about them? There are only 2 of them anyway, so you don't need to collect their bodies if they die. Most of these people say this out of jealousy. After all, there are so many of them. They can only barely make it in the intermediate zone. They dared not set foot in the high-end area. Sour grapes is a common saying. If you're envious, just say you're envious. One should be honest. Hearing this, everyone was so angry they wanted to devour Jian Han. But what can we do? As they ventured deeper, even with their superior numbers, they felt a sense of unease. After all, no matter where you are, you only have one life. Keep being stubborn, sir. Don't let your advisor have to clean up your messes later. No need then. I don't like to trouble others, so I'll just walk back myself. Chapter 17. Something big happened. Ignoring the sour grapes of those around him, Zhang Han led Su Shuiyuan further towards the advanced area. The further you go in, the more complex the environment becomes. It's clear that this is a remote and sparsely populated place. There are almost no roads for people to walk on. This is too difficult to walk on. If only we could fly, or even use a drone if necessary. According to the original work, even the strongest beings in this world do not have the ability to fly. There is a way to fly, which is to rely on the flying spirit beast transformed from a spirit beast girl. However, flying spirit beast girls are very rare, and they are mostly of high bloodline. This means that even if a master is incredibly powerful, they still have to travel step by step to reach their destination. This may be one of the reasons why the development of human civilization has been so slow. After all, such a large area would be quite a lot if it were located in the Dragon Kingdom on Earth. It's estimated that countless developers are envious. I'm sorry, Master, I can't fly yet. You don't need to apologize. Once your bloodline evolves to SS level, you should have the ability to fly. Dragons are a mysterious race. Although they don't have wings, they can still fly through the clouds. This point is also mentioned later in the original work. Even Su Shuiyuan's repeated rescues of Zhang Han from danger were only possible because she had evolved the ability to fly. Really? Then I'd better upgrade as soon as possible. Of course, your master's energy is limitless, you don't need to worry about me being drained. Zhang Han said this because Su Shuiyuan had mentioned it before. After all, marrying a spirit beast girl is, in a sense, a burden for the master. She had also heard that some masters, consumed by passion, married many spirit beast girls, only to end up exhausted and dying. Although Zhang Han said he was fine, she was still a little worried. But it's strange, judging from how we've spent time together. Zhang Han's energy not only did not decrease, but it became increasingly unbearable for her. So they didn't pursue the matter further. I know, Master is the most powerful, he's simply the most powerful man in the world. Of course, your master is destined to conquer the world, of course he's powerful. Watching the two flirting and teasing each other. Xia Lang felt like dying inside, silently complaining to himself. If I ever become a divine beast, I'll definitely find 7 or 8 girls and conquer them day and night. What are you thinking about? Go scout ahead and see what's ahead. I wonder if Jian Han can hear my thoughts too. Xia Lang discovered that every time he thought of something bad, he would attract a big bean. Brother, the donkeys in the production team also need rest, and you're so strong, could you please not hit me with a big bean right away? If you knock it stupid, wouldn't that be your loss too? I originally wanted to stand up for myself. But as he continued speaking, Xia Lang felt the air grow colder, and he swallowed back the words he had prepared. Stop talking nonsense. Just do what I tell you to do. There are plenty of people more obedient than you. Do you still want to become a divine beast? Left with no other choice, Xia Lang could only run forward. You call me Dalong? I think you're just a big talker, always making empty promises to me. Of course, he only dared to think these words in his heart. We had now reached the deepest part of the advanced area, and strangely enough, there weren't many ferocious beasts here. There can only be one possibility for this to happen. That means there must be a powerful ferocious beast nearby, otherwise it wouldn't be so quiet. Just as Jiang Han was still thinking, Xia Lang suddenly rushed out from the front. Big brother, something's happened. Let's run. Xia Lang was extremely flustered, even though he had a Pikachu face. But you could also see the fear on his face. What's going on? Why are you panicking? How can I not panic? I sense an extremely powerful aura. As a ferocious beast, Xia Lang's perception of danger comes from instinct, so he rarely makes mistakes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was not afraid at all. Instead, he became excited. It seems the time has come. If you encounter great danger in a place where beginners are leveling up. Based on the plot development of the original work, besides Dugu Qingyue, who is Yifan's chief master, who else could cause such a commotion? It's here. That's great. Seeing Jiang Han's reaction, Xia Lang jumped onto his shoulder, reached out her little hand and touched his forehead. Brother, are you alright? That aura is terrifying, it's far beyond our capabilities. Of course I know, we don't need to deal with it, someone else will. Without hesitation, Jiang Han walked forward. Su Shuayuan naturally had no objections, as long as Jiang Han made the decision. Even if it means going through fire and water, she will follow steadfastly. I'm telling you, are you two out of your minds? Aren't you just going to your deaths? To be honest, Xia Lang had no desire to go with them. But if Jiang Han dies, he certainly won't survive either. Stop talking nonsense. If you're so afraid of dying, why did you even transmigrate? Can't you be a little tougher? Brother, is this the kind of tough attitude you're going to adopt? Xia Lang tried to argue, but then he saw Jiang Han's icy eyes. He immediately swallowed all the words that were about to come out. Soon, the two people and the beast arrived at a mountain peak. Looking along the mountain range, you can see about 10 kilometers away. Huge plumes of smoke and dust had been raised, and swaths of towering trees, some tens of meters tall, had fallen. Intermittent muffled thuds could be heard, making it seem like the end of the world. Jiang Han was also deeply shocked by the sight. Others might not know, but he knew very well that it was a battle between Dugu Qingyue and two king-level ferocious beasts. Although it is described in the book, it is completely different from the shock of seeing it with one's own eyes. Is this what a battle at the king level is like? This is so exciting. Brother, now is not the time to think about thrills. They seem to be heading this way. If the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat will be caught in the crossfire. If we touch them, we'll die. Xia Lang had second thoughts again. After all, with their strength, they simply couldn't put up any resistance in a battle of this level. Let alone fighting back, even escaping might be a luxury at that point. It doesn't matter if I become a mythical beast or not, but losing my life is the real problem. If you want to leave, then leave. I'm not stopping you. Jiang Han was speechless. Why did this guy always want to cause trouble? To be honest, he now regrets taking this guy as a pet. Seeing that Jiang Han was determined to go his own way, Xia Lang stopped trying to appease him. Brother, you said it yourself. Anyway, I value my life, so I'm leaving now. After saying that, Xia Lang really turned around and left. Meanwhile, the battlefield was getting closer and closer to the mountain peak. On the other side, Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan were also observing the situation. Brother Fan, something seems off. Are you sure there's really an opportunity here? My masters wouldn't lie to me, this might be my destiny. I absolutely can't miss it. Chapter 18, how about this? Lu Ruyan was shocked. I can't understand why such a fierce battle would break out in this beginner area. This was completely beyond her comprehension. Even though she had confidence in Yi Fan, she was still somewhat apprehensive. However, Yi Fan's attitude was firm, and there were also school instructors secretly patrolling around the leveling area. Even if danger occurs, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. What she didn't know was the area they were in at that moment. This area is already a dangerous zone designated by the school. Previous students would never venture into it, let alone come to the outermost areas. Therefore, the mentors who are escorting students are not focusing on this area at all. If danger occurs here, there's probably no choice but to leave it to fate. Of course, Yi Fan wasn't worried. After all, his destination was right here. Danger and opportunity always coexist. Besides, with his master's instructions, there was no chance of his life being in danger. Brother Fan, this is too dangerous. Should we move away from here? No, this must be the opportunity the masters were talking about, otherwise there wouldn't be such a big commotion. The fighting had now reached a gentle hillside. Yi Fan was the first to sneak over and find a secluded spot to observe. This sight made Yi Fan's heart skip a beat. The reason is simple: the woman in front of me is just too beautiful. The beauty was indescribable, her fair skin and exquisite face were breathtaking. Any man would feel his blood boil upon seeing it. What's even more thrilling is the previous battle. The woman's plain white dress was torn to shreds, and her pale thighs gleamed with a sacred light, as if filtered through a lens. Is this a fairy? At the same time, Jiang Han also saw what was happening on the other side. Although he knew that Dugu Qingyue was already very old. If we consider the age of the earth, it's probably old enough to be his great-grandmother. But this is a world of cultivation, where human lifespan is incredibly long, sometimes even reaching 1,000 years. By this standard, Dugu Qingyue is definitely a young girl. How beautiful! I can't believe there is such a beautiful and charming woman in the world. Not to mention Jiang Han, even Su Shuayuan standing to the side couldn't help but admire him. Especially her ethereal, fairy-like aura, which is even more alluring than a fairy. Right? Didn't you say you wanted me to find you some sisters? How about this one? Upon hearing this, Su Shuayuan immediately regained her senses. What is Jiang Han saying? If she wasn't mistaken, this woman had at least diamond-level strength. He's just a lowly bronze-level player, how could he possibly be interested in him? Even if I could take a liking to him, that would be something to do after he's grown up. This shows just how outrageous Jiang Han's idea was, that even Su Shuayuan, who had always trusted him, began to have doubts. Master, are you sure it's her? What? You don't think I have that charm? No, it's just that this person looks like a powerful figure from some family or organization. Won't that cause her displeasure? Before Jiang Han could speak, Xia Lang's voice suddenly came. Big brother, if you really want to win her over, could you at least cancel our contract first? Didn't you leave, kid? Seeing Xia Lang return, Jiang Han couldn't help but complain. It's not Xia Lang's fault, he originally intended to leave. But now that we've reached the advanced zone, we could encounter danger at any moment. In comparison, following Jiang Han is truly the safest option. Who would have thought that I would hear such reckless words as soon as I got back? Well, I'm just worried that no one will collect your body. At least I can send a message. Ignoring Xia Lang, Jiang Han turned his gaze back to the battlefield. From this vantage point, the situation below was clearly visible. Two ferocious ape-like beasts, each at the king level, were chasing Dugu Qingyue. Jiang Han frowned as the mythical eye activated. Wild ape. Level, king. Race, ancient ape. Skill? Note, the host's strength is too weak to display detailed information at this time. This is the first time the mythical eye has been unable to detect any information. The reason is that Jiang Han's strength is limited, and there are naturally certain limitations when he tries to view things across so many levels. Not knowing the skills makes things a bit difficult. Jiang Han stroked his chin and frowned as he spoke. Just then, a flash of fire appeared. Dugu Qingyue's body began to change, and her hands turned into sharp claws. His jet-black hair instantly turned fiery red, like a raging flame. The surrounding temperature also rose accordingly, and even from hundreds of meters away, one could feel the scorching heat. So this is the vermilion bird bloodline? It's truly domineering. Feeling the sweltering heat, Jiang Han couldn't help but sigh. He knew, of course, that Dugu Qingyue's bloodline talent was the vermilion bird. However, because she is not married, she can only complete some of the changes at present. That's right, even without marriage. The spirit beast girl is not without fighting power, but her strength is less than 1/10 of her full transformation. This is the main reason why the master's position is so important. He can actually partially transform. Who is this person? Su Shuayuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed in shock. While some transformations are theoretically possible for every spirit beast girl, only those with S-rank talent or higher have been recorded to date. And there's an important condition: you have to reach the highest rank King of Glory to do it. Dugu Qingyue's bloodline talent is the SSS level vermilion bird. This time, Jiang Han didn't hide it anymore and directly revealed the other party's identity. Dugu? Could she be? That's right, it's her. Are you scared? Or do you think your master isn't strong enough to handle her? Upon hearing this, Su Shuayuan was speechless. The Dugu family is an extremely special family in the Great Xia dynasty, and everyone knows this. As long as one establishes a connection with the Dugu family, even if it's just a nodding acquaintance, one is likely to gain tremendous benefits. The reason for this is the powerful bloodline talent of the Dugu family. They're about to unleash their ultimate move. At that moment, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Jiang Han hurriedly led Su Shuayuan back, only to see a claw shadow materialize in front of Dugu Qingyue. The crimson flame slowly deepened, almost turning blood red. This is outrageous. Karmic Fire Claw. Dugu Qingyue's face was resolute, a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and she roared angrily. With his hands crossed in front of his chest, he forcefully launched the forest flame claw shadow. The claw shadow moved incredibly fast. Jiang Han couldn't even see its path clearly. A loud bang echoed throughout the valley, and two king-level ferocious apes were hit. The immense force sent the two monkeys flying hundreds of meters, crashing through countless trees before finally coming to a stop. At the same time, Dugu Qingyue, who had been briefly suspended in the air, also became exhausted. His body plummeted rapidly toward the ground. He should be dead, right? At the critical moment, Jiang Han did not hesitate at all and rushed out. On the other side, Yi Fan was still hesitating about whether to show himself when he saw a familiar figure rushing over. Chapter 19 Hidden Intentions. Upon seeing the person's appearance, Yi Fan was so angry he almost twisted his nose out. Why is it him again? Why is this guy everywhere? Compared to Yi Fan's hesitation, Jiang Han clearly didn't have as many concerns. On the one hand, it was because he knew the plot, and on the other hand, it was because his strength was already far ahead of the other freshmen. If anyone could lend a helping hand at this time, it would be him. Of course, Yi Fan, with his protagonist aura, naturally had the confidence to do so. At this moment, Jiang Han had already caught Dugu Qingyue, who was falling, in his arms. Sensing the man's presence, Dugu Qingyue suddenly became much more alert and was about to make a move. However, that move had already freed her, leaving her with no strength left. Who are you? You'd better let me go. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, he saw a look of disgust on her face, her eyes filled with a hatred that wished she could tear him to pieces. Jiang Han was also startled. This stunning beauty is a genuine king-level expert. She could kill him countless times with a flick of her finger. Hey beautiful senior, what you're saying is really disheartening. I risked my life to save you. Upon hearing this, Dugu Qingyue frowned slightly but did not continue speaking. And that was indeed the case. She could see Jiang Han's true strength very clearly. Although she had just unleashed her final attack, those two ferocious beasts must have been in bad shape as well. But the vitality of ferocious beasts far exceeds that of humans, and who knows if there will be any unexpected counterattacks before they die. Coming here at this time is obviously still very dangerous. Let me go. I'm not so badly unable to walk. Even so, Dugu Qingyue still did not budge, and there was not a trace of gratitude in her tone. Jiang Han couldn't help but complain in his heart. No wonder Yi Fan only accepted this charming master at the end. In the original novel, it seems to have a lot to do with this woman's personality. But now that she's in my hands, how can I let her escape? Okay, but... Before Jiang Han could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a gust of wind. It had a foul, fishy smell that made you want to vomit. Oh no! Those two beasts are still alive. You'd better get out of here. Dugu Qingyue looked anxious. With Jiang Han's bronze-level strength, he was simply not qualified to participate in a battle of this level. At most, they are just food for ferocious beasts. So, beautiful, can I take this as you being concerned about me? Jiang Han smiled mischievously, completely disregarding the danger before him. What kind of time is this? How dare you joke around like this? As the saying goes, dying under a peony is still romantic, so going to the underworld with such a beautiful senior in one's arms is not such a bad thing. Upon hearing this, Dugu Qingyue felt that the person in front of her might have some serious illness. Strangely, although Jiang Han's eyes were burning with passion, he didn't have a single lewd thought. This was the first time she had ever seen that kind of look in someone's eyes. If I had to describe it, I guess the only way to explain it would be seeing eyes that seem to fall in love at first sight. You should know that Dugu Qingyue has a lot of suitors. But from beginning to end, she never fell in love with anyone. Because she knew that those people were only interested in her background or her beauty. But that's not what she wants, so even though her family repeatedly urged her to get married, even at the risk of not being able to fully utilize her abilities, she never considered compromising herself. Putting aside those strange thoughts in her mind, Duga Chingyue said silently. Do you know you'll die if you do this? Senior, if I'm not mistaken, the two opponents are king-level ferocious beasts, so do you think I can escape with my strength? Even if you can't escape, at least there's still hope if you do. Duga Chingyue wanted to persuade her further, but she felt a sinful little hand gently stroking her thigh. What are you doing? Beautiful senior, if I don't make it back alive, consider this a small perk for me. Jiang Han smiled mischievously and boldly kissed Duga Chingyue on the cheek. He was already losing control when he saw her cherry-like lips. But considering that I will have to become an apprentice in the future, going too far might backfire. So in the end, I managed to suppress my impulse. You. Before Duga Chingyue could even get angry, Jiang Han actually put her down and rushed out. Looking at that resolute figure, Duga Chingyue's heart was suddenly touched. If we're talking about when a man is at his most handsome, it's probably when he bravely sacrifices himself for justice. There's perhaps nothing more handsome about it. Why are you doing this to yourself? Duga Chingyue shook her head inside, and could only sit down and try to recover as quickly as possible. If we can recover even a little, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Jiang Han's eyes sharpened, and all his spiritual energy was mobilized. The power of the Bronze Nine Stars was fully unleashed, generating an indomitable momentum. Such an aura even attracted Duga Chingyue, who was rushing to recover. Just who is this kid? How come he exudes the aura of a king? What Duga Chingyue didn't know was that this was not the aura of a king at all. It was the aura of the dragon race, which was incomparable to that of a mere human king. Then, Jiang Han frowned. He began to utter some obscure and difficult syllables, which seemed to be another language. It seems not to be a language, but a communication from the soul. Just then, two fierce apes also rushed out. The attack had already caused them to lose control of their bladder and bowels, and they rushed out in that instant. An indescribable liquid mixed with some viscous substance spurted out. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's heart had been clenched ever since he saw Jiang Han appear. Seeing Jiang Han fighting with the ferocious beast, he knew he could no longer hesitate. If this is the opportunity the master spoke of, how could it possibly be snatched away by someone like Jiang Han? With that thought in mind, Yi Fan steeled his resolve and dashed out as well. Unfortunately, his location was somewhat inconvenient. Before the two fierce apes that Jiang Han had blasted away had even landed, the position of the chrysanthemum was exactly in the direction he was moving forward. It's common for people to lose control of their bladder during battle. Otherwise, the phrase bewildered and pissing wouldn't exist. At that moment, Yi Fan rushed out and was hit squarely by the indescribable liquid. A strong aura rushed towards him, and Yi Fan was taken aback at first. After realizing what had happened, he immediately collapsed in front of a large tree and began vomiting violently. Jiang Han naturally witnessed this scene. He had just unleashed his ultimate attack and it almost broke through his defenses, but fortunately, he activated dragon language, which greatly increased his sense of humor. Otherwise, they'd probably just give up and soon turn into a pile of poop themselves. How disgusting is Yi Fan? He puts on a show at this crucial moment. He's really up to no good. Jiang Han's thoughts flashed through his mind, but his attention was focused entirely on the two fierce apes that flew towards him. Chapter 20, I was given a chance, but you didn't use it. It might be because Jiang Han's strength is too weak. At first, the two fierce apes didn't even notice him. His eyes were still fixed on Duga Chingyue, who was sitting on the ground meditating. It wasn't until the dragon's voice came that the two apes noticed Jiang Han's direction. Brother, who is this guy? How would I know? Humans all look the same, but this one seems to be male. Wait, brother, why do I feel like this incantation is a bit strange? Upon hearing this, the giant ape finally realized what was happening. Something seems a bit strange, but whatever, let's eat first. Humans are a great source of nourishment for ferocious beasts. Having some dessert before the meal would be perfect. Sensing that Jiang Han was in danger, Duga Chingyue was extremely anxious. Run! Don't worry about me. However, at that moment, his closed eyes suddenly opened. A roar suddenly burst from his mouth. Dragon God Cannon! Bomb! In fact, with the blessing of elemental affinity, Jiang Han's skills have no precast animation. It's just that his strength is indeed somewhat weak now, and it takes him a long time to absorb energy. Otherwise, all three of his skills could actually be cast instantly. Suddenly, a strong wind arose, sweeping up all the withered branches and leaves on the ground. At the same time, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Strangely, the surrounding temperature did not decrease, instead, it increased. A tremendous amount of energy gathered in front of Jiang Han and then burst out instantly. Wherever the fire passed, it was like being plunged into a fiery hell, and the aura of burning everything instantly swept over the surroundings. Oh no, get out of the way. One of the fierce apes finally realized the danger and roared, trying to warn its companions. However, by then it was too late, and there was no way to escape. The fire was incredibly fast. By the time you saw it, it was already burning you. It was just that the speed was so fast that no one's eyes could keep up. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to be engulfed in lava. The surrounding trees were visibly withered, and even the ground had turned a deep red. The Dragon God's fire cannon truly lives up to its reputation as a forbidden spell-level skill. Its power is such that even a king-level expert would have to be careful when dealing with it. A scorched black world stretching for nearly 10 miles suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Yi Fan was still vomiting. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and vomited even more violently. What kind of mess is this? He originally came here seeking opportunities, but unexpectedly, he ended up being free to fly all over the place. I also witnessed such a shocking scene. Jiang Han has such powerful skills, even if he tries his best, he can't catch up. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ugh. Lu Ruyan stood far away, not daring to approach at all. The smell was so overpowering, it made me want to vomit just looking at it, let alone smelling it. After activating the Dragon God Cannon, Jiang Han felt a wave of dizziness. This one skill alone has drained all the spiritual energy from his body. However, considering the immense power it has generated, it's quite an achievement. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a king-level ferocious earth ape near death. Gained 5,304,044 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a king-level fierce earth ape near death. Gained 4,050,667 experience points. Seeing the system notification, Jiang Han knew that he had succeeded. According to the original story, Yi Fan only came here to escape with the seriously injured Dugu Qingyue. They didn't even have the slightest intention of making a move. Of course, this is a normal reaction. After all, with such a large difference in strength, how could they possibly fight head-on? Even if the opponent is on the verge of death, it is still not something a bronze-level player can fight against. Therefore, running away is the best option at this time. But Jiang Han's thoughts were different. After all, he had just done something so outrageous. If Dugu Qingyue isn't given an explanation, even if she survives, she probably won't let the matter rest so easily. After all, no matter how eloquent the explanation, it can't compare to the shock of a bronze-level player killing a king-level ferocious beast. As Jiang Han had predicted, things did indeed turn out just as he had. Seeing the two charred bodies gradually fall down, Dugu Qingyue was certain. These two king-level ferocious apes really died. Moreover, he was killed by a young man who was only at the 9th level of the bronze rank. Although she couldn't believe it, it all happened right before her eyes. Facts speak louder than words. Just who is this kid? Just as I thought of this, I saw Jiang Han's body swaying from side to side, clearly exhausted. Without even thinking, Dugu Qingyue rushed over and hugged Jiang Han, her eyes full of concern as she asked. Are you all right? Beautiful senior, they should be dead, right? Upon hearing this, Dugu Qingyue nodded and said anxiously. He's already dead, don't worry about him, I'll heal your wounds. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han struggled to raise his hand and grabbed Dugu Qingyue's delicate hand. No need, I'm just a little exhausted, I'll be fine after a rest. After saying that, Jiang Han closed his eyes. Seeing this, Dugu Qingyue became even more anxious, shaking Jiang Han incessantly in her arms, having long forgotten the fact that she was a king-level expert. They even seemed somewhat at a loss. This was a real hardship for Jiang Han, as he was only exhausted and not at all at the point of unconsciousness. She only pretended to faint to show off her efforts. Now, as Dugu Qingyue shook him, two soft, fleshy sensations came from his arms. The incredibly elastic touch went straight to the top of my head, it was pure torture. Master, please stop shaking me. If you keep shaking me, my nose is going to bleed. Jiang Han silently complained to himself, wishing it wouldn't stop, yet also wishing it would stop torturing him as soon as possible. That's such a contradiction. Fortunately, Dugu Qingyue panicked for a while and finally stopped. She picked Jiang Han up and took him to an open space, where she began to treat his injuries. As soon as she sat down, Dugu Qingyue frowned. What is this smell? Why does it smell so awful? Never mind that, saving lives is the priority. Just then, Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan also walked over. Yi Fan's filth had already been washed away, but the smell probably wouldn't be gone for a while. Because Jiang Han was facing the direction he was coming from, he secretly opened his eyes and took a peek. Seeing that Yi Fan actually dared to come over, he couldn't help but curl up a smile. Yi Fan, I gave you a chance but you failed. Watch how I deal with you. Then he deliberately winked at Yi Fan. Seeing that Jiang Han had actually opened his eyes, Yi Fan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Senior, he. As soon as he opened his mouth, Dugu Qingyue's icy gaze fell upon him. Roll. Just one word reveals that Dugu Qingyue's personality is indeed very aloof. However, Jiang Han likes it very much now. Seeing Yi Fan's discomfiture, Jiang Han couldn't help but put on a helpless expression. Although he didn't speak, Yi Fan still understood his meaning intuitively. That expression seemed to say, "There's nothing I can do, I'm just that awesome." Chapter 21 Outstanding. Yi Fan knew that this was his opportunity, so how could he possibly leave obediently? But given Dugu Qingyue's attitude, he could only wait silently on the sidelines. Soon, Dugu Qingyue finished examining Jiang Han from head to toe. It turned out that, just as he had said, he was simply exhausted and had no internal injuries. Moreover, during the examination, she was surprised to find the young man in front of me is exceptionally energetic. According to her estimation, it is at least 3 times that of a normal person. In other words, this guy can marry at least 3 spirit beast girls. This type of physique is extremely rare. It's important to understand that marrying another spirit beast girl is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If the bloodline talents are complementary, the effect they can exert can be multiplied. I didn't expect this kid to have such a good physique. Upon discovering Jiang Han's unique physique, Dugu Qingyue didn't have many thoughts about it. If she were interested simply because of her physical condition, it's impossible that no one has been able to enter her heart for decades. Feeling that it was about time, Jiang Han pretended to slowly wake up. Yi Fan was just chased away, he can't possibly give up so easily, he's probably still nearby. He didn't want to let the other party off so easily. As the saying goes, to kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. This guy is making things difficult for me at every turn, so I definitely can't let him get away with it. You're awake? How are you feeling? Ah. Beautiful senior, I'm not dead yet? To be fair, Jiang Han does have some acting talent, judging from just these few sentences. With his very expressive face and movements, he was even more convincing than some professional actors. It would be a disservice to this performance not to award him an Oscar. Of course you're not dead, and you even saved my life. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? No, I was just a little exhausted and now I feel a bit dizzy. As he spoke, Jiang Han shamelessly pretended to sway, as if he were about to be blown over by a gust of wind. Seeing this, Dugu Qingyue quickly stepped forward to help him up. Jiang Han didn't stand on ceremony and immediately buried himself in Dugu Qingyue's arms. Actually, he was a little uneasy about doing this. After all, Dugu Qingyue was known for her aloofness. If things go wrong, you'll probably be badly injured, if not killed. Fortunately, Dugu Qingyue did not refuse. Instead, she asked softly. Are you all right? I'm fine, I just feel a little tired. Sigh. I was too exhausted just now, otherwise this injury wouldn't have been a problem for me. As she spoke, Dugu Qingyue unconsciously lowered her voice. The reason was simple, this was the first time she had been in such close contact with a man. But no matter what, Jiang Han was her savior, and that cannot be denied. So even if Jiang Han had any improper thoughts about her, she seemed to be able to accept it. Even Dugu Qingyue herself was startled by her own thought. Why do I keep having these strange thoughts ever since I met this kid? What she didn't know was that all these years, she had never been intimate with a man. This resulted in some of her emotions being perfectly hidden, so hidden that even she herself was unaware of them. Being treated so lightly by Jiang Han now seems to have flipped some mysterious switch. So, does that mean I'm your savior? That's right. How do you want me to repay you? Dugu Qingyue wasn't just saying this casually. Given her status and position, Jiang Han could basically have anything he wanted. Precious elixirs or wealth that others could never obtain in their entire lives, etc. Even thinking about what would happen next, Dugu Qingyue quickly pinched herself. What am I thinking? What's wrong with me? Is that so? Then, senior, why don't you take me as your disciple? Ah. Dugu Qingyue considered countless possibilities, but she never thought of this one. Little did Jiang Han know that his actions had piqued Dugu Qingyue's interest, and she was still planning to proceed step by step according to the plot. What? Do I not meet the beautiful senior's criteria for accepting disciples? No, never mind, then I'll take you as my apprentice for now. Dugu Qingyue sighed inwardly, why are young people so timid these days? But she didn't even consider that, let alone confessing her feelings directly. Other young people probably wouldn't even dare to look her in the eye and speak to her, right? Jiang Han is already considered outstanding among his peers, isn't he? Master, please accept my bow. This time, Jiang Han was quite obedient. He got up from Dugu Qingyue's embrace and gave a deep bow. Thinking about what this guy had just done, Dugu Qingyue suddenly felt a little awkward. All right, since you are my apprentice and my savior, I will train you well in the future. Please accept this as a gift. As she spoke, Dugu Qingyue took out a necklace with a heart-shaped pendant. With the activation of the mythical eye, the information on the necklace became immediately clear. Unnamed necklace. Rank, star-level equipment. Effect, defensive equipment that can completely withstand a full-force attack from a star-level 9-star. Source, after being nourished by the wearer for a long time, it greatly helps in cultivation. When it breaks, its original owner can sense it instantly. This necklace looks very valuable, but its shape gives it a somewhat strange feel. Master, this is a protective jade. I wear it with me all year round. As long as the opponent's level does not exceed gold, they should not be able to harm you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was thrilled. Judging from the power of the Dragon God's cannon just now, even a king-level expert would never be able to escape unscathed from a forbidden spell. With this necklace, he can challenge opponents of higher levels even more easily in the future. With the protection of the protective robe, Jiang Han essentially had an extra life. But who would complain about having too much equipment? Moreover, it's heart-shaped, which is a great start no matter how you look at it. Jiang Han would naturally not refuse such a wonderful offer, only a fool would refuse. Then thank you, master. No need to thank me, you deserve it. At such a young age, you already have the strength of a silver-level expert, you have a bright future ahead of you. Looking at the obedient Jiang Han, Dugu Qingyue suddenly felt a sense of relief. She had already discovered Jiang Han's strength when she examined his body. Reaching the silver level at such a young age does meet her criteria for accepting apprentices. By the way, Jiang Han, what year are you in now? I'm a freshman in college, and this is my first time out leveling up. I never expected to meet such a beautiful mentor. What? Dugu Qingyue was no longer calm. Reaching silver rank on the first try. That's way too exaggerated, you can't lie like that. Although those two king-level ferocious beasts were already at their limit, even a platinum-level beast wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. This is my first time leveling up in the wild, and I'm a complete newbie. How could this be? You should be honest. Are you trying to fool me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han remained silent. These days, nobody believes you when you tell the truth. Chapter 22. Who isn't a silver-level player? Just as he was about to explain, Su Shuayuan, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward. Senior, we really are freshmen. As she spoke, Su Shuayuan handed over her student ID. Who are you? Senior, I am Jiang Han's betrothed, and my name is Su Shuayuan. Looking at Su Shuayuan's pure and beautiful appearance, Dugu Qingyue suddenly understood. No wonder Jiang Han only wanted to become an apprentice. It turns out it was because he had such a beautiful and generous marriage prospect. At that moment, Dugu Qingyue felt a sense of loss welling up in her heart. You're a silver-level player too. You two are really a perfect match. Master, I won't just randomly choose a spirit beast girl. How about it? Are you satisfied? Upon hearing this, Dugu Qingyue gritted her teeth. Wasn't Xinxian Jiang Han supposed to be quite capable? How come he suddenly became such a straight man? That's good. Now that the problem is solved, you guys can go back to leveling up. I need to heal here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was somewhat confused. Master was quite happy just now, why did he suddenly get angry? Alright then, Master, please be careful. We won't bother you any longer. Once your injuries have healed, remember to come visit me at school. Jiang Han was still thinking about dealing with Yifan, so he didn't think much of it. The reason Su Shuayuan didn't appear just now was because she was keeping an eye on Yifan and Lu Ruyan's whereabouts. Watching the two figures leave, Dugu Qingyue snorted coldly. Men are all the same. After saying that, he began to meditate and regulate his breathing, putting those strange thoughts out of his mind. Yi Fan, oh Yi Fan. You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it, you barge into the gates of hell but choose to walk through them. Yi Fan, today I'm going to kill you. Just as Zhang Han had predicted, Yi Fan had no intention of giving up and was waiting for Zhang Han to wake up. Yi Fan took Lu Ruyan to grind monsters nearby, clearly hoping to try his luck. Zhang Han made up his mind. This is the advanced area usually, no escorting mentors venture deep into this area. Naturally, murder and robbery are the best options. Xue Yuan, have you found out the truth? It's just ahead, and the smell is very strong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han was surprised. It's quite bizarre that Su Xue Yuan actually locked onto her target by scent. The excrement of the mongoose monkey decomposes quickly in nature. For some reason, once it lands on a person, it becomes like a maggot clinging to their bone, impossible to remove. Damn Zhang Han. I will tear him to pieces. Yi Fan said angrily by the river. What the hell did that damned beast eat? They must have eaten something they shouldn't have. Ugh, this stinks. Trash people really do smell like trash. Hearing the sound, Yi Fan turned around. Who else could it be but Zhang Han, their nemesis? Zhang Han. How dare you come here alone? I will kill you today. Xue Yuan, listen to this. There are still such hot-tempered people. Besides, that ferocious beast defecated all over him, and he wants to kill me? What kind of logic is that? Yeah, I think so too. Sure enough, trashy people always spout trashy logic. The two of them sang in unison, making Yi Fan so angry that his veins bulged. I've seen insults before, but I've never seen anything this insulting. This is starting to turn into personal attacks, okay? However, if a third party saw this, they certainly wouldn't sympathize with Yi Fan. After all, he brought this on himself. Very well, you dare to be so arrogant even though that senior isn't here. Today I'll teach you what death really means. As he spoke, Yi Fan mobilized the spiritual energy within his body. Lu Ruyan also completed her transformation at the same time, and the pressure of her A-level Snow Eagle talent immediately swept over her. This is why Yi Fan values Lu Ruyan so highly, even though she only has an A-level bloodline talent. Despite being only an A rank, the Flying Spirit Beast Girl's power is comparable to that of an S rank. Moreover, as long as enough resources are accumulated, there is still a possibility of evolution. Reaching at least S-class is no problem at all. If the bloodline talent level continues to improve, it will depend on the potential of the Spirit Beast Girl. Even though she's only an S-rank Flying Spirit Beast Girl, she's definitely a powerful force. Haha, Zhang Han, you didn't expect this, did you? I've already advanced to Silver 1 star. What do you think you can do against me? Yi Fan laughed heartily. It's worth noting that reaching the mid-bronze level on your first level is already extremely rare. It's clear that this guy put in a lot of effort. Or perhaps he has the protagonist's halo, and he'll probably have some kind of extraordinary encounter. Indeed very strong, but who isn't at the silver level? To be honest, Zhang Han was still somewhat surprised. If Sharon hadn't found the lightning rat's lair, his leveling speed would never have been this fast. In other words, the original work does indeed have a binding effect. He remembered that in the original novel, Yi Fan was not yet a silver saint when he met Dugu Qingyue. It seems that the plot has changed significantly because of his presence. There is likely no precedent to follow in the subsequent actions, and we will have to improvise. How is that possible? I could sense the presence of Zhang Han and Lu Ruyan. Yi Fan's eyes widened in surprise. I simply can't understand how those two managed to level up to silver. You guys are also silver rank. Of course. I'm also a silver 1 star, are you surprised? Unexpected? Speaking of this upgrade, Zhang Han was actually very heartbroken. Because he killed 2 king-level ferocious beasts, even though they were on the verge of death. But it also gave him a lot of experience. However, when upgrading to a higher realm, the excess experience is not counted. This has resulted in him being stuck at silver 1 star and unable to upgrade further. This should be a limitation of the entire system. After all, without this, many wealthy people could hire others to help them kill monsters and level up, potentially creating countless powerful individuals in an instant. Zhang Han expressed his heartache but also his understanding. After all, true masters are those who rise step by step, becoming experts through a wealth of experience. There will definitely be situations where the foundation is unstable. These words may be true for others, but Jiang Han is the kind of person who uses forbidden spells when he makes a move. Whether the foundation is solid or not is not important at all. So Jiang Han and the system argued for a long time. Ultimately, no response was received, and the matter had to be temporarily dropped. If he were to gain all the experience from both king-level ferocious beasts, he could at least advance several major realms, and even if he didn't reach the king level, he would be close. So what if you're a silver-plated being? You're going to die today. Ruyan, charge. After adjusting his mindset, Yi Fan regained his confidence. After all, he has never been afraid of anyone when they are of the same level. Taking the initiative, Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan launched the first attack. Lu Ruyan took to the air, waiting for an opportunity to launch an attack. In contrast, Jiang Han and Su Shuayuan stood still without moving. Master, I don't think they're very strong. This isn't just not strong, it's downright weak. Jiang Han curled his lip, completely disregarding the two of them. You're asking for it. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's composure crumbled instantly. Tiger subduing fist. A fist shadow, taller than a person, formed in front of him. Jiang Han vaguely remembered the tiger subduing fist. It seemed to be Yi Fan's most powerful killing move in the early stages. Although it cannot unleash its full power, it is unstoppable in the early stages. However, in his current view, it's simply not enough. That's it? I thought you were something special. How arrogant. The moment the fist shadow formed, Yi Fan steeled his heart and spat out a mouthful of blood. The pale gold fist shadow instantly turned blood red. It then flew towards the two like an arrow released from a bow, so fast that it left only a blur in the air. Chapter 23 ends here. Faced with Yi Fan's attack, Jiang Han stood still, his face calm and composed. Before making a move, he had already discussed it with Su Shuayuan, and this time Jiang Han would not need to take action at all. Although Su Shuayuan's Dark Time Dragon is huge, it is by no means weak in agility. Before Yi Fan's attack arrived, she flexibly wrapped her body around Jiang Han. A tremendous roar echoed through the forest, raising clouds of dust. Seeing this, Yi Fan was overjoyed. Even though Su Shuayuan's Dark Time Dragon is only at the silver level, it would still be difficult for her to withstand such a direct attack. However, he seemed unaware of the principle that smoke does not cause harm. After the smoke cleared, Yi Fan stared wide-eyed at Su Shuayuan, who was completely unharmed, his voice even cracking slightly. How is this possible? What's impossible? Your strength isn't even enough to tickle me. After following Jiang Han for a while, Su Shuayuan's mouth also became more discerning. Yi Fan did not break through her defenses, but it still hurt a little. However, psychological warfare is also an important component in actual combat. From this perspective, Su Shuayuan's statement was perfectly reasonable. You're asking for it. At this point, Yi Fan was at a loss for words and could only vent his frustration helplessly. Despite putting in so much effort, we still couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. What else is there to say? Immediately afterwards, Yi Fan began to mobilize the spiritual energy within his body, intending to launch an even more powerful attack. However, Jiang Han wouldn't give him the chance. Only a fool would give the enemy time to build up their strength. Shuayuan, go. Kill him. Okay. Su Shuayuan naturally thought the same way. Taking advantage of the opponent's charging up attack was obviously the best option. However, the two seemed to have forgotten. There was also Lu Ruyan in the sky. A sharp cry of a snow eagle came from mid-air. Almost the instant the sound was heard, Lu Ruyan's attack, swooping down from high above, had already arrived. For eagles, long, narrow creatures are naturally at a disadvantage. Two sharp claws gleamed coldly in mid-air, heading straight for the 7-inch mark of the Dark Dragon. The 7-inch mark is where the heart is located, even though the Dark Dragon is in S rank. But if you get hit, it certainly won't feel good. Careful. Jiang Han reacted quickly. He couldn't accept his woman being in danger. With his feet braced, he suddenly leaped more than 10 meters into the air. Seeing that Jiang Han actually chose to use his own body to block, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. The physical strength of a human body and that of a spirit beast girl are not even in the same league. In other words, if Su Shuayuan had come to confront the attack head-on, she would likely have only been injured. But if Jiang Han were in a human body, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. Ridiculous. They're courting death. Lu Ruyan's attack speed was incredibly fast, and combined with the speed of her high-altitude dive, her power had already surpassed that of a Bronze 1 star. Master, Be careful. At this moment, Su Shuayuan also realized something was wrong, but it was too late to react. What's even more critical is that Yi Fan's skill animation has finished, and an even more powerful attack has already erupted. It must be said that Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan's teamwork was quite good. Whether in terms of teamwork or complementary skills, they can be considered among the best of their peers. Furthermore, due to Jiang Han's provocation, he advanced to the silver level ahead of schedule, making him a force to be reckoned with. But since they were facing Jiang Han, who never played by the rules, Yi Fan was destined to have chosen the wrong opponent. In the blink of an eye, just as Lu Ruyan's attack arrived, Jiang Han surprisingly did not use any skills to retaliate. Instead, he chose to physically withstand the attack. Under the immense energy impact, Jiang Han was blasted away, once again raising a cloud of dust. On the other side, in the darkness, the dragon emitted a dazzling white light. Su Shuayuan clearly realized she couldn't withstand the attack and activated her defensive skill. Jiang Han's elemental affinity also applies to his marriage partner, so there is no wind-up beforehand. Su Shuayuan can also cast her skill instantly. May the dragon god protect you. A loud bang suddenly exploded. This time, Yi Fan also used all his strength, but the feedback he received shocked him. How is this possible? It's too hard. The blow felt like kicking a metal plate. The immense recoil forced him back. Jiang Han, you have indeed surprised me somewhat, but that's enough for now. Seeing Jiang Han being knocked away by her, Lu Ruyan's eyes sharpened. It's too late to regret it now. She really didn't expect Jiang Han to advance to silver rank so quickly. That's enough to prove his potential, and it also proves that she misjudged him. However, even the most powerful genius is nothing more than an ant before he has fully matured. As long as she is killed here, she will still be the winner. Really? You think too highly of yourself. The smoke and dust dissipated again, and Jiang Han, completely unharmed, fanned away the dust in front of him. Apart from looking a little dusty, he was practically unscathed. With the protection of the protective robes and necklace, he was completely unharmed. The reason they were knocked away was simply due to the interaction of forces. Stop being stubborn, this day next year will be your death anniversary. After saying that, Lu Ruyan rushed into the sky again, intending to kill with one blow. Jiang Han frowned, still not seeing Duga Qingyue appear. That's right, the reason he took Lu Ruyan's attack head-on was actually to make himself look a little pathetic. Only in this way can I gain more attention from Duga Qingyue. Otherwise, with Lu Ruyan's A-level bloodline talent, Shui Ying wouldn't be able to hurt him. Act recklessly. After waiting for a long time without seeing Duga Qingyue arrive, Jiang Han's temper flared up. After all, it's just acting, there's no need to actually get hurt. Dragon God's Fire Cannon. After locking onto Lu Ruyan's attack route, Jiang Han activated the forbidden spell without hesitation. However, they didn't use their full strength this time, otherwise the commotion would have been too great. Moreover, the energy expenditure is equally staggering. After using it at full power, there will probably be no strength left to fight back. Although he was very certain that Duga Qingyue would come to the rescue. But there's always an unexpected turn of events, so no matter what, you should always leave yourself a way out. Lu Ruyan's attack speed is indeed very fast, but her biggest weakness is also obvious. That means the attack path cannot be changed, so it is actually easy to dodge if handled properly. Of course, this doesn't mean her attacks are completely ineffective. After all, the principle that speed is the ultimate weapon in martial arts applies everywhere. In complex battle scenarios, constantly having to guard against aerial attacks will inevitably lead to a loss of focus. From this perspective, Lu Ruyan's role was undeniably important. The moment the aura of the forbidden spell was released, it immediately caught Dugu Qingyue's attention. It should be noted that, apart from Jiang Han, no one else here can unleash forbidden spells. Oh no! Jiang Han is in danger. Chapter 24. You forced me to do this. Almost instantly, Dugu Qingyue's figure disappeared from the spot. The speed of a king-level expert is no joke. On the other side, Lu Ruyan saw that Jiang Han had unleashed such a powerful skill, and it was instantaneous, without any precast animation. He only had time to be surprised before his entire body was blasted away. If Jiang Han hadn't been able to control his strength, this attack would have been enough to kill her. I think I didn't use enough force. I'll have to be more careful next time. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was only seriously injured, Jiang Han shook his head. He actually conducted experiments amidst the fierce battle, perhaps only he could pull off such an operation. Like smoke. As the master of the injured spirit beast girl, Yi Fan naturally felt it clearly. He couldn't understand why they were both silver level. Without relying on the spirit beast girl, Jiang Han was able to directly fight against another spirit beast girl with his physical body and even gained an absolute advantage. On the other hand, he couldn't even touch Su Shuiyuan's body, let alone launch an effective attack. Ah! I'm not reconciled. You forced me into this. Yi Fan's spiritual energy began to surge wildly, and the chaotic aura he exuded seemed more like that of a ferocious beast than a human. Master, be careful. Seeing this, Su Shuiyuan disregarded her attack and went directly to Jiang Han's side to activate the Dragon God's blessing once again. What's wrong, Shuiyuan? Is he really that powerful? Jiang Han asked with some doubt. Su Shuiyuan has never taken this seriously since the start of the battle. I don't know. I only know that Yi Fan is in some danger right now. This is the spirit beast girl's sixth sense. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was surprised. I wonder what Yi Fan is up to, since this skill wasn't described in the original novel. However, since Su Shuiyuan had said so, he naturally took it seriously. Is this guy going to self-destruct? Seeing the increasingly violent energy, Jiang Han couldn't help but speculate. Reminded by this, Su Shuiyuan also realized what was going on. It really looks like a self-destruction. Let's get out of here. Trying to escape? It's too late. And this isn't a self-destruction, so just die. Yi Fan laughed loudly, his face revealing a look of madness. Although he had never used this secret technique before, its power was undeniable, and he was absolutely confident that he could kill the two of them on the spot. In his eyes, Jiang Han and Lu Ruyan were already two corpses. Of course, the side effects of secret techniques are significant, and using them will definitely have a huge impact on future upgrades. But now he doesn't care about anything else. As long as he can kill Jiang Han, it's all worth it. After all, he never imagined that a good-for-nothing could put so much pressure on him. At the critical moment, Dugu Qingyue finally arrived. A king-level aura instantly enveloped the entire area, even forcibly suppressing Yi Fan's violent spiritual energy. As a result of the backlash, Yi Fan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Senior, what do you mean by this? This is a personal matter between us. It's probably inappropriate for you to interfere. Even though Jiang Han had a stroke of luck before, catching Dugu Qingyue who fell from the sky. It's clearly inappropriate for a master to interfere in the struggles between juniors. Since he hadn't seen Jiang Han use the Dragon God cannon at full power, Yi Fan still held onto his own assumptions. The destruction that just occurred was caused by Dugu Qingyue, so naturally she was unaware that the relationship between the two was progressing rapidly. Inappropriate? You're teaching me how to do things? How can someone so young be so vicious, trying to kill my disciple? Why can't I intervene? As she spoke, Dugu Qingyue was about to make her move. Disciple? You said he's your disciple? Yi Fan quickly grasped the key point. The key is that this news is so explosive that it's impossible not to grasp the main point. What? Do you have a problem with this? You've never seen such a beautiful master before, have you? But this is my master, not yours. If you're so capable, go find one yourself. Jiang Han never held back when it came to words, and seeing Yi Fan's surprised expression, he couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Moreover, he knew the plot and that Dugu Qingyue was originally Yi Fan's master. It feels so good to snatch things from other people, no wonder this kid has been thinking about stealing things from others all this time. Jiang Han. What method did you use to bewitch the senior? Senior, you must not be fooled by him. This person is a piece of trash. I am the disciple you should have taken in. Please, senior, see the truth. Now that things have come to this, Yi Fan finally understands what the opportunities his masters were talking about really are. Although he didn't know Dugu Qingyue's identity, he was clearly very quick-witted. That's ridiculous. If I'm trash, then you can't even beat me. Wouldn't you be worse than trash? Who says I can't beat you? Do you dare to take a hit from me? Yi Fan was furious. If Dugu Qingyue hadn't interrupted the spell, Jiang Han would already be a corpse. There's still a chance to use words here. However, he did not notice the change in Dugu Qingyue's expression. At this point, Dugu Qingyue had already blacklisted Yi Fan. Although she wasn't particularly fond of him at first, his silver-level strength wasn't enough to make her dislike him. To reach the silver rank at such a young age, one is bound to become a powerful figure as one grows. But now it seems best to forget about it. First they wanted to kill Jiang Han, and now they want to steal the disciple's spot. Moreover, according to Jiang Han, the girl was also taken from the disciple. With so many things piling up, Du Qingyue's dislike for Yi Fan had reached its peak. Alright, I don't want to waste any more words on you. Out of respect for the elder apocalypse, I'll spare your life. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Du Qingyue's meaning is already very clear. Either get out or die. Although he felt a lot of resentment, Yi Fan wasn't stupid. It was obvious that Du Qingyue had already decided to kill him after all. Having the protagonist's brain was very useful in crucial moments. Since you say so, senior, then this junior will take his leave. Helpless, Yi Fan had no choice but to help the heavily injured Lu Ruyan leave. Before leaving, Lu Ruyan glanced back at Jiang Han. To be honest, she really regrets it now. Regardless, Jiang Han's strength has improved too quickly, and with the addition of a king-level expert as his master, his future achievements are bound to be significant. Why didn't she realize he was a potential star back then? But it's too late to regret it now, there's no going back. Having chosen this path, there's no turning back now. Master, are we just going to let them off like this? Jiang Han was filled with regret. He originally intended to use Du Qingyue to kill someone else, but unexpectedly Du Qingyue mentioned the Elder of Apocalypse. If I had known this would happen, I should have acted sooner and killed Yi Fan directly. Du Qingyue glanced at Jiang Han, as if she had guessed what he was thinking. Don't be so young and always have murderous thoughts. Having too much murderous intent can easily affect your state of mind, especially for a cultivator who is still at the silver stage. Chapter 25. Be gentle with me. Hearing Du Qingyue's words, Jiang Han sighed. He's someone who's read the original novel, how could he not know Du Qingyue's temper? Whether or not Yi Fan is killed is not important, but once she decides that something is harmful to someone she likes, she will definitely stop it. This was simply a momentary lapse of judgment on Lin Han's part. In conclusion, whether it was intentional or unintentional, or even the destiny of the chosen one, this time they failed to eliminate Yi Fan, this major threat. But there's no need to rush, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After all, going against Du Qingyue right now is not a good choice. I understand, Master. However, the feud between this person and me is irreconcilable. If he dares to provoke me again, I will show no mercy. Du Qingyue did not continue to obstruct her. On the path to becoming a strong person, one will inevitably encounter many opponents. In a sense, a strong opponent can actually accelerate a person's growth. You should hone your skills first. If I hadn't intervened, you probably wouldn't have fared well either. Although Du Qingyue knew that Jiang Han possessed a powerful forbidden spell. However, since it has already been used once, it is unlikely to be usable again in the short term. Du Qingyue did not ask any further questions about the origin of the forbidden spell. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and honestly, she couldn't possibly tell Jiang Han everything about herself. Although the two are now in a master-disciple relationship, they have only just met, so it's not appropriate to ask too many questions. Yes, Master. Alright, don't cause any more trouble until your spiritual energy recovers. Focus on leveling up. I also need to heal my injuries. Here's my phone number. You can call me if you need anything. After speaking, Du Qingyue handed Jiang Han a business card. Jiang Han immediately felt that this was somewhat inappropriate. Exchanging business cards in this world of cultivation feels somewhat incongruous. Of course, it doesn't feel so abrupt once you get used to it. After all, the technological level of this world is almost the same as that of Earth in the previous life. Yes, Master, don't worry. I won't make a move until I'm absolutely certain. Du Qingyue nodded, glanced at Su Shuiyuan, and then disappeared into the jungle. This master is really something, he comes and goes so quickly. After a moment, Jiang Han shook his head and smiled bitterly. I thought we could go even further, but I didn't expect that Du Qingyue would be even more aloof than described in the book. Master, do you think it might be because of me? Shuiyuan, what are you thinking? Although I have that idea, it's not for now. My strength is still too weak right now, so that's all for the future. It's just that we need to start planning now. Upon hearing this, Su Shuiyuan nodded in understanding. His admiration for Jiang Han deepened even further. Although Jiang Han can be considered a second-generation rich kid, he has not relied on his family's power at all until now. Moreover, the Jiang family's influence is quite limited, and even if he wanted to rely on them, he probably couldn't do so many times. Well, I thought the progress would be faster. Jiang Han remained silent, as was the usual situation. Don't all women hope their men won't cheat on them? How come Su Shuiyuan has such an open mind? Little did he know that if things continued like this, Su Shuiyuan felt she was about to be completely ruined. Stop overthinking. Improving your strength is the most important thing right now. The two then left the area. Because of the previous battle at the king level, all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity had disappeared without a trace. Continuing to level up here will obviously not yield much benefit. Although the two of them left, a figure quietly followed behind Yifan and Lu Ruyan. Both of them were seriously injured, especially Yifan, who suffered a backlash, and it was obviously impossible for him to continue leveling up. Xia Lang silently complained to himself. Why do you always make me do these petty, underhanded things? Do you really think I'm just a tool? That's right, Jiang Han had already assigned him a task beforehand. At this moment, Xia Lang was holding a mobile phone and observing the movements of the two people from the shadows. They said there was some surprise, but I don't know what kind of surprise two seriously injured people could have. And so, Xia Lang watched as the two arrived at a cave. The cave wasn't deep, and you could see clearly inside from the outside. However, it can at least provide shelter from the wind and rain, which is quite good in the wild. Upon entering the cave, neither of them dared to delay and immediately began meditating to heal their injuries. Keep in mind that they are still in the advanced zone, given their current state. If you encounter any dangerous beasts, it's uncertain whether you can save your life. As the sun set and Xia Lang was almost asleep, a sudden noise came from inside the cave. Ruyan, how are you recovering? It's nothing serious, just that the spiritual energy is almost depleted and needs time to recover. Upon hearing the voices, Xia Lang immediately became alert. If he didn't capture anything useful, he'd be in for a beating when he got back, so he couldn't afford to be negligent. After a moment's hesitation, Yifan continued. Ruyan, don't you think Jiang Han's strength has improved a bit strangely? It's really too strange. I know him better than anyone. If I had known he had this kind of potential. Lu Ruyan stopped speaking halfway through her sentence. She and Yifan are now in the same boat. Offending him would do her no good. However, Yifan was not angry. He had clearly calmed down by now. Do you think it's possible that they entered into a perpetual marriage? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's gaze turned wary. She planned to follow Yifan, but she wasn't planning to offer herself to him yet. Brother Fan, what do you mean? It's a well-known fact that eternal marriage enhances combat power, so why don't we also have eternal marriage? Yifan's gaze was firm, and Lu Ruyan knew that he had made up his mind. And then I thought about it again. She and Jiang Han had become mortal enemies, and there was no way they could reconcile. Rather than being suppressed by others at every turn, it's better to take a gamble. If eternal marriage can truly upgrade her talent, she will definitely see a huge improvement in the new student competition. Lu Ruyan bit her lip lightly, looking rather pitiful. She's definitely a great beauty, otherwise, she wouldn't be so popular. In terms of appearance, there's nothing to say. While not top tier, she's certainly outstanding. Brother Fan, this is my first time, please be gentle with me. Yifan was surprised that Lu Ruyan agreed so readily. This woman has always been very self-righteous. If it weren't for Jiang Han's appearance, he also planned to proceed step by step. Instantly, the atmosphere inside the cave became enchanting. Little did they know, Xia Lang, outside the cave entrance, had already pointed his camera at the two of them. This guy wasn't lying to me after all. This is really going to be a good show. Chapter 26 is driving me crazy. Don't be fooled by Yifan's protagonist aura. But he's still a newbie, so this is the first time he's done something like this. He was clearly a little nervous, and his heart started to race. Don't worry, Ruyan, I will be very gentle with you. Their bodies drew closer and they slowly kissed. Xia Lang chuckled. Who would have thought that after transmigrating into a ferocious beast, he would actually have the opportunity to watch a live broadcast? Zooming in with the camera lens, the facial details of the two people were captured clearly. Wow, what a great figure! Xia Lang watched with great interest, and his filming techniques were quite professional. It's clear that you watched quite a few adult films back on Earth. As the two of them took off all their clothes, Xia Lang felt a strong itch in his heart, and his body involuntarily began to move. Unfortunately, he's just a small, ferocious beast now, so it's obviously unlikely that he'll get involved with anyone. Looking at Yifan and Lu Ruyan, they had completely reached a state of selflessness. The two, who were experiencing forbidden fruit for the first time, were clearly still a bit clumsy in their movements. Xiao Lang was getting a little anxious and wished he could go down and teach the two of them personally. Of course, that's impossible. If he actually dared to go down there, he would probably be blasted into dust immediately. Hurry up and get to the point. You're driving me crazy. Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan would never have imagined that during their wild sex session, a beast would be secretly filming them. Finally, the two gradually found their rhythm. Xiao Lang lived up to expectations, capturing Lu Ruyan's expression clearly. Top notch. Truly top notch. I don't know what Jiang Han was thinking, giving up such a gem. The two gradually got into the rhythm, making Xiao Lang drool. Xiao Lang, who was filming, suddenly convulsed and almost fell off the tree. The noise immediately caught Yi Fan's attention. Who's there? However, after looking for a long time, nothing unusual was found. Brother Fan, what's wrong? I want more. Having experienced ultimate happiness, Lu Ruyan seemed to have had some special switch flipped. With that dreamy look in her eyes, any man would probably fall for her. Yi Fan was no exception. Wow, this kid's got something. He's even managed a second spring in his life. Upon seeing this, Xiao Lang, who had just hidden himself, raised his phone again to take pictures. Xiao Lang reluctantly left only when it was completely dark. Yi Fan was panting heavily, feeling as if he were floating on air. This is not just due to strenuous exercise. Rather, during sexual intercourse, the woman also absorbs the man's essence. If Yi Fan hadn't been physically strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to stand up after those two incidents. Brother Fan, you're amazing. Lu Ruyan climbed onto Yi Fan's body like an octopus, looking quite delicate and satisfied. How are you feeling? Very good, and I feel as if my strength has been enhanced. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan sighed. They've almost drained themselves dry, how can they not get stronger? Because the method of cultivating energy only appeared later, Yi Fan is actually no different from an ordinary person now. It's only because of his exceptional talent and high combat ability that he leveled up so quickly on his first try. Of course, after the eternal marriage, his connection with Lu Ruyan became even stronger. To give an example, imagine two people going to kill a ferocious beast. Previously, Lu Ruyan could only receive 30% of the energy feedback, but now she can receive at least 50%. This has been a huge benefit to the growth of both of them. Although Yi Fan obtained most of the spiritual energy before the eternal marriage was established. However, a portion of it is wasted, so the upgrade speed is not much different from Lu Ruyan's. After a permanent marriage, the utilization rate of spiritual energy increases significantly. That's good. In the upcoming freshman competition, I'm going to crush Jiang Han under my feet. Okay, I'll do everything I can to help you. Lu Ruyan knew that there was no turning back for her now. If they don't stand firmly by Yi Fan's side, they'll probably only face death in the end. On the other hand, after upgrading to silver, Jiang Han noticed that the upgrade speed had slowed down significantly. Staying in this beginner village won't yield much benefit. So they simply started training their combat skills. Although some training had been conducted before, it was still far from being comparable to actual combat. Previously, leveling up relied on brute force, which won't be very helpful for leveling up in the future. After becoming familiar with all the powers, Jiang Han took Su Shuiyuan back to the inner city ahead of schedule. Someone's coming out. There were still 3 days left, how come you came out so quickly? The harvest will definitely be meager, he's probably just a coward who's afraid of death. The training of new students receives the most attention, whether from the major clans or Haitan University. As the leveling process neared its end, many people were naturally paying attention to this area. Not only were people waiting to register on site, but the event was also being broadcast live online. The live stream was originally showing preparations to welcome new students, but unexpectedly, someone appeared early. Which class is this student from? They have absolutely no backbone. From the leadership seat, the principal saw that someone had come out early and immediately glared at him, saying something that made him furious. It's not just Haitan University that's involved. Other universities are also holding their first freshman orientation sessions, and the overall performance of these sessions is ranked across all schools nationwide. Therefore, every new student who participates in the training is a valuable asset to the school. From this perspective, the school does not want any new students to have any accidents. Otherwise, so many mentors wouldn't be there to guide and support everyone. Principal, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Jiang Han from the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, the principal frowned. They are clearly quite familiar with the name Jiang Han. It was him. That can't be right, wasn't that kid supposed to be pretty principled? I don't know, he's probably just a show-off. Upon seeing the new students enter, the staff who were preparing immediately came over to greet them. Young man, entering the inner city means the end of your leveling journey. Are you sure you want to stop? Of course, this starting village is no longer of any use to me. Upon hearing this, the staff exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Then it turned into contempt. Keep in mind that even after the newbies finish leveling up, for most people, this leveling area will be a place they visit many more times in the future. The reason is simple: before they are strong enough, going to other leveling areas is practically suicide. Now this kid is saying that this place isn't of much use to him, isn't that just nonsense? Chapter 27: The Road You Must Walk Yourself. Seeing Jiang Han's arrogance, the staff stopped trying to warn him. In that case, come and register. Jiang Han smiled slightly, and everyone he saw looked at him with disdain. Even the Jiang family members not far away didn't give him a second glance. Clearly, the Jiang family did not place their hopes on him. Master, aren't we being a bit too high profile? We have to be high profile, otherwise who will notice us? First of all, Jiang Han's personality is not the kind that hides his talents and bides his time. Furthermore, if someone pretends to be weak to deceive others, they might actually be perceived as easy to bully. Therefore, it's better to act boldly from the beginning. This will not only save you a lot of trouble, but also bring you more resources. It's a win-win situation. In front of the checkout counter, there was a strangely shaped machine. It looks like the quantum computer from Jiang Han's past life memories. However, this thing uses a strength level detection system and has two different detection entry points. On one side, they are testing the master's level, on the other side, they are testing the spirit beast girl's level. Jiang Han and Su Shuayuan entered the testing room separately, and after a brief moment of dim light. Look, am I seeing things? What's there to see? Wait, silver level. And only 2 stars, how is that possible? It really is a silver level 2-star. This has broken records. More than that, they've made history. The moment the test results came out, even the principal was taken aback and jumped up from his seat. Our Haitan University has a worthy successor. No wonder he was so excited. Even if he were only a silver level 2-star, or even a bronze level 7 or 8-star, it would be enough to cause a nationwide sensation. Such outstanding achievements will surely leave a significant mark on the history of Haitan University, and even on the history of Daxia. The most powerful newbie on record only reached silver 1-star during their first time leveling up in the wild. And that person was, at that moment, the highest authority in the Great Xiao dynasty. Now Jiang Han has surpassed his teacher, and even the principal can't believe his future achievements. Could be a problem with the machine? How could that be? That's the latest machine, how could it malfunction? The machine was personally inspected by the school committee, so the principal naturally knows whether there are any problems. Hasn't this Jiang family kid made history? Should we still deal with the fight from before? What's the point of dealing with this? It's all because that kid from the Song family was so reckless. I'll take the blame for him. Upon hearing this, the principal's secretary was speechless. It's unclear who made the promise to the Song family that this matter would be thoroughly investigated. Now, seeing that someone has such great talent, their style has completely changed. This is understandable, though Jiang Han really made Haitan University proud this time. If one is subjected to unfair treatment, anyone would feel resentful. If this leads to Jiang Han and his companion leaving Haitan University and being poached by other universities, then it would be a huge loss. This kind of thing happens almost every year, so it's no wonder the principal is worried. As Jiang Han walked out of the testing room, looking at the shocked gazes of those around him, he nodded in satisfaction. Before he could even take Su Shuayuan's hand, his other hand was grabbed. Xiao Han, I never expected you to have such potential. The Jiang family will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. Turning his head, Jiang Han curled his lip. Who else could it be but his cheap old man? Jiang Wanwan, true to his name, was a complete snob. Although Jiang Han had been generous in the past, it was actually all his savings accumulated over the years. After helping Lu Ruyan complete her talent upgrade, there was actually very little left. Furthermore, the Jiang family was very disappointed with his performance, so naturally they wouldn't give him that much pocket money. Now, seeing how much his son has lived up to expectations and accomplished such an astonishing feat, I realize how remarkable it is. He shamelessly came over to try and get closer to her. Dad, isn't this the right thing to do? Haven't you ever seen my potential? This rhetorical question directly shut Jiang Wanwan down. After all, it wasn't just the Jiang family. The fact that Jiang Han was being neglected had even spread within Haitan University. My son, I was wrong before. From now on, the Jiang family will do everything in its power to raise you. I think it's better not to. I have my own master, and he's a king-level expert. You should use the family's money to help your younger siblings. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's face turned ugly. Jiang Han's words clearly meant that he wanted to sever ties with the Jiang family. With such talent, he will surely receive special attention and training from Haitian University and the higher-ups of Daxia. That'll be a real powerhouse in the future. If you miss this opportunity, you'll likely face significant obstacles in building connections in the future. Son, what are you saying? We're family, blood is thicker than water. Wait. What did you say? You've taken a king-level expert as your master? Jiang Wanwan's voice changed as he suddenly realized the key point in Jiang Han's words. What does it mean to be a king-level master? There aren't many like that in the entire Jiangnan province, are there? Not to mention Jiangyang City, apart from the university system, the entire Jiangyang City only has one king-level expert, general. If Jiang Han really did take a king-level expert as his master, he could practically do whatever he wanted in Jiangyang City. What's wrong? Is that strange? Jiang Wanwan's expression at this moment was more uncomfortable than if he had eaten shit. If I had known this kid would be so ambitious, he would have just fawned over whoever he wanted before. So what if the Jiang family loses all face? Now look at this, even though he's her biological son, she acts like he's superior to everyone else. Jiang Han refused the family's training partly because of the system's support. He doesn't need any powerful force to protect him. After all, as long as he's in a family, although he enjoys certain benefits, he also has to bear certain responsibilities. Dugu Qingyue, however, was different. The strength of her clan was incomparable to that of these powerful families. They were not even comparable. On the other hand, it was because, to him, the Jiang family was just a small family from a novel he had read. They had absolutely no feelings for him, not even for their adoptive father. All he wanted was to live his own life, achieve something, and be able to survive in this world. Therefore, he didn't care about the Jiang family's upbringing at all. Son, the Jiang family hasn't treated you too badly over the years. It's a bit disheartening for you to say that. Heartbroken? Shouldn't I be the one who's heartbroken? Where were you when I was being bullied outside? Where were you when I was being insulted online for no reason? The Jiang family has no feelings for me anymore. I will walk my own path from now on. Chapter 28 is a load of rubbish. Because of Jiang Han's outstanding performance, many media reporters came to interview him. Although Jiang Wanwan wanted to get closer to his son, such a chaotic scene was clearly inappropriate. Jiang Han frowned as he looked at the reporters' long lenses and microphones. To be honest, he didn't like this kind of scene. While I wanted to be a bit high profile, this wasn't the way to go. Friends, please wait a moment before asking. I know you have many things you want to know, but I don't want to explain too much right now. You just need to remember one thing: no matter how much I grow, I will always make my own contribution to the great Xia. After saying that, Jiang Han pulled Su Shuayuan and turned to leave. Even if you don't like this kind of scene, you still have to say what needs to be said. First and foremost, it's never a bad thing to cultivate a positive image for yourself. The reporters clearly didn't want to let such a big story slip by and tried to go forward, but were stopped by school staff. After all, protecting students' safety is one of the school's responsibilities. Especially for outstanding students like Jiang Han, they still need special care before they can grow up. That's quite impressive. There was another important reason why Jiang Han was in such a hurry to leave. He saw Dugu Qingyue standing not far away. After bringing Su Shuayuan over, Dugu Qingyue couldn't help but make a teasing remark. Master, how come you've learned to joke around too? I don't remember this being your style. You talk as if you know me very well. Here, take this. I have to go back. Some injuries can only be fully healed when I return to the sect, so you probably won't see me for a while. Jiang Han and Su Shuayuan were the focus of attention throughout the event. The meeting of the three naturally attracted a lot of attention. Who is that? She's so beautiful. Beauty really does match hero. Jiang Han's luck with women is just too good. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know who that person is? You'll lose your head. Sha, is it that serious? I was just joking, why are you making such a fuss? Seeing that his companion was still talking recklessly, someone nearby quickly leaned in and whispered a reminder. The person who had just been joking was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. You're not kidding, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? Can't you see the high-ranking officials from Haitan University are all coming this way? Upon hearing this, the man looked up. Sure enough, they saw a group of high-ranking officials from Haitan University walking towards Dugu Qingyue and her two companions. Jiang Han wasn't surprised by Dugu Qingyue's departure. After all, her injuries would require a long period of recovery following this major battle. What he truly desires is the primal divine feather he currently possesses. This primordial divine feather is one of the 10 most important feathers on the vermilion bird, the spirit beast transformed by Dugu Qingyue. Each of the fundamental divine feathers can unleash 1/10 of her power. Moreover, it can be reused, making it an absolute marvel. As Dugu Qingyue's strength increases, the power of the primal divine feather will continue to rise. In the original novel, Yi Fan used the primal divine feather in battle quite often, and it demonstrated tremendous power in the early stages. Most importantly, if this primordial divine feather is carefully nurtured, it can shorten the distance between itself and its master. It was precisely because Yi Fan constantly nurtured Dugu Qingyue's original divine feathers that he ultimately influenced Dugu Qingyue's mind and eventually brought her into his harem. Master, please rest and recover. Your disciple will not let you down. It's good that you know. Since you are my disciple, I can't hide my identity from you. I am the sect master of the Moon Spirit sect. Oh. Jiang Han gave an indifferent oh, his eyes fixed on the origin divine feather in his hand. Because he knew a detail, which was a line mentioned in the original work. If the essence and blood are used for nourishment, the effect on the owner will be faster and more profound. Dugu Qingyue, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Jiang Han to react like this after I revealed my identity. Aren't you surprised? The Moon Spirit sect is known to everyone in the Great Xia dynasty. There are 2 reasons. First, the Moon Spirit sect is the only sect that allows cultivation without relying on a master. This is already quite special, although its strength will be somewhat limited. However, the fact that the Moon Spirit sect was able to establish itself in the Great Xia dynasty and become one of the few powerful sects simply by relying on solitary cultivation demonstrates its strength. In addition, the Moon Spirit sect also bears an important responsibility. That is the responsibility of discipline inspection, and don't underestimate it, whether in peacetime or wartime. Those who enforce discipline are people who inspire fear in others. As long as someone dares to embezzle or break the law, the Moon Spirit sect will appear in time. It is because of their existence that the Great Xia dynasty is so peaceful and upright. Of course, this world is inherently a world where the strong prey on the weak. As long as it's not intentional murder or a crime, the Moon Spirit sect will not interfere with fair competition between masters. What's so surprising? I've known for a long time that Master is no ordinary person. But Master's identity isn't important to me, what's important is that Master loves me. You smooth talker. Now that you're my apprentice, it's only natural that I treat you well. Hearing Jiang Han's reaction, Dugu Qingyue was slightly taken aback, a blush flashed across her face, and she nodded with great satisfaction. Jiang Han smiled slightly. Looks like you're doing a good job flirting. Alright, you can go and rest now. I have some things to discuss with your principal. The main purpose of Dugu Qingyue's appearance here is to support Jiang Han. After all, as a master, how could he not care about his apprentice? Her presence here is a reminder to the school that Jiang Han is her apprentice, and anyone who wants to mess with Jiang Han should think twice. As expected, a great teacher produces great students. I never thought this kid would be the disciple of Sect Master Dugu. Principal, you're too kind. Don't worry, although Jiang Han is my apprentice, he is still a student of Haitian University. I won't interfere too much with his choices. Hearing this, the principal breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Dugu Qingyue would take the person away directly, which would be a huge loss for Haitian University. Then thank you very much, Sect Master Dugu. Rest assured, with your esteemed disciple here, we will definitely not mistreat him. Then I'll have to trouble you, Principal. I have other things to attend to, so I won't bother you any longer. After seeing Dugu Qingyue off, the principal gave Jiang Han a deep look. She was also relieved that she hadn't caused trouble for the kid because of Song Joan's matter, otherwise this old lady would have turned the school upside down. Jiang Han. The principal was about to give some instructions when he turned around and found Jiang Han nowhere to be seen. The two had left long ago, I don't know when. That kid. Helpless, the principal could only sigh and turn to leave. Principal, is there something you need to explain? Explain my ass. Just send someone to keep an eye on this little brat, and make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. Chapter 29. This time they've really struck it rich. Moon Spirit Sect. It is the most unique sect in the entire Great Xia dynasty, without exception. They control the entire surveillance work of the Great Xia dynasty, and only target cultivators. The Master and the Spirit Beast Girl are both included because of this relationship. Mentioning the Moon Spirit Sect terrifies everyone. The reason is simple: the Moon Spirit Sect acts without much restraint. If caught by the Great Xia authorities, the trial alone would probably take the prisoner several rounds of networking. Especially for cultivators, whose relationships are deeply intertwined, it is difficult to prosecute them using ordinary laws. The Moon Spirit Sect thus came into being, and their methods for dealing with the crimes of cultivators can be described as quite underhanded. Whether it's assassination, poisoning, or a coordinated attack. Even worse, some people specifically train others to get close to you and then eliminate you when you are most relaxed. It can be said that there is nothing the Moon Spirit Sect cannot do, only things you cannot imagine. Over time, masters may not be afraid of officials, but once they are blacklisted by the Moon Spirit Sect, they are virtually doomed. It is precisely because of this that the master system of the Great Xia dynasty has been able to develop healthily. In a sense, the Moon Spirit Sect is a sharp sword in the hands of the Great Xia. It hovers above the heads of all masters and spirit beast girls at all times, preventing these powerful beings from making any rash moves. Of course, this action also aroused a lot of hatred. However, the Moon Spirit Sect didn't care about this, because even now, after so many years, no one knows where their headquarters is. Some even speculate that the Moon Spirit Sect may not have a headquarters at all, but is simply an organization with extremely strict discipline. Moreover, although the original novel involves many plot points related to Duge Qingyue, it never explains the true location of the Moon Spirit Sect. It can be considered the most mysterious sect in the entire book. It's easy to see why the principal attaches such importance to this. There's a reason for it. Even if he is upright and has nothing to hide, the impact on him would still be significant if the Moon Spirit Sect launched an investigation. Zhang Han didn't have the time or inclination to listen to the old principal's rambling. Clutching the primal divine feather in his hand, he was as excited as a child. We're rich. We're really rich this time. Su Shuayuan was speechless. Ever since Zhang Han obtained this seemingly ordinary feather, it was as if he was possessed. He kept muttering to himself and occasionally chuckled to himself. Master, are you alright? I'm fine, I'm perfectly alright. Zhang Han seemed to finally come to his senses, grabbed Su Shuayuan beside him, and headed straight for the dormitory. Su Shuayuan's face flushed red. Of course, she knew what this guy was so eager for. However, she guessed wrong this time. Back in his dorm, Zhang Han mysteriously locked the door from the inside and then drew all the curtains. That's exactly like luring your crush to your dorm and saying you'll show her your glow-in-the-dark watch. After so much training, Su Shuayuan is no longer the naive girl she once was. I started unzipping the zipper without thinking, while also feeling a little excited. The time spent leveling up in the wild really took a toll on her. She could only exercise in a small tent, which was nowhere near as comfortable as the big bed in the dormitory. However, as soon as I took off my coat, I looked up. It almost made Su Shuayuan furious. Because Zhang Han didn't have that kind of idea at all. Instead, he hid in a corner, staring at the origin divine feather in his hand with shining eyes. He kept letting out silly chuckles. Master, are you being controlled? Are you mentally deranged? Su Shuayuan asked tentatively, but Zhang Han still didn't react. The next second, Zhang Han stretched out a finger, bit it without hesitation, and dripped a drop of blood onto the origin divine feather. He then quickly put his finger in his mouth to stop the bleeding. The drop of blood was instantly absorbed by the primordial divine feather, and the originally red feather became even more alluring, as if it had been given life. At the same time, Duge Qingyue, who was returning to the Moon Spirit Sect, suddenly stopped. In the darkness, I sensed a strange aura. Her heart began to pound, as if some unseen force was guiding her back to that person. Moment. Duge Qingyue shook her head and smiled bitterly. What's wrong with me? After cultivating alone for so many years, I never thought I would fall for a greenhorn. It seems I've been single for too long. With a sigh, Duge Qingyue finally suppressed her impulse and her figure quickly disappeared into the distance. It's done. The feathers look so lifelike, as if they have come to life. Zhang Han was overjoyed. He had been eagerly anticipating this fundamental divine feather. Besides being able to get closer to Duga Chinua, there is actually another reason. That is, he remembered that the original work mentioned that as long as they were tempered with their essence and blood, the bond between the two would become even deeper. Yi Fan naturally couldn't possibly know this. This is also the main reason why Yi Fan only truly brought Duga Chinua into his harem in the later stages of the story, after his strength surpassed that of Duga Chinua. But Jiang Han is different now. He may very well bring this process forward significantly. Just as his essence blood was completely absorbed by the primordial divine feather, he clearly felt that faint connection. If you can bring Duga Chinua into your harem in the early stages, it's like having a powerful backer right now. Why wouldn't you want something like that? Moreover, although Duga Chinua is the sect leader of the Moon Spirit sect, she is not the strongest. Behind her are 10 even more powerful elders. Otherwise, with her king-level strength, she wouldn't have enough influence throughout the entire Great Xiao dynasty. Master, what's wrong with you? Jiang Han only came to his senses after confirming that the operation was successful. Looking at Su Shuayuan's concerned face, he smiled slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll soon have sisters to help you share the burden. Sisters? You wouldn't happen to be talking about the sect master of the Moon Spirit sect, would you? Su Shuayuan almost dropped her jaw in astonishment. In fact, she had already given up when Duga Chinua revealed her identity. If it were any other king-level expert, Jiang Han might still have a chance. But that's the sect master of the Moon Spirit sect. I never expected that. Even so, Jiang Han still had no intention of giving up. This isn't just a toad trying to eat swan meat, it's practically wanting to eat an elixir of immortality. What? You don't believe in your master's abilities? I believe it, but isn't this a bit of an exaggeration? We'll find out whether it's an exaggeration or not later. After all, facts speak louder than words. Until then, let's enjoy the happiness in front of us. Seeing the disheveled beauty, Jiang Han could no longer control himself. He picked up Su Shuayuan's delicate body and began the much-anticipated exercise session. Shuayuan, today your master will teach you a new trick that I guarantee will give you an amazing experience. Huh? Another new trick? Master, I'm getting a little scared. What are you afraid of? Just enjoy it quietly. Jiang Han chuckled and revealed a wicked smile. In his long-forgotten memories, those wonderful scenes from a certain island nation suddenly stirred his emotions. Chapter 30. Let you be a fairy for once. In order to reduce Su Shuayuan's sanctity as quickly as possible, Jiang Han used every trick in the book. It even unlocked many poses, but it seems that further reducing the sanctity level is not so simple. Seeing Su Shuayuan lying limp and fast asleep, Jiang Han could only leave for the time being. As his strength increased, his stamina seemed to increase at an incredible rate. Even if there were 10 more, let alone just Su Shuayuan, he was confident he could subdue them all. Unfortunately, he hasn't made a name for himself yet, and none of Yi Fan's women in the original novel are easy to deal with. We can only proceed step by step, gradually and surely. This level of sanctity is a bit difficult. How about trying something like binding next time? He stroked his chin, and some immature ideas began to form in his mind. Since conventional methods are not very effective, we should naturally consider unconventional approaches. Just then, Su Shuayuan's phone, which was placed beside the bed, suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller ID showed it was his mother, Jiang Han answered the call without hesitation. He didn't say anything, wanting to see what his seriously ill mother-in-law wanted to say. Shuayuan, Mom knows you're busy. I heard you went to the wilderness to level up recently. Did you get hurt? The first thing he asked was about his daughter. It's clear that Su Shuayuan is the only person this mother cares about. Hello, Auntie. I am Su Shuayuan's master. She is fine and has not encountered any danger. You can rest assured. Huh? Master? Why didn't she tell me? Upon hearing that her daughter had finally found her master, Su's mother's tone clearly revealed joy and relief. We are newly married, and we are eternally married, so you can come to me for anything in the future. Jiang Han knew from the original novel that Su's mother had a very gentle personality. It is precisely because of this that they are bullied and targeted everywhere. Faced with those rumors and gossip, Su's mother never resisted. Perhaps in her view, it was all fate. Especially after her father passed away, she had no other worries besides her daughter. Eternal marriage? Upon hearing the words eternal marriage, Su's mother was visibly surprised. Compared to ordinary marriage, eternal marriage is not just about being teammates in battle, but a relationship similar to marriage. Therefore, almost all eternal marriages involve a grand ceremony. This is easy to understand, it's the same principle as marriage on earth. Alright, since she chose you, I hope you can support each other in the future, and be careful in both battle and life. You must know about Shui Yuan's spirit beast body, I hope you won't look down on her. I understand, Auntie. Don't worry, Shui Yuan is much more capable than you think. I will never look down on her. However, there is something I need to tell you. We don't have any plans to hold a ceremony for the time being. After all, improving our strength is the most important thing right now. It's alright. I'm relieved to see that Shui Yuan has found a home. Jiang Han wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to begin. Throughout the entire conversation, Su's mother never mentioned her illness. The reason is simple, although cultivators earn money much faster than ordinary people. However, the expenses are much higher, so many cultivators don't actually have much extra money. After all, only by improving one's strength can one gain more benefits and status. This is also the main reason why many ordinary people are able to survive in this society with so many cultivators, thanks to their substantial wealth. After all, even cultivators cannot be all-rounders. For example, in the business world, many ordinary people possess talents far exceeding those of cultivators. With funds, hiring some cultivators as bodyguards would not be difficult. So it's easy to guess what Su's mother was thinking. She didn't want Su Shuiyuan to ask the emperor for money for her sake. Putting aside whether it can be cured, the mere fact that it affects her upgrade progress makes it impossible for her to focus on herself. It seems I still have to go back to the Zhang family. Jiang Han originally intended to have no further entanglement with the Zhang family. Having the system on him, coupled with his unfamiliarity with it to begin with, would likely make him a huge burden if he stood with the Zhang family. But in order for Su Shuiyuan to happily level up, her worries must be addressed first. But before that, there is one more important thing to do. Jiang Han's lips curled up slightly, his face displaying an evil expression. If others saw this, they would immediately know that this guy was up to no good. He took out his phone and made a call. A few minutes later, Xiao Lang appeared at the window. Hey bro, can't I take the stairs too? Upon meeting, Xiao Lang immediately began to complain with a displeased expression. Jiang Han's dormitory was on the 4th floor, and the lightning rat's bulky body became a huge burden. Climbing up almost cost me my life. If you're not afraid of being caught and dissected for research, then take the stairs. I won't stop you. Then forget it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang trembled all over and shook his head like a rattledrum. It's worth noting that there's very little information available about the lightning rat, let alone a lightning rat that can talk. Jiang Han had told him this before, so the possibility is still very high. Stop joking around, how's the thing I asked you to do going? Brother, don't worry. I'm a seasoned connoisseur of adult films. With my perspective, camera work, and filming techniques. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Lang felt his hand lighten. Jiang Han had already taken the phone. Alright, stop rambling. Don't show up at school for a while. I'll call you if anything comes up. Brother, you took my phone, how am I supposed to make a call? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han also realized that something was wrong. Turning his head, he saw the children's smartwatch he had wanted to give to Lu Ruyan's nephew and casually tossed it to Xiao Lang. Use this for now. I'm going to use this? And if I'm not at school, how will I eat? How will I charge my devices? How will I live? This is not my concern. Figure it out yourself. Anyway, if you dare to stay at school, I'll report you first. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang felt like crying but had no tears. Other people who have a powerful patron get to live a life of luxury, so why is it that the patron I've found is such a ripoff? Actually, if it were a normal ferocious beast, there was no problem with Jiang Han keeping him in the dormitory. The problem is, this guy is also a time traveler. Jiang Han didn't want this guy to spy on him while he was doing his business. How heartless. I'm suffering inside, but I won't say a word. Seeing that Jiang Han's expression was about to change, Xiao Lang quickly left, afraid that the guy would immediately report him. Jiang Han then began to check the videos on his phone. Seeing the materials inside, I have to admit, Xiao Lang is definitely a seasoned connoisseur. His filming technique is top-notch. It doesn't even need much editing, just piece it together, and it becomes a textbook-level film. Alright. You're a fairy, right? This time I'll make you feel truly ethereal. Chapter 31. This woman is really good. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Is this for real? Of course it's real. If it's fake, I'll eat shit while standing on my head. Who is this person? Where was this photo taken? Yeah, I really regret not being there. What could you do if you were there? Did you expect them to share their experiences? How can you have such a filthy mind? Can't I just appreciate things properly? Don't be fooled, fairies are always so captivating, no matter the time. Her figure is absolutely stunning. I'm so flustered I'm almost dizzy. In a large group chat, an unknown account suddenly posted a video. Although nothing was said, it immediately sparked a heated discussion among everyone. Since the group was established, it has never been as lively as it is today. The purpose of creating this group is simply to send out some notices. Moreover, since we're not very familiar with each other yet, it's impossible to discuss things too much. What sparked heated discussion was the video of Yifan and Lu Ruyan's intimate encounter. Moreover, the shooting angles are very tricky, as if it were possible to take a picture. I seriously suspect these two are mentally unstable. They took a selfie and sent it to the wrong WeChat group. Of course, that's impossible. After all, if you realize you sent a message to the wrong group, shouldn't the first thing you do is retract it? But the video is still there, and there's absolutely no sign of it being taken down. Yifan is pretty good, he's obviously studied a lot. You're talking like you're completely innocent, you'd probably be even more twisted in that situation. Pervert? You're kidding me, that's a pile driver. I'm not bragging, if it were me, it would be even more powerful. Amazing? With your pathetic talent, even if you went all out, nobody would want you. As the conversation progressed, the topics became increasingly vulgar. Everyone was commenting on the two of them. This is normal after all, a man can't admit he's incapable. Moreover, Lu Ruyan was the campus belle of freshman year, the dream girl of countless people. She has always had the aura of an ice queen. Now that she's having such a wild time with men, her image has completely collapsed. Most importantly, this kind of thing usually happens either in the marital home or at home. These two actually started having sex in the open. If an old man saw this, he would definitely exclaim in great awe, these young people really know how to have fun. For a time, Yifan and Lu Ruyan became the focus of attention on campus. Even more interestingly, some people posted the video of the two having sex in the wild on the Haitan University forum. This forum isn't just available on universities, it's also accessible online. Jiang Han watched the video spread so quickly that he knew this time it definitely wouldn't end so easily. Although the original video is unlikely to circulate for long, the two of them are definitely going to trend on social media. Yifan, you should thank me, after all, not just anyone can get on this trending topic. After a day of rest, the college's rewards were distributed. Compared to what Duga Qingyue gave, the reward for being the champion of the first leveling up in the wild as a newbie was much less impressive. In addition to 300,000 Great Xia coins, there is also a set of high-grade armor. For ordinary people, this is definitely a very rare and excellent set of equipment. The high-level armor corresponds to the gold level, which shows that the rewards for freshmen's first level up are quite generous. As for the 300,000 Great Xia coins, they weren't of much use to Jiang Han. It should be noted that it cost a full 3 million Great Xia coins just to upgrade Lu Ruyan from B level to A level. It was precisely because of this act of willfulness that the original owner, Jiang Han, lost the last bit of patience from the Jiang family. Furthermore, the treatment costs for Su's mother's illness will far exceed this figure. Therefore, if you want to obtain a large amount of funds in a short period of time, returning to the Jiang family is naturally the fastest option. Just as Yifan and Lu Ruyan were embroiled in a huge public opinion storm, Jiang Han had already embarked on his journey home with Su Shuiyuan. Master, didn't you say you wanted to leave the Jiang family? Why are we going back now? It was clear that Su Shuiyuan was still a little nervous. After all, he only had the lowest level of talent before, and was even called a jinx. Although my talent level has improved, building confidence still takes time. I've thought about it, and leaving this family is too easy. After all these years, I have to get something back. Surprisingly, Jiang Han became unusually serious this time. His tone also became deep, and he immediately took on a different image in Su Shuiyuan's eyes. In her opinion, although Jiang Han appears carefree on the surface, he is actually very thoughtful. Moreover, she knew about Jiang Han's experiences in the Jiang family, even though he had shown great talent. However, the situation is unlikely to improve significantly. After all, someone who used to be a good-for-nothing has now climbed above him, so many people are bound to be resentful. Therefore, Su Shuayuan was also very afraid that her appearance would make Jiang Han's situation in the Jiang family even worse. Indeed, no matter what, I will firmly support my master. Looking at Su Shuayuan, who was lying beside him like a little bird, Jiang Han couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This woman is really something. It was noon when they returned to the Jiang family home, where the family was preparing to eat. Upon seeing Jiang Han return, Jiang Wanguan was initially taken aback, but then greeted him with a beaming smile. I wondered who it was. It turns out it's our freshman leveling champion who's back. Why didn't he say hello? I don't think there's any need to say hello, after all, this is my home too. Jiang Han's words were clearly pointed at something. Jiang Wanguan has been in the business world for so many years. Although he has not achieved anything earth-shattering, he has still made some progress. How could he not hear it? However, he knew his son harbored resentment, so he didn't take it to heart. Okay, it was Dad's fault. Dad misspoke. This must be Su Shuayuan. Come in and eat. Jiang Wanguan gave his eldest son a wink, and Jiang Cheng frowned for a moment before standing up. Jiang Han is the third child in the Jiang family, with two older brothers. My older brother, Jiang Yuan, is now a junior at part.Ian University. There's rarely any news about him, but I've heard he's already a platinum-level expert. The second brother is Jiang Cheng. Because he had no talent, he did not go to university, but instead followed Jiang Wanguan to learn business. Jiang Han's previous actions had almost made him the undisputed successor. Now things are completely different. Unexpectedly, this younger brother, who was called Trash, has become the champion of the new students leveling up. In other words, he will be the weakest member of the Jiang family's direct line. That's why his father made him step down, and he didn't dare to show any displeasure. Of course, this doesn't mean he has one more competitor. The real competitors are not the Jiang family's direct descendants. Chapter 32. Give me 10 million. As a large family, Jiang Wanguan is the head of the family, but among the many collateral branches, there are quite a few people with the qualifications of a master who want to become his successor. Therefore, Jiang Qing's real competitors are these people. However, seeing his father's attitude, he was somewhat unhappy. Second brother, you seem a little unhappy. What's wrong? You really don't want to see me come back? The Jiang Han of today is not the same Jiang Han of the past. In the past, he didn't dare to breathe loudly at home in order to curry favor with Lu Ruyan. If I upset my father, I won't have any income to lick his boots. Things are different now. Jiang Han won't indulge anyone in his family anymore. Brother, what are you saying? This is your home too. You can come back whenever you want. Why would I be unhappy? That would be best, since you'll likely need my help after you take over the Jiang family. Seeing the two brothers at each other's throats, Jiang's mother quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, it's good that Xiaohan is back. What are you all doing? Hurry up and sit down to eat. The atmosphere then eased. The family ate their meal with their own hidden agendas, except for Jiang Wanguan, who kept putting food on Jiang Han's plate. He's getting happier and happier looking at his youngest son. Of course, Su Shuayuan was not neglected either. Jiang's mother had been chatting with her youngest daughter-in-law ever since she sat down. It's clear that he's quite satisfied with Su Shuayuan. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses S-level talent, making her a great asset to Jiang Han. She should be treated well. In contrast, Jiang Cheng ate his meal in silence, as if he were an outsider. Seeing the heartwarming scene of another family of four, Jiang Cheng ate a few bites and then got up to leave. I thought it would attract some attention, but the family didn't react at all. Seeing this, Jiang Han sneered inwardly. My second brother used to say a lot of bad things about me. If it weren't for his interference, Jiang Han in the original story might not have been expelled from his family so quickly. In the end, he met an extremely tragic end. Letting him experience this feeling this time isn't too much to ask. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han sought out Jiang Wanguan alone. Xiao Han, what made you see the light this time? It's not that I figured it out, it's that I have a business deal to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanguan's eyes lit up. As long as Jiang Han still needs him, there is still hope. He knew better than anyone how much influence a high-ranking master could have on a family. As long as Jiang Han can make a name for himself, even if Jiang Cheng is just a good-for-nothing, Jiang Wanguan is fully confident that he can successfully inherit the Jiang family. Moreover, Jiang Chang is no useless person either, he even has a better business sense than him. We are father and son, so let us not talk about business. Just tell me what you need. Give me 10 million. Jiang Wanguan was taken aback upon hearing this. 10 million may not seem like much, but it's surprising that someone would come up with so much cash at once. Even a small family like the Jiang family is not so simple. Can you tell me what you're going to do? You don't need to worry about that. I'll just tell you one thing, I desperately need this money right now. If you can come up with it, I can help the Jiang family 3 times once I've grown up. Jiang Han held up 3 fingers and said with a very serious expression. This was his promise. With the system at his disposal, he is destined to become a powerful figure. At that time, a small family like the Jiang family would be able to increase their strength several times over with just 3 assistance sessions. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wanguan nodded heavily. He then simply took out his phone and transferred the money. As for how he would explain it to the board of directors later, that was his problem. After making the money, Jiang Wanguan asked in confusion. The money has been transferred, but I have a question, why 3 times? 3 times is already very good. You know, I'm going to become the #1 man in the world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanguan almost cursed out loud. What kind of answer is this? Where did that seriousness go? At this time, Jiang Wanguan had no idea how much change these 3 acts of kindness would bring to the Jiang family in the future. He now has a feeling that he has been fooled again. After all, Jiang Han's reasons for asking for money before were incredibly absurd. This is what gradually made him lose confidence. Kid, are you sure you're not lying to me? Lying to you? To be honest, I'm not interested. There's a banquet tonight. Could you go in my place? It'll be a good opportunity to make an appearance before the major families. Although he was somewhat worried, Jiang Wanguan suppressed his doubts. After all, my son is very different now than he was before. Okay, I will go. Jiang Han agreed without hesitation. Because he knew that there was one more person who would be attending the banquet. That was his next target, how could he possibly miss it? Jiang Han then left gracefully, leaving Jiang Wanguan with only a proud and aloof silhouette. Fine, I'll just consider this the last time I trust you, kid. Jiang Han rushed to find Su Shuayuan and took her straight to the hospital. When she arrived at the door, Su Shuayuan was still a little confused. Master, why are we at the hospital? Of course I'll see your mom. You've already met my parents, how could I not meet yours? Upon hearing this, Su Shuayuan realized that this was where her mother was hospitalized. Master, how did you know my mother was hospitalized here? Would you believe me if I said it was your man's 6th sense? Jiang Han playfully pinched Su Shuayuan's cute little nose and said jokingly. Seeing that the other person seemed a little confused, with eyes full of wanting to believe, reason told me that this wasn't a real dilemma. Jiang Han smiled speechlessly and said. You actually believe that? Do you believe everything I say? The master said it, and everything the master said is true. Jiang Han was speechless, never expecting Su Shuayuan to be so stubborn. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If he weren't so stubborn, how could he have stayed by Yi Fan's side all this time in the original story? Okay, just kidding. Remember, I can joke too, so don't take everything I say as gospel, okay? I see. Jiang Han then explained that he had asked around and found out that Su's mother lived here, and only then did she understand. At the same time, I was also very moved. Although the two are eternally married, similar to a married couple on Earth. However, the vast majority of masters do not care about the family situation of the spirit beast girl. After all, although it is an eternal marriage, it mainly provides benefits in combat and has little to do with family. Upon arriving at the ward, Jiang Han simply waved his hand dismissively. Doctor, we're here to transfer to another hospital. Please settle the remaining medical expenses. Master, are you going to transfer my mother to another hospital? Su Shuayuan was startled, not expecting Jiang Han to make such a bizarre move right from the start. Yes, the medical standards here are not good. If we don't transfer her to another hospital, Auntie's condition will only gradually worsen. Only a better hospital can give her a chance to recover. Chapter 33. Why are you staring at me like that? Jiang Han's words were already very straightforward. If I continue to receive treatment in this kind of hospital, there will only be one outcome, death. Su Shuayuan was naturally aware of this result. Transferring to another hospital would mean spending a lot of money, which is simply beyond her means. But Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Han could see her concerns. Alright, you are my woman, and your mother is my mother, so leave the rest to me. Jiang Han gently kissed Su Shuayuan on the forehead before turning around and leaving to handle the transfer procedures. Watching that departing figure, Su Shuayuan burst into tears. At this moment, Su Shuayuan no longer knew how to describe her feelings. She never imagined that there could be such a good master in this world. Since they reunited, Jiang Han has done so much for her. If this still can't move her, then what in the world can move her? Everything is proving that her choice was correct. Jiang Han, I will repay your kindness with my whole life. Jiangyang First Hospital. This is the hospital with the highest medical standards in the entire Jiangyang city. Moreover, this hospital is a private hospital, so all its fees are unusually high. This is undoubtedly a high-class hospital. Even some small families cannot receive treatment here at will. In contrast, there are extremely advanced medical skills, and even special spirit beast girls who are adapted to various treatment methods. After arranging everything, Jiang Han learned that the surgery still carried significant risks. At least there is hope. If it is still incurable here, then we can only accept reality. Shuayuan, I have to attend a banquet for my father tonight. I'll leave the rest to you. Don't worry about the expenses, I've already settled them. Xiao Jiang, wait a minute. Seeing that Jiang Han was about to leave, Su's mother quickly spoke up to stop him. Actually, she was initially unwilling to accept the transfer to another hospital. After all, it's not worth losing so much money for an old man like myself. However, she clearly underestimated Jiang Han's determination. Jiang Han was very assertive, and he also explained the pros and cons involved. If she doesn't wholeheartedly accept the treatment, Su Shuayuan definitely won't be able to focus all her energy on leveling up. Even if they are distracted during the battle, it could very well lead to both of them losing their lives. After understanding this, Su's mother finally accepted the transfer to another hospital. Auntie, is there anything else? I've already asked the doctor, and I can't have the surgery for a while, so let Shuayuan come with you. You don't need to worry about me. Yes, Jiang Han, I'll go with you. We can deal with anything together. Seeing the mother and daughter's insistence, Jiang Han nodded. In that case, Auntie, please rest assured and receive treatment here. We will come to visit you often. Jiang Han thought for a moment, and realized that it was normal to bring a female companion to such banquets. He doesn't have many female friends right now, so finding one temporarily would be quite difficult. Su's mother's body needs a period of recuperation before she can undergo surgery, so she doesn't need much care during this time. Go, you two must live well and level up. Even if there's really no cure for my illness, seeing you two doing well will make me have no regrets. Mom, what are you saying? Don't worry, I will definitely cure you. Su Shuayuan's talent has now been upgraded and will not bring any bad luck. This was also an important factor in her finally regaining confidence. After leaving the hospital, the two changed their clothes. Jiang Han was dressed in a handsome suit, while Su Shuayuan had changed into a pink evening gown. The two walked together, looking like a perfect couple, attracting the attention of many people. Who's that? Her companion is so beautiful. You don't recognize him? Jiang Han, the third young master of the Jiang family. I heard he won first place in the freshman's wilderness training this time. What? Did I hear that right? He's the Jiang Han who's eternally married to Su Shuayuan, who has the bloodline of the F-rank unlucky serpent. Many people are not very clear about Su Shuayuan's bloodline talent. Of course, anyone with a brain knows that. To achieve first place in a freshman's first outdoor leveling session, it's definitely not as simple as just being at the F-rank. It's just that no one is willing to admit it. That's right, this kid's got a tough life. He hasn't been killed by this jinx yet. It was bound to happen sooner or later, so keep your voice down, they're coming. Looking at the whispering crowd, Jiang Han knew without even thinking what they were talking about. However, most of the people here do not have the talent of a master, they only have some influence in the business world. Jiang Wanguan accepted the banquet in the hope of finding an opportunity to secure several major projects. But now that it's his turn to participate, he won't tolerate these arrogant guys. After all, everyone knows that the dignified sect master of the Moon Spirit sect is his master. Who would dare to disobey? At worst, they can just make a phone call for help. That's the advantage of having someone powerful to rely on. Gentlemen, you're having a lively chat. I wonder if there's any good news lately? Jiang Han. You must be Jiang Han. Jiang Han had originally intended to tease everyone, but unexpectedly, a loud female voice, filled with anger, came from behind him. Looking back, I saw a pretty girl in sportswear. Although she wasn't dressed up, her ethereal and dashing demeanor were striking. Make it stand out in a crowd at a glance. Beautiful lady, we don't seem to know each other, do you want to see me? Are you attracted by my manly charm? Jiang Han chuckled, swirling the wine glass in his hand. His gaze roamed over the beautiful woman without any attempt to conceal it. I couldn't help but admire her figure. At the same time, he was also wondering about the other person's identity. Although he had indeed read the original work, he naturally couldn't possibly know what the specific characters looked like. There is still a huge difference between written words and real, living people. Why are you staring at me like that? Let me tell you. Don't like me. Although I'm naturally beautiful and approachable, how can a pheasant be paired with a phoenix? Faced with Jiang Han's blatant gaze, the beautiful woman was not surprised at all. Instead, she uttered a classic line. If your eyesight is bad, get a pair of glasses. If your brain is bad, try to get it treated, but I don't think it will make much of a difference. Someone like you, even if you're cured, you'll still be drooling. Jiang Han was also taken aback, not expecting that such a beautiful woman seemed to have some mental issues. If that's the case, he's not very interested. After all, there's a saying about cooperation, it's not the formidable opponent you should fear, but the incompetent teammate. A woman with mental issues like this might get herself killed in a fight. What do you mean? How dare you talk to me like that? Jiang Han, turn around here. Seeing Jiang Han's utterly disappointed expression, the beautiful woman immediately became furious. What a joke! She's got both good looks and a great figure, it's just that she has a bad temper. The man was quite perceptive, yet he was overlooked by a naive young man. This is intolerable. Chapter 34 Domineering enough. Beautiful lady, if you just tell me to turn around, I'll lose face. Unless you give me a good reason. Fine, you want a reason, right? I'm asking you, did you hit my brother Song Jong? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han turned around abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on the beautiful woman who looked like a ruffled old hen protecting her chicks. That gaze could be described as extremely penetrating. Song Yenyun even felt as if Jiang Han had already seen through her completely. Are you Song Yenyun? Now you're scared, aren't you? But I don't like the way you look at me. So, tell me, what are we going to do about this? To be honest, Song Yenyun also felt a little uneasy just now. That look doesn't seem like fear at all, it's more like, looking at a product? Afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? Your Song family doesn't educate your descendants properly, and someone else is helping to educate them. Shouldn't you thank me? Upon hearing this, Song Yenyun nearly choked with anger. What kind of utter nonsense is this? I came here to demand an explanation. Does this guy expect me to be grateful? Thank you? How arrogant! Who do you think you are, daring to educate the descendants of my Song family? Although my Song family is not a prestigious clan, we still have the ability to cause a little trouble for your Jiang family. I advise you to face reality. Song Yenyun is absolutely right. Compared to the Song family, the Jiang family is indeed slightly inferior in strength. However, this was not because they were particularly strong, but because a daughter of the Song family found the right master. To put it bluntly, they're just benefiting from the situation. Face reality? Sorry, I don't have that habit. Since you say you want an explanation, I'll give you one today. The argument between the two quickly attracted the attention of everyone at the party. After all, most people who come here are here to discuss business. Unexpectedly, two young men confronted each other. It's probably human nature to watch a spectacle, and soon a crowd gathered around the two of them. What's going on? You don't know yet, do you? A while ago, Jiang Han beat up Song Jong from the Song family. I guess this sister is here to cause trouble. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember now. It's that death club that a bunch of hotheads from Haitan University started, right? Clearly, even though these people all come from the business world. But I've heard about what's happening at the university. As more and more people gathered, Song Yenyun felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, she hasn't found a suitable master yet, and her strength is still lacking. If he were to actually face off against Jiang Han, the champion of the newbie leveling competition, he might not necessarily be a match for him. However, this did not affect her arrogance. After all, she had the entire Song family behind her. You're lucky you have some self-awareness. As long as you publicly apologize to my brother and pay for his medical expenses, this matter will be over. Upon hearing this, Jung Han dismissed it with disdain. It's true that people are born with the ability to have wildly imaginative ideas. I think you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant to tell you. Then what do you want to do? Song Yen-yoon was a little confused, but before she could finish speaking, Jung Han suddenly appeared behind her. The next moment, she felt a burning pain in her buttocks. It's obvious that he'll get a swollen, red handprint. She was about to scream when she realized there were too many people around. If she screamed without restraint, how could she face others if word got out? Jian Han. I'm going to kill you. Forget it. Do you really think you can kill me? Let me tell you a secret, I'm already a silver level. This time, Jiang Han lowered his voice, almost whispering in Song Yen-yoon's ear. This was the first time Song Yen-yoon had been in such close contact with a man. Sensing Jiang Han's presence, the hairs on their necks stood on end. Moreover, she had a feeling that she was completely suppressed by Jiang Han in terms of momentum. So what if someone is only silver ranked? Does the Song family fear a mere silver ranked person? If you're not satisfied, you're welcome to try, but I can't guarantee I'll show you any mercy. As he spoke, Jiang Han suddenly slapped Song Yen-yoon's other buttock hard. Perhaps it was because of nervousness, or perhaps it was because Jiang Han's aura was too powerful. Song Yen-yoon forgot her surroundings and screamed without restraint. That sound, if any man heard it, could only be described with one word. That is ecstasy. Holy crap, what weird things are those two doing? Exciting, this is so exciting. I never expected that Miss Song would have this side to her. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and record this. The onlookers didn't care much, they were all just there to watch the drama unfold. They all took out their phones and started recording. Seeing this, Song Yen-yoon finally realized what was happening. Jiang Han, you just wait, I'll make you pay for what you did today. After saying that, she turned and left angrily. You should know that in everyone's eyes, Song Yen-yoon is a rose with thorns. Not only is he very bold in character, but he also never suffers a loss in his actions. I never expected that I would suffer such a big setback when I first met Jiang Han today. If I told anyone, probably no one would believe me. They just left like that? I thought something was going to happen. Oh well, it's good enough that there's a show to watch. Seeing that the two parted on bad terms, the onlookers were somewhat disappointed and resumed what they had just been doing. Song Yen-yoon arrived at a secluded corner, but an excited expression appeared on her face. It's hard to imagine that this strong and capable young lady has masochistic tendencies. Jiang Han was so reckless precisely because he knew this. In the later part of the original novel, this young lady contributed many wonderful plot points. Damn Jiang Han, he hit too hard. My arm is probably swollen. But why didn't he hit me a few more times? In a secluded corner, Song Yen-yoon pouted and muttered to herself. Her little hands kept rubbing her bottom, trying to relieve some of the pain. Fortunately, she likes to wear sportswear. If she had worn tight clothes, the slap mark would probably have been clearly visible. No, I can't let him get away with this. Having just suffered a loss, Song Yen-yoon was certainly not going to give up so easily. He then turned his gaze to Su Shuayuan beside him, and his eyes lit up immediately. Jiang Han, you can't escape my grasp. Song Yen-yoon has always considered herself a young lady from a wealthy family. The people around him were all sycophants, no one dared to oppose him. Jiang Han's behavior naturally aroused her strong curiosity. Moreover, this man is domineering enough, which is very much to her liking. She knows she would definitely regret it if she missed out. Finally, after more than half an hour, she got her chance. Perhaps because they needed to discuss some private matters, Jiang Han was called aside by a group of disciples. Only Su Shuayuan remained waiting in the same spot. Song Yen-yoon licked her lips and walked straight over. Chapter 35 is just right. Su Shuayuan didn't particularly like these kinds of occasions, so she tried to minimize her presence as much as possible. If it weren't for the confrontation between Jiang Han and Song Yen-yoon just now, probably no one would have really noticed her. After all, Jiang Han was the representative of the Jiang family at this banquet. As for the spirit beast girl, she is merely an added bonus, and some people may even deliberately distance themselves from her. The reason is simple, most of the people here are from the business world. They were unwilling to discuss the topic of cultivators. No matter how you look at it, business people and masters pale in comparison to spirit beast girls. You must be Su Shuayuan? Miss Song, is there something you need from me? When Jiang Han confronted her just now, Su Shuayuan didn't say a word. This illness doesn't mean she's weak. To put it bluntly, if Song Yen-yun had really dared to make a move, she would have acted immediately. I just don't really have much interest in these so-called social interactions. Although he felt no affection for Song Yen-yun, he still showed the proper courtesy. What's the matter? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do you even have the right to stand here? However, instead of receiving the respect he deserved, his politeness was met with even more vicious words. What do you mean by that? You should know exactly what I mean. You're just a piece of trash with an F-level talent. Do you think you're qualified to stand here? Song Yen-yun had an unforgiving air about her being right, as if she were the one standing on the moral high ground. I came here with Jiang Han. Whether I have the right to stand here or not is none of your business to interfere. It's not my turn, is it? Have you forgotten how you brought death to your own father and how you caused your own mother to fall seriously ill? In my opinion, you're a jinx, and you're not welcome here. It's clear that Song Yen-yun did a lot of research beforehand. They had a very clear understanding of Jiang Han and Su Shuayuan. However, since she had done her investigation, she must know that Su Shuayuan's bloodline talent had already been upgraded. She was just using this topic to attack her. A kind word warms the heart for 3 winter months, while a harsh word chills the heart for 6 summer months. When attacking someone, you naturally have to target their most vulnerable spot. It must be said that Song Yen-yun is quite good at arguing. In just a few words, he touched the softest spot in Su Shuayuan's heart. What she feared most about being with Jiang Han was that it would bring bad luck. Although nothing seems to have happened yet, who can say for sure what will happen? The death of her father was a devastating blow, leaving her speechless for a moment. She had originally thought that since she was Jiang Han's person, her status at the banquet was naturally given to her by Jiang Han. As for the opinions of others, they can be completely ignored. I never expected Song Yen-yun to be so vicious. Her words were like a sharp blade stabbing into my chest. What? Speechless? Did I hit the nail on the head? If you ask me, someone like you doesn't deserve Jiang Han at all, even though he's trash too. The argument between the two had already attracted a lot of attention. Among them were some who fawned over Song Yen-yun, coupled with the Song family's influence in Jiangyang City. No one would speak up for Su Shuayuan. Exactly, Su, you don't really think that becoming Jiang Han's girlfriend will give you a chance to rise above your circumstances, do you? A slut is a slut. She got her status by selling her body, and she really thinks she's something special. Get lost. I'm really afraid of being under the same roof as this guy. I'll be in big trouble tomorrow. Exactly, Jiang Han has just started to show promise. If this jinx ruins it, his expression will be priceless, right? Listening to the unbearable taunts from the crowd, Su Shuayuan felt as if the whole world was filled with malice. The memories flooded back into my mind, and I could no longer bear it. Tears streamed down my face. Watching Su Shuayuan leave heartbroken, Song Yen-yun wore a smug expression. I wonder how he'll treat me if that's the case. I can't wait. There is no such thing as mind reading in this world. If someone heard what she was actually thinking, they'd probably be shocked. After teasing Su Shuayuan, Song Yen-yun felt relieved and continued chatting with the other disciples as if nothing had happened. However, she had absolutely no interest in these people. She kept glancing towards the VIP room entrance, hoping Jiang Han would come out soon. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Han finally came out. Song Yen-yun was so excited that her hand holding the cup trembled slightly. Here I am. Here I am. Come here quickly and take good care of me. It's just like that saying, with an excited heart and trembling hands, I want to be yours. Jiang Han immediately began searching the scene after he came out. But Su Shuayuan was nowhere to be seen, and his heart sank. Because he knew the other person's personality, he knew that they would never go against his wishes. This time, they didn't wait in the same spot. Something must have happened. Where is your mistress? He took out his phone and sent a message, and Xia Lang replied very quickly. Reporting to master, the mistress is crying alone on the rooftop. Please come quickly. Without having time to ask what was going on, Jiang Han strode towards the rooftop. Sure enough, I saw Su Shuayuan standing alone on the edge of the rooftop, silently shedding tears. What's wrong? Speaking softly, Jiang Han could sense the intense negative energy emanating from Su Shuayuan. Master, perhaps we should separate. What's wrong with you? Why are you saying such things? There was no one around at the moment, and Xia Lang suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Big brother, I saw it all. That beautiful woman you spanked just now said that the mistress would bring bad luck or something. It made me so angry. I see. Come on, I'll take you to settle the score. Jiang Han, furious, ignored Su Shuayuan's strong objections and dragged her directly to Song Yenyun. Hearing heavy footsteps behind her, Song Yenyun knew that her plan had succeeded. Song Yenyun. Having already guessed that it was Jiang Han, Song Yenyun deliberately turned around out of curiosity, just about to speak. A dark shadow flashed by, followed by a crisp snap. Song Yenyun felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. The power of a silver-level expert was something no ordinary person could withstand. Moreover, it was an attack fueled by rage, unless one also possessed a bloodline talent. That slap would send her straight to see her great-grandmother. Song Yenyun was also stunned by the slap. They never expected Jiang Han to act so decisively, but they were secretly pleased. This is just what I wanted. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, but it really hurts. Song Yenyun, I'm warning you, you can do whatever you want to me, but you can't touch my woman. Otherwise, it's a fight to the death. After saying that, Jiang Han pulled Su Shuayuan away and left. He was only here at Zhang's father's request to show his face and demonstrate his strength. Having achieved his goal at this point in the banquet, there was no need for him to stay any longer. Chapter 36 must feel pretty good, right? Realizing that Jiang Han was about to leave, Song Yenyun panicked. What a joke! It was just one slap. He clearly wasn't satisfied yet. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Stop! At this moment, the onlookers dared not utter a sound, for fear that this young lady would take her anger out on them. To a normal person, Song Yenyun would never swallow such a huge loss and humiliation. So there's definitely going to be a lot of drama to watch today. What? Haven't you had enough of being beaten yet? Although he knew Song Yenyun was a masochist, Jiang Han was genuinely angry this time. Although Jiang Han knew about Song Yenyun's eccentricities, it didn't mean he could tolerate her stupidity and recklessness. To insult Su Shuayuan in order to provoke him, what kind of thought process would lead someone to do such a thing? Even if it weren't for Su Shuayuan, but rather to bring Song Yenyun into the harem, she still had to be properly trained first. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble might arise in the future? You're incredibly arrogant. You hit me and think you can just leave so easily? What do you take my Song family for? The Song family? I don't care about them at all. I want to leave, and you can't stop me, nor can the Song family. Or perhaps you enjoyed what you just experienced? Still want more? Jiang Han was still angry. Since this woman had come to him of her own accord, he didn't need to be too polite. These words struck a chord with Song Yenyun, instantly making her legs go weak, her face flush slightly, and her mind race as her heart pounded. Did I make it so obvious that he noticed? Impossible. No matter how powerful Jiang Han is, he can't possibly know what other people are thinking. Since he's got a temper, let me test his strength. Thinking of this, Song Yenyun immediately regained her composure. Humph. Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll really think I, Song Yenyun, am made of clay. As she spoke, Song Yenyun rushed straight toward Jiang Han. Without the master's blessing, it can only exert about 1/10 of its strength. However, Song Yenyun had already reached the 9th level of silver, and was only one step away from gold. It means the Song family is truly wealthy and powerful, otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to cultivate to such a high level on her own. Even with 1/10 of its strength, it would be more than enough to deal with a silver 1-star. Of course, this refers to a regular silver 1-star character. Jiang Han is anything but ordinary. As his strength increased, Jiang Han's physical attributes became comparable to those of a ferocious beast of the same level. It's something that ordinary people can't even compare to. With a muffled thud, Jiang Han caught Song Yenyun's full force attack with a single hand. Although she was equally shocked, Song Yenyun could not hide her excitement. Just as I suspected, this is the guy I've been looking for. Knowing Song Yenyun's hidden personality, Jiang Han naturally knew what this woman was thinking. Jiang Han hadn't expected Song Yenyun's inclinations to be so severe. The longing in his eyes was so intense it almost felt real. That look of desire is something no man could resist. This little girl clearly hasn't had enough fun yet. In that case, let's give her a good lesson. Thinking of this, Jiang Han's lips curled into a smile. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? In that case, fine, I'll satisfy you properly today. Jiang Han grabbed Song Yenyun's arm and shook her, causing Song Yenyun to immediately lose her balance and fall forward. Jiang Han then released her hand and wrapped his arm around Xiao Man's waist. Song Yenyun was directly tucked under his arm, and when he looked down, he could see her round, sexy little buttocks. Jiang Han didn't hesitate, raising his sinful hand and slapping it down. This time, the shot was anything but light. It even involved the use of spiritual energy. The crisp sound echoed even in the enormous hall. That wasn't all. Jiang Han swung his hand again, his movements so fast they created afterimages, slapping the object repeatedly as if it were powered by a small electric motor. Soon, the sound of slapping filled the air. No one present had expected it to end this way. Wow, this must feel amazing. It's not just good, it's incredibly exciting. Exciting? That's a tigress's ass. Jiang Han is definitely in for a world of hurt this time. I don't know if it's tragic or not, I only know that I want to experience it too. Song Yenyun burst into tears at the first touch. However, at the same time, she was so happy inside that she didn't want Jiang Han to stop, and didn't even think about struggling. If this continues, I estimate that walking will become a problem later on. Just as she was still debating whether or not to make a token effort to struggle, she only felt Jiang Han's hand gently fall on her little bottom that had just been ravaged. Song Yenyun felt a tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Her buttocks, which had been brutally violated, trembled all over when touched like this again. It was more irresistible than any other feeling, almost like a poison. Miss Song, consider this a lesson for you today. I'll leave this ass for you. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Jiang Han squeezed hard a few times before letting go. After being ravaged like this, Song Yenyun felt as if all her strength had been drained. After losing support, he collapsed to the ground. By the time they realized what was happening, Jiang Han and Su Shuayuan had already left. Jiang Han. Jiang Han. You're exactly the kind of girl I want. I won't let you get away with this. Song Yenyun stared in the direction Jiang Han had left as if she were insane, her voice mournful and shrill, making everyone who heard it feel uncomfortable. However, no one would know that this was a sign of extreme excitement. Has this young lady of the Song family gone mad? Hey, after such a huge blow, I guess the Song family and the Jiang family are going to be locked in a life or death struggle this time, right? The banquet ended hastily due to this minor incident. Jiang Han did not sign any contract this time. After all, he was just there to make an appearance, but he still managed to attract a lot of attention. I'm afraid that what happened today will soon reach the ears of everyone in the family, and even the school. Of course, that's the effect he wanted. Because he knew that the more ruthless he was, the more madly Song Yenyun would fall in love with him. He had originally planned to proceed gradually, but since this woman was so eager to offer herself, he couldn't be blamed for being impolite. After leaving the banquet, Xiao Lang was already hiding in his car. Since I drove here myself, I'm not worried about being recognized. What are you doing here? Brother, I've brought you some intelligence. Because Sharon uses a children's phone watch, it can only send simple text messages in addition to making calls. Only the person in question can come in person to report on their work. Speak, and then hurry up and leave. Brother, I've worked so hard all day, can't you reward me? Want me a big bad fight as a reward? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang quickly shook his head and refused. Then forget it. In order not to disturb you, I have sorted out the intelligence. Please take a look, and I will leave now. Jiang Han nodded as he looked at the envelope Xiao Lang handed him. This time they've shown some awareness, they deserve praise. I will keep working hard, goodbye, big brother. Chapter 37. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. What's this? Take a look at the evidence you requested. In fact, Jiang Han had been asking Xiao Lang to find evidence before. Although he knew that Su's father's death was a frame-up, he didn't say anything because he had no evidence. He hadn't had high hopes, but Xiao Lang was surprisingly capable. He had even figured out the lightning rat's body so quickly. The reason they were able to achieve such high efficiency was partly due to their identity as time travelers. On the other hand, the size of ferocious beasts makes them much more convenient than humans. This is my father. Upon seeing that the message was about her father, Su Shuayuan was surprised, and all the grievances in her heart welled up at the same time. For a long time, everyone said that her father was cursed to death. Although everyone knows it's not true, only the person involved truly knows how wronged and desperate they feel. After all, no child wants to see their biological parents get into trouble. At the same time, I was very touched. Although Jiang Han didn't say anything, he had arranged everything. Whether it's about my mother or the truth behind my father's death, everything. This all demonstrates how wise their decision was. Now you know, your father's death has nothing to do with you. Oh nar. Su Shuayuan wanted to say something, but Jiang Han covered her lips with his finger. The soft touch made Jiang Han's mind wander. However, since I'm still driving, I naturally can't do things that everyone enjoys seeing. No need to say anything, I don't need you to be moved. I will avenge you. I just need you not to put too much pressure on yourself and focus on leveling up. Master, don't worry, I will definitely work harder in the future and raise my talent to the next level as soon as possible. That's good. Jiang Han smiled and ruffled her hair. Jiang Han was naturally aware of Su Shuayuan's personality. With the permanent bond in place, Su Shuayuan's loyalty is beyond question. All that remains is to make her even more devoted, to let go of all psychological burdens, and to wholeheartedly cooperate with him to improve his talent level. Su Shuayuan looked at the man in front of her with deep affection, and a happiness she had never felt before welled up inside her. Jiang Han knew from the original novel that Su's father was framed while participating in a hunting mission with a black team. The term hunting black team refers to small teams that specialize in exploring special areas. Because there is less intelligence and more danger in these special areas, the black hunting team faces a greater risk factor compared to other teams. However, the catch from these hunting teams will increase exponentially, since the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Although the black team has a high mortality rate, those who have been with the black team for many years have almost all developed the ability to avoid death and prolong their lives. They can use their rich experience to detect danger in advance and then avoid it. Therefore, the black team suffered the most casualties among the non-resident personnel who temporarily joined the team. These people are basically the first choice for pioneers or rear guard. After all, those who think of joining the black team are all looking to make quick money. Even if they are bullied by the regular staff or treated unfairly, they can only swallow their anger and resentment. To put it bluntly, these kinds of things are all consensual, and even if someone wants to complain, they can't find a place to do so. Su Shuayuan's father was one of those who joined temporarily. During a hunt with the black team, he was knocked unconscious by a member of the team and used as bait to lure ferocious beasts into a trap, ultimately leading to his tragic death. Now that he had found the evidence, Jiang Han had no intention of letting these people go. He couldn't control the others, but Su Shuayuan was his woman, so those people had to die. The consignment hall. Compared to other places, this place is much more grand. The entire gate alone is as tall as several stories. The quest hall is essentially an adventurer's guild. It's not only where all masters receive and issue quests, but it's also a major faction. It holds a pivotal position in the Great Xia dynasty. Sir, would you like to accept a mission? As soon as I stepped through the door, a waiter in a tuxedo came to greet me. No, I need to issue a task. No problem, sir, this way please. It must be said that it is indeed a large organization, and the service they provide is exceptionally good. The waiter in a tuxedo led Jiang Han to the place where the mission was posted. Then, a fruit platter, snacks, and drinks were laid out on the table before the mission assignment form was brought out. As far as Jiang Han knew, the hunting team that had framed Su's father acted very cautiously. They basically only operate in a few familiar areas. Even so, casualties are inevitable, which shows how dangerous the missions undertaken by the black team are. Twilight Abyss? That place is not peaceful. Upon seeing that Jiang Han's task was to be assigned to this special area, the waiter kindly offered a reminder. How so? Jiang Han showed no sign of backing down. In fact, his eyes gleamed with excitement. As mentioned in the original novel, after Yifan helped Su Shuayuan take revenge, he discovered a ruin. Because it's early in the story, he doesn't quite remember the exact names of the treasures in the ruins. All I remember is that it was an extremely powerful skill, and it seemed to have some connection with a certain powerful figure. I've heard that a special kind of fog has recently appeared in the Twilight Abyss. It can appear out of nowhere at any time. Without exception, anyone who encounters the fog is almost guaranteed to die. Even if they manage to come back alive, they almost always lose their minds and become crippled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han could say he was certain. It was this exploration of the ruins that allowed Yifan to obtain resources. As for the white mist, there's nothing to worry about once you find one thing. And this item was on that hunting team. According to the plot, this operation takes place after the freshman competition. If Jiang Han acts now, without Yifan's interference, the success rate will greatly increase. Then that's it. I'm going to explore the formation of these mists. What? Sir, are you sure you're not joking with me? The young man was speechless. Jiang Han didn't look like a master at all. They're good at talking big, but this task, even if it were posted, would probably only be accepted by someone with a screw loose. It wasn't that the delivery guy was deliberately making things difficult after all. What if no one accepted the task he posted? Not only would he take up a task slot, but he also wouldn't receive the bonus. Do I look like I'm joking with you? There's 300,000 in this card. That should be enough as the commission fee, right? As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. The moment Jiang Han took out the card, all of the young man's doubts vanished. They all get a cut from the tasks with that much money. Even if the tasks occupy them for a year or two, it's enough. Okay sir, I'll process it for you right away. Here's a QR code, please scan it. We'll notify you as soon as someone accepts the task. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han took out his phone. I couldn't help but feel a little impressed. I hadn't expected the world in this book to be so humane. After issuing the task, Jiang Han had nothing else to do. Continuing to discuss the happiest things in life with Su Shuayuan, it's still not quite possible to further upgrade Su Shuayuan's talent. System, when will the upgrade finally be available? System confidential, no comment. Perhaps because Jiang Han had asked so many questions lately, the system surprisingly gave him a notification. Although there's not much difference between having a hint and not having one, at least it provides a direction. The bondage play is over, the SM is done, but the sanctity hasn't decreased yet. Could it be that? Suddenly, an immature idea popped into Jiang Han's mind, and he couldn't help but reveal a lewd expression. Chapter 38: A good day for murder and robbery. The next morning, Sun Yan arrived at the consignment hall as usual. As the captain of the madman squad, Sun Yan's infamy had long been known throughout the entire commission hall. The group walked in a very arrogant manner, which drew a lot of criticism from the crowd. They all muttered quietly, and no one dared to truly confront them. The reason is simple: these people acted too brutally. Offending a gentleman might leave room for maneuver, but offending these petty people is a different story. They might trip you up at any time, and then you'll have nowhere to turn to cry. The commission hall is also divided into areas, and the silver area is the domain of this madman squad. Brother, I don't think there will be any good missions today. What can we do? Have you found the person we asked you to find? Sun Yan had a bulging, fleshy face and a robust build. He wore a vest that revealed his chest hair. Coupled with his fierce and menacing expression, he was clearly not someone to be trifled with. It's just that tattoos aren't popular here, otherwise this guy would definitely have tattoos all over his body. Big brother, this is really hard to find. You know the reputation of our madman squad. Huh? You mean I'm not a good enough older brother? My younger brother's name is Heilong. He has a pointed mouth and monkey-like face, and looks like a petty person. With his goatee, he perfectly embodied the villain's image. Big brother, how could that be? It's clearly those people who don't understand your domineering aura. It's their loss if they don't join the madman squad. That's more like it. Let's see what requests we have. Heilong's words pleased Sun Yan greatly, and he nodded in satisfaction. Heilong is considered the number 2 in the madman squad, and his ability to achieve this is inseparable from his honeyed tongue. The group walked up to the task list, and the first task on the big screen immediately caught their attention. Big brother, look. It's a quest from Twilight Abyss. That's true, and they gave quite a lot, a full 350,000. Upon seeing the amount entrusted, Sun Yan's mouth almost watered. A typical commission usually costs between a few thousand and 10,000. After all, completing these tasks is not difficult, it's just that many people don't want to go out and cause trouble. Leveling up is the top priority, so people usually come here to commission the collection of any materials they need. The fact that a mere exploration commission could command a price of 300,000 is naturally very attractive. Captain Sun, have you taken a liking to this commission? The receptionist walked over with a big smile on his face. If they had no other choice, no one would be willing to come and greet these scoundrels. And this receptionist was the same guy Jiang Han had come to issue the mission yesterday. Isn't that obvious? We've taken the job. Tell them we're leaving first thing tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, the receptionist was taken aback. I thought the mission was destined to be abandoned, but I didn't expect it to be accepted so quickly. But thinking about it, it's normal, after all, the madman squad has entered the Twilight Abyss more than once before. What? You don't want us to pick you up? Seeing that the young man didn't react for a long time, Sun Yan became a little angry. He glared at her and said, "How could I? Captain Sun's mission is one I wouldn't dare to obstruct. I'll process the paperwork for you right away. While registering information, the young man shook his head inside. I silently mourned for Jiang Han. Of all people to meet, he had to run into these jinxes. There are many types of commissions, including protection, data collection, and so on. As for exploratory projects, these pose the highest risk to the client. The reason is simple: for some unscrupulous squads, there is a unique way to complete exploration missions. According to the original setting, the person who commissions the exploration mission will usually travel with the team. However, the task and the commission are given to the guild together. To complete the task, all you need to do is submit a few photos of the explored area. In other words, as long as they kill the client and take a few photos, the Madman Squad can come back to collect the reward. This is a bug in the original work. After all, if such a large union couldn't even guarantee the safety of its clients, it would probably have collapsed long ago. For this reason, under normal circumstances, such exploration missions are usually issued by large clans. It's extremely rare for someone like Jiang Han to come alone and issue a mission, unless they have absolute confidence in their own abilities. However, this Madman Squad all have at least silver rank 8 or 9 strength. If they go out together, the consequences are predictable. Everyone has their own destiny. If you really die, don't come looking for me. I was forced into this situation. The young man silently prayed in his heart, and then finished entering all the information. Jiang Han, who was working hard, suddenly heard a notification sound from his phone. Compared to other notification sounds, the notification sound for commission tasks is somewhat unique. Jiang Han had to stop for a moment, picked up his phone and laughed. I didn't expect you to take the bait so quickly. Xue Yuan, avenge your father tomorrow. Master, what did you say? It's nothing. Your task now is to serve your master well. Then came another sprint, and Su Xueyuan was rolling her eyes before it finally ended. After telling Su Xueyuan about his revenge, a hint of madness appeared in Jiang Han's eyes. Although his current strength is only silver level 1, his combat power should be between silver level 3 and 4. Of course, this is without using forbidden spells. If a forbidden spell is used, even a gold level expert or even a platinum level expert would have to think twice. Keep in mind that he was only at the bronze level before, yet he was able to kill 2 dying king level ferocious beasts. Even with his improved strength, he still struggles to unleash the full power of the forbidden spell. He couldn't even imagine what a terrifying scene it would be if the forbidden spell were unleashed at its full power. Master, isn't this too dangerous? I looked into the Madman Squad, and their reputation isn't very good. Don't worry, don't you know your master's strength? Besides, I'm not just going there to avenge you, there's something else I'm determined to get. For any strong individual to grow, early opportunities are indispensable. Jiang Han's goal was to intercept all of Yifan's early opportunities. After all, he's the one with the protagonist's halo. If you give him just one chance, the consequences could be utter ruin. He wouldn't make such a mistake. Alright then, Master, I believe you. That's right. Shall we continue? Ah. Although Su Xueyuan experienced a blissful, ecstatic feeling, she really couldn't stand it anymore if it continued like this. But there was nothing they could do. Jiang Han's abilities were simply too powerful. If she wasn't satisfied, she would feel a little guilty. It wasn't until the middle of the night that the two finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiang Han felt refreshed and invigorated. The weather's nice today, looks like a perfect day for murder and robbery. After getting ready, the two arrived at the agreed meeting point. All 7 members of the Madman Squad had arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Han, he long gave him a disdainful look. Boss, he's a silver 1-star trash. Stop talking nonsense and get going. Don't waste my time. With her father's killer right in front of her, Su Xueyuan's face turned ashen. If Jiang Han hadn't stopped him, he probably would have gone up there and fought them to the death right now. Chapter 39: Addicted to Self-Torture? Calm down, I'll give you that chance. Jiang Han whispered something in Su Xueyuan's ear. After all, we're still in the city. If the law enforcement team finds out, we'll be severely punished. Kid, you need to find the right time to flirt. Exploring outside the city isn't so easy. Seeing the two being so intimate, Sun Yan said in an annoyed tone. If you didn't know these people's character, you might really think they were showing concern. But Jiang Han clearly saw a subtle greed in everyone's eyes. Compared to civilized society, this kind of society based on cultivation is clearly more cruel and ruthless. Aside from the relationship between a master and a spirit beast girl, there are very few relationships that can be truly trusted. Moreover, Jiang Han's experience has already proven everything, even with the constraints of the marriage system, betrayal and targeting still exist. Let's go, kid. You'd better be smart once you get out of here, or we have no obligation to collect your corpses. Jiang Han was speechless, he hadn't even said anything yet. Unexpectedly, these guys started to launch into a long-winded speech, which truly lived up to the name of the Madman Squad. Captain Sun, I don't like hearing what you're saying. As the boss, I have to say this: all operations outside must be under my command. There is no doubt that the person issuing the commission has a certain degree of command authority. After all, the principle of taking someone's money to solve their problems is universal in any society. However, upon hearing Jiang Han's words, the entire Madman Squad looked at him as if he were an idiot. Sun Yan scoffed and didn't want to speak, while he long curled his lip and mocked. You're not that big of a person, but you have quite the temper. Don't think you're so great just because you're the champion of the newbie leveling up. You should focus on surviving first. Clearly, the Madman Squad had also investigated Jiang Han's background. After all, they're not fools, there are some people they can't afford to mess with. But Jiang Han, being a member of a small family, doesn't have much influence, so he naturally doesn't feel any burden when doing this. Alright, in that case, I'll say the same thing to you. I heard you lost 3 team members in a mission recently, right? You'd better be careful this time. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the Madman Squad immediately changed. Although these guys are ruthless to outsiders, it must be said that they still value brotherhood. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone with only a silver level skill level to have such a reputation in the commission field. Several brothers died, including Sun Yan's younger brother. The Madman Squad had been holding their anger in and wouldn't allow anyone to mention it. Jiang Han's words hit them right where it hurt. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan could no longer control himself. He rushed over and grabbed Jiang Han's collar. The speed was so fast that it even triggered Jiang Han's biological instincts, almost causing him to act subconsciously. This shows that the difference in their levels is indeed quite large. It's fair to say that if this guy were to launch a sneak attack, even Jiang Han wouldn't be able to guarantee he wouldn't suffer a loss. Of course, this was under the condition that Jiang Han was not on guard. Now that the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark, and we are on guard, Jiang Han is confident that he can make them disappear without a trace if they make any unusual moves. He didn't believe these guys could withstand a forbidden spell. Kid, you better know what you're talking about, or I won't hesitate to make sure you don't see the sunrise tomorrow. Captain Sun, why are you so angry? It's normal to have casualties on a mission. I was just trying to be helpful. Jiang Han showed no fear whatsoever, but instead remained remarkably calm. A strange feeling rose in Sun Yan's heart, and he frowned slightly. He couldn't figure out why a mere silver 1 star would give him a sense of danger. We don't need you to remind us. Seeing that Jiang Han was so shrewd, Sun Yan had already made up his mind. We should act as soon as we leave the city gate, lest things get complicated. Let's go, and remember what I said. It was originally just a small task, and Sun Yan planned to stay away for a few days and then come back. Unexpectedly, we've run into a real problem this time. Since that's the case, we can't blame him for being impolite. After registering at the city gate, the group left the city through the east gate. Once you leave the city, you'll find yourself on a main road. Although it's called a main road, it doesn't really have a modern feel. It's just a dirt road that the masters travel on. It's obviously impossible to drive on such a road. Fortunately, the Twilight Abyss is not far away, but it is difficult because of its special geographical location and the presence of gold-level ferocious beasts. That's why it was marked as a special area. A few miles outside the city, the group embarked on a rugged mountain road. Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, another small team had also followed closely behind and left the city. Watching the figure gradually disappear into the distance, Song Yenyon licked her lips, feeling a surge of excitement. Jiang Han, I won't let you get away with this. Having suffered such a great loss at the banquet, the Song family naturally reacted. However, Song Yenyun insisted on handling the matter herself and did not ask her family for help this time. If Jiang Han knew about this, he would definitely know what this woman was thinking. However, he was still waiting for an opportunity. The original mission of scouting was to be carried out by Jiang Han and Su Shuiyuan. Who knew that after Jiang Han argued his case, he would end up at the very back? Sun Yan was furious about this, but in order to appease the other party, he chose to compromise. This place is too close to the city gate, so it's obviously not a good time to make a move. If the people returning to the city see us, it will ruin our reputation. Even when it's quiet and deserted, you have to wait before you can commit murder and robbery. As for the Moon Spirit Sect Master whose identity is unknown, that's not something the Madman Squad is worried about. Now that they had investigated Jiang Han's background, the Madman Squad naturally knew about Dugu Qingyue. However, they didn't really believe it. How could someone from a small family possibly be noticed by someone like that? That's simply a fantasy. Master, what do we do? Jiang Han looked around and saw that it was quiet and there was no one there at all. Moreover, since the mountain road is rugged and only one person can pass at a time, finding an opportunity to directly thread the candied hawthorns is naturally the best way. This is a perfect opportunity, as everyone is currently on a relatively straight road. Get ready to move. Jiang Han's expression darkened, and just then, a scream suddenly came from behind him. Jiang Han, you stop right there. Song Yenyun? Is this person addicted to masochism? Why is she so persistent? The person who arrived was none other than Song Yenyun, who had been chasing after them. Moreover, he was followed by several thugs, which clearly indicated that they were up to no good. Your nemesis has arrived, what should you say? What else can I say? Let's get out of here. Sun Yan scoffed and made his request again. Alright, then why don't you lead the way? They were already quite close to the Twilight Abyss, and to avoid any unforeseen complications, Jiang Han had no choice but to agree for the time being. Chapter 40 Still too young. Although he agreed, Jiang Han never admitted defeat verbally. It seems the renowned Madman Squad isn't all that great after all. They didn't even dare to scout ahead. It's truly astonishing. With Song Yenyun's appearance, the Madman Squad dared not make a move easily. After all, the Song family's thugs are quite capable, and dealing with all of them won't be easy. Moreover, once they offend the Song family, the Madman Squad will definitely have no room to survive in Jiangyang City. Jiang Han, stop right there. Seeing Jiang Han about to run away, Song Yenyun felt a pang of regret. I should have known better than to speak up so soon. How long would it take to catch up? An hour later, a gaping abyss, like a giant maw, appeared before them. The scenery here is very strange. It doesn't look like it was formed naturally at all. Instead, it looked as if a powerful figure had cleaved the earth in two with a single stroke, leaving the cliffs on either side appearing remarkably smooth from a distance. It's over 10 kilometers wide. If it really was cleaved in two by a single stroke, it's hard to imagine just how powerful the opponent must have been. There's only one way out, let's go. Sun Yan didn't hesitate. After all, it wasn't his first time here, so he wasn't afraid. Jiang Han, you stop right there, or I'll really get angry. Jiang Han was speechless. Song Yenyun was like a persistent leech. He was trying to get down to business, but this guy interrupted him. So you really intend to give it to yourself? Master, why don't you take her in too? Jiang Han was surprised, never expecting Su Shuayuan to say such a thing. After all, to a normal person, the two had already formed a grudge, so how could they possibly want to be together? Shuayuan, I must say, you have a good eye, but there are more important things to do now, let's go. Led by Jiang Han, the group began to descend into the Twilight Abyss. There is only one narrow passage on the steep cliff. The drop from here to the valley floor is at least 10,000 meters. Let alone a silver level expert, even a platinum level expert would have no chance of survival if they fell down. Of course, those at the gold level or above wouldn't fall down. Damn it! Chase after them! Seeing that Jiang Han and his group had actually entered the Twilight Abyss, Song Yenyun stomped her feet in anger. But miss, I've heard things haven't been peaceful here lately. Wouldn't it be too risky for us to just go in like this? I said go in, so go in. What? You're not listening to me? Song Yenyun spoke in an unquestionable tone, and the masters and the spirit beast girls had no choice but to comply. What Jiang Han didn't know was that Song Yenyun was very well prepared this time. There is also a gold rank master among them, so there's naturally nothing to fear. Even if you encounter a boss inside, you'll have a fighting chance, or at least be able to escape unscathed. They're like a persistent ghost, still chasing us even after we've come all this way. Jiang Han was speechless. Song Yenyun was like a leech, impossible to shake off. The Madman Squad was also very anxious. If they couldn't shake off the Song family, they couldn't take action for a long time, and things could easily get complicated. Jiang Han, can't you just solve this yourself? Brother, what should I do? Why don't you talk to her and ask her to forgive me for spanking her in public? Upon hearing this, Sun Yan had no choice but to shut up. How the hell can you say something like this? Unless there is only one outcome, which is that the two get married. But is that even possible? It seems highly unlikely, even to a fool. Forget it, let's hurry up. Clearly, Sun Yan was starting to get anxious, because if they continued downwards, that strange fog could appear at any moment. Although they had escaped many times before, it didn't mean they could escape every time. As if on cue, just as everyone was hurrying on their way, the surrounding scenery suddenly darkened. Not good. Upon seeing this, Sun Yan was the first to react, quickly pulling a necklace from around his neck and holding it in his hand. Zhang Han took one look and immediately understood. He guessed that this was the key to enter the secret realm. Sun Yan and the others were unaware of this, otherwise they wouldn't have given such a great opportunity to that kid Yifan. Quickly move closer to me, this thing can dispel the fog. Because Zhang Han was at the very front, and Su Shuayuan was between him and Sun Yan, it was impossible for him to snatch it. One wrong move and you could push Su Shuayuan out. At this point, the Song family and others also realized that something was wrong. Before anyone could react, the fog suddenly thickened. Then came a dizzying spin, and when I woke up again, I was in an unfamiliar place. Where is this? Sun Yan was also stunned. This had never happened before. The necklace was supposed to dispel the fog, but unexpectedly, this time it caused an accident. Looking at the dilapidated city walls before him, Zhang Han became excited. He hadn't expected to successfully enter the secret realm on his first visit. What they didn't know was that the appearance of fog actually follows a pattern. It's just that too few people have explored it, and therefore it hasn't been mastered. Only those with the jade pendant could enter safely. As for the Song family members, they were too far away to be nearby. Let's go, we're already here, we can't just leave without taking a look. Compared to the panic of others, Zhang Han remained much calmer. Having read the original work, he naturally knew that this place was the place where a great master had passed away. It has been too long and is now completely dilapidated. The reason for releasing the mist is to attract those who are destined to come in. Leave? Where do you want to leave to? Seeing that no one was around, the Madman Squad's true nature was revealed. Although I don't know where this is, I'm sure there's a great opportunity here. Even without the right opportunity, the Madman Squad could still make a fortune just from this news. There's no reason to share it with others. What? You want to make a move? Young man, you're still too young. Let's do it. Sun Yan didn't mince words, as if he knew the adage that villains die from talking too much. With a wave of his hand, the 7 people surrounded Zhang Han and Su Shuayuan. Su Shuayuan was not to be outdone and quickly completed her transformation. The dark, monstrous dragon, standing over 10 meters tall, had a ferocious gaze and an imposing presence, bringing an unprecedented sense of oppression to the 4 men and 1 woman in the Madman Squad. Big brother, this woman actually has S-level talent. So what? They're only silver 1 stars. Let's all attack together and wipe them out. Immediately, the entire Madman Squad launched an attack. Zhang Han's pupils contracted. He already knew from the earlier probing that these people were quite capable. Without hesitation, I activated the Guardian Robe. A layer of pale white light enveloped the 2 of them, but Sun Yan paid it no heed. Naive. Don't think you can withstand it with just 1 piece of equipment. In an instant, all 7 attacks hit their mark. Zhang Han had thought that his protective robe would be unable to withstand them. However, he still underestimated the things produced by the system. 7 attacks from peak silver level warriors failed to even budge the shield, which was as thin as a cicada's wing. It only reduced the shield's health bar by 1/10, which is not exactly a tickle, but close enough. Chapter 41. The second fish takes the bait. Young? Now tell me, who's younger between us? Zhang Han's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally at ease. It seemed that these people couldn't even break through his shield, so what was there to be afraid of? Sun Yan was equally shocked. This was beyond his comprehension. However, after so many years in the industry, this kid still has some adaptability. Keep attacking. I don't want to fail to break through his turtle shell. Zhang Han naturally couldn't let them attack him. When he rescued Duga Qingyue, he could only use the Dragon Godfire Cannon. However, this skill is a linear attack, which is obviously not suitable for the current situation. After advancing to the silver rank, Zhang Han was able to use the next skill. Since you are so stubborn, then today I will show you the power of the Dragon God Mage. Master, let me do it. I want to avenge my father myself. At this moment, Su Shuayuan finally couldn't hold back any longer and was about to take action herself. Although she now possesses S-rank talent, she would definitely be unable to handle fighting 7 high-ranking silver masters and spirit beast girls at once. Shuayuan, watch closely, I'll give you one last chance to deal with them. At this moment, Jiang Han's body was surging with spiritual energy. With a single grab in the air, a phantom longsword appeared in his hand. The longsword was shrouded in a black aura, as if it had just been drawn from hell. 2 intertwined black dragons are engraved on the back of the knife, looking incredibly lifelike. For some reason, although it was black, it didn't evoke any negative feelings at all. Instead, it gives people a sense of sacred solemnity and oppression. We can't give him a chance to build up his strength. Sun Yan immediately felt an unprecedented threat. He could feel the threat to his life, and his instincts told him that he absolutely could not take the hit head-on. The others naturally realized this as well, and began frantically gathering their strength to unleash their ultimate attacks. However, to his surprise, Jiang Han didn't gather any strength at all and simply spun around in place. A powerful blade aura suddenly swept rapidly from all directions. Jiang Han already had experience from using the Dragon God Cannon last time. Knowing that if they used their full strength, these people would probably be reduced to nothing. Therefore, I was able to control my strength, and my only goal was to cripple my opponent. After leaving them alive, he wanted Su Shuayuan to handle the matter herself. You didn't expect that, did you? I didn't need to charge up at all. The blade energy, like a streak of aurora, struck the madman squad before they even saw it. 7 mouthfuls of blood spurted out immediately, and everyone lay on the ground, barely breathing and completely incapacitated. This is impossible. Such a powerful move, how could you cast it instantly? You're not a silver 2-star. You can't understand the world of the strong. To tell you the truth, I can not only cast spells instantly, but they're also forbidden spells. Jiang Han said jokingly, stepping on Sun Yan's face with one foot. Forbidden spell? Humph. You're kidding me. Still being stubborn, but even if you beg for mercy today, it won't work. Shuayuan, you'll settle the score from now on. Su Shuayuan's eyes were bloodshot as she looked at the people lying on the ground. With a sweep of its tail, everything became tangled together and then brought before its eyes. You beasts killed my father? Your father? I don't know what you're talking about. What a joke. There are at least 80 or 100 people who would die under Sun Yan's name. How could everyone possibly remember him? After all, no one will remember any information about a dead person. Brother, I think I have a vague memory of her. That poor guy who scouted the way for us last time looks a bit like her. He long reminded him in time, and Sun Yan then remembered. Oh, you mean that poor wretch? He's so poor, he's a complete waste of my spiritual energy. You. Su Shuayuan could no longer bear it. With a slight exertion of her body, all 7 people were choked until their eyes rolled back. Seeing this, Jiang Han gently touched Su Shuayuan's body. Let's do it. These people are scum. They will never repent. We must kill them all. Upon hearing this, Su Shuayuan's eyes turned cold. Even if I killed him, my father will never come back. She knew this, so there was no need for her to make a fuss here. Thinking of this, Su Shuayuan suddenly exerted her strength. The 7 members of the madman squad died on the spot. Su Shuayuan weakly transformed back into human form, slumped to the ground, and covered her face, weeping bitterly. Dad, did you see that? Your daughter has avenged you. Jiang Han pulled Su Shuayuan into his arms, silently comforting the poor woman. Just then, a commotion came from not far away. Jiang Han looked up and saw that it was the Song family members. However, the number of people seemed a bit off. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the gold rank master and his spirit beast girl. Other situations weren't much better either. Almost everyone had injuries. Jiang Han, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Jiang Han, Song Yenyun said with some surprise. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Judging from your expression, you must have had a great time just now, right? Upon hearing this, Song Yenyun realized something. From that day at the banquet, Jiang Han had been subtly probing. Does this guy really know about my hidden hobby? You, did all kill them? One of the guards immediately fixed his gaze on the 7 corpses. It was clearly that so-called madman squad from earlier. With no one else around, the answer is obvious. What? You want to try it too? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. He had only used up about 1/10 of his spiritual energy when he dealt with the Madman Squad. Now that the gold rank master is gone, he is not afraid of these people attacking him. However, the other party did not respond, but instead whispered something to Song Yen-yun. "Miss, I know this Madman Squad. Even if we all went together, we might not be a match for them. There is something strange about this kid." Upon hearing this, Song Yen-yun's eyes lit up. "Jung Han, I need your help with something." Upon hearing this, everyone except Jung Han was stunned. Especially the guards, who thought to themselves, "My lady, shouldn't we be here to hunt them down? Why would they need to ask for help? Even a wish-fulfillment novel wouldn't dare write a plot like this." "I can help you, but I have one condition." "I promise, I'll agree to any conditions as long as you're willing to help me." Song Yen-yun was anxious and agreed almost without thinking. In her opinion, Jung Han definitely had some kind of peculiar fetish. Otherwise, why would I be so focused on someone else's little butt? That feeling is still unforgettable. Moreover, her body would produce a strange reaction whenever she saw Jung Han. It seems like they're already prepared to be whipped. This isn't just masochism, this is a real illness, and a very serious one at that. "Miss Song, I haven't even mentioned my conditions yet, so don't agree too soon." "Alright, then tell me quickly, what are the conditions?" Song Yen-yun's eyes had changed from anxious to expectant. Jung Han's lips curled up, knowing that the second fish was finally about to take the bait. Chapter 42. Be gentle. Jung Han glanced briefly at Song Yen-yun, noticing her growing anxiety, and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Instead, he spoke even more slowly and deliberately. "As for the conditions, there's no rush. Tell me first what you want me to do for you. I need to know what you need so I can make my offer, right? What if I offer too little and what you want me to do is too difficult? Wouldn't I be at a huge disadvantage? What if I offer too much and you're forced to agree? If others find out, won't they say I, Jung Han, am kicking you when you're down? Let's be reasonable." "Enough." Song Yen-yun was extremely anxious. Seeing that Jung Han was still talking non-stop, she quickly interrupted him. "When the fog appeared, we inexplicably found ourselves here. While searching for a way out, we encountered a ferocious beast. It was incredibly powerful. Uncle Mu and Aunt Mu lured it away to save me. Now the situation is critical. If you can save them, I'll do anything." Song Yen-yun finished speaking in one breath, and then looked at Jung Han with anticipation. As we know from the original novel, Jung Han knew that the Uncle Mu mentioned by Song Yen-yun had a very deep relationship with her. He had watched her grow up almost since she was a child, and she was also childhood friends with Song Yen-yun's father, Song Zhuang, the head of the Song family. Song Yen-yun's unruly and willful personality is also inextricably linked to Uncle Mu. The ferocious beast she mentioned is most likely the one from this secret realm, and its strength must be considerable. Having figured this out, the bargaining chip Jung Han wanted to offer became self-evident. This secret realm is extremely mysterious, and the strength of the ferocious beasts here is naturally extraordinary. You and I are not only unrelated, but we also have some differences of opinion. I cannot take such a big risk for a little bit of profit." Upon seeing Jung Han's refusal, Song Yen-yun's face turned deathly pale. However, Jung Han changed the subject. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. "Since you're asking me for help, I can't just ignore it. I think Miss Song is incredibly beautiful. I liked her the first time I saw her. So, if you're willing to marry me forever, then we'll be family, and I naturally won't stand idly by." Upon hearing this, Song Yen-yun's eyes widened in astonishment. She considered many possibilities, but never this one. "But then I thought, if I were to be permanently married to this guy, wouldn't that mean I could have him every day?" Before Song Yen-yun could speak, the other guards resolutely refused. "Boy, you're dreaming. Our young lady is the apple of the Song family's eye, how could she possibly? I promise you." Before the guard could finish speaking, Song Yen-yun quickly interrupted. She looked as if she was afraid Jung Han would change his mind, her eyes filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Jung Han was also somewhat surprised, to be honest. She agreed so quickly? Isn't this woman being a bit too demanding? But if we really manage to win this woman over, things will get interesting from now on. Jung Han originally just wanted to test the waters, but since he had such an unexpected gain, he would not be a man if he did not take it. Alright, since Miss Song is in such a hurry, let's proceed with the wedding ceremony now. I can't trust you yet. You must help Uncle Mu and Aunt Mu get out of this predicament first. Although Song Yenyun was very much looking forward to something happening between her and Jiang Han, she wasn't a brainless person. If you give away your most precious things and end up with nothing, wouldn't that be like losing both your wife and your army? Alright, I don't trust you either. How about we sign a temporary ordinary marriage agreement? Miss, you mustn't. The guards quickly tried to stop them. While it's possible to back out of a regular marriage, breaking the contract comes at a high price. If something happens to the Song family's precious daughter while they are in charge, they will definitely be severely punished when they return. But no matter how much they tried to dissuade them, they were still just servants. Ultimately, it depends on the owner's decision. Song Yenyun bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with conflict. Seeing this, Jiang Han beckoned to her with his finger. Song Yenyun walked over as if possessed, seemingly oblivious to the guard's advice. Boy, what have you done to our young lady? I'll kill you. Don't make a move. I know what I'm doing. Seeing that they couldn't persuade Song Yenyun, the guards had no choice but to take action against Jiang Han. However, they underestimated Song Yenyun's determination and actually tried to stop her. But, miss, you just said that even if you join forces, you wouldn't be a match for the Madman Squad, but Jiang Han could kill them easily. Isn't that enough to prove his strength? Upon hearing this, the guards silently lowered their heads. The facts are right in front of us, but it's still hard to accept no matter what. After all, their purpose in coming here was to hunt down Jiang Han, but now they've inexplicably become his son-in-law. How am I going to explain this to the head of the family? You don't need to persuade me anymore. As long as Uncle Mu can be saved, I don't mind suffering a little grievance. He looked at the stunningly beautiful woman who walked up to him. Jiang Han couldn't help but smack his lips and said jokingly, "Shouldn't I be the one who's being wronged? That's a danger that even a gold-level expert couldn't handle. I really don't know what you guys are arguing about." Then, Jiang Han whispered something in Song Yenyun's ear. "Don't worry, marrying me will definitely bring you unprecedented joy." Really? Upon hearing this, Song Yenyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, realizing it might be inappropriate, he coughed lightly and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Miss Song, do you really not know? That slap you gave me that day must have been very satisfying, right?" Upon hearing this, Song Yenyun finally lost control. Her face immediately turned crimson, and she blurted out the question. "How did you know that? Looks like I guessed right. Let's begin." Seeing Jiang Han's smug expression, Song Yenyun knew perfectly well that she had been tricked. However, at the same time, her expectations grew stronger. If Uncle Mu hadn't been in danger, she would have loved to go into the woods with Jiang Han right now, just to get some interest first. Then, under the guards' utterly disapproving gazes, the two quickly signed a marriage agreement. Suddenly, a faint connection was established between the two. Song Yenyun trembled. She could feel Jiang Han's boundless energy. How was it? Wasn't it great value for money? As he spoke, Jiang Han gently patted Song Yenyun's shapely buttocks. Because of the angle, the guards did not see it. Otherwise, they would probably explode on the spot. Ugh! What are you doing? They're all watching. What? You don't like it? Like, yeah, right. You should save them first. Once you've saved Uncle Mu and Aunt Mu, I'll marry you forever. Song Yenyun subtly dodged Jiang Han's groping hands, which were trying to go further, and said with some reluctance. Seeing her performance, Jiang Han couldn't help but sigh. It seems I need to be bolder in the future. After all, these people are characters from books, and their personalities are so extreme that they don't seem like normal people at all. They can't be judged by common sense. Thinking about this, Jiang Han suddenly realized a possibility. When Duga Qingyue got angry, was it because she was too oblivious? It seems I'll have to visit my beautiful mentor sometime. Maybe I'll even get some unexpected benefits. Let's go, we have important business to attend to. Because of the urgency of the situation, Jiang Han did not continue to tease him. Walking briskly towards the direction the crowd had come from, Su Shuiyuan smiled broadly and took Song Yenyun's arm. "Little sister, we're family now, so please be gentle." "No, I should be older than you, right?" Song Yenyun blushed, but did not refuse, only feeling that what Su Shuiyuan said was somewhat inappropriate. "Little sister, that's not right of you. You can't rank people by age for these things." Upon hearing this, Song Yenyun was taken aback. That makes sense when you think about it. You can't expect Jiang Han to find someone older than you in the future, and you'd still have to call her sister, right? Thinking of this, Song Yenyun quickly shook her head. Why does it seem like after marrying Jiang Han, her mind is filled with unhealthy little scenarios? Of course, Jiang Han didn't forget about looting the bag either. After all, Sun Yan's necklace was the key to opening the treasure chest. However, none of them had much of what they had before on them. Aside from some cash, it was all low-level equipment, which could only be exchanged for a little money. Chapter 43 My Empress. This doesn't mean the Madman Squad is really poor. Because they were out exploring, they didn't bring many valuables with them. Unfortunately, although the storage card was found. However, they did not know the password, and the storage business was controlled by the Xia government. It's practically impossible to crack or exploit loopholes otherwise. This would be an extremely lucrative project. It's important to know that the mortality rate for masters and spirit beast girls is extremely high. Unfortunately, these assets can only be accessed by the master or the spirit beast girl herself. After all, not all masters come from families of cultivators. Many of their fathers were just ordinary people. Even if the master dies, they can only receive some compensation. In some ways, this is also to protect ordinary people. The logic is simple: a common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Once an ordinary person has access to important resources that the master needs, it is a crime. The consequences are obvious. Almost there, it's just ahead. By this time, Song Yenyun had already adjusted her mindset and had long since put those wicked thoughts behind her. The safety of Uncle Mu and Aunt Mu is the most important thing right now. Even from a distance, you could hear the sounds of intense fighting. It is clear that the battle must have been extremely fierce. You wait here for now, I'll go check on things. I'm going too. Because of her ordinary marriage agreement with Jiang Han, Song Yenyun's strength has also been greatly enhanced. Although he was already a silver 9-star, the strength he displayed was less than that of a 1-star. Now, he can fully unleash the power of a 9-star. Of course, if it's an eternal marriage, with Jiang Han's boundless energy as support. It's not impossible to achieve combat capabilities beyond one's level. Song Yenyun's figure swayed and quickly transformed into a white tiger. This is a bloodline talent of the Song family, and its level has reached a grade. They were even much stronger than ordinary guards. Come on, you ride me there. To speed things up, Song Yenyun made the suggestion directly. Riding you? Isn't that going against the grain? What kind of time is this to be joking around? If you can't rescue Uncle Mu, I won't let you off the hook. Song Yenyun was speechless for a moment, while Jiang Han chuckled. He leaped onto the tiger, pulling Su Shuayuan up with him in the process. The three quickly arrived at the location of the battle. Inside a canyon, Uncle Mu and Aunt Mu were struggling against a strange-looking ferocious beast. The reason it is said to have a strange appearance is that this creature has a body like a rhinoceros, but a pair of antlers, and a tail like a lizard. It also had long, sharp spikes on its back, so the unicorn that Uncle Mu and Aunt Mu had transformed into couldn't do any harm to it at all. Their skin and flesh are so thick it's outrageous. What is this? Jiang Han frowned slightly, since he had only seen the description in the book and naturally couldn't tell what it was. Mythical Eye activated. Name Guardian Beast. Level, Saint level. Talent skills, Raging Sea, Savage Charge, Thunderous Roar. Introduction, a special breed artificially cultivated, generally used as a guardian beast of cemeteries. Note, due to its age, it can currently only perform at the level of a gold 3-star. After hearing the explanation of the guardian beast, Jiang Han finally understood. No wonder this guy is so tough. I never expected him to have the foundation of a saint-level being. This point was not mentioned in the original work, so Jiang Han was unaware of it. At this point, Uncle Mu and Aunt Mu were completely engulfed in a fierce battle. However, the guardian beast was already at its last gasp and was only attacking with its physical body. The fact that no skills were used indicates that the spiritual energy in the body is definitely not sufficient. At that very moment, during the collision between the unicorn and the guardian beast, the guardian beast suddenly launched a savage charge, the immense force sending the unicorn flying. It crashed directly into the rocks, embedding its body in them and becoming unable to move. Bright red blood instantly covered his entire body, and upon seeing this, Uncle Mu's eyes turned bloodshot. You damned beast, I'll fight you to the death. The guardian beast, having activated its skill, was also somewhat exhausted, but it still struggled to get up, its eyes filled with anger and resentment. Uncle Mu, we're here to lend you a hand. Song Yenyun wanted to rush over to help, but Jiang Han patted her on the head. Hey, how can you let my woman handle this? Watch your man take care of it for you. Jiang Han leaped into the air and headed straight for the guardian beast. Seeing that such a small person dared to provoke it, the guardian beast exhaled 2 streams of white breath from its nostrils and kept pawing at the ground with its front hooves, clearly gathering its strength. Young friend, be careful. This beast is about to launch a desperate attack. Because of the distance, Uncle Mu had no time to stop him. Moreover, his spiritual energy and physical strength have been depleted, and he can now exert only a fraction of his former power. Jiang Han ignored him and activated dragon language. A flash of white light appeared instantly, and the demon sealing dragon slash was activated once again. This time, Jiang Han used half of his spiritual energy, since he had a saint-level body and needed to exert some effort. Immediately afterwards, the earth trembled violently. A huge cloud of dust billowed up as the demon sealing dragon slash forcefully pierced through the hard body of the guardian beast. It actually split it in two, and not only that, it left a deep, bottomless knife mark on the ground. Uncle Mu's mouth dropped open, his eyes filled with shock. If he wasn't mistaken, the young man's spiritual energy was only at the silver level. There's only one possibility for a skill that can unleash such immense power. It's a forbidden spell. For a silver-ranked individual to possess a forbidden spell is truly unprecedented. This completely overturned Uncle Mu's worldview. So what exactly has he been doing all these years of cultivation? Now that it's resolved, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? At this moment, Song Yen-yun had not yet reacted, and did not even know when Jiang Han appeared in front of her. Looking at the ferocious beast, split in two and beyond dead, Song Yen-yun opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but for a moment she couldn't say anything. She had always known that Jiang Han was very strong, but no one had ever said he was this ridiculously strong. You have to understand that he was someone even Uncle Mu, a gold-level expert, couldn't handle, yet he was defeated in one move? This. Aunt Mu. Song Yen-yun was momentarily stunned and embarrassed, but fortunately she saw Aunt Mu, who had fallen into a coma and reverted to her original form, and quickly rushed over. This younger sister is no good. Seeing this, Su Shuiyuan pouted and said angrily. Jiang Han chuckled and asked with some confusion. What's wrong with her? She's just a little anxious, isn't she? Master, I am your first wife now. From now on, I will have the final say in all matters of this household. No matter what the situation, you must be the master. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was speechless. I never expected Su Shuiyuan to have such a talent. If He Fan had developed it earlier in the original story, there would probably have been far fewer troubles in the backyard. Alright, then you will be my empress from now on. Chapter 44: A Carefree Journey. After being given some medication, Aunt Mu finally woke up slowly. However, the situation is not optimistic, including Uncle Mu, as the two of them have now almost lost all their fighting ability. Uncle Mu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being too willful. Song Yen-yun felt deeply remorseful. If she hadn't insisted on coming to find Jiang Han, none of this would have happened. Seeing Song Yen-yun weeping bitterly, Uncle Mu and Aunt Mu exchanged a glance. Although both were seriously injured, they should not be greatly affected as long as they rest and recuperate properly. It's surprising that this pampered young lady, who has been spoiled since childhood, would one day apologize. Alright, Xiao Yun, we don't mean to blame you. This is something you have to go through as you grow up. Fortunately, the price you paid this time wasn't too high. Many people are like this, they only truly understand the value of something when they lose it. However, by the time people truly understand this principle, it is often too late to undo the damage. Young friend, thank you very much for your help just now. Having learned that Aunt Mu was not in mortal danger, Uncle Mu gave Jiang Han a grateful look. I didn't look closely before, but now that I'm looking closely, I'm filled with shock. He was taken aback when he realized that the person who helped him was so young. Isn't this the person Song Yen-yun just ordered me to hunt down? What on earth happened? No need for thanks, after all, we can be considered family now. One family? What do you mean by that, young friend? Upon hearing this, Uncle Mu was completely dumbfounded. They were sworn enemies just a moment ago, and now they're saying they're family. Am I really getting old? Can't keep up with the way young people think? I think you should ask her about this. Now that things had come to this point, Song Yen-yun knew that it was impossible to cover it up any longer. Moreover, she was willing to do it, so she simply admitted it directly. After explaining the deal between the two, Uncle Mu looked furious. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. How am I supposed to explain this to your father? I thought you'd finally learned your lesson this time, but it turns out you're still like this. This infuriated Uncle Moo, who clutched his chest and coughed violently. Uncle Moo, are you all right? It took Uncle Moo a while to recover. His gaze fell upon Jiang Han, who was standing to the side. Young man, I admit that you are indeed talented, and now you have signed a regular marriage agreement with Xiao Yun. However, this is not something she can decide on her own. I hope you can understand this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han shrugged indifferently. Understand? Heh, sorry, I don't understand. I don't understand how the prestigious Song family could be full of such untrustworthy villains. But it doesn't matter if you're short-sighted, I've suffered no loss anyway. At least I've seen the true colors of the Song family, so it's worth it. If you want to dissolve the engagement, I will cooperate. Jiang Han's words left Uncle Moo speechless. After all, the most important thing in life is integrity. Throughout his many years in the Song family, has he ever done anything against his conscience? Moreover, he valued his reputation extremely highly, even more than his life. He was a seasoned veteran. Judging from Jiang Han's expression, he knew that if he really let Song Yenyun betray her trust, that kid will definitely tell the whole world about this. Where will he put his old face then? Young friend, I think you have misunderstood me. I am not asking you to dissolve your marriage. It's just that this eternal marriage is of great importance and needs to be discussed. I don't think we need to go through all that trouble. Your Song family has no sincerity. Even if it's a transaction, I doubt anyone would trust you. Let's just call off this marriage. Uncle Moo was surprised that Jiang Han was so stubborn. And judging from their demeanor, they seemed to be planning to leave immediately. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Han turned around and prepared to leave without looking back. He didn't even glance at Song Yenyun, who had remained silent the entire time. At that moment, Song Yenyun felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. As the apple of the Song family's eye, this man showed her no tenderness whatsoever. The first time was so brutal. Although it felt good physically, being treated so disrespectfully still made her feel that her dignity had been insulted. Etc. What? Does Miss Song intend to annul the engagement right now? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. It's important to understand that if the marriage were dissolved immediately after the engagement was signed, it would have a significant impact on Song Yenyun. It's basically equivalent to a serious illness. You won't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. This is why Uncle Moo did not immediately suggest contacting the marriage proposal. I can make my own decisions, Uncle Moo. This is my own decision, so please don't interfere. You, Sai, fine, since you've made up your mind, let's do it your way. Uncle Moo and Aunt Moo were known for spoiling their child. Seeing Song Yenyun's resolute attitude, he finally compromised. However, just because they have reached an agreement does not mean that Jiang Han will accept it. I don't trust you. Unless Miss Song agrees, we won't proceed with our eternal marriage right now. Young man, I admit you have great talent, and your courage and shrewdness are quite remarkable, but don't go too far. Upon hearing this, Uncle Moo snorted coldly, and the aura of a gold-level expert immediately spread out. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. This old guy was actually trying to bully people with his power. Jiang Han was no pushover, he snorted coldly. Uncle Moo, right? Do you really think you can beat me in your current state? Upon hearing this, Su Shuiyuan withdrew from her transformation, her huge, dark dragon eyes filled with vigilance. If Jiang Han says he's going to make a move, she will definitely unleash her ultimate attack without hesitation. The two men immediately overwhelmed Uncle Moo with their imposing presence. A moment later, Uncle Moo lowered his head and smiled bitterly. He had to admit that Jiang Han's attack that had just killed the guardian beast was impressive. Even at his peak, he couldn't possibly take on all of them. Moreover, he is already at his limit and is no match for Jiang Han. Kid, you certainly have guts. I take back what I just said. I admit, your strength far surpasses mine, and even surpasses all the silver-level players I've ever seen. You've truly given me a big surprise. However, eternal marriage may not mean much to you young people, but it is a very important matter for us old bones, especially the Song family. Let us talk about it after we get out of here. What a joke, he's starting to protect Song Yenyun. If Song Zhang knew that his daughter had grown from a girl into a woman in just a few hours, he would have been able to return home. Wouldn't you just break off all ties with him on the spot? Oh, so you know how to get out of here? Have no idea. Then what are you talking about? As the saying goes, to die under a peony is to die a romantic death. Maybe we're going to be trapped here to die. Shouldn't we make the most of our lives before we die? Upon hearing this, Uncle Moo was so angry that he almost died on the spot. What kind of bullshit logic is this? If this person were his son, he would tear that lousy mouth of his to shreds. I promise you. Uncle Moo wanted to refuse, but little did he know that Song Yen-yoon, who was standing next to him, could no longer hold back. She had been secretly hoping that Jung Han would treat her well. Chapter 45. Remember it with your body. Now that things have come to this, Uncle Moo knows that no matter how he tries to stop it, it will be to no avail. In his current state, even if Jung Han used force, he would be powerless to stop him. Xiaoyun, you're an adult now, and there are some things we really can't stop you from doing. But I want to tell you that you only make a few important choices in life, and I hope you can understand my good intentions. Uncle Moo, Xiaoyun knows that besides my parents, you and Aunt Moo are the people I respect the most. I believe I made the right choice. Song Yen-yoon's gaze was firm, and her eyes held a different kind of emotion as she looked at Jung Han. Everyone thought Jung Han was a good-for-nothing, and that he was eternally married to Su Shuayuan, who was just as good-for-nothing. But what she has seen and heard these past few days has clearly told her. Jung Han is not a good-for-nothing at all, on the contrary, he is a genius among geniuses. Not only is his silver level strength enough to instantly kill a gold level opponent, but the existence of forbidden spells alone puts him at a height that is unattainable for all his peers. And the most important point. Other men were all subservient to her, but Jung Han was different. She believed that the man in front of her could definitely give her an unprecedented experience. Since you've already agreed, I won't hide anything from you anymore. I know how to get out of here. The area where they are now is probably a separate space. Moreover, the presence of such a formidable beast indicates the existence of some treasure. Of course, there may also be unknown dangers. If that's the case, then there must be a way to get out. If that's really the case, then I support this marriage. Upon hearing this, Uncle Moo no longer hesitated. On the one hand, it's because if we were trapped here and died, everything would lose its meaning. On the other hand, Aunt Moo's condition is not optimistic, and she needs to return to the city for treatment as soon as possible. From this perspective, if Jung Han really has a way to get out, and he's such a talented young man, there's no reason for him not to agree. After all, this applies to the entire Jiangyang city, and even the entire Jiangnan province. This was the first time he had ever heard of someone capable of casting forbidden spells at the silver level. Such a promising young man will bring honor to the Song family if he achieves success in the future. More importantly, Song Yen-yoon's eyes were almost watering as she stared intently at Jung Han, clearly having already decided on this kid. Alright, it's a deal then. You guys rest here for a bit, I have some important business to attend to. After such a long wait, we finally have a second spirit beast girl. Jung Han could not hide his excitement. The main point is that Song Yen-yoon was also a great help to Yi-fan in the original novel. It was even more effective than what Su Shuayuan played. Because Su Shuayuan only appears when Yi-fan is in mortal danger. Song Yen-yoon's, on the other hand, is no different. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is Yi-fan's right-hand man. This successful subjugation is tantamount to crippling the opponent's arm. Although Jung Han did not believe that Yi-fan could pose any threat to him now. But nothing is certain yet, and who knows how effective the plot's climax will be. Therefore, he will not let any opportunity slip by. Upon hearing this, Song Yen-yoon blushed. There happened to be a cave not far away, and Jung Han walked over alone with his hands behind his back. Although Song Yen-yoon was willful and capricious, and also had peculiar hobbies. But there's a big difference between thinking and doing. She has to overcome that mental hurdle herself. Song Yen-yoon bit her lip tightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. To be honest, she didn't know if her choice was right or wrong, but now the die was cast. If she hadn't gone in with him, it's likely that not only he, but also the guards, including Uncle Moo and Aunt Moo, would have met with misfortune today. After all, no normal person would want this kind of thing to spread. Finally, Song Yen-yoon's eyes hardened, and she followed without hesitation. Su Shuayuan smiled and waved to Song Yen-yoon. Little sister, be careful, your master is very powerful. Song Yen-yoon didn't speak, but she felt a little disdainful. She knew very well that many men like to boast in front of women. In reality, he didn't have that ability at all. He was just putting on a brave face because of the saying that a man shouldn't admit he's incapable. I'll see just how good you really are. Gradually, Song Yen-yoon quickened her pace. Typical example of saying no but doing no. After entering the pitch-black cave, it was difficult to see the scenery in front of us for a while. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed Song Yenyun's arm. She instinctively tried to pull back, but found that the large hand was like a vice, and a terrifying force came over her, directly pulling her feet off the ground. Then I felt a sharp pain in my back and pressed myself against the wall. What? Still trying to run away? I didn't mean to run away. Sensing the presence of a man so close to her, Song Yenyun said nervously. Don't worry, I'll show you what happiness is. Jiang Han then showed no mercy and no pity whatsoever. He ripped Song Yenyun's top to shreds and, like a wild beast, frantically sucked at the girl's scent. Such a violent act left Song Yenyun's mind blank. Is it going to be this crazy right from the start? What will happen next? This was Song Yenyun's last thought, because Jiang Han's next actions had already made her lose consciousness, leaving only her body's instinctive urge to take. Seeing Song Yenyun finally get excited, Jiang Han smiled slightly. Now that you're in the mood, you'd better remember this unforgettable and eternal wedding ceremony, and you have to remember it with your body. Jiang Han naturally wouldn't let her down. Soon, the two were rolling around in each other's arms, and the sounds of their bodies colliding echoed through the cave. If anyone were to hear this here, it would be more captivating than any music. 3 hours later, Song Yenyun, dressed in rags, walked out with a satisfied look on her face. Everyone, please come in. The master. Jiang Han said the exit is inside. Upon hearing this, Uncle Mu was excited, but he still looked at Song Yenyun with concern. That kid didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh, Uncle Mu, please don't ask. Seeing Song Yenyun's shy demeanor, Uncle Mu, being an experienced man, understood perfectly well what was going on. He could only sigh silently in his heart. Old Song, I hope you can forgive me. When the group arrived at the cave, the scene inside left everyone speechless. The cave was filled with signs of destruction, and even the protruding rocks were smashed. The entire cave wall looked rather smooth. It hardly resembled a naturally formed cave. What exactly happened here? This is too intense. Chapter 46: The Ultimate Guide to Flirting. They're really young and energetic. Seeing the scene inside the cave, even the well-traveled Uncle Mu couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Su Shuayuan, however, pouted and seemed a little unhappy. Actually, she wanted to come in too, but then she thought that it was Song Yenyun's first time. I still wanted to give the two of them some space, but I never expected such an earth-shattering battle to happen. It should be noted that the two had never had such a fierce battle since they got married. Master, you're so biased. You don't even treat me like this. You all have your own style, you and Yenyun have different vibes. Besides, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, you two can go together next time. Upon hearing this, Su Shuayuan nodded. That's true. It's a fierce battle between two people, and that style really doesn't suit her. Alright, you all rest for a bit. I need to activate the key here. Uncle Mu frowned, clearly somewhat suspicious, but there was no other way at the moment, so he could only choose to believe him for the time being. Jiang Han finally sat down. This eternal marriage with Song Yenyun had been quite fruitful. I previously gained nearly 1 million experience points from killing a gold-level ferocious beast. This directly boosted his strength to silver 3 stars. The eternal marriage reduced Song Yenyun's sanctity to 60% much faster than Su Shuayuan's. However, it only triggered one evolution, which promoted Song Yenyun's bloodline talent level from a level to S level. With the activation of the mythical eye, Song Yenyun's information immediately appeared before my eyes. Name, Song Yenyun. Appearance, 98. Height, 179 centimeters. Qualification, God level. Size D. Body size, 97. Sanctity level, 60%. Bloodline, Heavenly Eye White Tiger S rank. Skills, Shattering Claw, White Tiger Blazing Wave, White Tiger Meteor Shower, Soul Impact. Note, the sealed Heavenly Profound White Tiger Innate Bloodline SSS level mythical species. Evolutionary path. After one evolution, it evolved into the evil-eyed White Tiger SS rank. After 2 evolutions, it evolved into the sky-piercing White Tiger SSS level. It's important to know that the evolution of bloodline talent is related to physical appearance and physique. Based on the data, Song Yenyun is indeed slightly inferior to Su Shuayuan. However, they are actually quite similar, Jiang Han guessed. The problem might be with the size. Looks like I'll have to feed this little wildcat more papaya from now on, otherwise it'll be hard to develop her. Jiang Han then began to check the rewards. There's only one reward this time, which is a small box. Upon taking it out and looking at it, Jiang Han was overjoyed. Name: Osmo Contact Lenses. Effect: enhances your charm. After wearing it, whenever someone of the opposite sex makes eye contact with you, your favorability rating increases by 10%. Wow, isn't this the ultimate tool for picking up girls? It should be noted that Jiang Han was already quite handsome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a relatively important villain in the early stages. If you add these contact lenses to the mix, wouldn't that make countless spirit beast girls swoon? Jiang Han did not hesitate and chose to wear it directly. After wearing it, I didn't experience any unusual symptoms or even feel any changes. I wonder if this thing even works. However, there are no test subjects available now, since Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun's affection for her is definitely already at its maximum. Thinking of this, Jiang Han inexplicably looked at Aunt Mu, whose breath was weak. The other person noticed his gaze and then gave a faint smile. Jiang Han couldn't help but shiver. What a joke! No matter what, I could never be attracted to a middle-aged woman. I quickly looked away. Of course, the stronger a being is, the less likely they are to age. Such a situation is naturally a different story, since he still has his beautiful master on his mind. In addition to the Osmo contact lenses, there is another important reward. Jiang Han almost jumped up in excitement after reading it. Congratulations on completing your second eternal marriage. Bonus skill: Azure Dragon's Lament, a forbidden lightning spell cast using dragon language, creating a lightning pool with a radius of 300 meters, imprisoning all living beings and dealing continuous damage equal to the caster's full force attack every second. This skill is practically a bug. Everyone knows what a full force attack means. But to be able to cause continuous full force damage with just one release doesn't comply with the law of conservation of energy, does it? However, the world here is not the world that Grandpa Nyo and some other grandfathers know. Their theories are naturally not applicable here. Jiang Han was thrilled as he opened his attribute panel. Host: Jiang Han. Height: 185 centimeters. Rank: Silver 3-star. Marriage partners: Su Shuayuan, Song Yenyun. Talent: Mythical Eye, connects to the Heavenly Tao database, granting access to hidden revelations and revealing the evolutionary methods of all mythical beasts in the world. Controlling 3,000 women, the ultimate physique capable of ruling over 3,000 women, greatly enhancing physical strength and the cultivation speed of spirit beast girls, with unlimited energy, and no longer consuming energy during marriage. Elemental Affinity, an ultimate physique comparable to that of gods, capable of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, achieving control over all elements, and releasing skills without any precast animation. Magic power like the sea, magic power reserves are increased by 100 times, single target skills have no cost, group skills have a 50% reduction in cost, and magic power recovery speed is increased by 100 times. Supreme Divine Thought, your destiny is unparalleled in the world, immune to all forms of mental control such as dizziness, charm, and curses. Divine Fate is as elusive as candlelight before you. Class: Dragon Mage. Skill: Dragon God's Blazing Cannon, a forbidden fire spell activated using dragon language, capable of summoning a strike imbued with the wrath of the dragon god. Demon Sealing Dragon Slaying / a forbidden spatial spell activated using dragon language, capable of unleashing a strike that can cleave the world in two. Shadow Dragon Bite, a forbidden dark spell activated using dragon language, capable of directly attacking the enemy's shadow, causing the opponent to suffer the same damage as the shadow. Azure Dragon's Lament, a forbidden lightning spell activated using dragon language, creating a lightning pool with a radius of 300 meters, imprisoning all living beings and dealing continuous damage equal to the caster's full force attack every second. That's outrageous. Jiang Han laughed loudly. He himself was not quite sure of his current strength. It is estimated that it can compete with the gold level. The only regret is that Shadow Dragon's Bite and Azure Dragon's Lament consumed too much energy. With his current spiritual energy level, he probably couldn't even reach 1% of the power he could unleash at full strength. Even so, it was enough to make him invincible in the silver stage. How is it? Young friend, are you able to leave this place? Of course, but there's still one thing we haven't picked up yet. Let's go. Helpless, Uncle Mu had no choice but to lead his guards deeper into the cave. About 20 minutes later, we finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Inside was a hall-like space with an altar in the center. On the altar were 3 very ancient chests, tightly bound by huge iron chains, which gave people a creepy feeling. Chapter 47 is so exciting to think about. What is this? Although Uncle Mu is not in good condition now, it does not mean that his perception is not good. He immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere here. Although he couldn't quite describe the feeling, it gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. Uncle Moo, look, there seem to be words on it. One of the guards suddenly noticed that there seemed to be some writing on the altar, but it was no longer legible due to the erosion of time. Opportunity, what? Choose one of the three. It seems they want us to choose one of them, and only by choosing the right one can we leave. Soon, everyone understood what it meant. According to the above statement, luck is also a part of strength. If you make the wrong choice, you'll be stuck here forever. Each box has a groove engraved on it, which looks like the shape of a necklace. While others might not know, Jiang Han certainly did. This was the necklace that Sun Yan, the former captain of the Madman Squad, had obtained. How are we supposed to choose? No matter which we choose, there's only a 1 in 3 chance. It's too risky. Yes, if we make the wrong choice, we could really be trapped here and die. Immediately, the guards began to discuss it intensely. After all, it concerns one's own life, so no one can be indifferent. Young friend, do you have? Uncle Moo looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. He was just about to ask Jiang Han what he thought. When I looked up, I was so scared I almost flew out of my skin. At this moment, Jiang Han had already arrived at the leftmost box and took out the necklace, preparing to put it into the slot. What are you doing? One of the guards saw it too and shouted in disbelief. Jiang Han was startled and frowned, speechless. What are you yelling about? Don't you know that people can scare each other to death? Kid, I admit, your talent is indeed amazing, but this concerns everyone's lives, and you just went ahead and did it like that? Exactly. If we make the wrong choice, are we all going to die with you? The crowd was immediately outraged, and everyone was blaming Jiang Han. Even Uncle Moo was somewhat displeased. After all, it was a bit unreasonable to act directly on such an important matter without even discussing it first. Young friend, aren't you being a bit too reckless? Reckless? Are you all brain dead? From the moment you entered this secret realm until now, haven't you noticed anything? Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, everyone fell silent. Uncle Moo's eyes lit up. Yes. Although she didn't know what happened after the young lady met this boy, ever since she met him, he had become so familiar with this secret realm that he could practically know it by heart. They even knew exactly where the secret treasures were. Even finding the altar was a piece of cake for them. It's obvious they had already explored this secret realm before. Young friend, have you been here before? Otherwise, how could you be so familiar with this place? Upon hearing Uncle Moo's question, everyone immediately turned their gaze to Jiang Han. But Jiang Han simply shrugged indifferently. If I said I hadn't been here, it was just a gut feeling, would you believe me? These words immediately reignited public outrage. What the hell is this intuition? Even if you don't want to say, you can't just use your intuition to fool us, can you? If we weren't outmatched, we would have killed you. I believe in Jiang Han. I also believe in my master. Just when everyone was against it, Song Yenyun and Su Shuayuan both expressed their opinions. Jiang Han smiled slightly and nodded to the two of them. You all go without saying, but I just want to ask one question, of all of you standing here, who can defeat me? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Not to mention them, even Uncle Moo has to give this kid some leeway. Even if all of them were tied together, they still wouldn't be a match for Jiang Han. After all, they had all witnessed Jiang Han's actions before. If you can't beat me, don't worry about it. After saying that, Jiang Han placed the necklace on it without hesitation. A flash of white light, and the box opened, revealing a gold card inside. Jiang Han put it away without even looking at it. His confidence stemmed not from the original work. The original work doesn't explain which box it is. Jiang Han's confidence came from the Eye of Myth he had long since seen through what was going on. And since they already knew what was in the box, there was nothing to be curious about. What is that? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Let's go, we should go home. As he spoke, Jiang Han pressed the open box down. Fog rose again around them, and once they could see the scene clearly again, everyone celebrated with joy. Because everyone had left that mysterious space and reappeared beside the twilight abyss. As the group was teleported out, the cliffs on both sides seemed unable to withstand the pressure any longer. It began to collapse rapidly, burying everything in the abyss. Jiang Han knew that this was the final resting place of that powerful being, and there was nothing to see here. Let's go, we should head back. John Han's gaze was deep, and no one knew what he was thinking, regardless of what happened in between. But they were finally out of danger, and no one had much to say. As for the golden card he received, John Han didn't say much. Because it involves a very mysterious organization, people only know that they call themselves the Night Watch. But no one has ever seen what they really look like. They could be right next to you, but the authorities have remained silent on the matter. It seems that some agreement was reached with them. As for the origin of the Night's Watch, it is said that it was created by the first group of people who obtained the master talent after the great changes in the world. There are even rumors that some of the masters from 10,000 years ago are still alive. However, these reports are unverifiable, and their veracity is unknown. The description of the Night Watch organization in the original work is also very vague. John Han only knows that once you pass the Night Watchman test, you will regularly receive a large amount of valuable resources. These resources are unavailable on the market, and it was precisely by relying on these resources that Yi Fan laid a strong foundation in the early stages. Now that he has obtained the Night Watchman qualification pass, he can finally follow his own path in the future. Back in the city, Uncle Mu took Aunt Mu to get treatment for her injuries. Originally, she wanted to take Song Yen-yun back to the Song family with her, but having tasted the sweetness of success, how could she leave so easily? Uncle Mu, I am now Jiang Han's man, so naturally I will follow him. Please go back and tell my father. Miss, this is not in accordance with the rules. Even if you are already eternally married, you still have to be with your father. No need to say anything more, I will explain this to him later. Well, alright, be careful. Helpless, Uncle Mu had no choice but to return and report. John Han didn't care much, because he knew that as long as Song Yen-yun was firm in her attitude, there would be no problem with Song Zhuang's doting on her. As for that cheap brother-in-law, if he's not satisfied, just beat him up again. Back in the dorm, Jiang Han finally started the fun game with the three of them. An hour later, the two women had dazed looks in their eyes. Ding! Su Shuayuan's sanctity level has decreased to 10%, her bloodline talent has been upgraded, and she has evolved into a dark Tyrannosaurus SS rank. The system notification suddenly sounded, and Jiang Han was overjoyed. I never expected that having just the three of us together would trigger the evolution conditions. If there were more people in the future. As he thought about it, Jiang Han's lips curled up in a smile that was harder to suppress than an AK. After all, some things are exciting just to think about. Chapter 48 must be you, right? The next morning, Jiang Han received a mass text message from the school. The content is concise: the freshman competition will be held in 3 days. During these 3 days, the school will open its only training ground in the city. Compared to the training grounds outside, this place is much safer. Although the level of the ferocious beasts is above bronze 5-star, they are all weak in attack. Therefore, the efficiency of leveling up will be greatly improved, and if you encounter any life-threatening danger, there will be a protective system to intervene directly. This can be described as a welfare-oriented hunting expedition, except that the construction and maintenance costs are too high. Therefore, it is only open to the public 3 days before the annual freshman competition. Master, shall we go this time? Su Shuayuan nestled against Jiang Han's chest and asked in confusion after seeing the contents of the message. It's normal for her to ask that question, after all, from a normal person's perspective. With Jiang Han's current silver 3-star strength, there's not much point in him going to this kind of training camp. Go, why wouldn't you go? Jiang Han did not hesitate and still intended to go. The reason is simple, although he himself could not gain much experience through this trial. Upgrading through this method is even more difficult, since killing bronze-level ferocious beasts becomes far too easy as one's strength increases. Even though a grasshopper is still meat, there's no need to act like this. But we can hardly gain any experience from bronze-level ferocious beasts anymore, so what's the point of going? Song Yen-yun's face was flushed, not because she was shy, but because the excitement had just been too intense. You don't know this, do you? Although we can't obtain much energy, it doesn't mean we can't interfere with others. Upon hearing this, the two women understood. In their current perception, Yi Fan is a shameless scoundrel with perverted interests. They actually filmed the outdoor sex scene. They're utterly shameless. That's right, now everyone believes that the widely circulated video was directed and acted by Yi Fan himself. After all, such a close-up angle doesn't look like a candid shot at all. In other words, this kid must have some kind of peculiar fetish. Although Song Yen-yun also has special fetishes, including Jiang Han, they are quite open about their hobbies. But those are all behind closed doors. Who would bother to film their own business process and post it online? And most importantly, once you're on the same side as someone, you'll take everything they do for granted. This view also shows that Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun had long regarded Jiang Han as the only person in the world they could trust. So that's how it is. I like this kind of thing. We absolutely can't let that pervert have a chance to turn the tables. Song Yenyun looked resentful because her younger brother seemed to be in close contact with this guy. Moreover, it was Song Zhong who came to cause trouble for Jiang Han last time, but we should thank this younger brother. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to find such a beautiful woman. Having made up their minds, the three began preparing to participate in the surprise training exercise. However, there's not much to prepare, mainly just some daily necessities. Early the next morning, all the freshmen arrived at a mountainous area in the center of Jiangyang City. This place is usually sealed off, since it's impossible to completely eliminate all the ferocious beasts inside. If an ordinary person were to encounter this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, this is the last chance to level up before the freshman competition, so please take it seriously. Most of the freshmen are below Bronze 5. Those above the 5-star level in the Bronze rank are extremely rare. Apart from the two freaks, Jiang Han and Yi Fan, there is not a single one who is at the Silver level. The principal delivered a passionate speech on the stage, and the people below listened with great enthusiasm. The reason is simple: if we can achieve good results in the freshman competition, not only individuals will receive rewards, but their families will also receive certain rewards. These rewards may not seem like much to large families, but for ordinary families, they are enough to ensure they have enough to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. Of course, it is still very difficult. The number of freshmen is over 10,000, most of whom are already married. Only a small number of members of large families remain single because they have not found a suitable marriage partner. It's not so bad for the master, but it's actually a huge disadvantage for the spirit beast girl. However, these people are either extremely wealthy or powerful and don't care about the so-called reward at all. Either they are at the bottom in terms of strength, and even if they receive a reward, they are unlikely to play a significant role. Moreover, those with inferior talent will most likely be eliminated. Therefore, among those who participated in this intensive training, the most important were the unmarried members of their families. This intensive leveling up can help you increase your level, making it easier to find a good marriage partner. In fact, all the colleges in Daxia have such venues. This outcome is also inseparable from the support of these large families. Alright, everything that needs to be said has been said. I hereby declare the intensive leveling up officially underway. Jiang Han had no time to listen to the old man's rambling. His eyes were constantly searching for Yi Fan's figure. Finally, at the very back of the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan were like invisible people at this moment, not daring to attract the attention of others. If you are recognized, you will inevitably be ridiculed. Especially Lu Ruyan, who previously had a pure and innocent image. This incident was a huge psychological blow to her. Jiang Han didn't want them to enter so easily, so he led the two women straight over. Realizing someone was approaching, Yi Fan adjusted the hood of his hoodie, and his eyes filled with anger after seeing who it was. Jiang Han. It's you, it must be you, right? Isn't this Yi Fan, the male lead of the adult film that recently went viral? What am I? I have no idea what you're talking about. Seeing Jiang Han's attitude, Yi Fan was already certain. The video of him doing the deed was leaked. It was 100% his doing. I'll make you pay. Really? Then what price do you want me to pay, male lead? Jiang Han's voice was loud and quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Immediately, a buzz of discussion broke out at the scene. Look, aren't those the male and female leads from the porn movie? TCH, I thought Lu Ruyan was some kind of good woman, but I never expected her to be so shameless. I really misjudged her. Come on, I think you're just jealous. If you're so capable, why don't you go and film with them yourself? Hearing the gossip around her, Lu Ruyan could no longer stay. He pulled Yi Fan, who still wanted to confront him, into the training ground. The reason they insisted on participating was that they didn't want to miss any opportunities. Although they didn't want to admit it, Jiang Han's change put enormous pressure on the two of them. It even made them feel a little breathless. Chapter 49: Drawing water with a bamboo basket. Seeing that the two were about to leave, how could Jiang Han let them go? After all, the reason I participated in this pointless crash course was because of Yi Fan. Brother Yi Fan, don't go. I know you have some unusual hobbies, but that's only natural. After all, everyone has hobbies. It's just taking selfies. What's so embarrassing about that? Yi Fan was so angry that his face turned green, but there were too many people nearby, so he couldn't walk faster even if he wanted to. We're all men, we all know what is going on in our hearts. I haven't seen you lately, so you don't need to care about what others think. Zhang Han's little mouth kept chattering, like a never-ending river. This has drawn everyone's attention, making it impossible for him to keep a low profile now. Beside a master who looked somewhat useless stood a spirit beast girl who was fairly good-looking. After getting a clear look at Yi Fan, he curled his lip in disdain. Hearing Zhang Han's words, he stared wide-eyed at his master beside him. He said that men all have their own little schemes. Do you think that way too? My dear aunt, can we not believe everything we hear? You've almost drained me dry, how can I have any other thoughts? Looking at him confidently, although the master's dark circles weren't very obvious, it was clear at a glance that he looked a bit weak. Upon hearing this, the spirit beast water maiden said coldly, "You'd better be telling the truth, or I'll cut you up." Upon hearing this, many masters around were so frightened that they instinctively squeezed their legs together. This is a man's lifeline if it's really cut off, it's not just a matter of dignity. You can tell me I'm not good enough, but you can't uninstall me. As everyone else entered, Zhang Han remained inseparable from Yi Fan. I've said enough, so I might as well stop wasting my breath. Seeing that the other party had finally calmed down, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief and sped up to try to shake off Zhang Han. Little did he know that during his trip to Twilight Abyss, Zhang Han had already advanced to Silver 3 stars. Although he also secretly leveled up to Silver 2 star, how could his speed compare to Zhang Han's? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yi Fan finally couldn't hold back any longer and stopped, glaring angrily at Zhang Han. Zhang Han deliberately feigned confusion and shrugged. Why are you following me? Who said I was following you? This road is so wide, it wasn't built by your family. Why can only you walk on it and not others? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was so angry that his nose almost twisted. Anyone can see that, right? This guy is just trying to distract him. You can leave, but this is the last chance to level up before the competition. Don't you need this opportunity? Of course I need it, but I don't think I need to ask your opinion about where I want to go, do I? You. Yi Fan was speechless for a moment. Indeed, with such a large venue, he really can't control where people want to go. Left with no other choice, they had to continue forward. Just then, a ferocious rabbit suddenly darted out. Before Yi Fan could react, Song Yenyun took action and eliminated him. Zhang Han, are you doing this on purpose? Whoever kills this ferocious beast is responsible, so why are you so angry? Zhang Han smiled slightly, his face showing a smug, petty smugness. From Yi Fan's perspective, he is indeed a complete villain. Yi Fan cried for the next 3 days. The reason was simple, Zhang Han and his two companions intercepted almost all the ferocious beasts. Only occasionally do some slip through the net. If it weren't for the fact that there are surveillance cameras everywhere here, and that the school and various families are keeping a close eye on things, it would be a different story. Zhang Han wanted to take action as soon as possible and eliminate this guy to prevent future troubles. Once Yi Fan dies, it'll be like fish leaping freely in the sea and birds soaring in the sky. Without a main character, he, possessing the system, is the only main character. For 3 days, Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan were seething with anger. They couldn't win by robbing, and they couldn't win by fighting. In 3 days, apart from a wild boar that bumped into their feet, they hadn't killed a single ferocious beast. Zhang Han, I'm not done with you yet. This haul was pretty good, why are you so angry? Zhang Han chuckled inwardly, realizing that the protagonist's halo did have an effect. Following Yi Fan, we encountered a large number of ferocious beasts, probably due to the climax of the plot. However, Zhang Han no longer cared about this restraining force. After all, he is now a terrifyingly strong figure among the freshmen. Humph. One day, I'll make you pay the price. After this experience, Yi Fan also understood something. As long as Zhang Han is around, it's impossible for him to level up. If there's a first time, there will be a next time. If you have to follow this leech around every time you level up, forget about leveling up, you'll probably lose your life someday. After the intensive leveling up, everyone had improved to some extent. Of course, Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan are not included in this group. Alright, tomorrow is the freshman competition. It will attract attention both within the school and in the community. Everyone, go back and prepare well. The principal gave a brief instruction, glanced silently at Zhang Han, and shook his head helplessly. Logically speaking, interfering with others leveling up in this way is not prohibited by school rules, even though there is no explicit rule against it. But he definitely couldn't stand it. If this kid didn't have a mysterious background, he wouldn't have kept quiet. What can we do now? However, if Jung Han achieves something in the future, these trivial matters need not be pursued too much. Seeing two geniuses locked in a fierce battle, with their conflict seemingly irreconcilable, made him feel rather down. I don't know what young people are thinking. Can't they just grow up together in a loving way? Principal, what are you saying? It's nothing, let's go. Early the next morning, a large number of vehicles and people poured into Haisheng University. As the highest institution of learning in Jiangyang City, the annual freshman competition attracts widespread attention from society. Especially in Jiangyang City, this is the only opportunity for ordinary people to see their master in battle up close. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with people. Fortunately, the university was clearly very experienced and quickly restored order to the scene. The arena is divided into two areas, one of which is significantly larger. That's the area for the spirit beast girls to fight, while the other side is mainly used as a battleground for masters to duel. The new student competition is divided into 3 stages: Master Showdown, Spirit Beast Showdown, and Joint Showdown. Only by ranking highly in all 3 stages can one obtain enough points. The most spectacular part is the battle between spirit beasts. It attracts a lot of attention every year. After all, a showdown between women, regardless of age, should be very interesting, right? I hereby declare the freshman competition officially open. All participants, please sign the waiver of your right to life or death. Chapter 50: Waving Flags and Shouting. That's right, you have to sign a waiver if you want to participate in the freshman competition. After all, fists and feet have no eyes, and there are injuries and deaths in the freshman competition almost every year. Such casualties are almost inevitable on the path to the rise of the strong. The reason for doing this is to give these fledgling newbies a higher chance of survival when they face the real battlefield. For a nation like the Great Xia, which has always valued martial prowess, this is beyond doubt. Soon, after a series of operations on everyone's phones, the life or death waiver ceremony was over. Humph, I'd better not run into you. Yi Fan clenched his fists, silently glaring at Jung Han, who was flirting with 2 beautiful women not far away. He didn't know why, but whenever Jung Han had another woman by his side, he felt as if she were his own woman. However, this kid always beat him to it. The only one who succeeded was Lu Ruyan, but she seemed to have no advantage over either Song Yenyun or Su Shuiyuan. He even felt like he had picked up a sesame seed but lost a watermelon. Looks like someone isn't very friendly to us. Jung Han naturally felt Yi Fan's gaze. Since they had signed a life or death agreement, Jung Han had no intention of holding back. He would kill Yi Fan without hesitation whenever he encountered him, to prevent future troubles. Looking back, their eyes met. Yi Fan snorted coldly and arrogantly made a throat-slitting gesture. You should know that this kid had never been this arrogant in the previous encounters. Jung Han frowned slightly, becoming wary. The protagonist is the protagonist after all. As long as he doesn't die, he can turn the tables at any time. Now that this kid is so open about it, who knows what kind of adventure or opportunity he might have encountered. In the original novel, Yi Fan possessed a soul-returning bell. Perhaps to highlight the dramatic twists and turns of the plot, Yi Fan relied on this thing to be resurrected several times. However, this item only appears in the very late game, and we've only just started, so it's unlikely we'll get it yet. Unless the plot's climax is strengthened, which seems unlikely given our recent experiences. Yi Fan, you're very arrogant. Jung Han, you've ruined my plans time and time again. You'd better pray you don't run into me on the field, or I won't give you a chance. After saying that, Yi Fan glanced at them coldly and then looked away. Jung Han remained silent, not believing that this kid had any way to kill him right now. If that's the case, what's the point of saying so much? Just then, the names on the big screen began to scroll. The lottery is conducted automatically by computer, so there is no unfairness involved. However, since everyone's skill level varies, the matchmaking is still based on skill level. The first match of the freshman grand competition, Yan Xinghai vs Shui Qinghe. Please welcome both masters and their spirit beast girls to enter. Shui Qinghe? That name sounds familiar. Upon hearing the name, Jung Han frowned in thought. Suddenly remembering something, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. I was just worried about not having any connections, but I didn't expect to run into him here. Although he had read the original novel, Jung Han couldn't possibly remember every single detail. Xuechinghe, on the other hand, was a nobody and had little presence. But his brother was no ordinary man, he was a member of the Night's Watch. Jiang Han was worried about how to contact the Night Watchman, otherwise even with the assessment pass, it would be impossible to join the Night Watchman organization. Go Xuechinghe! The sudden shout startled everyone around. This is just the beginning, people will only cheer each other on if they know each other well. Moreover, in such large-scale competitions, there are usually very few cheerers. Most people are focused on the strength of the players on the field in order to gather more information for subsequent matches. Without a doubt, Jiang Han immediately attracted everyone's attention. But he didn't care and continued shouting at the top of his lungs. Xuechinghe, you're the best. Let's get that bastard. Go Xuechinghe. Come on. Seeing this, although they didn't know why, Su Shuayuan and Son Yenyun also started shouting. Instantly, the emotions of others were also stirred up, especially those in the audience who were just there to watch the excitement. A more lively atmosphere wouldn't hurt them. Jiang Han's actions sparked a climax at the scene. There were cheers and encouragement for both sides, and some even argued so heatedly that they were almost about to come to blows. This kid is deliberately trying to annoy me. The principal was speechless upon seeing this. However, this did not violate any regulations, so they could only remain silent. He didn't say anything, and naturally, no one else had any objections. The host knew how to control the atmosphere, and seeing how enthusiastic everyone was in the first match, he immediately spoke excitedly. It seems everyone is very excited. So I hereby declare the first round of this year's freshman competition officially open. Please come forward and leave your handprints. Below the arena, the death waivers that everyone had previously signed have been printed out. Once you leave your handprint, even if you lose your life in the ring, you can only accept your bad luck. Xuechinghe looked completely bewildered at Jiang Han, who was cheering him on. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't think of any connection between the two. But since the other party was so enthusiastic, maybe he was one of my little fans. Everyone, my name is Xuechinghe, thank you all for coming. Jiang Han was speechless. This guy was quite self-aware. He took advantage of any opportunity to climb the ladder. No wonder it had little presence in the original work. With such a short temper, it probably wouldn't survive more than a few episodes. Little did he know that, compared to others, he was the one who was most impatient. On the other side, the two Spirit Beast girls also signed a life or death agreement, and the first match began. Perhaps Jiang Han's encouragement had really worked, because Xuechinghe launched a fierce attack right away. Yan Xinghai was forced to defend himself, and his brows furrowed in frustration. The two are roughly equal in strength, practically evenly matched. But who would pull out their best stuff right away and start doing it? Yes. That's how you hit him. Hit his temple, don't hold back, kick him in the groin. The battle on stage was intense, and Jiang Han was even more anxious off stage, constantly giving various commands. This drew strange looks from those around him. I don't know what's wrong with this kid, he's making such a racket, it's really affecting the viewing experience. Yan Xinghai, why don't you fight back? What are you standing there for? However, gradually, everyone found that it was quite interesting to direct from below. The scene became increasingly noisy, and everyone wished they could be up there and do the fighting themselves. The school's higher-ups were completely baffled. What was going on? This had never happened before. I said, how about charging admission fees in the future? I see everyone is having a lot of fun. The principal's words shocked everyone so much that their lips twitched. It's worth noting that almost the entire population of Jiangyang City came to watch the match. Charging admission fees would definitely generate a substantial income. Chapter 51 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. However, it felt a bit strange to hear these words coming from the mouth of the president of Haitan University. Principal, I'll take care of it right away. At this moment, the secretary was quite sensible and got up to collect the tickets. Come back here. When did I ask you to do anything? Are you kidding me? If they really charged admission, Haitan University would probably become famous nationwide. Does he still want to be the principal? The secretary was confused. He had just said it himself, so why was he scolding her now? Why was he going back on his word? At this moment, led by Jiang Han, the scene was like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. Whether it's a battle between masters or a battle between Spirit Beast girls, it's all incredibly exciting. That's how people are sometimes. The atmosphere is very important. Even if the show isn't very entertaining, as long as the emotions are stirred up, there will always be unexpected results. To be honest, Jiang Han just wanted to leave an impression on Xuechinghe through this battle. After all, the two had never met before, and if they went directly to each other, it would inevitably arouse some suspicion. I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. It seems that the previous tournament matches were indeed not very interesting. As the battle intensified, Schwechinghe fought with increasing ferocity. They dominated the entire match, and although their strengths were initially similar, a significant gap has now emerged. As the saying goes, a person lives for a breath, and a Buddha lives for a stick of incense. Countless facts have proven that as long as there is a will to live, even the most powerful enemy can be terrified. Die! Schwechinghe unleashed his final punch, striking his opponent squarely in the chin. This punch was incredibly powerful, sending Yan Xinghai flying into the air before he fainted. The host was also giving a passionate commentary, and under Zhang Han's influence, they truly let loose. Brilliant! It seems Schwechinghe is the better contestant. Does Yan Xinghai still have a chance? Let's count down from 9. 9, 8, 7. Zhang Han was speechless. Wasn't this host a bit unprofessional? Shouldn't this be counted up? Why has it started a countdown? However, after being dealt such a heavy blow, Yan Xinghai was unable to get up, and Schwechinghe ultimately won. Schwechinghe, well done. I knew you would win. Even in a noisy environment, Zhang Han's voice was still very clear. Schwechinghe gave Zhang Han a deep look. If it weren't for this person's constant encouragement, it would be uncertain whether they could have won today. On the other side, the two Spirit Beast girls also determined a winner. Schwechinghe's Spirit Beast girl also achieved victory. The first round is an elimination tournament, meaning that as long as you win the first match, you'll be ahead of more than half the participants. Moreover, it's a double victory, meaning they've already surpassed at least 70% of the participants. They were both very excited and hugged each other. We were able to win this time thanks to that person, and we should thank him properly later. Yes, I heard that too. It must be said that, although it has a bit of a sensationalist feel to it, but Zhang Han did leave an indelible impression on the two of them. There's nothing particularly noteworthy about the subsequent draw. However, thanks to the success of the first event, the atmosphere at the subsequent events was equally enthusiastic. The principal's expression improved considerably. If nothing unexpected happens, this year's freshman competition will definitely garner even more attention. Let's continue with the draw. As the host finished speaking, the names on the big screen began to scroll. As the countdown ended, Zhang Han smiled slightly. What a small world. His opponents were none other than Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan. Master, should we all attack together? Upon seeing the draw results, Song Yenyun rubbed her hands together, feeling extremely excited. Lu Ruyan was blinded by greed. She actually abandoned such an excellent man. She had long planned to teach her a lesson. Of course, but this time, I need you to do it. Zhang Han whispered something to the two of them, and they exchanged a glance, their expressions showing surprise. What? You can't do it? No, master, it's just that this is my first time, so I'm a little nervous. To eliminate any future trouble, Zhang Han doesn't intend to hold back this time. Having both of them go together was also to ensure that nothing went wrong. He wants to use this competition to completely eliminate Yi Fan. If murder is an accident, it's psychologically easier to accept. However, if it is premeditated, whoever it is should be mentally prepared. However, Su Shuiyuan and Song Yenyun's eyes were firm. Since Zhang Han had given them the order, they would not hesitate to do so, even if it meant sending them to their deaths. Don't be nervous. One general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Do you think that kid would let us go if given the chance? Upon hearing this, the two fell into deep thought, then exchanged a glance and made up their minds. Although Yi Fan is annoying, it must be said that his talent is quite remarkable. The fact that they were able to reach the silver rank during the newbie leveling process alone is enough to prove everything. Moreover, he had a habit of stealing other people's Spirit Beast girls. If it weren't for Zhang Han's strong mental fortitude and strength, the consequences would have been self-evident. Yes, master. The two spoke in unison, their eyes hardening. Zhang Han. Get up here. You think you're so arrogant? Today I'll fight you to the death. While the three were plotting, Yi Fan and Lu Ruyan had already stepped onto the arena. His face was quite ferocious. He looked like he had a grudge against someone. What's going on? Is this a fight to the death from the start? Hey, don't you know? This kid stole that Spirit Beast girl. Wait a minute, Why does this guy look so familiar? How could you not recognize them? Aren't they the male and female leads from that porn movie a while ago? Oh, so it's that pervert. Soon, everyone at the scene recognized Yifan and Lu Ruyan. Especially Lu Ruyan, who was known to everyone. After all, in these kinds of short videos, the female protagonist is usually more famous than the male protagonist. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many short films that don't even show the male lead's face anymore. You know what, when he suddenly put on his clothes, I almost didn't recognize him. Be careful, he's a silver-level expert after all. He might beat you to a pulp. As the news spread, the jeers at the scene grew louder and louder. Even the host was at a loss for words. Since you're looking for death, I can give you the chance. But you're quite famous now, haven't you thought about what you'll do if you lose? All right, you could make adult films. John Han said jokingly as he pressed his handprint. However, when Yifan saw Song Yenyuan and Su Shuayuan both come up, he lost his composure. I'm reporting them. They're cheating. Why does he have two spirit beast girls? Chapter 52 Sour Grapes. Yifan was initially quite calm. After all, through tireless efforts, he was finally able to use some of his trump cards. That's why he was so arrogant before the competition, but when he saw the two spirit beast girls appear, he instantly lost his composure. He knew Su Shuayuan's strength. Even Lu Ruyan would have a hard time with just her alone. If Song Yenyuan were added to the mix, they would basically be instantly defeated. Moreover, Jiang Han is no pushover. If he also has some trump cards, wouldn't we be put on the defensive in the first round? Cheating? This contestant, all of our team members underwent eligibility checks before the competition. Are you questioning the school? The host was clearly a little unhappy, as Haitian College is considered a very authoritative institution in Jiangnan province. To be insulted like this is hardly appropriate, even for a talented young person. No, are you blind? There are two of them. According to the competition rules, a master cannot field two or more spirit beast girls at the same time. Isn't this cheating? Wow. I didn't expect you to be so good at making non-pornographic videos, and you also seem to know a bit about the competition rules. Of course. What did you say? So what if I call you an idiot? The competition does say that more than two spirit beast girls are not allowed to participate at the same time, but there's an additional condition: spirit beast girls who are normally married are not allowed to participate at the same time. This is to prevent cheating through temporary marriages. But both of them are Jiang Han's marriage partners, and they are eternally married. Do you understand eternal marriage? This is a demonstration of strength after preventing cheating. If you're happy, you can have multiple eternal marriages. But judging from your performance in the video, you seem to be struggling even with just one, right? These words immediately caused an uproar at the scene. It's important to know that men have limited energy. Previously, when Song Yenyuan and Su Shuayuan were seen with Jiang Han, no one paid much attention. After all, under normal circumstances, even if a man has the desire, he doesn't have the ability to do so. If forced into marriage, the only outcome will be being completely drained. So everyone assumed that the three of them were just close friends, which is why they were standing together. Now that they know that both of these beautiful women are actually Jiang Han's marriage partners, and even eternally so, how can he remain calm? What incredible luck! Two beautiful spirit beast girls, and they're even eternally paired. God is unfair. Why don't I have such luck? What else do you want? You're still not satisfied with me around, are you? No, I was just expressing my feelings. Even if I had the desire, I wouldn't have the ability. You know what level I am. The heated discussion at the scene turned Song Zhang's face ashen as he sat in the stands. Her own precious daughter had actually married a guy she knew nothing about. Upon learning of this, Song Zhuang immediately wanted to confront Jiang Han. That feeling can only be described in one sentence: it's like the cabbage I've painstakingly raised for 18 years has been eaten by a pig. If it weren't for Uncle Moo's strong persuasion and Aunt Moo's precarious condition, he would have dealt with Jiang Han long ago. You brat, I'd like to see if you're as good as old Moo says, worthy of my daughter. Actually, Song Zhuang was also angry about something else. Jiang Han already had a marriage partner. He generally doesn't have much of an opinion about what kind of man his beloved daughter likes. The idea of two women sharing one husband is something that is absolutely unacceptable. Upon hearing the host's words, Yifan felt like a million alpacas were stampeding through his mind. What kind of luck does Jiang Han have? It seems like all the beautiful women are rushing to fawn over him. But isn't this his privilege? Why does all the good things fall on this kid's head? Very well. Since that's the case, today I'll show you what real strength is. Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and his anger had reached its peak. He wished he could go up there right now and punch Zhang Han's head off. Why are you so angry? Oh, I know, you're just being as sour grapes. How was it? Lu Ruyan must have been taking good care of you, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan could no longer contain himself, and his spiritual energy surged wildly. I knew it. You must have done that. So what if I did it? Since you dared to do it, don't be afraid of others finding out. Besides, I don't even care about a woman like Lu Ruyan. But your interests are indeed quite unique. You're asking for it. When it comes to verbal sparring, Yi Fan knew he was no match for Zhang Han. This guy has an outrageously thick skin, he can say anything. Enraged, Yi Fan didn't hesitate and chose to strike first. Seeing that the other party had been successfully provoked, Zhang Han smiled slightly. This is exactly the effect he wants. Only in this way will Yi Fan not dodge, and he can kill him with one blow. As Zhang Han watched Yi Fan charge towards him with wide, sweeping movements, he muttered to himself. As the dragon language was activated, the surrounding atmosphere changed. This is dragon language. The powerful figures could tell at a glance that Yi Fan's skill was extraordinary. It's dragon language. Could it be a forbidden spell? But that's impossible. How could a silver-ranked character use a forbidden spell? When the dragon spoke, all the big shots present were dumbfounded. When Uncle Mu told Song Zhan that Zhang Han could unleash forbidden spells, Song Zhan was somewhat skeptical. Seeing it with his own eyes, he was so shocked that he stood up abruptly. This Zhang Han actually managed to use forbidden spells that's truly making history. Their future is absolutely limitless, and it might be a tremendous opportunity for the Song family. Let alone letting his daughter share a husband with another woman, he would be willing to send another daughter away. Not good. Yi Fan also sensed something extraordinary, and felt that this aura was very familiar. Images kept flashing through my mind, and I suddenly remembered that I seemed to have this aura when I met that beautiful senior one day. Unfortunately, the two were too close at this point, and it was impossible to avoid it. Dragon God's Fire Cannon. Zhang Han unleashed a punch, this time using 70% of his power. In fact, 30% of his power is enough to deal with a silver-level opponent, which shows that Zhang Han had no intention of holding back. Stop! A figure rushed over from the stands. It was obvious that he wanted to save Yi Fan. This person was Yi Fan's mentor. Although they haven't been assigned to classes yet, Yi Fan has actually already been chosen internally. Shui Jilin was extremely anxious. As a platinum-level expert, he could naturally see the power of Zhang Han's move. I originally thought that as my mentor, my words would still carry some weight. However, Zhang Han was not about to be influenced by others. The Dragon God Cannon did not change its trajectory at all and hit Yi Fan, who was still in mid-air, solidly. The immense impact struck, and Yi Fan felt his body become instantly numb. He truly couldn't perceive it, because his body instantly dissolved under the attack of the Dragon God's Fire Cannon. This is impossible. It was you that day. This was Yi Fan's last thought, which then vanished completely. Seeing this, Zhang Han finally felt relieved. Without Yi Fan, he would undoubtedly be the protagonist. You're asking for it. Shui Jilin felt Yi Fan's aura completely disappear, and his heart sank, but it was too late. She glared at Zhang Han, her teeth clenched in anger, and with a wave of her hand, she was about to attack him. Presumptuous. At the critical moment, a roar resounded throughout the universe, causing a sharp pain in the ears of everyone present. Chapter 53. It's best to beat your brother early. The speaker was none other than the principal, who had been sitting upright on the platform. Before the instructor could even make a move, he was blasted away by the sound wave and coughed up blood. Is this the power of a king-level expert? Zhang Han longed to know that Principal Bai Shang Wei possessed the strength of a king-level 9-star, a fact that was common knowledge. With the strength of a peak king-level expert, he would be considered a top-tier figure even in the entire Great Xia dynasty. His strength is on par with that of his beautiful master, Dugu Qingyue. Of course, Dugu Qingyue's talent far surpasses that of the principal. After all, her age is a factor. Principal, Zhang Han committed intentional homicide. I refuse to accept this. You're not satisfied? We signed a waiver of liability before the match, what are you complaining about? That's absolutely right, because it was made very clear before the competition. Although the principal was heartbroken to lose such a talented student, rules are rules, and even he couldn't say anything about it. But principal, he did it on purpose. He committed murder. Yes, principal, it's really going too far for Jiang Han to go all out since he knows I can use forbidden spells. Principal, I think the punishment should be severe. If this kind of thing becomes the norm, wouldn't it ruin the reputation of our Haitan University? Not only his mentor, but also the school's higher-ups spoke up for Yi Fan. These words seem to make some sense, but they are actually somewhat sophistry. The reason is simple, these people are all protecting Yi Fan. To everyone's surprise, Yi Fan died during the first freshman competition, which left them with a difficult situation to explain. Shut up. It's not your place to make decisions about the school. Bai Shengwei's forceful words immediately suppressed everyone's momentum. As the first person from Haitian University, he naturally has the qualifications. However, as the first student to die, an explanation still needs to be given to the public. After a moment, Bai Shengwei slowly spoke. Jiang Han, I'm asking you, do you know what skill you're using? A powerful sense of oppression swept over him, and Jiang Han felt as if he were in a vast ocean. Any ulterior motives will be instantly crushed by this pressure. The situation here naturally affected the battle of the Spirit Beast Water Maiden, but right from the start, Lu Ruyan was defeated by Su Shuiyuan and Song Yenyun. Even Song Zhang didn't see his daughter make a move, as he was completely drawn to the aura of the forbidden spell. This old man probably won't do anything to me, right? Jiang Han pondered to himself, my beautiful master did come over earlier to give me these instructions. He figured the principal probably wouldn't do anything to him, but he wasn't sure about the current situation. After all, the plot is the plot, and reality is reality, they are not fictional characters. Upon hearing the principal's question, Jiang Han's mind raced. This is clearly an attempt to defend myself, so what else is there to say? My principle is that as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's someone else who is embarrassed. Jiang Han immediately appeared flustered and uneasy, as if he had just recovered from the shock and said, Principal, I really didn't mean to. I didn't know this newly learned skill was so powerful. As he spoke, Jiang Han's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and then he sat down on the ground with a thud. You're saying you just learned this skill? Yes, it was given to me by my master before he left, and I only learned it these past few days. Jiang Han's gaze was fixed, and his eyes were somewhat unfocused. He portrayed the fear of killing for the first time so vividly that if the director saw it, he would probably praise his talent. With a little training, winning an Oscar would be a piece of cake. Jiang Han wasn't saying this to Bai Shengwei, but to the university's higher-ups. After all, his current strength is not enough to contend with those people. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. If these old guys are really looking for trouble, it will be quite difficult to deal with them. After all, Duga Qingyue and the principal couldn't be by her side to protect her all the time. It is better to be more virtuous than to be a petty person. This statement applies everywhere. Alright, the matter is clear. Jiang Han only made a mistake, and the school will not pursue the matter. We hope that the students who will compete in the next event will be careful to stop when they have a point. Bai Shengwei was clearly very satisfied with Jiang Han's performance. He thought to himself that this kid was quite clever, but he also needed to be taught a lesson. The oppressive aura receded like a tide, and Jiang Han felt completely relaxed. Seeing that Bai Shengwei had already made his decision, the others could only remain silent, even if they were dissatisfied. Moreover, this serves as an explanation, preventing them from losing face. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Su Shuiyuan and Song Yenyun rushed over with concern. Master, are you alright? It's nothing, what could possibly happen to me? It's just a performance. Help me down quickly. Jiang Han smiled mischievously and collapsed into the blissful embrace of the two women. Everyone watched with envy. Was there no justice in this world? Why wasn't it them who were terrified? Unsurprisingly, on the first day of the freshman competition, Jiang Han became the public enemy of all men. This guy, with women on both sides, is just too enviable. Jiang Han did not continue watching the rest of the match. After all, there are no more players who can threaten them. Even Yi Fan, a silver-level fighter, was defeated in one move. Who would dare to fight him? Another reason is that people from the Song family came. The person who arrived was none other than Song Zhong, Song's brother-in-law. Jiang Han, my dad wants you to come over here. It was clear that Song Zhong was completely unwilling. Song Zhong was naturally aware of the conflict between the two, yet he still invited him over, which seemed to have a deeper meaning. Hey bro, you're here? We've really become friends after all this fighting. Look, I'm your brother-in-law now, aren't I? Jian Han. Even if everyone else approves of you, I will never approve of you. You want me to call you brother-in-law? Bah! Jian Han's smirking face immediately ignited Song Zhong's anger. He couldn't hold back any longer and cursed. Before Jian Han could speak, Song Yenyun slapped him hard with a large slap. How dare you speak to your brother-in-law like that? Apologize to me. Song Zhong covered his face, and tears streamed down his face. Sis, you hit me? You actually hit me for him? What? You're not convinced? You're always neglecting your duties, running this death club. Who's going to die, you or me? Who did you learn that from? You're baring your teeth and kicking your brother-in-law right in front of me, and you still think you're right? Apologize. I don't. Snap. Another big challenge came up, completely stunning Song Zhong. Looking at his sister in disbelief, Jiang Han had thought the boy would be very rebellious. The next second, Song Zhong wiped away his tears and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, brother-in-law, I was wrong. Jiang Han was speechless, not expecting this kid to be so afraid of Song Yenyun. You should be more respectful when you talk to your brother-in-law in the future. What the book said was right. You have to discipline your younger brother early, otherwise who knows what kind of crooked path you'll take. Chapter 54. You all like changing your tune, right? The changes in Song Zhong before and after made Jiang Han question the meaning of life. Although the original work later redeemed this kid, wasn't it a bit too fast? Even Jiang Han, who had weathered many storms, found it hard to accept. I said, is this really the kind of relationship you have? Jiang Han's lips twitched, and he finally couldn't help but ask. Brother-in-law, you have no idea how hard my life has been these past few years. Song Zhong grabbed Jiang Han's arm, tears streaming down his face. That didn't look like acting at all. There was no acting skill involved, it was all emotion. Brother-in-law, do you know why I joined the Death Society? It's to escape her clutches. You'll have to protect me from now on. Song Zhong called him brother-in-law so affectionately. Who would have thought that just a few minutes ago this guy regarded Jiang Han as an enemy? Stay away from Jiang Han. Your snot is all over his clothes, believe me or not I'll beat you up. Seeing her younger brother's pathetic state, Song Yenyun glared angrily. Song Zhong dared not act rashly and quickly released his grip on Jiang Han's hand. Sister, you have a master now. In some ways, you're no longer a member of the Song family. Do you think you can control me? What? Do you have a problem with that? Seeing that this kid still wanted to rely on his cold-blooded power, Song Yenyun clenched her fist, her eyes revealing a murderous aura. Now Jiang Han finally understood why his sister had a bloodline suppression effect on him. This older sister really went all out when she hit her younger brother. Xiaoyun, forget it, your little brother is just being immature. He can be disciplined. If it weren't for your brother-in-law speaking up for you today, I'd tear your mouth apart. Song Yenyun snorted coldly, and Song Zhong trembled in fright. Then, with a grin, he came to Jiang Han's side. Brother-in-law, I'll follow you from now on. That move you just made was so cool, can you teach me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han finally understood. This guy actually had his eye on my forbidden spell. However, forbidden spells are generally only mastered by those at the king level. Of course, some of these techniques can be used at the star glory level, but their power is much less. Even if he were taught, he wouldn't be able to use it given his silver level strength. Do you know what level of skill that was just used? I don't know, but since my brother-in-law is a silver level, and I am too, what can't I learn? After several days of training, Song Zhong has reached the silver 1-star level. His thinking isn't wrong. What if I told you that I just used a forbidden spell? Forbidden spell. Brother-in-law, I only understand now that I was so blind before. With your strength, the fact that I'm still alive is entirely due to your magnanimity. I have nothing more to say. From now on, you're not only my brother-in-law, but also my idol. To be fair, Song Zhong was quite clever. He instantly understood why his father hadn't reacted much when he learned of his sister's marriage to Jiang Han. Even if someone isn't very bright, they still know what it means for a silver-ranked person to cast a forbidden spell. Jiang Han also understood why this kid was able to clear his name later. Putting everything else aside, Song Zhong's ability to assess situations was definitely at a master level. Alright, no need for flattery. If you reach the king level in the future and are able to learn this skill, I can teach it to you without hesitation. After all, there had been some unpleasantness before, and we would inevitably have to deal with the Song family in the future. There's no harm in maintaining good relations with the Song family. But only he himself knew that it was all just a pie in the sky. After all, forbidden spells in the dragon language can only be cast by those who have become dragon god mages. Song Zhong is a knight. Even if you taught him, he couldn't possibly learn it. But none of that matters. At least Jiang Han was very satisfied with Song Zhong's attitude. Once he gains power, he'll definitely reap the benefits. Now that Yifan has been eliminated and there are no more worries, Jiang Han is very clear about the path he is on. He wants to become the strongest person in this world. Only in this way can one truly take control of one's own destiny. Let's go, I'll take my brother-in-law to Dad's. Having received Jiang Han's promise, Song Zhong not only changed his address himself, but also started calling him Dad, demonstrating a remarkable grasp of social etiquette. No one noticed that just as the heavily injured Lu Ruyan rushed into the battlefield. A necklace, as thin as spider silk and invisible to the naked eye, was lifted by a gentle breeze and quickly disappeared from the arena. Bai Shangwei frowned slightly, as if he had sensed something. But upon closer investigation, the eerie aura vanished without a trace. Principal, what's wrong? The secretary, as expected, noticed Bai Shangwei's unusual behavior immediately. It's nothing, maybe I'm just imagining things. In the end, Lu Ruyan, with a dazed look in her eyes, was carried away. Jiang Han then killed him. Killing Yifan could be considered an accident, but killing Lu Ruyan was definitely intentional. However, Lu Ruyan was only a minor character in the early stages, although she always stayed by Yifan's side. However, due to limitations in his talent, he appeared very little in the later parts of the story. So even if you survive, it won't have a big impact. In a grove of trees on the outskirts of Jiangyang City, the necklace finally came to a stop. A spirit flew out from it, its eyes turning a strange red as it looked towards Jiangyang City. Jiang Han, I will make you tear me to pieces. But it's no use saying anything now, Yifan naturally knew that. He made hand seals, using the last bit of his strength to form a special magic circle on the spot. A moment later, ripples suddenly appeared in the space. A phantom giant hand necklace was drawn into his hand, and then both disappeared without a trace. A few breaths later, Bai Shangwei appeared on the treetop, looking around with a very serious expression. No, my feeling is right, there are still remnants of those guys alive. After searching for a while without success, Bai Shangwei hurriedly returned to Haitian University. On the other side, in the Song family mansion, Song Zhuang looked down at Jiang Han with a serious expression. Jiang Han, do you know your crime? Uncle Song, I have no idea what crime I have committed. Jiang Han remained neither humble nor arrogant, while silently complaining to himself. Who named this father and son? It's such an unlucky name. I have no idea what this unscrupulous author was thinking. It's as if they have a grudge against the Song family. We need to find an opportunity to change their names. If Song Zong knew that Jiang Han was thinking such a rebellious thing about the Heavenly Gang, he would probably lose all the goodwill he had just built up. You took my daughter away without my consent. Don't you know you're guilty? Uncle, Yuner and I are deeply in love. You don't understand young love, so I don't think I've done anything wrong. Upon hearing this, Song Zhang's expression visibly turned ugly. Seeing this, Song Yenyun wanted to smooth things over, but she didn't expect Jiang Han to be so confrontational. However, the next second, Song Zhang burst into laughter. As expected, heroes emerged from among the young. Jiang Han, you certainly have the potential to become a great tycoon. Looking at the smiling Song Zong, Jiang Han was speechless. What's wrong with this father and son? They both love to change their expressions, don't they? Chapter 55. Learn more from your brother-in-law. Jiang Han finally realized who Song Zhong learned his ability to change his expression from like father, like son indeed. So, what does my father-in-law mean? Young man, you are sensible. Since you and Xiaoyun are already eternally married, I naturally cannot do anything to separate you. However, there is one thing you should be clear about, the Song family is not in a very good situation right now, and I think you should be aware of that. Jiang Han nodded. Indeed, the Song family's current situation is not very good. The reason is simple, the Song family wants to take things a step further. However, breaking through social classes is not that simple. Neither your competitors nor your partners want to see you getting better and better. This is human nature. Wherever there are people, there is a social dynamic. Now the Song family desperately needs a powerful patron, and Jiang Han, with his promising future, is the perfect candidate. As the saying goes, the new generation replaces the old. The rise of the younger generation is often more valuable than the strength of the older generation. Of course, this will also be subject to many constraints. After all, no one wants to see their victory stolen by a junior. Father-in-law, I understand this principle perfectly well. Rest assured, since you are Xiaoyun's father, I will naturally give my full support. That was exactly what Song Zhang wanted to hear, and his smile deepened. Good, good, it seems our Xiaoyun has good taste, Song Zhong. The head of the Song family naturally knew that his good-for-nothing son had some grudges against Jiang Han. If this issue isn't resolved now, it could create resentment later. Song Zhong shuddered, his emotional intelligence once again on full display. Father, I've already acknowledged my brother-in-law as my elder brother, and I won't go to that death society anymore. Upon hearing this, Song Zhong was taken aback. I never expected that my good-for-nothing son would actually have some of my true skills. This left him with no reason to get angry. But if a father wants to beat his son, can he do it without a reason? He slapped Song Zhong on the head and said with exasperation, "You're such a disappointment. You're not so bad, kid. You'd better learn from your brother-in-law. Stop wasting your time loafing around and causing trouble, or you'll regret it." Seeing that the matter was finally resolved, no one was happier than Song Yenyun. She didn't dare go home during this time, for fear that her father would disapprove of her relationship with Jiang Han. Although the deed was done, she knew Song Zhang's character very well. If Jiang Han cannot satisfy him, even if they are already eternally married, they will probably be torn apart. This shows that Song Yenyun did not actually understand her father. If Song Zhong could really be that ruthless, where would he have his almost lawless young lady personality? Alright, with Jiang Han's strength, the rest of the matches should be a foregone conclusion. Come on, I'm treating you all to dinner today. Song Zhong laughed heartily. Jiang Han was also pondering. The original novel doesn't mention the head of the Song family much, it basically only touches on him indirectly. I didn't expect this old man to have such a generous and forthright personality. Of course, Jiang Han wasn't naive enough to think that this was his true nature. After all, any respect is earned through strength. If he hadn't shown his true strength today, he probably would have been a completely different person. Zuixinlo Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The largest 5-star hotel in Jiangyang City, only the rich and powerful can afford to dine here. Even when Song Zhong arrived here, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Xiao Han, you should make more friends here. After all, having more friends means having more options. This was another reason why Song Zhang brought the younger generation here for a meal. He doesn't have the talent of a master, but he's managed to run the Song family to its current state, so he's got some skills. His extensive social network was the foundation of his success. However, there will be many more opportunities in the future, so this time I only had a brief exchange with a few family leaders. Upon entering the private room, everyone had just sat down when a voice came from the side. You must be Jiang Han? The sound came from behind the screen. Jiang Han turned around and saw a blurry figure. You know me? I've only heard a little about you. I've heard you're very strong? The speaker's voice was very pleasant, sounding like a young girl. Jiang Han was filled with doubt. Had his reputation become so prominent that a strange woman was actually paying attention to him? I wouldn't call myself strong, I just have some trump cards up my sleeve. You're being modest. What I've heard is different from what I've heard. After a moment's hesitation, the girl spoke again. You killed Yi Fan, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's eyes narrowed. Judging from this person didn't come because of his reputation, but more like they were here to cause trouble. Who exactly are you? Song Zhong was also very puzzled. Yi Fan's death was indeed related to Jiang Han. But the principal has already determined the nature of the matter, so why would anyone cause trouble? The other person didn't speak, but got up, seemingly preparing to leave. Through the projection of the screen, you can see a graceful figure with an amazing figure. Even just a silhouette is captivating. We will meet again. After saying that, his figure disappeared instantly. Even Jiang Han, who was the strongest, did not sense how the other party left. Who is this person? Song Zhong was somewhat puzzled. As the saying goes, the taller the tree, the more the wind will blow. Jiang Han's performance was too dazzling, so trouble would naturally come knocking. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I don't know either, but I don't think I know anyone outside of Jiangyang City. Jiang Han was also very curious about the woman's identity. After all, Jiang Han in the original novel didn't seem to have much of a social life other than being a simp. Moreover, as a minor villain in the early stages, he didn't actually have much interaction with Yi Fan. Even after reading the original work, he still couldn't guess the other party's true identity. If possible, it might be that characters who are supposed to appear later in the story appear earlier, which is probably another trick by the plot's climax. What's most unexpected is that even though Yi Fan is dead, the plot still has a culminating force. Since we don't know, let's not think about it for now. Judging from her appearance, it shouldn't have too much of an impact for the time being. Let's just relax today. As an elder, Song Zong naturally had to say something. However, compared to his previous relaxed tone, there seemed to be some other emotions mixed in. This is easy to understand. Jiang Han's talent is indeed very strong. But if this leads to huge trouble, Song Zong doesn't know if his decision was right or wrong. After all, every decision he makes could affect the fate of the entire Song family. Even though the principal and Duga Qingyue are both behind Jiang Han, when it comes down to it, they will only protect Jiang Han. If something happens to the Song family, he is certain that neither Haitian University nor Yueling sect will intervene. Fine, whoever she is, if she dares to mess with me, I won't let her succeed. Chapter 56 doesn't feel like something good is going to happen. Jiang Han's eyes were icy cold. No one could stop him from living. Jiang Han, I must remind you, being too rigid can lead to breakage. Sometimes you have to know how to be flexible in life. Don't worry, I know that much. Jiang Han did not entirely agree with what Song Zhang said. He knew clearly that no matter what kind of world a person lives in, the essence boils down to 4 words. That is the law of the jungle, and no matter how advanced the civilization, this cannot be changed. If you keep backing down, your opponents will only become more aggressive. Therefore, once a decision is made, it is necessary to completely eliminate it. Otherwise, like a wildfire that cannot be extinguished, it will spring up again with the spring breeze, and there will only be endless trouble. Jiang Han had no clue as to the other party's identity. After all, the original storyline has undergone tremendous changes since his appearance. In Bai Shengwei's office, a stunningly beautiful figure sat on the sofa, her legs crossed, completely ignoring him. Since you have the Alliance's recommendation, why are you only coming now? Even for me, it's not easy to explain this to the students, is it? Your students are nothing but a bunch of freaks. What's so hard to explain? If you really don't know how to explain it, I can accept their relentless questioning. Upon hearing this, Bai Shengwei felt a surge of anger. They're completely disregarding him. However, the Master Alliance had to be given face, since many of them held influential positions at the higher levels. If they offend them to death, Haitian University will likely face a very difficult situation in the future. The Master Alliance is not actually a formal organization, but rather a coordinating body established by some powerful individuals to avoid misunderstandings. It's similar to the United Nations on Earth, except that only a small number of people are qualified to enter. But this doesn't mean the Master Alliance has no influence. On the contrary, it is almost the most powerful influence besides the official one. Just think about it, with so many powerful individuals gathered together, how many people could possibly stand against that force? It is precisely for this reason that the Great Xia government has always wanted to disband this organization. However, the obstacles involved were considerable, which is why it has been delayed until now. Young people shouldn't make promises they can't keep. Really? You're saying this because of Jiang Han, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Shengwei frowned. He was indeed thinking of Jiang Han. After all, with such talent, he could be considered an outstanding figure even among all the universities in Daxia. It seems you've already done your research. In that case, do you think you can beat him? Of course, it's just a slightly larger ant. To be honest, I didn't really take it seriously. From the moment they met, Bai Shengwei was looked down upon by this young girl with blonde hair. He was a king-level expert, yet he was being portrayed as utterly worthless, which angered the old man. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll give you the chance. But if you lose, you'll have to go back the way you came. It's a deal. Seeing that Bai Shengwei had agreed, the girl didn't hesitate and got up to leave. The old man was so angry that his beard trembled. What a bunch of idiots. They have no respect for elders or children at all. They're infuriating. After the girl left, Bai Shengwei angrily cursed in the room. Having lived his whole life, this was the first time he had ever felt so suffocated. However, after calming down, I felt a little regretful. Sigh. Bai Shengwei, you're so old, how could you fall for a young girl's tricks? It's clear that this girl came prepared. Since they knew of Jiang Han's existence, they must have done thorough research. To be honest, Jiang Han still doesn't know the other party's exact strength. If anything goes wrong, the Moon Spirit sect will be in an uproar. You should know that Dugo Qingyue personally gave the instructions. This shows that Jiang Han's status in the Moon Spirit sect is definitely not simple. He even suspects that Jiang Han might be Dugo Qingyue's illegitimate son. Of course, he wouldn't say something like that without evidence. Jiang Han had just stepped out of the hotel when he received a call from his mentor. This mentor is only a temporary one, intended to facilitate communication and the distribution of notices. Jiang Han, where are you now? I need to talk to you urgently. Looking for me? Or is it urgent? What's going on? It's hard to say over the phone, so please come to the school office building as soon as possible. Jiang Han didn't know what was going on, but he could tell that his mentor seemed very anxious, so he glanced at Song Zong to ask for his opinion. It's alright, go ahead and do what you need to do. Then I'll go with you. Song Yenyun doesn't want to leave Jiang Han for a moment. She even had trouble keeping up with him during the meal just now. Alright, then you can all go together. If anything happens, remember to let me know. Although the Song family is in a bad situation, they can easily handle some minor troubles. When the three arrived at the office building, their supervisor had already been waiting there for quite some time. Where have you been? I was so worried. The principal needs to see you urgently. Come with me right now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was puzzled. Although I had seen my beautiful mentor and the principal give me some instructions before, I wondered what business they could have with me at this time. Filled with doubt, the tutor respectfully knocked on the principal's office door. Bai Shangwei smiled broadly upon seeing Jiang Han and the other two. Here it is, hurry up and make it. I don't know if you like tea, but please make do with this. Bai Shangwei's attitude almost shocked his mentor to death. Is this still the same authoritative principal? He looks no different from my own grandfather. You can go out now. While the mentor was still speculating, Bai Shangwei directly ordered him to leave, his tone revealing an unquestionable authority. However, as long as he doesn't cause trouble for Jiang Han, he won't bear any responsibility. A weight was lifted from his heart. As for what the other person wanted to talk about, what did it have to do with him? Principal, I don't quite understand what you're saying. It doesn't feel like a good thing. Jiang Han picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Bai Shangwei's expression froze. Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Han sensed something was wrong. Principal, if there's anything you need to say, please just tell me. This is a bit difficult to explain. Having lived his whole life, this was the first time Bai Shangwei had ever felt so embarrassed. After all, it's the most painful thing for a teacher to do to push a junior into a fire pit. Principal, please tell me quickly, I can accept it. Okay, take a look at this information. Helpless, Bai Shangwei took out a stack of documents and handed them over. Upon turning to the first page, Jiang Han's eyes were immediately drawn to the photo on the resume. This photo is so beautiful. Even without any retouching, it's more charming than those women who use heavy beauty filters. Moreover, even though it's a photograph, it can give people a mesmerizing illusion, which is truly amazing. Chapter 57, Does the principal also want to remarry? It was her. Upon seeing the name, Jiang Han was immediately surprised, and even his tone changed slightly. Logically speaking, this person shouldn't be here at all. You two know each other? What surprised Bai Shangwei even more was that he knew Jiang Han's upbringing all too well. Although some opportunities came along, one shouldn't have been exposed to things at a higher level, right? I don't know him. Then why are you so surprised? Isn't this just to show how important it is? After all, the principal gave me this information, which means this person is definitely not an ordinary person. What are you joking about? Do I need you to be my straight man? I was just worried you'd lose face. There's no need for that. Bai Shangwei was speechless. If you don't know him, why are you making such a fuss? You're not an actor, so you should just play along and pretend I don't see it, right? Jiang Han composed himself, regained his composure, and showed no sign of unease. You may not know about the Master Alliance, so let me give you a brief introduction. With a sigh, Bai Shangwei decided to tell the whole story. After all, Jiang Han was the main person involved in this matter, and he would feel really bad if he didn't explain things clearly. However, Jiang Han had no interest in listening to any of this and directly reached out to interrupt. Principal, no need to say anything more, it's just a really awesome organization. Just tell me, what does this have to do with me? Are you trying to introduce me to someone? You wish. I was so worried about you, but it turns out it was all for nothing. Bai Shangwei was quite angry. Although Jiang Han was exceptionally talented, his nonchalant attitude really annoyed him. He was a king-level expert, so how could the matter he was talking about be a trivial matter? At that moment, Bai Shangwei suddenly realized that Jiang Han and that little girl were doing the same thing. If they weren't deliberately targeting each other, they actually are quite a good match. I'll even introduce you to potential partners. You already have 2 spirit beast water maidens, aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself to death? Bai Shang's arrogance was palpable. What great things can a perfectly fine young man achieve if he's obsessed with beautiful women all day long? To think you can go against a woman of exceptional talent like this is just asking for trouble. Principal, I can vouch for you. Jiang Han is very capable. The situation you described will absolutely not happen. Yes, I can guarantee that, and having a few more won't be a problem. Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun, who were standing nearby, were displeased upon hearing this. Bai Shangwei was stunned when he hurriedly stepped forward to support Jiang Han. Others might make grand pronouncements to save face, but he could see clearly the look in the 2 women's eyes. Having been famous for so many years, they've become quite shrewd and can naturally tell that the other person wasn't lying. You guys, never mind, we're here to talk business. This guy's here to cause trouble, he's probably hiding his strength, and he might become your biggest opponent this time. My rival? She's not even a student at our school, how could she possibly be my rival? She has already won. Faced with Jiang Han's questioning, Bai Shangwei said irritably. So you came to see me specifically because you felt guilty, right? Jiang Han guessed his thoughts, and Bai Shangwei was speechless. I knew this kid was tough to deal with, but I didn't know he was this tough. They really don't give themselves any face at all. If this conversation continues, where will he put his old face? So what if I am? Let me tell you, you brat, if you dare to embarrass the school, I won't let you off the hook. Principal, isn't this a bit unfair of you? You dug this hole, and now you're making me bury myself in it? What kind of logic is that? Jiang Han was speechless. Who could have imagined that this principal, who was revered by thousands and was a king-level expert, would be so unreasonable? I don't care, if there isn't one in the world, I have it here. Go back and prepare properly. After saying that, Bai Shangwei waved his hand, signaling Jiang Han to leave. He was afraid that if he continued talking to this kid, he might lose control and start a fight. Alright, but I still have to thank the principal. Watch how I win this girl over. You brat, don't underestimate us. Hearing Jiang Han's confident words, Bai Shangwei immediately became worried. Don't worry, principal, I understand the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. Hearing this, Bai Shangwei felt much more at ease. Jiang Han was stopped at the door when he reached it. Jiang Han, wait a moment. Principal, is there anything else? Jiang Han looked puzzled. Bai Shangwei hesitated for a moment, then gestured for Jiang Han to come over alone. Then he whispered something in his ear. Can you tell me why you have so much energy? What? Does the principal also want to take things to the next level? Jiang Han's eyes widened. The principal must be at least 200 years old. I didn't expect them to be so extravagant. Aren't they afraid their spouse will give them a piece of their mind? What are you thinking? Bai Shangwei finally understood that he shouldn't talk to Jiang Han too much, otherwise he didn't know what he would misunderstand. Principal, please don't be angry. I just wanted to tell you that I have a special talent that you can't learn. After saying that, Jiang Han dashed out of the office. Bai Shangwei was so angry that he jumped up and down in a rage. You brat, you better not fall into my hands, or that little girl might beat you to death. As the door closed, Jiang Han heard a cracking sound. This principal has such a bad temper. It was just a joke. After Jiang Han left, Bai Shangwei laughed in exasperation at himself. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had been this excited. How come he couldn't control his emotions as soon as Jiang Han arrived? However, this kid is indeed full of energy, even after marrying 2 spirit beast water maidens. They're still so energetic and lively every day, they must have some secret formula. If you won't give it to me, find it yourself. I don't want my wife to look down on me anymore. After his anger subsided, Bai Shangwei's expression turned serious. Perhaps you really can bring about change. I hope I didn't bet on the wrong horse. On the way back, Jiang Han's expression also turned serious. The information he received today truly shocked him, because the person who came was none other than. She is Yi Fan's strongest ally in the original work. Her name is Hua Lingfei, and she is a character who appears in the middle of the original work. What truly made him his strongest asset was, on the one hand, the Master Alliance's focused cultivation of him. On the other hand, it is also because of its extraordinary relationship with the Moon Spirit sect. In the original story, when Yi Fan met her, she was already a king-level expert. At that time, Yi Fan was only a star glory cultivator. It can be said that Hua Lingfei played an indelible role in Yi Fan's growth. Hua Lingfei's appearance was too unexpected. I never imagined the plot would have such a powerful climax. Since that's the case, then let's start the campaign now. Anyway, no woman who belongs to Yi Fan can escape my grasp. Jiang Han secretly vowed in his heart that no matter what kind of binding force it was, or any other obstacle, he would overcome it. He would not back down. After all, anything is possible with effort, and he refused to believe that he couldn't make a name for himself in this world. Let's go level up. With a day left before the second match, Jiang Han didn't want to waste it. Because every bit of improvement in strength increases the success rate. Chapter 58 Loyal Wingman. Both women were somewhat surprised to hear Jiang Han's words. This was the first time in a long time that they had seen Jiang Han so ambitious. Even when newbies are leveling up, they've never been this serious. This opponent must be very difficult to deal with, right? Su Shuayuan immediately saw through Jiang Han's thoughts and tentatively asked. It is indeed a bit troublesome, but it's not a big problem. Besides, she might not be our opponent, she could even be our teammate. Upon hearing this, Su Shuayuan and Son Yenyun exchanged a glance. They all showed expectant expressions. Although Son Yenyun was somewhat interested, she was still under Jiang Han's tutelage during this period. I'm already feeling a bit overwhelmed. If new sisters could join us, that would be even better. Alright, since you're interested, Master, we'll definitely be your loyal wingman. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was speechless. It seems these two women had already planned this out. But that's good, since in this world, the more spirit beast girls you have, the stronger you are. Moreover, if they want to develop their own strength and industries in the future, they will need someone to manage them. Jiang Han naturally has an inherent advantage over using his own women, so he wouldn't refuse. Most importantly, Yi Fan's women in the original novel were all exceptionally talented and beautiful women. You could say that whoever controls these people controls the world. It seems you're quite confident, but this target might be a bit tricky. To be honest, Jiang Han didn't have much confidence in Hua Lingfei. Because this woman was too proud, and her heart seemed to be sealed with ice. If Lu Ruyan is a snow lotus on an iceberg, then Hua Lingfei is simply a rose at absolute zero. Winning her heart isn't that easy. In the original novel, Yi Fan also tried many methods before finally winning her heart. He even nearly lost his life several times, otherwise, it would have been virtually impossible for him to win over Hua Lingfei. Master, you said that people should always have dreams. If you don't have dreams, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? And I believe in your charm, Master. You will definitely be able to conquer any woman in the world. Su Shuayuan showered Jiang Han with compliments, which Jiang Han found very pleasing. But thinking about it, it makes sense, if we look at it from an ordinary person's perspective. How could someone who even the sect leader of the Moon Spirit sect has his eye on be afraid of a little girl? Alright, in that case, I won't let you down. Jiang Han regained his confidence, and then the group headed to the low-level leveling area. The low-level training area mentioned here is not the same as the area where new players level up for the first time. It is actually the territory of ferocious beasts, where the strongest beasts can even reach the star level. This is a fairly large area, located in the center of 3 cities in Jiangyang province. Because it is a mountainous area, and ferocious beasts roam freely. No transportation route between the 3 cities passes through here. Of course, for a long time, many people have wanted to build a road here. This was intended to promote exchanges between the 3 cities, but ultimately it ended in failure. In the original novel, Yi Fan gained people's respect after he slaughtered his way through this place, and thus gradually moved towards the center of power. Let's begin. Big brother, I've already scouted the area. There are silver-level ferocious beasts ahead. Just then, Xia Lang suddenly appeared. This startled Son Yenyun, who pointed at Xia Lang in shock. It can talk? There's nothing to be surprised about. Following Master will bring you many more surprising things in the future. We just need to trust Master. Hearing this, Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction. Su Shuiyuan truly lives up to her reputation as a virtuous and capable wife, and she never questions anyone. With her as the glue that holds things together, there will be fewer troubles in the backyard in the future. After all, there are some things that even they, Jiang Han, don't know how to explain. Could it be that I am a prophet? Was I sent by God to change the world? Alright, in that case, let's hurry up. Then, led by Xia Lang, the three headed towards the gathering place of the ferocious beasts. Indeed, as Xia Lang said, the ferocious beasts here are mostly silver level 1 to 5 stars. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the silver 2-star Wolverine. Gained 23453 experience points. Jiang Han pursed his lips. This person had far too little experience. However, even a small mosquito is still meat, and he still has nearly 1 million experience points before his next level up. They've secured enough qualification before the next match begins. Just as everyone was busy killing monsters, a cloud of dust rose up a few kilometers away from them. As expected, it's a remote and impoverished place. There isn't even a decent opponent. Because she was wearing a tight-fitting outfit, the girl's figure was perfectly outlined. The convex parts are convex, and the concave parts are concave. If men were to rate her, this figure would undoubtedly be a perfect score. This person was none other than Hualing Fei. She didn't come here to level up. It's a long-standing habit. She feels uncomfortable if she doesn't take action for even a day. Ha! There's someone up ahead? Suddenly, Hualing Fei became alert, her figure flickered, and she disappeared into the dense forest. After searching for a while, the situation ahead finally became clear. How could it be him? Hualing Fei recognized Jiang Han at a glance, and sneered inwardly when she saw the group clearing out the ferocious beast. Looks like this guy isn't as carefree as he seems. If last-minute cramming worked, what's the point of hard work and talent? Clearly, Hualing Fei immediately understood the purpose of their visit. However, as I continued reading, I found myself unable to understand some of it. Because from beginning to end, Jiang Han didn't make a move at all. What's going on? What is this person doing? Based on common understanding, the master is the one who should be the main one to take action. Only in this way can the benefits for both the master and the spirit beast girl be maximized. That is why people usually give up their heads to their master. Jiang Han didn't make any move at all from beginning to end. Only the two spirit beast girls were making moves. Actually, it's not Jiang Han's fault, since he only uses forbidden spells when he makes a move. Isn't this like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Even Song Yenyun and Su Shuiyuan did not use any skills. These silver-level beings can be easily dealt with using only physical strength. Ding! Defeat a silver 4-star thorn boar and gain 684,322 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. You are currently at silver 4-star. Jiang Han spoke only after hearing the system notification. It's almost time, we should head back. Are we going back already? I haven't had enough fun yet. Song Yenyun, now in human form, was covered in bruises, which made Jiang Han's lips twitch. I definitely need to teach this hobby a lesson when I get the chance. Who would have thought that this girl would even enjoy killing monsters like this? Chapter 59. What a coincidence. In fact, given Song Yenyun's strength, these ferocious beasts could not possibly harm her. The reason she ended up in such a sorry state was entirely because she played with an unguarded style from the very beginning. Xiaoyun, you can't do this again. Look how messed up you've made yourself. Master, I just couldn't help it. Don't worry, I won't be so embarrassed again. Although Song Yenyun has unusual interests and hobbies, her IQ and EQ are both excellent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become one of the female protagonists in the original work, so she naturally knew the meaning behind Jiang Han's words. When you're out and about, your reputation is something you earn yourself. At home, it would naturally be given by her family. Now that she is Jiang Han's woman, only Jiang Han can treat her this way. Okay, let's go back then. With his strength increased to silver 4-star, Jiang Han could feel another leap in power. Without exaggeration, he can now feel that, without using forbidden spells, he would definitely be able to put up a fight even against a low-star gold master. After all, his and the spirit beast girl's improvement was not just about increasing their star rating. The growth of the physical body is even more terrifying. Jiang Han doesn't need kills either. His level up comes from system experience. All the energy was absorbed by Su Shuiyuan and Song Yenyun, but their levels did not increase rapidly. All of this excess energy was transformed into an increase in physical strength. Even in terms of sheer numbers, the physical strength of the two is twice that of the Water Maiden, a spirit beast of the same level. Not to mention that because Jiang Han has unlimited energy, the two of them will only benefit more. Just as he turned around, Jiang Han's phone rang. We're being watched. Jiang Han frowned slightly. Being watched here was not a good thing. There's no one supervising here, so if they're really hostile, they're definitely not good people. Do you know who it is? I don't know yet, but they definitely don't mean any harm. Jiang Han activated his mythical eye and looked in the direction Xiao Lang had indicated. At first glance, it seemed insignificant, but after taking a closer look, Jiang Han burst out laughing. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence! Jiang Han immediately rushed over, and Hua Lingfei naturally noticed the change in him. So he stopped hiding and jumped down from the treetop. Can you tell me how you found me? That's easy, because you're radiating light all over your body, so dazzling that it's impossible not to notice you. Jiang Han's flippant words immediately aroused Hua Lingfei's disgust. In her opinion, Jiang Han was a lecherous man. Whether it was Lu Ruyan before or the two spirit beast girls now, they are enough to prove this point. Such a dissolute and unrestrained master will eventually be drained and has no right to be her opponent. I don't want to hear this nonsense, but I've re-evaluated you now. A person like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was speechless. This person was indeed too arrogant. He sentenced himself to death after only saying 2 sentences. I don't like hearing that. You think you can just kill me like that? Is there no justice? Is there no law? The law? The law? What are those things? All I know is that I've never failed to do anything I've ever wanted to do in my life. Jiang Han was speechless. It seemed that this woman wasn't arrogant, but rather a spoiled young lady. However, the original work doesn't seem to mention much about her early experiences. Therefore, Jiang Han didn't know Hua Lingfei's background either, so he really couldn't let his guard down. Don't make such bold statements. A woman like you is just waiting for a man to conquer her. Huh? Tell me then, what kind of man do I need to conquer? Hearing this, Hua Lingfei crossed her arms and said with great interest. What kind of man do we lack to conquer? We lack a man like me to conquer. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold glint of light suddenly appeared. The speed was so fast that only a blur could be seen, and the sword energy flew past Jiang Han's ear. It landed in the woods behind them, causing a slight tremor, but the tremor quickly subsided. Jiang Han felt a slight pain as the sword energy brushed against his cheek, but remained calm on the surface, though he was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Logically speaking, this woman's strength shouldn't be like this. However, a moment later, a breeze swept by, and the big trees behind them began to creak and groan. Then, unable to bear the pressure any longer, they all began to collapse. Jiang Han turned his head slightly and saw that a passage several meters wide and several kilometers long had been cleared out of the jungle. Every single tree was neatly cut down, and they even reflected glimmers of light in the sunlight. He. Jiang Han gave a slight, cold laugh. It's actually a sword aura of forbidden power. Is this a show of force? It must be said, that was quite a skillful strike. If I hadn't had 2 magical artifacts to protect me, I would have surely died if I had tried to withstand that sword energy head-on, even in my current state. And now? Do you still think you can conquer me? Sheathing her sword, Hua Lingfei proudly raised her head, awaiting Jiang Han's response. You can even use forbidden spells. What? Only you can do it, but others can't? Jiang Han sneered inwardly. This is the real reason why Hua Lingfei was later called the Peerless Swordswoman. Because the original story didn't explain the previous plot, Jiang Han didn't know that this woman could use forbidden spell-level sword techniques at the silver level. Generally speaking, there aren't many people in this world who use weapons. Apart from the Moon Spirit sect, only a handful of other factions use weapons. These factions all share a common characteristic: none of them use a marriage system. Jiang Han only knew that Hua Lingfei had some connection with the Moon Spirit sect, but the original work did not provide any further explanation as to what that connection was. You are indeed very strong, but that only increases my desire to conquer you. Jiang Han wasn't scared out of his wits. After all, the other party hadn't made a move just now. Given her proud personality, she certainly wouldn't lay a hand on me here. As he had expected, seeing that Jiang Han was not frightened but instead became even more interested, Hua Lingfei also lost interest in continuing. If you're really confident, then defeat me in the ring. After saying that, Hua Lingfei's figure disappeared mysteriously again. Jiang Han's heart stirred, and he suddenly thought of a scene. Similarly, Song Yenyun and Su Shuayuan also noticed this. That person that day was her. Su Shuayuan was also shocked by Hua Lingfei's power just now. Generally speaking, without marriage, it is difficult for a woman to exert her full potential at the same level. But Hua Lingfei did it, and even surpassed her teacher. That can only mean one thing: her talent is terrifyingly powerful. That's right, that's why I said this target is a bit tricky. Master, shall we continue leveling up? Clearly, Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun felt a great deal of crisis. Both being women, the other's strength had a profound impact on them. If he could be that powerful, Jiang Han wouldn't be so worried. No rush, take it one bite at a time. We have important business to attend to tonight. Chapter 60: Oscar's Sorrow. Jiang Han didn't actually have a great need for grinding monsters. The promotion only raises his basic level and increases his minimum standard. But the system's rewards are the real killer feature. Therefore, the key is to work hard to lower the sanctity level, and even if you continue to grind levels, it will be difficult to reach silver 5-star. Instead of doing that, you might as well put in some effort. You might just trigger a system reward. Back in the city, Jiang Han didn't rest either. After all, he hadn't participated in the monster hunting, so his energy was quite abundant. I started working hard as soon as I got to the dormitory. What he didn't know was that Hua Lingfei had been keeping an eye on his movements. As soon as he got back to the dorm, he drew the curtains. Anyone with a brain would know what the person inside was doing. And a moment later, enchanting sounds could be heard. Oomph, even if it's last-minute cramming, at least you have some ambition. I didn't expect that after putting pressure on you, you'd be succumbing to soft, warm women the next moment. I misjudged you. You really are just a useless piece of trash who thinks with his lower body. Anyone with a brain knows they've just encountered a formidable opponent. Shouldn't normal people be discussing tactics? This guy, on the other hand, not only didn't take her seriously, but not only did they not discuss any countermeasures, but he immediately fell into a trap of romance upon his return. How could someone like that possibly achieve great things? In fact, Hua Lingfei didn't know why, even though Jiang Han was her target this time. But when you're actually face to face, there's a strange feeling. Otherwise, how could there not be a single drop of blood in the wild? It should be noted that her mission was to kill Jiang Han, and although she completed the mission while leveling up, it was indeed somewhat unfair to win. But it's not a problem to make the other party pay a price. Jiang Han's eyes seemed to have a magical power. After making eye contact, Hua Lingfei actually felt a subconscious reluctance to hurt him, to the point that she didn't even realize it at first. However, because of this guy's actions, Hua Lingfei's dislike for Jiang Han intensified. If there were an instrument that could measure favorability, it would be no surprise that Hua Lingfei's favorability towards Jiang Han would be negative. Jiang Han naturally had no way of knowing this. After 2 hours of hard work, the long-awaited system notification sound finally came. Ding! The host has made Song Yenyun unable to resist, and the sanctity level has dropped to 50%. Ding! A skill book has been awarded as a reward. Finally, a reward. Jiang Han was speechless. Song Yenyun's sanctity was decreasing far too slowly. Compared to Su Shuayuan, they are worlds apart. Thinking about the reasons, it's possible that Song Yenyun's special hobbies were just too peculiar, and her inner feelings had already reached a certain level. When a person reaches the top, it is indeed difficult to go further. Similarly, when someone declines to a certain level, the same principle applies when they want to take a step back. By this time, both women were already fast asleep, seemingly unable to withstand any more disturbance. Jiang Han decided to stop as well, since there was still a ring match tomorrow, and it wouldn't be appropriate to keep going like this. A skill book? This is the first time I've encountered one. Open the system inventory, and an old-fashioned book lies quietly inside. After a mental click, the skill book unfolds like a real book. Name: Random Skill Book. Level: Advanced. Function: can randomly yield a skill book of the corresponding level. Only high level? This skill book isn't very good. You should know that Jiang Han now uses forbidden spells whenever he makes a move. This advanced skill only corresponds to the strength of the gold level, so naturally it's not very impressive. Well, it's better than nothing. In the end, Jiang Han decided to learn this skill book. After all, he couldn't rely entirely on forbidden spells in the upcoming battle. Not only is it costly, but it may also cause unnecessary trouble. Its advanced skills are outstanding among those of the same level, and it should be able to handle most situations without any problems. System, open the skill book. Opening skill book, open successfully. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Oscar's Sorrow. John Han was completely dumbfounded when he saw the name of the skill. What kind of skill is this? Are there any legitimate skills with this name? It's utterly absurd. System, what kind of crappy skill is this? The system naturally wouldn't provide an answer, so John Han had no choice but to open it himself to see. The sadness of the Oscars instantly elevates the user's acting skills to the highest level. Even an Oscar winner would be moved to tears. Duration, 1 hour. After reading the skill description, John Han was dumbfounded. While it's true that life is like a play, and acting skills are everything, what's the point of giving someone this skill? Isn't it supposed to be that everything produced by the system is top-notch? Such a terrible skill, this is definitely a case of being tricked by the system. System, explain this to me. I can do this myself, why are you turning it into a skill? What does that mean? John Han was filled with impotent rage, but the system remained silent. After all that cursing, it was like casting pearls before swine, so John Han had no choice but to give up. But should I learn this skill or not? After all, you can't exactly put on a show for the beast when you're killing it, can you? It's an advanced skill, after all. I refuse to believe it's useless. System, teach me this skill. In an instant, a surge of heat flowed through John Han's mind, and in the blink of an eye, he had learned the skill. I waited for a long time, but I didn't feel any difference. Hey! System, you better explain this to me. Why is there nothing in my skill bar? How am I supposed to use this? The system remained aloof, offering absolutely no hints. John Han wanted to give up. After all, the things the system gives can't always be heaven-defying. As I was trying to comfort myself, I suddenly noticed a gray icon below the skill. What's going on? I thought I'd run into a shady dealer, but it turns out I'm in a passive position. It turns out that Oscar's sadness is a passive skill, and certain conditions need to be met to trigger it. You can't experiment with this, how can you try it? Although he didn't have high hopes, John Han still decided to give it a try and see how effective this ridiculous skill given by the system really was. Standing in front of the mirror, John Han suddenly remembered a scene from a movie he had seen. That was a scene of a drug addict having an outburst, and it looked incredibly realistic. At the time, I was praising the actor's superb acting skills. Why don't we give it a try? As soon as the thought crossed John Han's mind, he felt uneasy all over. The next second, tears and snot streamed down his face. His face even turned pale, and his dark circles looked like a panda's. The muscles all over his body began to contract continuously, and he looked much thinner. If someone saw him like that, they would definitely think he was a drug addict. Wow! That's ridiculous! Looking at his sunken eyes, John Han was so surprised he could hardly speak. When he opened his mouth, he found that even his voice had become hoarse, which was terrifying. Strangely, although it looked very exaggerated, he did not experience any physical discomfort. Ha ha ha! System, I take back what I just said, this thing is really useful. Upon seeing the skill's effect, countless immature ideas instantly popped into John Han's mind, and his mood immediately improved. Is Chapter 61 not going to work? I have to say, the sadness of the Oscars is incredibly useful. Even the hormones in the body can be controlled, and even metabolism can be controlled according to the needs of the plot. If actors had this skill, they wouldn't even need makeup artists, they could be on the job instantly. Of course, the reason John Han was so happy was because of Hua Lingfei. After all, this woman is really too difficult to deal with. With this skill, I can get into the mood anytime. You know, this is nothing compared to something that's faked. Haha, let's see how you escape from my grasp this time. John Han originally planned to do something to touch Hua Lingfei's heart. However, if not handled properly, it can easily be exposed, leading to even greater misunderstandings. Now there's no need to worry. If acting is required, he guarantees it will be entirely based on emotion. However, this does not mean deception. After all, for any couple, using a little trick before establishing a relationship is harmless. The second round of the knockout stage has officially begun. The next morning, the freshman competition was packed with people. Even more than on the first day of the competition. Many people stood around the stands because there were no seats available. This situation hasn't occurred for many years, mostly due to John Han's influence. After the host finished making the announcement, in addition to deafening shouts, some people were even waving large flags. The level of enthusiasm was comparable to that of a large-scale concert. What's going on? Jiang Han was completely bewildered. How could the atmosphere of the two matches be so different? Master, don't you know? You're trending on social media. Me? How did I end up trending again? Su Shuayuan's words left Jiang Han a bit confused. He was just an unknown nobody, so what did he have to do with trending topics? Only after the two women explained did he understand. It turns out that someone edited together a video of him cheering for Xue Qinghe. The caption below read, "This is what the freshman competition should look like." What Jiang Han didn't know was that the speed at which this matter had spread online was beyond imagination. If all universities in the Great Xia dynasty were basically like this, wouldn't the martial spirit become even more prevalent? Are they really that bored? This is not boring. I think Master has pioneered a new trend, and merchants can also make more money from it. Master is really amazing. Jiang Han was speechless as he looked at Su Shuayuan, whose eyes were sparkling. This girl's imagination is too powerful. That's not what I was thinking at all. Forget it, let's just watch the game. Jiang Han didn't know how to explain this. The draw began quickly, but Hua Lingfei was not seen at the scene. After a series of competitions, it was finally Jiang Han's turn. However, before he could even get up, his opponent chose to give up. What's going on? This is so spineless. Yes, I'd like to see more forbidden spells. The audience is the most upset when someone abstains. Everyone came here expecting Jiang Han to perform, so this means there's not much to see. You make it sound so easy. That's Jiang Han, protected by forbidden spells. Who would dare to fight him? What are you afraid of? I don't believe he'd dare use forbidden spells in every match. This is a competition, not some life or death duel. The question is, are you willing to bet? If you can't guarantee he won't use a forbidden spell, does it even matter whether he does or not? If there's poop on a mop, even if I tell you it doesn't smell, would you still dare to use it to mop the floor? If you're not convinced, then you can try it yourselves. The student who had just abstained looked grim. What a joke. Although his talent is not bad, he is only a bronze 6 star. Going up against Jiang Han wouldn't be a martial arts contest, it would be digging your own grave. Upon hearing this, the people around fell silent, since it wouldn't make any difference for them to go. Because half of the opponents had already been eliminated, the match was progressing relatively quickly. After a day's work, the list of more than 2,000 contestants who advanced to the next round was finally released. After another round of elimination, the remaining 1,000 strongest players will participate in a simulated leveling up competition to vie for the final top 100 spots. Forget it, there's nothing much to see here, let's go. Jiang Han looked helpless. Since he didn't have a chance to play anyway, watching these kids fight wasn't very interesting. Just then, the principal on the podium suddenly stood up. That concludes today's match, but there's something I need to announce. Bai Shengwei's voice rang out, and the scene immediately fell silent. Because Jiang Han is exceptionally talented and few can rival him, the school has decided, after careful consideration, to directly advance him to the top 100. These words immediately caused a huge uproar. Two voices immediately emerged at the scene. One, naturally, came from the audience, who all felt they weren't getting enough to eat. The other group consists of freshmen who, naturally, are extremely fortunate to have encountered Jiang Han, a jinx, as no one wants to run into him. Why should we come here? We came here specifically to see Jiang Han, this is so boring. That's right, let Jiang Han play. We want to see a one-sided victory. Listening to the sounds coming from the scene, although it was very noisy, Bai Shengwei was a man who could naturally discern the main meaning from them. I wondered what was wrong with these people. Had he fallen behind the times? Shouldn't the most exciting martial arts matches be those where the opponents are evenly matched? Wouldn't it be more appealing if he went down and crushed everyone in one fell swoop? Phew, at least I don't have to participate in the battle. If I had encountered this jinx, I wouldn't have had a chance to break into the top 100. Top 100? I think if you hadn't surrendered a little later, we could have started our feast tonight. Compared to the audience's growing understanding, the freshmen had long regarded Jiang Han as a monstrous threat. After all, who would be able to kill someone in one move during a major competition? Jiang Han naturally didn't want to advance directly like a rocket, after all, he was also a person who cared about his reputation. What's the difference between this and being admitted through a special recommendation? If someone doesn't recognize your abilities later, wouldn't you be asking for trouble? However, Bai Shangwei had already been watching his actions, and no matter what the reaction was below, he wouldn't change his mind. That's settled then. Tomorrow's competition will proceed as scheduled. I have to go to the capital for some business. The vice principal will preside over the upcoming freshman competition. After saying that, Bai Shangwei disappeared without giving Jiang Han a chance to explain. Anyone with a brain knows that the capital city is thousands of miles away from Jianyang City, and it would take a long time to travel there and back. The award ceremony for the freshman competition is basically a staple of the principal's program, so how could he possibly go to the capital at this time? That old bastard is clearly avoiding me. But it doesn't matter. Since I've advanced directly, I can go out and train for a few more days. After a thrilling battle back in his dorm, Jiang Han frowned slightly. Speaking of this branching and leafing system, it has branched out, but when will it be able to spread its leaves? For such a long time, especially for Su Shuayuan, she hardly missed a single day. But neither of their bellies seemed to have changed at all, and the system didn't give any hints. Could it be that they were not good enough? Chapter 62. I'd rather die than go. As the system mentioned before, you can get a lot of rewards by having children. System, is it my fault? Why hasn't anything happened for so long? This time, the system surprisingly provided an answer. Ding! Conception is only possible when the spirit beast girl's sanctity level reaches 0. The degree of sanctity reduction varies depending on each person's constitution, and the success rate of conception depends on the host's ability. I see, but why do I feel like you're insulting me? Come to think of it, after all this time, Su Shuayuan's sanctity level is still at 10%. He just couldn't get it to work, and he wasn't quite sure why. However, a man cannot say no, whether it is himself or someone else. This is a major taboo. However, after the system made the request, there was no further response. Forget it, you're not human anyway, and nobody else knows, so let's just leave it at that. In the following days, Jiang Han did not go to the competition venue. After all, his only opponent right now is Hua Lingfei. He doesn't have any other worthy rivals. The only way to improve one's strength during this period is to challenge stronger opponents. On the one hand, the experience gained is very objective, and on the other hand, one can improve control over one's strength through battles with strong opponents. It is undeniable that combat experience has an impact on combat, and any normal person can understand this principle. Sharon! Upon arriving outside the city, Jiang Han shouted. After a long while, Xiao Lang finally emerged from the woods, limping. How did you become like this? Xiao Lang burst into tears, speaking with snot and tears streaming down his face. Brother, how dare you ask? Do you know what I've been through these past few days? It seemed that he had pulled hard on something, and Xiao Lang immediately winced in pain. No, all I asked you to do was go and gather some intelligence. How did you end up in such a sorry state? Jiang Han also felt a little sorry for him. After all, he was his little brother. As the eldest brother, it's really going too far that I haven't checked on things for so long. Big brother, how dare you say that? If you hadn't sent me to scout out the territories of those gold-level ferocious beasts, I would have been. Oh ho ho! Seeing Xiao Lang hesitate to speak, Jiang Han thought to himself, what will happen next? Then, seeing that the creature was covering its anus with its little paws, he immediately guessed what had happened and exclaimed in shock. I'm saying, you weren't, were you? I don't care, you're my older brother anyway. I've been violated, you have to compensate me. Otherwise, I'd rather die than continue. After saying that, Xiao Lang was about to sit down on the ground. Suddenly remembering something, I could only turn my back. Seeing the clumps of still wet hair on his buttocks, Jiang Han couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter infuriated Xiao Lang. You're still laughing? Is this how an older brother should act? I've risked my life for you, even sacrificed my body, and this is your attitude? Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun naturally knew what had happened, and covered their mouths, trying their best to control their urge to laugh. However, at the same time, I had some doubts. What kind of ferocious beast could break through the barriers between species? This is too abnormal. Song Yenyun, in particular, felt that she had gone too far. I never imagined that the world is so full of wonders, and that there are even more bizarre things out there. No, that's not what I meant. You're my little brother, of course I can't treat you badly, but I just can't bear to see you go through this. Although Sharon has the body of a ferocious beast, its inner self is that of a human. The thought of a grown man being sexually assaulted by an animal made him laugh. Besides, you don't seem to be in any serious condition, so it shouldn't be that bad, right? Is this about getting hurt? My young heart has already suffered a huge loss, and you must make it up to me this time. Xia Lang is quite pitiful, even though he has a human soul. But ever since returning to Jiangyang City, he has been living a life of hiding and running away. It's okay for a day or two, but who can stand it for long? Alright, but you can't cultivate right now, so there's nothing I can do. Zhang Han shrugged, even though he now had a lot of resources at his disposal. But none of these things were useful to Sharon, which is the main reason why he has never been allowed to make a public appearance. After all, nobody in this world keeps pets. Well, I'll remember that for now, and you must remove my seal as soon as possible. Alright, time is of the essence, so take me to the gathering place of the ferocious beasts first. Seeing that Zhang Han had agreed, Xia Lang gave up. Dragging his ravaged body, he walked in one direction. According to the intelligence obtained by Sharon, this place is a gathering place for gold-level ape-like ferocious beasts. There are about a dozen or so with gold-level strength, while the rest are below gold level. Clearly, given Zhang Han's current strength, dealing with them would be somewhat difficult. Although he possesses forbidden spells, if he uses them at full power, he can even go toe-to-toe with a platinum-level opponent. It can even kill dying ferocious beasts below the king level, a fact that was already proven when it encountered Dugu Qingyue. However, such a situation is rare and can only be encountered by chance. However, if it's a pack of ferocious beasts, killing them all is simply a pipe dream. But who says fighting has to be head-on? Zhang Han was just looking to see if he could pull off a big one. A dozen or so gold-level items should be enough to raise him 2 more stars. We came to a huge waterfall with a drop of over 100 meters. The loud sound of the water could be heard from a great distance, and the surrounding environment was very beautiful. Looking through the treetops, a group of apes and ferocious beasts were playing and frolicking with each other, looking quite relaxed. Holy crap, have we arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain? Brother, that's what I thought at first too, but these apes are just too damn inhuman. Zhang Han was speechless. It was a ferocious beast, not a human. However, to avoid upsetting Xia Lang, they didn't refute it. Those gold-grade ones are all in the cave behind the waterfall, which really does look a bit like the Water Curtain Cave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han became interested. Could it be that there really is a Monkey King hiding here? Go and lure them out first. I need to see them to determine their exact strength. The mythical eye can naturally discern an opponent's strength, but if the distance is too great, it cannot see them clearly. Upon hearing this, every hair on Xia Lang's body felt an urge to reject it. I'm not going. I'd rather die than go. Zhang Han's eyes turned cold, and he said icily. Try saying it again? Seeing Zhang Han's sudden change in expression, Xia Lang trembled with fear. You must know that the two have signed a master-servant contract, and Zhang Han's orders go straight to the soul, so there is no way he can refuse. Is chapter 63 in such a hurry? In a secluded spot beside the waterfall, Xia Lang was full of complaints. What the hell is this? He's doing so well for himself, and he wants me to come here and sell my ass. Although the words were harsh, that was the truth, and Xia Lang was truly suffering. Forget it, this isn't my body anyway. If it still doesn't work this time, I might as well just give up. While reassuring himself, Xia Lang made up his mind. I've already died once, so what if I die again? As the saying goes, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. With a determined heart, Xia Lang charged straight out. The moment the figure appeared, a huge tremor suddenly came from behind the waterfall. Then, as if the waterfall had been cut off by a sharp blade, a 3-meter-tall ape-like creature burst out, tearing through the water with its bare hands. Strange, why does this ape have 5 legs? Upon seeing this ferocious beast, Su Shuayuan asked a shocking question. Zhang Han's lips twitched. How was he supposed to answer that? Is it possible that it's not a leg, but another organ? Upon hearing this, Su Shuayuan immediately understood and pointed at the ape with wide eyes. Ha! That's way too exaggerated. I'm more worried about my owner's pet than that. Zhang Han also felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that Xia Lang's experience was indeed quite tragic. But since it's already happened once, it shouldn't be as painful the second time, right? Zhang Han watched with a guilty conscience as the ape pulled Xia Lang into its arms. At the same time, the mythical eye was activated, and the information about the ferocious beast immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Silver Monkey. Strength, Silver 8-star. Attribute, Earth. Skills, Earth Guardian, Stone Crushing Palm, Shadowless Claw. Description: the mating season is very long, and it can even be attracted to non-species or even objects. It is known for its defensive capabilities and can generally withstand a full-force attack from a user 3 to 4 stars stronger than itself. Upon seeing this introduction, Jiang Han clicked his tongue. Isn't it said that primates have more developed nervous systems and are more afraid of pain? How come this guy has such outstanding defensive capabilities? In other words, even if someone is 3 to 4 stars stronger, although they can't beat the opponent, they also can't break through their defenses. And what does estrus period even mean? There are even objects involved? It's no wonder this guy would be interested in a creature like Chiron after all. Lightning rats have very well developed fur. Looks like this guy likes furry things too. The next second, a dozen or so smaller silver apes rushed out from behind the water curtain cave. Their eyes were filled with longing for Xiao Lang, who was being held in the arms of the largest silver ape. This is really putting you in a difficult position. The largest silver ape was probably the leader of this tribe. Seeing that its underlings were trying to take it from it, it immediately roared in anger. A tremendous tremor was felt, and the surrounding trees shook violently. You've got a loud voice. Sharon, try to get them in a straight line. Jiang Han quickly used telepathy to give remote instructions. Although these guys are tough and thick-skinned, Jiang Han has a forbidden spell in his hand. He can break through the defenses of a king-level ferocious beast, so how could he not break through these guys who can kill everything in the world? It's true that the world is full of wonders. I never imagined that such bizarre and ferocious beasts could exist in this world. Xiao Lang was almost suffocating from being choked, and he managed to shout with all his might. Of course, he wasn't speaking human language, but rather the sounds animals use to communicate. That's enough. Upon hearing Xiao Lang speak, the silver ape leader's eyes immediately softened. It even stuck out its big tongue and licked it, instantly making Sharon's fur wet. But now that he's at their mercy, he knows he has to compromise. Hey, big brother, since everyone likes me, why don't we arrange an order? Otherwise, it wouldn't show your magnanimity, would it? This was, of course, a translation of animal language, which Jiang Han and his companions couldn't understand at all. Yes, I think so too. We're all from the same family, so we should share the good times. How about this? I'll sort you all out. It's clear that the silver ape is quite intelligent. They actually started pointing and making comments, just as Jiang Han was wondering what was going on. To everyone's surprise, all the silver apes of silver rank and above automatically started lining up. This kid's got something. Seeing this, Jiang Han was overjoyed. The strongest forbidden spell he can currently unleash is undoubtedly the Dragon God Karma Cannon. Because the attack is concentrated on targets along a single line, the damage inflicted is naturally the most considerable. Then, once a suitable spot is found, all that's needed is for these ferocious beasts, whose minds have been clouded by desire, to line up. Then, skewering them like candied hawthorns will be a piece of cake. Big brother, you'd better hurry, or I'll be unclean. Seeing all the silver apes lined up obediently, the leader looked very proud. It then roared a few times, seemingly giving orders to the other silver apes. He then eagerly plunged into the waterfall, which terrified Sharon. What's going on? Didn't these guys just show up last time? Why are they carrying people this time? This doesn't make sense. Someone please help him. Jiang Han was also taken aback. The forbidden spell was already prepared, but he didn't expect such an accident to happen. Forget it, let's just try our luck for now, and we'll deal with it later if it doesn't work out. This was a rare opportunity, and Jiang Han naturally wouldn't give it up at this time. Dragon God's Fire Cannon. A Dragon God's Fire Cannon firing at half its power was enough to break through a gold-level defense. As a bright beam of light shot out at incredible speed, the silver apes who were still waiting in line for Xiao Lang's comfort were pierced through the chest before they could even react. A series of notification sounds came through. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a silver 6-star silver ape. You have gained 603,566 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a silver 3-star silver ape. You have gained 335,536 experience points. The 13 silver apes directly contributed nearly 7 million experience points to Jiang Han. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, host. Current level, silver 5 stars. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, host. Current level, silver 6 stars. One skill leveled up 2 stars in one go. If word got out, probably no one would believe it. Phew! That feels so good. Jiang Han was very satisfied, but then realized a serious problem. The kill information doesn't include the silver ape, a silver ranked 8-star creature, which means that it's not dead. Watch out, the leader isn't dead yet. The tremendous tremors naturally attracted the leader's attention, and the other underlings also stopped rubbing against various objects. All eyes turned to the entrance of the water curtain cave, where more than a dozen silver-level companions collapsed and plunged into the surging pool. His roar came from behind the waterfall, even shaking the water into mist. Damn it, I've already arranged the order for you guys, are you in such a hurry? Chapter 64. You're a man. The Silver Ape leader was furious. They haven't even started doing anything serious yet, and they're already getting impatient. Aren't all of his subordinates silver apes? How come they all turned into monkeys after meeting this little furball? If we don't clean things up today, where will the leader's face be? However, as soon as they rushed out, they witnessed a horrific scene. Although these underlings were somewhat unreliable, their leader, who possessed a certain level of intelligence, knew it. For any ethnic group, numbers are the most important factor. If it were just a single silver ape, no matter how powerful it was, there would be no hope. Who is it? Who on earth is it? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sharon secretly slipped out from under the waterfall. Seeing the pool full of silver apes, he was speechless with shock. Luckily I didn't fall out with this guy, otherwise I would be the one floating inside. This whole pool of water could be boiled with just a little fire, right? At this moment, the Silver Ape leader lost his desire to continue indulging and began to sniff. He quickly detected a scent that didn't belong to his kind, and his egg-sized eyes looked right at them. I didn't expect this thing to have a dog's nose. Jiang Han frowned, because the leader had already discovered him. Although I don't know what the other person's shouts meant, I can tell with a grain of salt that they were definitely not nice words. Ferocious beasts have stronger senses than humans, so they have a general idea of whether they can defeat their opponents. Seeing that Jiang Han's aura was no stronger than his own, the Silver Ape leader charged over in a rage. Master, it's coming. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Through the recent probing, Jiang Han was now completely certain. A forbidden spell activated using half of one's spiritual energy is roughly equivalent to the power of a gold-level spell. The leader in front of us is only a silver 8-star, so there's no need to worry. Looking into the other person's hateful eyes, Jiang Han could only feel sorry for him. Who told you to run into me? There's nothing I can do about it. This silver ape, at the 8th level of the silver rank, already possessed the defensive power of a gold-level ape, so Jiang Han held nothing back and activated the Dragon God Fire Cannon again, directly draining all the spiritual energy from his body. After a flash of white light, the giant silver ape leader was blasted away. It then crashed heavily into the waterfall behind it, producing a deafening sound. However, to Jiang Han's surprise, although the leader was on the verge of death, he did not die immediately. Its body fell into the pool due to gravity. Floating on the water with its last breath, it still looked at Xia Lang with tenderness in its eyes. Xia Lang felt a little sorry for him. The leader raised his hand, seemingly wanting to touch Xia Lang one last time, but ultimately failed to lift it, falling limply onto the water's surface before quickly closing his eyes. What the hell am I doing? Xia Lang felt a surge of sympathy, as if some soft spot in his heart had been touched. Then realizing something was wrong, she slapped her own round face. How could I possibly have such feelings? Has being a ferocious beast for so long changed my mentality? Xia Lang felt a chill run down his spine. If his mindset really changed in the future and he started to empathize with a ferocious beast, wouldn't that be a disgrace to humanity? But thinking about it, it's quite normal, after all, even on Earth. There are also Tarzan movies, and it even appears in a very popular novel. Not just animals, but even plants. Get out of here. Why would I have such a strange thought? No, I must become human as soon as possible, and Xia Lang, you have to remember, you are a man. A man? What are you doing? When Jiang Han arrived, he saw this guy slapping his own penis repeatedly. I thought the shock I had just experienced had caused me to have mental problems. Big brother, it's nothing, I just feel a bit confused, I'm trying to clear my head. After killing the leader, Jiang Han's experience bar was almost full. He was about to be promoted to Silver 7-star, so he naturally wouldn't let go of the remaining minions. However, his spiritual energy had been exhausted, so the remaining tasks were naturally left to the two women. He came here to see if there were any treasures in the Silver Ape's cave. Alright, since everything's alright, let's go inside and take a look. Grabbing Xia Lang by the arm, Jiang Han used his legs to propel himself upstream and arrived at the entrance of the water curtain cave. Only then did I realize that the opening actually had a right angle bend. No wonder I didn't put the candied hawthorns on it all at once. There's a corner here, why didn't you tell me? Brother, we have to speak from the heart. I have no idea what's going on inside the cave, and I didn't have time to tell you. Xia Lang quickly explained, and that's how he escaped a disaster. As you go deeper into the cave, the space gets bigger and bigger. These silver apes really know how to find a place. Although there's a waterfall outside, it's not too damp inside. This doesn't look like it was formed naturally. Looking at the smooth stone wall, Jiang Han became increasingly puzzled. If it were a naturally formed cave, it shouldn't look like this under normal circumstances. I don't know about that. Xia Lang shrugged and replied, but it's not his fault. After all this time, his strength hasn't improved at all. As we continued walking, we came across a lot of dry grass. It looks like the place where several silver ape underlings live, and at the very back is the largest haystack, which should be where the leader rests. After looking around, Jiang Han didn't find anything useful. That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, this silver ape should be considered a minor overlord in this area. Could it be that it doesn't have any hobby of collecting things? Immediately, Jiang Han activated the mythical eye. Upon closer inspection, he actually discovered something. Name, unknown key. Function, unknown. Description, this may be a key to unlock some ancient ruins. It is recommended to pick it up. Beneath the haystack where the chief rested, a simple, antique-looking key lay quietly. It's almost the same color as the surrounding stones, so you really can't tell it unless you look closely. What is this? This was the first time Jiang Han had ever seen something that even the system didn't know how to use, and he was curious and decided to take it out. However, when he tried to apply force, the key didn't budge. It should be noted that although Jiang Han's spiritual energy was exhausted, his physical strength was still far beyond that of ordinary people. Even the large rock beneath his feet couldn't stop his punch. That's interesting. Jiang Han then increased his strength. With a strong pull, the entire cave began to shake. Holy crap, what's going on? At this moment, the key was also pulled out, and then Jiang Han felt his feet suddenly give way and he fell straight down. Chapter 65. Life and death are preordained, wealth and honor are determined by fate. Hearing the commotion, the two women, who had already cleared the ferocious beasts outside, rushed over. Upon entering, they found a large crater on the ground, several meters in diameter. Master, are you all right? Without hesitation, Su Shuayuan jumped down, followed closely by Song Yenyun. When they got down there, they found Jiang Han sitting on the ground rubbing his buttocks. The cave was only about 30 meters high, which was nothing to a silver 7-star master. This is truly embarrassing for all silver rank masters. But you can't blame Jiang Han for that. He had already exhausted all his spiritual energy and had no strength left. Just as he fell, the system notification sounded at the same time. It was because the two women had finished eliminating all the silver apes, and their strength had increased to the 7th level of silver. This awkward situation is the result of a combination of factors. It's nothing, it's just that my butt hurts a little. By the way, where is this place? Jiang Han looked around. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything inside. Song Yenyun turned on her phone's flashlight, which illuminated the surroundings. Not far away, a stone coffin lay quietly. There was also a small coffin next to it, which made everyone interested in the identity of the tomb's occupant. Apart from that, there was nothing else around. It was quite rudimentary. Big brother, have we struck gold? Xia Lang rushed over excitedly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the stone coffin. I knew this place didn't look like it was formed naturally. It seems this person was responsible. Looking through the mythical eye, Jiang Han was somewhat disappointed. Because it was just an ordinary stone coffin, nothing special about it. There seemed to be something inside the small stone coffin. While Jiang Han was still in a daze, Xia Lang had already opened the large stone coffin. After all, digging up other people's graves is a huge opportunity if you want to get rich quick. To his disappointment, when he opened it, it was completely empty. There was nothing inside at all. What? There's nothing here at all. Isn't this a waste of my time? Xiaoyun, open that small stone coffin and take a look. Song Yenyun nodded and opened the small stone coffin with a wave of her hand. Jiang Han looked down and saw that it wasn't human remains, but animal remains. As for what kind of animal it is, it's hard to tell at a moment. Name, Fox Clan Skeletons. The mythical eye is activated, but only one message is displayed. These are fox bones, but what did the tomb owner mean? They were probably his pets? This was the only reasonable explanation Jiang Han could think of. What else could it be? Xia Lang skipped over, his eyes fixed on a small bag inside. Despite the passage of time, this small bag has not been corroded, indicating that the material must be extraordinary. Brother, look, isn't this a sachet? I never knew there was such a hobby in this world. Putting sachets on pets? You're overthinking it. I've heard foxes have a strong odor. They're probably just trying to get rid of it. Jiang Han was speechless, wondering what was wrong with Xia Lang's brain. Wait a minute, this doesn't contain spices, it looks like small pills. At this moment, Xia Lang had already opened the sachet, inside which lay 3 perfectly round pills. Jiang Han looked again with his mythical eyes, puzzled, and was immediately surprised. Name, Chongmai Dan. Level, star rating. Function, opens up meridians for ferocious beasts, enabling them to cultivate human techniques. However, the process is extremely painful. It was developed by humans in their early exploration of taming ferocious beasts and has now been lost. It really is a pill. What? I guessed right. But I'd been here for so long and I haven't seen any alchemists in this world. This was also what surprised Jiang Han. Because the original work does not mention any information about alchemists. After all, the main combat mode in this world is the cooperative combat between the master and the spirit beast girl. As for alchemy, such ethereal and elusive things are extremely rare under this cultivation system. There probably aren't any alchemists left, and this probably isn't the concept of pills we have in mind, but it's quite suitable for you. Suitable for me? What do you mean? Jiang Han then briefly explained the effects of the meridian opening pill. Xia Lang's eyes widened instantly, thinking to himself, my miserable days are finally over. Thinking about it, I just wanted to eat it all at once. Wait, take it easy. You'd better eat them one at a time. Brother! I'm in this state, shouldn't you have some pity on me? Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are determined by fate. Cheers! With that, Xia Lang swallowed all 3 meridian opening pills, then smacked his lips and waited for a long time without any reaction. What the heck is this? Is it expired? As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Lang felt as if his whole body was on fire. Intense pain shot straight to the soul, utterly unbearable, and a blood-curdling scream, like that of a pig being slaughtered, immediately followed. Fortunately, this was inside a cave, otherwise, who knows how many ferocious beasts it would have attracted. Jiang Han looked helpless. I told you to eat less, but you didn't believe me. Master, is it all right? I don't know either, but this is the path he chose, so we can only leave it to fate. Unable to bear the enormous screams any longer, Jiang Han led the 2 women to the top of the cave. The screams continued all night, and it was heartbreaking to hear. But as Jiang Han said, this was Xia Lang's own choice, and he probably would have made the same choice if it were him. After all, this might be the only opportunity to begin cultivating. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the screams gradually subsided. Jiang Han could sense that faint spiritual energy was gathering downwards from the surrounding area. Ding! Pet has taken a meridian opening pill, 10% of the seal has been removed. Jiang Han was relieved when the system notification sounded. After all, they were the only 2 transmigrators here, and this guy was a very good tool. It would be a real shame if he died like this. Big brother, I made it through. I feel like I can finally start cultivating. That's right, I already said, if you follow me, you'll definitely get your share of the benefits. Upon hearing this, Xia Lang curled his lip. If Jiang Han knew how much pain he had endured, would he still have the nerve to say such a thing? However, compared to all that, being able to sense spiritual energy is already the best outcome. Because of Xia Lang's delay, the group could no longer continue leveling up and had to return to school temporarily. Today is the day of the battle for the top 100, and Jiang Han doesn't want to be absent again. As for Xia Lang, let him cultivate here alone for now, since this cave seems quite safe. Back at school, the top 100 competition had already begun. Apart from Jiang Han, the other 100 new masters were already standing on the stage. Where did that brat run off to? Chapter 66. Did you really think he was just lucky? Everyone at the scene was getting impatient. The top 100 tournament is the most exciting, a grand melee between 100 masters and their spirit beast girls, attracting many spectators every year. This year's freshman competition was particularly lively, with the top 100 contest drawing huge crowds. Everyone made support signs for their favorite players, making the scene very lively. As a result, because Jiang Han was the only one who didn't arrive, everyone was waiting there, which immediately aroused dissatisfaction. Hurry up and start already, I'm getting impatient. Who are they waiting for? If they haven't come by now, they definitely don't have the guts to come. What are they waiting for? Not only the audience, but also Hua Lingfei, who was standing at the front of the contestants, had a furrowed brow. There were still a few minutes before the match officially started, but Jiang Han had not yet arrived. Could it be that they ran away because they were afraid of their own strength? If that's really the case, how can the task be completed? If I had known this would happen, I should have just taken action in the wild. If this kid really wanted to run away, he wouldn't be so easy to find. Ladies and gentlemen, because some contestants have not yet arrived, we have decided. Wait a moment. Just as the host announced that the competition was about to begin, a loud shout came from outside. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Jiang Han and two others running in, covered in sweat. I'm not late, am I? Not yet. The audience then realized that it was Jiang Han who hadn't gotten to the point of emotional connection. Because Jiang Han didn't participate in the competition these past few days, everyone has somewhat forgotten about him. That's how the public's memory works. If you don't appear in the public eye for a period of time, you'll easily be forgotten. This may be one of the reasons why those internet celebrities fade into obscurity so quickly. You've finally come. I thought you were scared and ran away. Hua Lingfei breathed a sigh of relief. If she failed the mission, she would definitely be punished when she returned. Wait, your strength has increased. You're now a silver 7-star. I was lucky, and with such a powerful opponent as you, how could I possibly run away? Jiang Han also mimicked the words of a certain lucky guy, and the two of them locked eyes, as if sparks were flying in the air. Who is that person? Why is there only one of them? I don't know, I've never seen him before. Is there such a person among the freshmen at Haitan University? The confrontation between Jiang Han and Hua Lingfei naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, the fact that Hua Lingfei was not accompanied by her master sparked even more discussion among everyone present. This situation is so rare that it doesn't align with common perception. Bai Shangwei looked at Jiang Han with some surprise, then the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Good lad, looks like he does have some sense of crisis after all. Seeing that Jiang Han's strength had improved to silver 7-star, Bai Shangwei was very pleased. At this point in the freshman competition, such strength would be considered top tier even in the entire Great Xiao dynasty. Now he understood why this guy was chosen by the Moon Spirit Sect Master at such a young age. I hereby declare the top 100 tournament officially open. The audience erupted in cheers as the host spoke with great enthusiasm. The top 100 competition has no rules. Whether you want to collaborate with others or remain in your own little corner, in the end, it all comes down to the 10 people standing on the stage. This requires not only skill, but also a certain amount of luck. The reason for holding such a competition is to allow all masters to experience the cruelty of battle. After all, on the battlefield where you actually fight ferocious beasts, there are no rules to speak of, and the beasts won't reason with you. The competition had just begun, and people were quickly gathering around each other. It's clear that these people had already planned to join forces beforehand. Since everyone's strength was roughly equal, no one made a move easily. They were all observing the surrounding situation. The team of 100 people was quickly divided into more than a dozen teams of varying sizes. The fewest people among them were Jiang Han and his two companions, along with Hua Lingfei. Hua Lingfei was even more unusual. She stood there all alone. Let's settle our score first. Without hesitation, Hua Lingfei chose to be the first to make a move, heading straight for Jiang Han and his two companions. Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun reacted quickly and completed their transformations immediately. The oppressive aura of the dark Tyrannosaurus and the clear sky white tiger instantly swept across the entire area, causing those who had originally intended to join forces to abandon their plans. What a joke, let's not talk about anything else. The sheer power of these 2S rank or higher bloodlines alone was enough to make them lose confidence. It's no use. Today I'll show you that true strength lies in your own power. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Lingfei drew her longsword. A sword cry resounded through the sky, unlike those wielded by other women. Hua Lingfei's sword looked very heavy. Unlike what a woman would use, it was more like a greatsword or heavy sword, a knight's sword. Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun immediately rushed forward and stood in front of Jiang Han. The sword energy was like a rainbow, and the two of them had just taken a step forward when they clashed with it. The dark Tyrannosaurus raised its front claws, trying to stop the sword energy from continuing forward. However, the moment it made contact, Su Shuayuan felt that it was a power that she could not match. Fortunately, Song Yenyun was there to help, which barely managed to block the sword energy. However, there was more than one sword aura one after another, sword auras attacked. Careful! Jiang Han naturally noticed that the two were not in good condition, so he leaped up and activated his protective robe, enveloping all three of them inside it. A fierce clang of metal clashing rang out, and the shield protecting the robes shattered in response. Upon seeing this, Jiang Han's heart tightened. It's important to know that the Guardian robe provides defense based on his strength. The fact that her defenses were breached so easily can only mean one thing: the attack power of Su Lingfei's sword energy has already surpassed the gold level. It's a forbidden sword spell. On the main stage, Bai Sheng Waiting stood up. Besides skills, weapons can also activate forbidden spells. It's just that because it's extremely difficult to cultivate, very few people can succeed in it. Although Su Lingfei's sword forbidden spells were still somewhat immature, they were enough to unleash power far exceeding her level. Most importantly, weapon spells do not require marriage to gain enhancement. In other words, as long as the weapon's forbidden spell is mastered, the spirit beast girl's strength will not be affected even if she is alone. This is somewhat similar to the path taken by the Moon Spirit sect, but the underlying principles are not entirely the same. Using a forbidden spell right off the bat? Aren't you going to warm up or anything? Hitting someone like you is just to warm up. The last woman who was as good at showing off as you is already my woman. Humph. Enough with the nonsense. The verbal sparring only fueled Hua Lingfei's anger, and she unleashed another sword strike at Jiang Han. Jiang Han dodged the sword energy and sneered. In that case, why not have a duel between forbidden spells? Everyone present knew that Jiang Han was capable of using forbidden spells. The news that the two were going to have a forbidden spell duel immediately ignited the audience's enthusiasm. Chapter 67 Dragon God Mage. Who would have thought that two beings capable of using forbidden spells would appear during a freshman competition? What's going on? Are forbidden spells so worthless now? Who knows? By the way, who is this woman? I don't remember her at all. Only now did everyone remember Hua Lingfei's true identity. It is certain that Hua Lingfei did not appear in the earlier stages of the competition. However, since the principal is also sitting here watching the game, it means that his eligibility to participate is not in question. Moreover, given his strength, which subtly surpasses Jiang Han's, no one would say anything if he didn't participate in the previous matches. Alright. I've been wanting to see this for a long time. Let's settle this with one move. I'll fight you to the end. You all step back. Jiang Han knew that Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun were no match for this woman. This place actually distracted him. The two women naturally understood this principle as well. Master, please be careful. Jiang Han nodded and looked back at Hua Lingfei. Their eyes met, and a strange feeling suddenly flashed through Hua Lingfei's heart. Why are Jiang Han's eyes so beautiful? Wrong. Why would I suddenly have this thought? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Hua Lingfei became uneasy and quickly shook her head, her eyes turning sharp once more. Those who follow crooked paths, die. Jiang Han was completely bewildered. He had only glanced at her politely, so why was she suddenly spouting such nonsense? What does this word have to do with the current situation? It's completely baffling. At this moment, all the contestants were watching the situation unfold. Some of the smart ones had already moved to the edge of the ring, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. As for those who aren't quite as bright-minded, they're still standing not far away, staring wide-eyed. Hua Lingfei was the first to activate the forbidden spell, raising her longsword high above her head. The surrounding air became distorted, clearly indicating that this move was anything but simple. As spiritual energy continued to gather, Hua Lingfei slowly opened her eyes, but what she saw almost made her lose her composure. Because Jiang Han was still looking at him with a smile, and hadn't started gathering his strength yet. Hua Lingfei felt utterly disrespected, and her anger flared even more fiercely. Go to hell! After charging up, Hua Lingfei swung her longsword down suddenly. A sword aura, almost solidified, suddenly struck, and only then did Jiang Han finally make a move. A straight punch was delivered, and a huge golden light shot out. Within the golden light, a giant dragon seemed to be hidden, roaring and opening its blood-red maw, which directly shattered Hua Lingfei's sword energy. Not only that, the dragon's momentum did not diminish, and it continued to move forward, sweeping away everything in its path towards Hua Lingfei. Fortunately, just as it was about to strike, the dragon made a magnificent turn and flew past Hua Lingfei's ear. The final showdown between the two was nothing special, but the surrounding contestants were really unlucky. The immense impact generated by the collision of forbidden spells rapidly spread outwards. The contestant who was closest to the opponent coughed up blood and was blasted away, flying off the stage. I bet they won't even know how they were eliminated when they wake up. When others ask, I can only say, I don't know, I just watched the show. This was truly a battle of gods, leaving mortals to suffer. Only the teams that were relatively far away stared wide-eyed at the contestants flying all over the sky, dumbfounded. I lost. Hua Lingfei knelt on one knee, gripping the longsword tightly in one hand. She could sense that Zhang Han had held back just now, otherwise, she would be either dead or seriously injured. That terrifying dragon's might was something I had never heard of before. Good to know. Since you didn't lay a hand on me back then, I'll consider this my way of repaying you. After saying that, Zhang Han planned to step down from the stage. After all, most of the masters were just blasted away, and now there are less than 10 masters left on the arena. In other words, the game was over as soon as it started. Apart from his duel with Hua Lingfei, no one else even got a chance to be a supporting character. Wait, can you tell me what your profession is? Dragon God Mage. Only after those 4 words were uttered did the audience finally realize what was happening. Even Bai Shangwei frowned, because he had never heard of this profession before. However, judging from Zhang Han's strength, this is definitely not a simple profession. Zhang Han. Zhang Han. Zhang Han. Long live the Dragon God Mage. Only then did enthusiastic cheers erupt from the crowd. What is certain is that from this moment on, Zhang Han's name will be a household name in Jiangyang City and even Jiangnan Province. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingfei smiled sadly, even though she had never heard of this profession before. But just think about it, which profession with dragon in its name is easy? Let me give you a piece of advice, those people in the Master Alliance are no good. You'd better leave them as soon as possible, or you won't even know how you died. You know who I am? Hua Lingfei was speechless, not expecting that Zhang Han would know about the Master Guild. Clearly, Bai Shangwei did not tell him to say such a thing. I not only know your identity, I know everything about you. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Zhang Han did not offer an explanation, nor did he know how to explain it. So he left with only a mysterious smile, then turned to leave. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The once clear sky turned into a dense cloud cover almost instantly, as if a storm was about to break. A massive bolt of lightning, powerful enough to pierce the entire sky, struck, illuminating the dark earth like a scene from a disco. What's going on? Zhang Han was also stunned. Such a terrifying change made him think of a possibility. In the original novel, when Yufan's strength reached platinum level, Jiangyang City experienced a beast tide, causing a large number of casualties. However, while this beast tide is indeed cruel, it is also a huge opportunity for many masters. Anyone who can survive a beast tide of this magnitude can become a powerful figure in their own right. However, if it really is a beast tide outbreak, this came too quickly and too suddenly. Could it be the binding force causing trouble again? Bai Shangwei also realized that something was wrong, and his brows furrowed deeply. Call for help immediately. Everyone else, evacuate the crowd. I'll go check it out. As one of the few king-level experts in Jiangyang City, Bai Shangwei naturally took the lead when faced with such a major event. What happened? Song Yin-yun was somewhat frightened, feeling as if the blood in her body was being suppressed. Su Shuayuan is in a slightly better position, after all, she has dragon blood and has already been promoted to SS level, which is only one step away from the highest level. The beast tide is coming, I guess we need to start leveling up like crazy ahead of schedule. Zhang Han wasn't too worried about the approaching beast tide. After all, the Great Xia dynasty has been able to stand firm in this world for so many years, so it must have some tricks up its sleeve. If it could be easily breached, wouldn't that be too pathetic? Generally, beast tides occur in a predictable pattern. It is only likely to break out when resources are extremely scarce. This time it came so suddenly that Zhang Han had a bad feeling for some reason. Chapter 68 This is fucking love. The once lively and enthusiastic atmosphere at the game suddenly descended into chaos. A large number of ordinary people ran outside. Fortunately, some modifications had been made to the site to accommodate the huge crowds, otherwise, a stampede would have been inevitable. All masters, listen to my command. Prepare to meet the enemy at the city gate. Just then, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. This notice is part of Jiangyang City's emergency response mechanism, which is set up to deal with such emergencies. Faced with such a crucial issue of right and wrong, everyone knows that if the defenses are breached, everyone will suffer. Therefore, even if there are conflicts in normal times, they will work together on this kind of matter. This has become a consensus over thousands of years. It can be said to be something engraved deep in people's blood, which can be awakened at any time. Don't you think this beast tide is a bit special? Jiang Han was watching the lightning and thunder in the sky, trying to guess what kind of ferocious beast it was. Suddenly, Hua Lingfei's voice came from beside him. Clearly, in this situation, she put aside her personal grievances. I don't know about that. I've only experienced one beast tide in my life, and I was too young to have seen any ferocious beasts back then. Jiang Han didn't mince words and spoke the truth. Suddenly, he realized a very serious problem. No, it seems like you've experienced many beast tides. So, how old are you exactly? Jiang Han clearly remembered that the last time a beast tide broke out was more than 30 years ago. Based on this timeline, wouldn't the young woman in front of you be in her 40s or 50s? It seems a bit excessive for a young woman in her 40s or 50s to be competing against a young man on the same stage. The original novel did not mention Hua Lingfei's age. After all, a woman is a woman, and there's no point in saying too much about these things. What are you thinking? I've just watched a lot of videos of ferocious beast invasions. I'm the same age as you. Oh, that's good, that's good. What do you mean? Seeing that Jiang Han seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, Hua Lingfei immediately felt that this guy was up to no good. After all, she knew from his previous actions that Jiang Han was definitely not a good person. It's nothing. I just think that since we're the same age, there's not much to say. How about we have a competition? How do you want to compete? As a fellow chosen one of heaven, Hua Lingfei naturally has no fear of being challenged by others. After all, she has defeated many people who challenged her from childhood to adulthood. Let's see who kills the most ferocious beasts. Okay, but you can't let those two help. Hua Lingfei glanced at Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun. Both of them were also very strong. He clearly affirmed her feelings, but she just didn't want to say it out loud. That won't do. The three of us are one. If you're envious, you can find a master too. Disgusting, whatever. After saying that, Hua Lingfei leaped towards the exit. The battlefield in the sky belongs to the strong. These lowly silver and gold level cultivators naturally don't need to go up and help. Therefore, the battlefields for low-level cultivators are all on the ground. After all, the battlefield is about soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. No one can command cannons to kill mosquitoes. Wait a minute, what do you mean by disgusting? This is fucking love. You don't know anything about love. Jiang Han was not happy about this. People always like to demonize romantic relationships, but in Jiang Han's view, it's just a matter of human instinct. After all, if we hadn't done those things, humanity would have gone extinct long ago, so what would be the point of religion and those pointless philosophies? However, Hua Lingfei's figure had long since disappeared, and he could no longer be heard speaking. That speed. Jiang Han frowned. If Hua Lingfei had used that speed and adopted a hit-and-run tactic, dodging Jiang Han's forbidden spell first and then using her own, the final winner would have been uncertain. Fortunately, he had mentioned beforehand that he would use forbidden spells in the duel, and Hua Lingfei was too confident in her own strength. Furthermore, they misjudged Jiang Han's strength, not knowing that Jiang Han's forbidden spell could only be released once or twice. For multiple reasons, Hua Lingfei chose to confront him head-on and ultimately conceded defeat. In reality, her strength is actually superior to Jiang Han's. Interesting. Let's go too, we can't waste this great opportunity. Although the ominous premonition just passed by quickly, Jiang Han did not let his guard down. If this beast tide is the same one Yifan experienced, then he can take advantage of this opportunity to make a name for himself. By this time, most of the ordinary people at the scene had been evacuated, and Jiang Han and his two companions headed straight for the city gate. When Jiang Han arrived at the city gate, he realized that this beast tide was indeed quite unusual. The number was terrifying. Looking down from the city wall, the sheer density made it impossible to discern the exact number. The entire area is virtually without any gaps. Anyone with trypophobia would probably faint on the spot. Hey, you over there, fight back. What are you standing there for? The city wall of Jiangyang City is 100 meters high, which may seem like an insurmountable barrier to humans. But for the ferocious beast, climbing up is an easy task. After all, many animals are reptiles, so climbing trees and mountains is just a normal part of their lives. Understood. Shuayuan, Xiaoyun, let's get started. The first wave of attacking beasts were mostly bronze and silver level, and were basically cannon fodder. Remember to conserve your spiritual energy and try to use physical attacks as much as possible. Okay, I absolutely won't use any spiritual energy. Song Yen-yun rubbed her hands together, knowing that this guy was definitely having another craving. Jiang Han still harbored some resentment, but the situation was urgent, and it wasn't the time to dwell on it. Moreover, it is indeed necessary to maintain an abundance of spiritual energy, otherwise, if one encounters a high-level ferocious beast, one will only have death to await. Soon, the two women transformed into spirit beasts and began fighting against the ferocious beasts that had climbed the city walls. These low-level thugs were no match for the two men, instantly relieving the pressure on the city's defense forces. Jiang Han did not make a move. After all, Oscar's sorrow was useless here. Moreover, the battle with Su Lingfei had already depleted most of his spiritual energy, so recovering his spiritual energy was the priority. Turning around, one could see fierce battles erupting all over the city wall. The stench of blood had solidified into a tangible substance, constantly filling the nasal cavity. At the same time, the masters were also absorbing energy continuously, without wasting any energy. Under this war-for-war model, the ferocious beasts were unable to break through the defenses for a time. Seeing this, Zhang Hai understood. Why did it eventually evolve into the master's training mode? It has to be said that in team battles, this method is indeed the most efficient and suitable. Without the master's training system, humanity probably wouldn't have survived to this day, let alone built such a brilliant civilization. Chapter 69 Dam Constricting Force. As the beast tide spread, increasingly powerful ferocious beasts began to appear. Just when the city walls were about to give way, a large group of masters appeared from behind, accompanied by spirit beast girls. The defense regiment has arrived. We're saved. The huge commotion attracted the attention of many people, unlike the city defense troops. The city defense troops are mostly responsible for routine security work, while the defense regiments are the real regular army. Therefore, their combat power is naturally incomparable. To enter the defense corps, the most basic requirement is to reach the gold level before the age of 25. Every city has its own defense force, which is the foundation upon which the Great Xia dynasty has stood strong to this day. How is the situation? When the city defense commanders saw the defense troops approaching, they immediately came to greet them. General Su, you finally arrived. The situation is dire. I suspect this beast tide could very well surpass the one from 100 years ago. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqin frowned deeply. If this speculation is true, it will be no small matter. You should know that the beast tide 100 years ago almost killed a third of the people in Jiangyang City. Is this really true? I don't know either, but it's obvious that this is just these beasts testing us. I suspect that there are ferocious beasts with intelligence behind the scenes directing us. Under normal circumstances, beast tides occur relatively frequently. But there was absolutely no organization or discipline like that. The unusual nature of their attack was evident in the rhythm of their offensive. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqin looked down through the city wall. My mood immediately became even heavier, because all the beasts charging ahead were bronze and silver level ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, at the edge of the mountains not far away, several enormous beasts squatted there quietly, seemingly having no intention of making a move for the time being. Platinum level? That can't be right. According to Su Ziqin's experience, such a large-scale beast tide is unprecedented. It's absolutely impossible for just a few platinum-level ferocious beasts to command it. Just then, everyone suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to have risen considerably. A spark fell from the sky. Jiang Han reached out to catch it, but just as the spark was about to touch his skin, he suddenly pulled his hand back. A strong sense of crisis suddenly struck. The sparks landed on the city wall, and the reinforced concrete wall instantly turned crimson. What's going on? The next second, a wisp of flame appeared on the concrete beneath Jiang Han's feet. Not good. Anyone below the star glory level must retreat immediately. Su Ziqin realized something and shouted, his voice clearly audible even amidst the chaos of the battlefield. General Su, what is the meaning of this? If we retreat. Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here. Through long-term battles with ferocious beasts, everyone has developed a strong sense of obedience to orders. So even though they didn't understand why, a large number of masters still retreated quickly. Jiang Han naturally wouldn't linger. If he guessed correctly, this was no longer a war he could participate in. Just as all the lower-ranking masters were evacuating, a cry suddenly came from the sky. Although the sounds were far apart, they seemed to explode in everyone's mind. Then, the entire sky turned fiery red, like fresh blood, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. No way, how is that possible? Jiang Han was completely bewildered. He remembered the plot from the original novel. This was no ordinary beast tide, it was the massive beast tide that had nearly destroyed Jiangyang City. The beast that commanded this beast tide was the legendary ferocious beast, the Fire Phoenix. Although he couldn't believe it, everything happening before his eyes told him that the scene was incredibly similar. In the original novel, Yi Fan was able to stand firm on his own 2 feet precisely because he successfully turned the tide during this beast tide. I didn't expect it to happen so much earlier than expected. This damn plot closure. Since we can't figure out why there's such a big discrepancy, we can only attribute it to the plot's climax. My strength is too low right now. Just surviving is a problem, let alone fighting against them. It is important to know that the phoenix has always been the king of birds in legends. They possess immense influence, and even non-bird-like ferocious beasts are forced to submit to their powerful pressure and dare not resist. Thinking of a certain possibility, Jiang Han had only one thought in his mind: to escape for his life as quickly as possible. According to the original text, when the Fire Phoenix invaded, almost 8 or 9 out of 10 people in the city died. Almost all masters below the gold rank have perished, and even those at the platinum or star rank are reduced to less than 1 in 10. In a battle where the disparity in strength is so great, there is absolutely no possibility of taking a gamble. Let's go. This is no longer something we can decide. Su Shuiyuan and Song Yenyun were still looking back when Jiang Han hurriedly pulled them away to escape. It should be noted that this Fire Phoenix has already reached the level of the strongest king. In the original novel, Yi Fan at that time was also at the king level, which is completely different from his current silver level strength. Although Jiang Han always felt that he was definitely the protagonist, it was best not to take the lead at this time. You're just leaving like that? Just as the three were running for their lives, a voice suddenly came from the side. Hua Lingfei looked at Jiang Han with disdain, as if she had already seen through his thoughts. Aren't you running too? Is it meaningful to laugh at someone who is only slightly better than you? I'm heading to the second line of defense. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably planning to leave Jiangyang City directly, right? Upon hearing this, Su Shuiyuan immediately became displeased. When has her man ever backed down? Who said we were going to run away? Watch your mouth. We're just trying to escape, so what? Jiang Han immediately took over the conversation. Now was a matter of life and death, so who cared about saving face? Su Shuiyuan was somewhat surprised by these words. Even Song Yenyun, who is usually carefree, changed her expression. This city is where they grew up, and giving it up like this is too cruel for them. But Jiang Han had no choice. After all, without Yi Fan's protagonist aura, who knew what the outcome of this battle would be? Just as I guessed, you really are a piece of scum, a coward who clings to life and fears death. I don't like hearing that. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Do you know that the commander of this beast tide is the Fire Phoenix? Fire Phoenix? Hua Lingfei frowned, because she had never heard of a phoenix as a creature in the world. This can't be blamed on her, after all, the scope of human activity in this world is really too small. There are too many unknown territories that have not been explored, so it's normal that we don't know many things. You don't know? Let me just tell you, the Fire Phoenix is already at the strongest king level. It can raze this city to the ground in minutes. Are you going to stay here and wait to die instead of running? Are you sure? Are you really sure that the beast tide is commanded by the Fire Phoenix, a ferocious beast at the strongest king level? Chapter 73,000 Thunderclaps? To Jiang Han's surprise, Hua Lingfei was not afraid at all. Instead, she asked anxiously. Of course I'm sure. Didn't you see what was happening in the sky? Seeing Jiang Han's confident expression, Hua Lingfei hesitated for a few seconds before biting her lip and saying, Come with me. Hey beautiful, we're on the run right now, where are we going with you? Jiang Han naturally didn't want to do anything else. Hua Lingfei is indeed a good target for romance, but the difficulty of winning her over is simply too great. Besides, the current plot is designed to kill me off. If there's really no other way, I can just give up on the romance. After all, my life is more important. Enough with the nonsense. Hua Lingfei frowned, leaned over, and grabbed Jiang Han's arm. The next second, Jiang Han felt the scenery in front of him change rapidly, and even saw phantoms. Holy crap! The novel didn't mention that you could use the 3000 thunderclap technique. If there's anything that can describe the scene Jiang Han is seeing right now, it's probably only the thunderous roar of a certain lucky guy. That speed looks like it's almost supersonic, doesn't it? Is that even possible for a human? Fortunately, using this skill takes a huge toll on Hua Lingfei. Especially with a living person in tow, it stopped in just over 10 seconds. But this is also terrifying. In just over 10 seconds, they covered several kilometers. What are you doing? Xiao Yun and Xue Yuan haven't arrived yet. I didn't realize you were so loyal and sentimental. Nonsense, they are my women, and I won't let them get hurt before I die. After saying that, Zhang Han immediately prepared to leave. However, his speed was no match for Hua Lingfei's, and he was stopped by her as soon as he turned around. What do you mean? I just want to confirm one thing. How did you know that the leader of the invasion was the Fire Phoenix? Boring. What do I care how I know? Get out of my way, or don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Han now understands why Hua Lingfei appeared and disappeared without a traceback. Then it turns out it was because of her extraordinary speed. This point doesn't seem to be mentioned in the original work, but it's not important now. What he's most worried about now is the safety of Su Shuiyuan and Song Yenyun. Seeing Zhang Han's furious expression, Hua Lingfei was suddenly somewhat surprised. In reality, the relationship between the master and the spirit beast girl is not that close. They don't have a typical marital relationship like on Earth. Although they usually interact like a married couple, when it really comes to a life or death moment, the vast majority of masters would abandon their spirit beast water maiden without hesitation. This is why sects like the Moon Spirit sect exist. Although the master can provide the spirit beast girl with a considerable boost in combat, some people still cannot accept it emotionally. If you don't want to get hurt, then you have no choice but to explore on your own. It was only through the arduous practice of countless people that this unique cultivation method was finally formed. Although I can't unleash my full potential, being able to use 90% is much better than enduring pain. Many men naturally cannot understand this idea, because in their thirst for power, they are capable of using any means necessary. Do you really care about them that much? Nonsense. If I don't care about my woman, who does? Get out of my way. Zhang Han could no longer suppress his anger and made a move to attack. If you're really sure it's the Phoenix, maybe the city can still be saved. What's the meaning? Upon hearing this, Zhang Han immediately regained his composure. If we can save this city, that would be the best outcome, since Song Yenyun and Su Shuiyuan's families live here. I can contact the Master Alliance. As far as I know, one of the king-level squads is training nearby. A king-level squad? What's the use of that? They're just cannon fodder. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han scoffed. There is an insurmountable gap between the strongest king and the king level, not to mention that ferocious beasts have innate advantages. They are often stronger than their masters of the same level, which is why spirit beast girls with high bloodline talent levels are so popular. What if the team leader is a top-tier player with 3 stars in the highest rank? Zhang Han gasped, surprised that there was such a powerful figure near Jiangyang City. It's important to know that the Master Alliance is not subject to official control, and some members even frequently engage in shady dealings behind the scenes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were utterly wicked, committing murder, arson, and all sorts of evil deeds. But given their strength, it's impossible for anyone to touch them. More importantly, these people are the backbone in the event of a major crisis. Therefore, the Great Xia government sometimes had no choice but to turn a blind eye. The appearance of a top-tier Master Alliance member near a city when there is no crisis is definitely not a good thing. Are you sure he can help? Certainly. Then what are we waiting for? Contact them right away. Weren't you trying to run away? With someone taller to hold the line, even if the sky falls, it won't crush me. Why not take this opportunity to make more money? I'm going to take my girlfriend to grind monsters. You figure it out yourself. Talk to you later, bye. After saying that, Zhang Han left directly. Watching the receding figure, Hua Lingfei's lips gradually curled into a smile. She originally came here with a hidden mission, but now she finds Zhang Han to be so special. If you really are different from other people, maybe I can let you go. As she spoke, Hua Lingfei took out her phone and dialed a number. On the other side, Zhang Han was finally relieved after finding the 2 women. Are you all right? Su Shuiyuan and Song Yenyun shook their heads to indicate that they were fine, and Zhang Han noticed that they seemed to want to say something but hesitated. I decided to explain the seriousness of the matter, otherwise it might cause unnecessary trouble. I know you must be worried about your families. How about this, let us go back and prepare. If we really have to evacuate, we'll go together. Although this will cause some trouble, there is no other way. After all, Jiang Han couldn't possibly be so ruthless. Just then, a cry suddenly came from the distant sky. Upon hearing the sound, the low-level ferocious beasts that were still attacking immediately began to retreat like a tide. What's going on? The battlefield suddenly fell silent, leaving everyone somewhat puzzled. However, Su Zichin's expression was extremely solemn as he turned to his subordinates and spoke. Brothers, the time to sacrifice has come. Are you ready? Always be prepared. A roar from the depths of his soul echoed, and Su Zichin nodded. From the moment they became members of the defense force, they were all prepared to die. The retreat of the ferocious beasts was by no means the end of the matter, and everyone understood this. They all looked at their marriage partners, who were also their closest companions. Alright, since that's the case, let's have a good fight today. Because all the lower-ranking masters had left, there were no spectators at the scene. Therefore, this was destined to be a tragic and unknown battle. Chapter 71: Fighting a Bloody Path. Sure enough, just as the defense forces were ready, a loud roar rang out. The platinum-level ferocious beasts, their eyes bloodshot, charged fiercely towards the city wall. Behind them, countless gold-level ferocious beasts roared and followed. Seeing such a terrifying sight, Su Zichin, despite having experienced many battles, still felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of ferocious beast could command such a massive beast tide? It should be noted that normally, the ferocious beasts fight on their own. Moreover, they all have a very strong sense of territory, making it impossible for them to be so coordinated and unified. This is the fundamental reason why humans can survive in this world overrun by ferocious beasts. If the ferocious beasts were to unite completely, even if humanity fought to the last man, it would probably be impossible to defend such a large city. The reason is simple: the number of ferocious beasts is thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of humans. Even though cultivation is relatively slow, the quantity is enough to make up for this shortcoming. Although beast tides have occurred frequently in the past, they were mostly attacks by a certain type of ferocious beasts, and their levels were not very high. Even throughout history, there have been very few instances of beast tides of this scale. Everyone, prepare for battle. The defense forces still have a fighting chance against these beast tides below the gold level. Soon, the two sides clashed in a fierce battle, the deafening sounds of which were incomparable to those before. Looking towards the city gate, Jiang Han felt a pang of heartache. This is all based on experience. If you can gain experience from these ferocious beasts, leveling up will be faster than taking a plane. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to gain some experience, but looking at the scale of it, even if I used forbidden spells to kill a whole group, the remaining ferocious beasts would be enough to tear my weakened self to shreds. However, compared to risking my life, I can only choose the latter. Let's figure out a way to escape first. Although the people of Jiangyang City could not see what was happening on the front lines, they knew from the noise that the battle was fierce. People were at a loss, and could only helplessly wait for the beast tide to recede, or be overwhelmed by it. Some people have even started kneeling in the streets to pray. For ordinary people who are powerless to even kill a chicken, this may be the only thing they can do now. Jiang Han went to the hospital and the Song family respectively, briefly explained the situation, and naturally no one had any objections. Song Zhang's expression was somber. He was clearly unwilling to abandon the Song family. But if Jiangyang City is destined to perish, leaving might be the best option. As for Su's mother, she had just undergone surgery and her health was gradually improving, so naturally she had no objections. Wherever her daughter is, that's her home. Finally, Jiang Han called his adoptive father. How to choose is a matter for the Jiang family. If they really want to stay here, Jiang Han will not object. Although Jiang Wangguan was relatively decent in his dealings with Su Shuiyuan. But how could he possibly forget those things from the past? Most importantly, from a personal perspective, Jiang Han did not consider him his father. Let's go. Let's get out of the city now. Jiangyang City's main defense direction is to the south, because it has vast mountainous areas. As for the north, it's basically a plain. Moreover, another large city, Linjiang City, is located 100 kilometers to the north. Once you get there, you'll be safe, because Linjiang City is the gateway to Kyoto, and it's teeming with powerful individuals. If Jiangyang City had sought assistance from Linjiang City immediately, the situation might have been better. However, it seems that the higher-ups in Jiangyang City have not yet realized the seriousness of this beast tide. Just as Jiang Han and the others were about to leave, the sky suddenly turned even more crimson. A streak of fire flew across the sky above Jiangyang City at an extremely high speed. A moment later, someone came running in a panic from the south gate. What happened? What happened at the south gate? Jiang Han quickly stopped the man and asked worriedly. No. It's terrible. A beast tide has broken out at the south gate as well. Jianyang City is doomed. After saying that, the man ran away, but where could he possibly run to at that point? Jianyang City is situated between two high mountains, with only two access routes, one to the north and one to the south. Trying to leave the city from the east or west is basically wishful thinking. The reason for choosing this location was to better resist the beast tide. Something's not right. Jiang Han frowned. Even the beast tide recorded in the original work did not have such a sophisticated tactic. If Jiang Han's guess is correct, the Fire Phoenix just flew over Jianyang City to stop the powerful figures from Linjiang City. In this way, Jianyang City became an isolated city. Looks like this plot is really going to kill me this time. Jiang Han knew that these changes were definitely because of his existence. After all, he wasn't the protagonist of this world. But since Yi Fan was already dead, how could he still have such a strong binding force? Could it be? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Jiang Han thought of a possibility, but then dismissed it. He personally witnessed Yi Fan being blasted into dust. If he survived that, wouldn't he be even more resilient than a cockroach? But everything happening right now is proving this step by step, and as the protagonist, having some life-saving treasures is just too normal. What Jiang Han didn't know was, on a remote mountain peak, a figure that is neither human nor inhuman stands atop the mountain. Jiang Han, you should be quite satisfied with this generous gift, right? Don't die just like that, otherwise I'll lose a lot of fun. After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared without leaving any trace. Although his appearance has changed, if Jiang Han were here, he would definitely be able to recognize his voice. Who else could it be but Yi Fan? However, he no longer looks like a human, he is more like a hybrid of a ferocious beast and a human. Jiang Han, what do we do now? Jiang Wanwan looked anxious. Their only way out was gone, and it seemed that they had no choice but to wait for death. Jiang Han's expression was icy, his mind racing. Since there is no way out, then I will fight my way out. Finally, Jiang Han said these words with absolute certainty. Come to think of it, he has a system with him. Although he is not the protagonist of Destiny, the system may not be worse than Destiny. Isn't constantly running away from this just making the system lose face? Since there's no other way out, let's go all out and take advantage of this opportunity to upgrade like crazy. He refused to believe that they couldn't eventually fight their way out. Moreover, even in the beast tide in the original work, not everyone died. Go to the shelter first, and don't come out until you get definite news. But what about you? The speaker was Sue's mother, whose biggest worry was her daughter. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. Now that things have come to this is the only way. Perhaps a desperate fight offers a glimmer of hope. Every city has shelters, and people in the cities are not yet aware of the severity of the situation, so it shouldn't be too crowded. After settling all his family members in, Jiang Han turned around and asked Song Yenyun and Su Shuiyuan. Are you scared? As long as I can be with my master, I'm not afraid of anything. Me too, even if it means death, I will never leave you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was moved and hugged the two women. In the midst of the enormous waves, they were like a small boat. Jiang Han knew very well what it meant that he had no control over his own destiny. Chapter 72 As expected of the champion. In that case, let's go all out and get to platinum. Hearing this, although Jiang Han's tone was very inspiring, the content seemed somewhat unrealistic. They're only at the silver 7-star level now. If they want to jump directly from gold to platinum, how many ferocious beasts would they have to kill? Even if one can withstand the spiritual energy, one must certainly withstand the physical energy. Master, aren't our goals a bit too high? Is it high? I don't think it's high at all. Only by pushing yourself to the brink can you fully unleash your potential. Upon hearing this, both women nodded. He naturally understood what Jiang Han meant. Without a goal, it would be difficult to persevere. Because the defenses in the south of the city were relatively weak, Jiang Han decided to start by attacking the south of the city. Now that the biggest threat has left, as long as Jianyang City can withstand the low-level beast tide, there is still hope. Moreover, those king-level powerhouses aren't fools. As soon as they sense the aura of the strongest king-level Fire Phoenix, they will definitely seek help from the outside world. At that point, it's not fair to say there's absolutely no hope. Upon arriving in the south of the city, they found that many ferocious beasts had already entered the urban area and were wreaking havoc. Fortunately, the civilians had already been evacuated, so there were no greater casualties. But the masters didn't fare any better. The casualties were extremely high. The reason for this situation is quite simple: there are simply too many ferocious beasts. Even a silver rank master and a spirit beast girl could not completely withstand the attacks of more than a dozen bronze rank ferocious beasts. Moreover, many ferocious beasts have thick hides and tough flesh, so even a silver rank master cannot kill them with a single blow. Their desperate counterattacks cause considerable trouble. Kill! Zhang Han said coldly, and Song Yenyun and Su Shuiyuan immediately transformed. Bronze-level ferocious beasts were no match for them. Ding! Killed a bronze 5-star red-eyed rat, gained 2,555 experience points. Ding! Killed a bronze 9-star mutant lizard, gained 3,233 experience points. A series of notification sounds came, and Zhang Han became excited as well. Although the experience gained by killing bronze-level ferocious beasts at the silver level is negligible, the sheer number of them is overwhelming. Altogether, it amounts to a considerable sum of money. The three of them moved as if they were in an empty field, and almost every ferocious beast they encountered was killed with a single blow. Even those at the silver level met the same fate, which immediately reduced the pressure on the defense forces here. Holy crap, who is this? They're amazing. Terrifying. This is utterly overwhelming. Soon, the battlefield between the three attracted the attention of many people. Seeing the three people pushing forward like bulldozers, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Because there are influential and powerful figures in Jiangyang City, almost everyone knows them. Moreover, people who possess two spirit beast girls are extremely rare, so naturally many people are curious about Zhang Han's identity. I know, I watched the competition. This person is Zhang Han, a freshman at Haitan University and the champion of the freshman competition. So it was him. No wonder he's the champion, he's amazing. Stop chatting, let's focus on surviving first. Although the addition of Zhang Han and his two companions relieved a lot of pressure for them, the ferocious beasts continued to pour in, and there was no idea when it would end. Clearly, now is not the time to relax. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Han and his two companions did not use any special skills. They relied entirely on physical techniques to attack. On the one hand, these ferocious beasts are not worth using their skills on, and on the other hand, they need to conserve their energy. After all, the battle is going on for who knows when it will end. If the spiritual energy is exhausted, even a silver-level beast tide will find it very difficult to protect itself. With the accumulation of experience, Zhang Han finally heard a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have been promoted to Silver 6 star. Finally 6 stars. Let's keep going. At this point, Zhang Han and his two companions were already bloodthirsty, and the feedback from the upgrade made them even more courageous in battle. Zhang Han laughed loudly and charged into the horde of ferocious beasts. Amidst the despairing beast tide, Zhang Han stood like a god of death. Though his body was slender, he appeared as an indestructible wall, keeping all dangers at bay. That's incredible. Is this what they mean by one man holding off an entire pass? Unbeknownst to Zhang Han, the drone footage was already being transmitted back to him on the large screen inside the shelter. Although the battle in the north of the city was fierce and the casualties were extremely heavy, more people were paying attention to the north of the city. Zhang Han's existence gave everyone hope. At times like these, hope is more precious than diamonds. Perhaps only by being there can one truly feel it. Zhang Han. Zhang Han. Zhang Han. Gradually, everyone started cheering for Zhang Han. The sounds gradually grew louder and became more synchronized. At this moment, Zhang Han was like a spark that ignited hope in people's hearts. The director was very accommodating, keeping the camera focused on the battle between Zhang Han and his two companions. 2 hours later, Zhang Han was soaked in sweat. The beast tide that had entered the city was finally suppressed back at the city walls. Just then, a huge tremor suddenly came from behind the beast tide. The sound was like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting, bringing a tremendous shock to people. Immediately afterwards, a piercing scream rang out, and everyone instinctively covered their ears. The piercing scream was like a knife stabbing into the eardrums, impossible to avoid. What is that sound? Zhang Han was also very upset, but his mood had improved a lot. Since that scream must have come from the fire phoenix, the fact that it made that sound indicates it must have encountered an opponent. The only one who can rival it is the strongest king. Look, the beast tide has receded. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. Sure enough, the beast tide receded like a receding tide, leaving behind only a devastated open space. Is it over? Impossible. Everyone get ready, an even stronger beast tide might be coming. Jiang Han remained vigilant, knowing that this beast tide was far from over. Sure enough, just as Jiang Han finished speaking, hundreds of large, ferocious beasts are rushing towards us from afar. All of them were gold grade. Soon, someone noticed something was wrong, and tension immediately rose at the scene. Jiang Han opened his mythical eye and gasped in shock. Not only were the first 100 or so golden level, but all the others were also gold level. This situation is even worse than that in the north of the city. The only difference is that no platinum level specimens were observed. The first few dozen were all at their peak gold level. Even so, it is still very difficult to deal with. Did they know all along that the defenses here were weak? Jiang Han's mind raced, and a certain possibility came to mind. Although it's hard to believe, the facts before us have proven everything. Without a doubt, the emergence of this beast tide was no accident. It is very likely that the mastermind behind it was not a ferocious beast, and it may not even be the Fire Phoenix. It's people. Chapter 73. Master, you're beautiful again. Let's fight. Now that things have come to this, what else can Jiang Han say? Only a fight. At this point, Jiang Han had become the backbone of the northern part of the city. It was hard to imagine that a silver-level master could reach such a height. Looking at the dilapidated city walls, Jiang Han understood. To achieve better results, we must venture out of the city to fight, since the best defense is offense. Don't be afraid. We're here. Just as Jiang Han was hesitating whether to leave the city to fight, a voice came. When everyone turned around, they saw a glimmer of hope. The visitors were none other than the instructors of the lower-level classes at Haitan University. Previously, they had been assisting people with their evacuation. Following behind them were tens of thousands of students from Haitian University. Although the highest level among them is only Platinum 1 star, they are definitely a vital force. The only drawback might be that the students have little combat experience. Jiang Han, we just saw it. This is our city. We can't let it be destroyed by ferocious beasts. We must fight. Yes, this is our home, and I will never allow those ferocious beasts to take it all away. Seeing everyone's high spirits, Jiang Han was also inspired. Yes, in this cruel world, from the moment you become a master, everyone is basically prepared, and if that day really comes, they will definitely not back down. Alright. Since that's the case, let's have a good fight today. We'll take care of those few peak gold ones. You guys handle the rest and attack. At the instructor's command, all the student masters rushed out with their spirit beast girls. Jiang Han was not to be outdone, even though there were many ferocious beasts. But at this moment, no one flinched. Their fearless spirit was enough to move anyone who saw it. A moment later, the two collided. Various skills intertwine, like dazzling fireworks. But at this time, no one is in the mood to appreciate it, and the situation is not suitable for appreciation. Jiang Han sent one of the ferocious beasts flying, and immediately more than a dozen more rushed over. The various claws and limbs made it impossible to distinguish what kind of ferocious beast it was. At this point, everyone was in a similar situation, and many people died instantly. Faced with absolute power, even the strongest morale is of no use. The main problem is that these ferocious beasts have no sense of fear and don't know what fear is. Gradually, the ferocious beast reached the city wall again, and Jiang Han was covered in blood. If it weren't for Su Shuayuan and Song Yanyun's full cooperation, he would have been injured countless times. This can't go on. Jiang Han gritted his teeth. By this time, more than half of the students and mentors had been injured or killed. This was only half an hour of fighting. If it continued, the entire army would likely be wiped out. In the drone footage, everyone's faces darkened. What was supposed to be a hopeful battle ended up like this. Master, unleash your ultimate move. Jiang Han nodded. It was time to teach these guys a lesson. Cover me. Jiang Han leaped and landed on a dilapidated section of the city wall. The whistling wind carried the stench of blood, and Jiang Han's face remained ashen as his spiritual energy surged within him. The battle just now had brought his level to silver 8 star. With his current foundation, his spiritual power increases several times over with each level he gains. Demon Sealing Dragon Breaking Slash. A dragon-patterned broadsword, over 10 meters long, formed in the void. Jiang Han exerted force with both arms and slashed the broadsword horizontally. The ferocious beasts are at least 5 or 6 meters tall, so there's no need to worry about them harming friendly forces. A curved sword aura, carrying the might of a dragon, swept across with unstoppable force. This time, Jiang Han used 90% of his spiritual energy. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space fluctuated, as if it could not withstand the attack and was about to be broken. Bite. Bite. A series of notification sounds came, and the experience points had already been wiped out. So this is the true essence of the demon's sealing dragon-breaking slash. Looking at the sword energy he unleashed, he only understood the true power of this so-called spatial forbidden spell when it reached the 8th level of silver. If nothing unexpected happens, once I level up a few more times, this sword energy might actually be able to cleave the world in two. The group, who were fighting and retreating, suddenly discovered that the ferocious beast they had seen before was completely still. What's going on? I don't know, have these guys suddenly had a change of heart? Stop talking nonsense. This guy is a beast. Where is his conscience? The next second, a line of blood suddenly appeared on the waist of all the ferocious beasts, and then the entire beast body was neatly split in two. Because Jiang Han's attack range is limited, it can only cover an area that is about 100 meters wide and about 1 kilometer deep. The ferocious beasts beside and behind were not attacked. As they ran, a large number of the beasts that had been cut in half collapsed with a crash. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, host. Current level, silver 9 stars. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, host. Current level, gold 1 star. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, host. Current level, gold 2 star. Since the experience was gained from different ferocious beasts, it wasn't wasted this time and directly propelled Jiang Han to the gold 2 star level. As his level increased, Jiang Han's spiritual energy was fully restored, and he became energetic again. Ha, this feels so good. Keep going, keep going. At this moment, Jiang Han also realized that as long as he could continue to upgrade, his attack would not stop. However, the level of these ferocious beasts in front of us is obviously not high enough. After reaching the second level of gold, the experience will definitely decrease further. At the same time, Su Shuiyuan and Song Yenyun's levels also rose rapidly. Both the Shadow Tyrannosaurus and the Sunny White Tiger have grown considerably larger. Master, this is too intense. I can hardly take it anymore. Song Yenyun was excited. She had never imagined that leveling up would be as simple as eating and drinking. This proves once again how wise it was to choose Jiang Han. Master, I also feel full of power now. Okay, let's continue. Because Jiang Han cleared out a large area, the pressure on the human side was greatly reduced, and everyone immediately seized the opportunity to launch another counterattack. It was also because of the improvement in the strength of the three that the situation was directly reversed. The ferocious beasts were no match for Jiang Han. On a mountaintop, Dugu Qingyue, who was meditating, suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes seemed to sparkle like shooting stars, and her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She wore a white dress as white as snow, and her delicate face was flawless. If Jiang Han were here, he would probably make another joke. Master, you look even more beautiful. Dugu Qingyue looked into the distance, her brows slightly furrowed. What's wrong with this kid? He's acting a bit strange. Ever since Jiang Han merged his essence and blood into the origin true feather, the two have developed a subtle connection. Normally it might not seem like much, but once a major change occurs, Dugu Qingyue will sense it immediately. Chapter 74 I want to abandon the mission. Jiang Han's level is rising rapidly, which means he is killing a large number of ferocious beasts. However, a normal upgrade speed could not possibly be this exaggerated, which can only mean one thing. Something's wrong. Has something strange happened in Jianyang City? Besides this possibility, Dugu Qingyue couldn't think of any other possibility. His body then vanished from the spot, and a pure-looking girl next to him opened her eyes. Senior sister, where are you going? I have urgent business to attend to. You will take charge of things here at the sect for the time being. After saying that, Dugu Qingyue's figure disappeared at the end of the mountain path steps. Seriously, what's wrong with senior sister? I've never seen her so flustered before. The girl scratched her head curiously, unable to suppress her intense curiosity. After thinking for a moment, the girl stood up and spoke to one of the disciples behind her. Xiaoya, you take charge of the sect's work first. I want to see what important matter my senior sister has to attend to. Before the female disciple could speak, the girl disappeared through the doorway. Helpless, the disciple could only accept this fact. As soon as Shaoliner left the sect, she discovered that her senior sister's aura had already disappeared. His speed was arguably pushed to its limit, and his brow furrowed slightly. Senior sister, you've been acting strangely ever since you came back last time. I'd like to see who's been bothering you. It has to be said that only women truly understand women. Having spent over a decade together, the two naturally know each other quite well. Shaoliner took out a compass-like object from her pocket, infused it with spiritual energy, and then smiled slightly. Is it heading towards Jianyang City? There might be some big news coming this time. They then sped off towards Jianyang City. On the other side, Jiang Han fought with increasing ferocity, and there was no ferocious beast on the scene who could defeat him. Including Song Yenyun and Su Shuayuan, their combat power is also off the charts. After advancing to the gold rank, the three of them experienced an exponential increase in combat power. They actually withstood the second wave of attacks, and the humans gradually gained the upper hand. However, to Jiang Han's dismay, apart from the decent amount of experience given by those few gold-level ferocious beasts, the rest of the experience was completely wasted. The others are barely enough to fill a tooth gap to continue upgrading. One obviously needs more ferocious beasts or even more powerful beings. After fighting for more than 10 hours, Jiang Han finally killed the last ferocious beast. They actually killed all of this gold-level beast horde, not a single one escaped. We won. We really won. This is a great victory for humanity. No one could believe what they were seeing. At this point, there was no land to be seen in the North Square. All that could be seen were the corpses of various ferocious beasts, which had completely covered the earth, giving one a sense of just how brutal the battle had been. Jiang Han! Jiang Han! Jiang Han! Upon seeing the live footage captured by the drone, everyone in the shelter regarded Jiang Han as a god descended from heaven. Not only that, but his comrades next to him were also shouting Jiang Han's name loudly. At this moment, he is a true hero. A beautiful figure covered in blood stepped out from the crowd. Jiang Han, I take back what I said before, you are indeed very good. Jiang Han turned around and saw that it was Hua Lingfei who had mocked him earlier. You've misunderstood. I was just trying to survive. I'm not as noble as you think. These were his honest thoughts. Jiang Han didn't want to flaunt his abilities. Because once a persona is established, it will be accompanied by a lot of trouble. Hua Lingfei smiled slightly, her smile like a pure white lotus flower amidst the fierce battlefield. The beauty there contrasted sharply with the battlefield conditions. For a moment, Jiang Han was stunned. To be honest, he had almost given up before. After all, while winning over a woman like Hua Lingfei is challenging, it's not impossible, and there's a lot of fun involved. But he doesn't have that much time now. He needs to grow quickly, and he can't afford to waste time on things like this. It would be better to cultivate a better relationship with your beautiful mentor. The benefits would be even greater that way. To tell you the truth, I'm here on someone's orders to kill you. So what? Why didn't you make a move? Hua Lingfei was somewhat surprised by Jiang Han's attitude. Because the other party didn't show any surprise at all. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you just now? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it back when you were leveling up. And do you really think that with your current strength, you can still kill me? Jiang Han is now at gold level 2, while Hua Lingfei has also made some progress during the Beast Tide. But it's still only a 6-star silver level card. The difference between gold and silver is significant. Whether I have a way or not, I've made up my mind. I'm abandoning the mission. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was finally somewhat surprised. Judging from her tone, it seemed very likely that she really did have a way to kill him. As one of the female leads, and a rather prominent one at that, it's not surprising that she possesses some special abilities. Another possibility is that she was also hiding her true strength. It's up to you, but whatever you want to do in the future, let's get through this first. If I'm not mistaken, the next wave will be a beast tide led by at least platinum-level beasts. Jiang Han was not complacent because of his temporary victory. Instead, he became even more worried. With his and the two women's current strength, they can at most deal with a peak gold level expert. If it's platinum level, it's actually quite challenging. Perhaps all they can do is protect themselves. The reason they were able to kill the king-level ferocious beasts before was entirely due to luck. If Dugu Qingyue hadn't beaten them to the point of near death, it would have been an impossible mission. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingfei smiled slightly, seemingly not too worried. Gentlemen, I hope you all understand that this is just a small victory for us. There will be powerful beasts to come, so now is not the time for us to fall. Jiang Han has now become a leader in the eyes of this group of people. Everyone trusted him completely. After all, this kind of treatment was earned through hard work, and their position can be said to be very secure. Even the mentors did not raise any objections. Although they were stronger, they all recognized Jiang Han's influence. At times like this, what a team needs most is a strong core member, and Jiang Han is clearly that core member. Jiang Han, tell me what to do. We'll risk our lives to protect our home. Yes, that's inspiring. I don't want my descendants to talk about today and say that we failed to protect our homeland. Yes, let's do it. For a moment, the crowd was indignant. Jiang Han looked at the faces covered in blood and felt quite emotional. Perhaps only by truly immersing oneself in it can one appreciate just how powerful that fearless courage is. Chapter 75 King-Level Beast Tide. Next, Jiang Han began to arrange tactics. Although he didn't know much about war, he had read many stories. Rushing in headfirst like that was just suicide. It's definitely not a good idea when facing a powerful beast. His idea was to concentrate resources on accomplishing major tasks. Although it may be a platinum-level beast tide, the leading platinum-level beasts may only number a dozen or so. The team's strongest force currently consists of a dozen or so mentors at the peak of the gold rank. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the king. Once you take care of the dozen or so leading platinum-level enemies, there is still hope for the rest. My strategy is to defeat them one by one. Jiang Han casually picked up a few stones from the ground and began to analyze them. Due to the sheer size of the beast tide, it was impossible for more than a dozen platinum-level ferocious beasts to arrive on the battlefield simultaneously. This buys them enough time. The mentor's task is to intercept them as much as possible before the platinum level arrives. The remaining ferocious beasts below the gold level were mainly dealt with by the remaining people. Although this will put a lot of pressure on the remaining people, it has to be said that this may be the only way to achieve final victory. But how can we get close to a platinum level ferocious beast? After I finished explaining my thoughts, one of the instructors frowned and asked a question. That's absolutely right. You have to understand that although the other ferocious beasts aren't very strong, however, their numbers are considerable, and going head-on into the beast tide would inevitably waste a lot of time. This is the core of my plan. I want to ask you a question. Are you all prepared to make sacrifices? Of course, my family and friends are all here. If anyone has to sacrifice, we will do it without hesitation. That's right, Jiang Han, just say what you're thinking, and we'll fully cooperate. At this point, Jiang Han had complete and absolute command over the scene, and naturally no one had any objections. Alright, in that case, let's advance 3 kilometers and hide among the carcasses of the ferocious beasts. If we encounter any platinum-level beasts, we'll focus our fire on them and take them down one by one. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. It must be said that Jiang Han was truly taking a risky move. However, if everyone is together, the speed of breakthrough will be greatly increased, and before the ferocious beast arrives, they can change positions and prioritize eliminating the one that poses the greatest threat. Then, by working together to break through other platinum-level challenges, it might actually be feasible. Okay, let's do it this way. No one else had any objections, and it was still unknown what the situation was like in the south of the city. The fact that no reinforcements have arrived so far speaks volumes, meaning that they are very likely the only ones left to guard this place. Since that's the case, as long as there's a way, it's worth taking the risk. Okay, it's settled then. Also, the teamwork among the other people needs to be rearranged. Jiang Han provided the pairing principles, allowing everyone to freely form pairs. The main principle is to combine the strong and the weak, and then attack them from all sides. Of course, most of the final spiritual energy will go to the squad leader. As long as the squad leader's level increases, their combat power will increase exponentially. Therefore, the role of squad leader is mainly filled by those who are about to be promoted. If this were applied to playing games, Jiang Han's strategy would be a typical example of a 4-protect-1 approach. Once you raise a father, won't you be able to defeat anyone who gets in your way? Although this might be a little unfair to others, no one cares about such things as long as they can survive. Half an hour later, everyone was divided into thousands of small teams, each with about a dozen people. Seeing Jiang Han arrange tens of thousands of people so well, Hua Lingfei was deeply shocked. It's hard to believe that this guy is just a freshman. Moreover, she knows her upbringing very well, and honestly, if she were to arrange things, she might not be able to do what Jiang Han did. Gradually, her mindset also changed. Jiang Han probably couldn't have imagined that when he had his own ideas, this woman was completely unapproachable. Once you've run out of ideas, you might as well plant a willow branch unintentionally. If I had to describe it, I could only say that life is full of surprises. Alright, everyone, get back to your posts and stand ready to face the beast tide at any time. Surprisingly, the wait lasted until the next day. At one point, it seemed that the beast tide had come to an end. Just as the sun was about to rise, a muffled tremor suddenly came from the distant earth. They're here. Jiang Han, who hadn't slept all night, immediately stood up. But after seeing the situation clearly, my heart sank. The plains to the north of the city stretch as far as the eye can see, extending at least 20 kilometers into the distance. Under the sun's rays, countless dense black dots are rapidly approaching. Interspersed among them were giant beasts over 10 meters tall. It was obvious without even thinking that these were not the size of a platinum-level ferocious beast. Jiang Han. He's a king level. More than a dozen king-level beasts. I saw it. Jiang Han frowned, never expecting that this time it would be a king-level beast tide. In other words, even the weakest among them are at the gold level, which is far beyond their ability to deal with. What to do? After a long period of contemplation, Jiang Han finally spoke with difficulty. Tell everyone to run. Run as fast as you can. Faced with a beast tide of this magnitude, they didn't even have the resources to fight back. If we insist on going up there, more than 10,000 people could die instantly, so it's completely unnecessary. However, Jiangyang City cannot be saved. It now seems likely that this beast tide will primarily target the north of the city. But even if the entire city were to use all its resources, it would be impossible to withstand a king-level beast tide. All things considered, the number of king-level masters in Jiangyang City can be counted on one hand. Are we just going to give up like this? What else can we do? This is not something we can fight against. But we are not willing to accept this. Stop talking nonsense, let's get going while we still have time. Jiang Han had made up his mind. Since there was no hope on either side, he could only choose to hide. There might still be a sliver of hope for him to survive, though he was unwilling to give up. No, this is our city. Even if we die, we will not back down. Yes. We swear to live and die with Jiangyang. The city stands, and we stand. The city falls, and we fall. Jiang Han was speechless. How could these people be so stubborn? Then you guys deal with it yourselves. I'm not going to do anything that'll get me killed. After saying that, he pulled Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun to leave. No one else had anything to say about his actions. After all, everyone understands what a king-level beast tide means. Jiang Han simply couldn't understand their feelings. He could live in the face of death, but that was all. If someone knowingly chooses to die but still goes without hesitation, in his view, that would be pure foolishness. Is it better to preserve one's strength and launch a counterattack when the time is right than to throw one's life away in vain? After watching Jiang Han and the other two leave, none of the others had any intention of leaving. A bunch of idiots. Why throw your lives away? After all, we fought together for so long, how could we not have feelings for each other? Chapter 76: The Allure of Platinum. Perhaps the fastest way to build a bond is on the battlefield. The ground was already shaking. If they didn't leave, everyone here would undoubtedly die. Similarly, Hua Lingfei did not leave, but her expression remained unchanged. At this point, the way you choose to live has little to do with your character. Jiang Han tried his best not to look into those people's eyes, because he was afraid he would soften his heart and act impulsively. To die here would be such a terrible waste of my life. After finally obtaining the system and killing the original protagonist, just when you're about to embark on a bright future, you die here for nothing. Isn't that just plain stupid? Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's thoughts. No matter what decision Jiang Han makes, they won't say anything. Jiang Han is right, there's absolutely no point in us throwing our lives away here. That's right, this is a king-level beast tide, the most powerful beast tide Jiangyang City has ever encountered. We can't even withstand it. If we don't leave now, when will we? Gradually, more people joined the group that left. They all have people they cherish, so dying here wouldn't be of much value. In other words, even if you know you're going to die, dying with your family is much better psychologically. Of the 10,000 people in the group, more and more are choosing to leave. After all, even if they continue to resist, they can probably only hold out for a few seconds, which will not help Jiangyang City at all. It just adds a lot more wandering ghosts. Jiangyang City is finished. Upon seeing this, one of the instructors collapsed to the ground in agony. In this situation, people felt nothing but despair. When the beast tide was less than 3 kilometers from the city wall, a sudden change occurred. The distant sky suddenly turned pitch black, then crimson. Even the clouds on the horizon seemed to be boiling, and a scorching wind swept in, distorting the air even from a distance. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. The beast tide also felt the tremor and stopped, crawling on the ground. "Look, what's that?" Among the evacuating group, someone looked back and said in horror. Everyone quickly turned around to look, and the next second, the earth seemed about to shatter. When the hurricane struck, the already dilapidated city walls were instantly reduced to rubble. Immediately afterwards, a huge, muffled sound rang out, and cracks tens of meters wide spread outwards like a spider web. That scene is probably only comparable to an asteroid impact. It's a fire phoenix. Wait, there seems to be something behind that fire phoenix. John Han was taken aback upon hearing this. Upon closer inspection, he indeed saw an even larger figure in the dark clouds behind the fire phoenix. The oppressive aura emanating from that figure was even greater than that of the fire phoenix. He was immediately astonished that Fire Phoenix was already at the strongest king level. What could possibly be more oppressive than the Fire Phoenix? However, the answer was soon revealed. A huge figure stood in the sky. It was a giant golden crow, with nameless flames seemingly flowing beneath its black and gold feathers. The most striking feature is the 3 claws that resemble giant eagle claws. The claws gleamed in the sunlight, and drops of crimson blood dripped from them. A pair of sharp eyes, like those of a king, looked down upon the masses below with an air of superiority. This is the Golden Crow King. In the Great Xia dynasty, there are 8 strongest kings, and the Golden Crow King is one of them. With such distinctive bloodlines, it was naturally recognized by everyone at a glance. It really is the Golden Crow King. Look at the Golden Crow's back. Reminded by someone, Zhang Han looked up and indeed saw a burly figure standing behind the Golden Crow. Hua Tiangang? What's he doing here? Zhang Han was even more confused now. Under normal circumstances, apart from the Emperor of Great Xia, the 8 kings were always away fighting. In order to expand the sphere of influence of the Great Xia, they rarely had the opportunity to show their faces. It is precisely because of their presence guarding all directions that no overly powerful ferocious beasts have appeared within the Great Xia territory. According to the original work, there are countless ferocious beasts in this world that have reached the level of the strongest king. It's only because the world is so big that there are very few instances of people setting foot on human territory. You beast! Don't you know you're wrong? A deep, resonant voice boomed, causing all the ferocious beasts below to be unable to stand up. The same goes for the beast tide. It's hard to imagine that a single person could possess such immense power. With just one sentence, he completely suppressed an enemy that ordinary people could not handle. It really is Hua Tiangang. This is getting more and more chaotic. With such strength, and knowing the power of the Fire Phoenix, Zhang Han was now certain. As one of the 8 kings, Kenneth Fox's appearance in the original novel is already quite late in the story. Unlike his current savior persona, he ultimately became Yi Fan's stepping stone. The other 7 kings also basically submitted to him. After all, the protagonist is naturally the one who stands at the very top. What a joke! What have I done wrong? You humans are our food, don't try to restrain me with your so-called morality. Everyone except Zhang Han was dumbfounded. I never imagined that one day I would hear a ferocious beast speak human language. Zhang Han knew that once a ferocious beast reached the strongest king level, it could simulate various sounds. This naturally includes the sound of human speech, and since they've already reached the highest level, it's perfectly reasonable for them to master a foreign language. Stubborn to the end, since that's the case, then I'll kill you today, so you'll learn your lesson. Kenneth Fox looked slightly annoyed. Clearly, although he had the upper hand in the fight, killing his opponent would not be so easy. Humph. You think you can really kill me? With a flick of its wings, the Fire Phoenix instantly soared into the sky, confronting the 3-legged Golden Crow, and a great battle was about to break out. Zhang Han had absolutely no interest in the fight between the two of them. Although watching a battle between strong individuals can be very rewarding. However, the difference in strength between the two is too great, and he simply cannot understand them now. Instead, their eyes gleamed as they looked at the ferocious beasts suppressed on the ground by the powerful pressure. If I could take down all these adorable little cuties who are being punished by standing in the corner, wouldn't I be able to reach platinum rank by now? The idea just popped into my head and I couldn't shake it off. because the temptation was just too great. Especially those few king level ones, the experience from just one of them is probably enough to reach the peak of the gold level. Xiaoyuan, Xiaoyun, shall we pull off a big heist? Master, you mean to? Su Xiaoyuan immediately understood, and her eyes sparkled. After all, the stronger she is, the more help she can give Jiang Han, so she is willing to do it no matter how dangerous it is. What are you two saying? I don't understand. Song Yenyun was completely bewildered and couldn't understand what the two were saying at all. On the one hand, she and Jiang Han haven't been together for very long. On the other hand, her personality means she's not one to think that far ahead. Chapter 77. Is this something a human brain could come up with? According to Jiang Han's idea, so many king-level beings here were suppressed by their aura. Even if I can only kill one, I can reach platinum rank immediately. The temptation was just too great, he simply couldn't control himself. Master wants to hunt down a king-level ferocious beast. What? Song Yenyun was so surprised that she lost her composure. What kind of thought was this? Could a human brain even conceive of such a thing? They're just 3 gold-level beings. What normal person would even consider attacking a king-level ferocious beast? Are you sure we don't want to reconsider? What's there to consider? Master could defeat a king-level opponent when he was only silver level, so what's there to be afraid of now that he's gold level? Song Yenyun's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected the usually composed Su Xiaoyuan to say something like that. Wait. You're saying that Master Baiyin can kill a king-level ferocious beast? Of course, Master is omnipotent. Seeing Su Xiaoyuan's proud expression, Song Yenyun knew that this girl was definitely not lying. Having spent so much time together, she knew the other person's personality very well. In other words, I've really hooked up with a super powerful person this time. But no matter how hard I try, I can't figure out why a silver-level beast can kill a king-level ferocious beast. Alright, that time was just a fluke, it can't compare to this time, and Master isn't here either. Although he had this idea, Jiang Han knew that a king-level ferocious beast in a dying state was absolutely no match for a true king-level ferocious beast. Even though they were suppressed by the auras of 2 top-tier kings, they were definitely not easy to deal with. They had to make a careful plan. Just as Jiang Han was frowning and thinking of a solution, he was hit on the head with a headbutt. Hey kid, can you stop thinking about these unrealistic things all the time? Can't you be a little more down to earth? Jiang Han was about to get angry, but after hearing the other person's voice, he lost all his anger. Master, what brings you here? If I don't come, am I supposed to just watch you become snacks for a king-level ferocious beast? Dugu Qingyue was furious. Her disciple was perfect in every way. Not only is he incredibly talented, but he also worked so hard that he reached the gold level in a very short time. It's important to know that even by the time students graduate from their senior year, many still fail to reach the gold level. Moreover, due to the influence of talent, many people may never know that they are in the gold medal stage in their entire lives. This is the fundamental reason why the vast majority of the defense forces are of gold rank. There have been very few instances in history of students achieving the golden level during their freshman year. But this kid seems to have gotten a bit arrogant, actually daring to set his sights on a king-level ferocious beast. Master, I was just itching to do it after watching them being suppressed. I think you're just asking for trouble. Even if they're suppressed, do you think you can break through their defenses? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han scratched his head sheepishly. Indeed, this idea is somewhat ill-considered. At the same time, he was also reflecting on why he had suddenly become interested in a king-level ferocious beast when he had initially decided to run away. This idea is definitely not acceptable. After all, I am someone who owns the system. If you risk your life and lose it, who will live your life for you after that? This idea is far too dangerous. We must never have it again. Suddenly, Jiang Han's gaze fell on Dugu Qingyue. The other person was dressed in a white dress, exuding a cool and aloof aura. However, when I look at myself, I feel a sense of warmth and comfort. Faced with such a stark contrast, Jiang Han was immediately captivated by the beauty before him. Why are you staring at me like that? Dugu Qingyue felt a little embarrassed by the stares and pretended to be angry. Isn't it because I see Master again and feel that Master is even more beautiful? Don't talk nonsense. I am your master. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Don't say such things again. Upon hearing this, Dugu Qingyue spoke seriously. Although she felt a little uncomfortable when she said those words. But what's done is done, and she still doesn't know why she feels differently about Jiang Han. What? Senior sister, so you came to see your disciple. Just as the two were chatting, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. Jiang Han didn't even know when the other person appeared, but seeing that it was a little girl, about 15 or 16 years old, he wasn't too nervous. Moreover, he had already guessed her identity because she addressed Dugu Qingyue as senior sister. And who is this? Jiang Han wasn't stupid. If he directly revealed Xiao Liner's identity, it would probably arouse suspicion. However, I was quite shocked. I never expected that this legendary little witch of the Moon Spirit sect would be so cute. Xiao Liner's appearance successfully made Jiang Han understand once again what it means to believe what you hear. Especially considering the vast difference between written descriptions and what we actually see on site. Junior sister. Weren't you supposed to be in charge of the sect's work? Dugu Qingyue said with a hint of helplessness and a cold tone. Because I was too anxious, I didn't even notice that there was a little tail following me. Senior sister, I'm already here, so please don't be angry. Seeing Xiao Liner's appearance, Jiang Han's heart melted. Who could resist such a sight? These few sentences alone are probably something that even a girl from northeast China in her past life could never learn in a lifetime. That little rascal, Tui. Junior uncle, this place is very dangerous, you should leave quickly. Jiang Han almost blurted out the words little potato, and quickly corrected himself. Xiao Liner was overjoyed to hear someone call her Shirshu, a term of respect for one's martial uncle. Especially since Jiang Han is also a very handsome guy, he's even happier. She let go of Dugu Qingyue's hand, walked over with her hands behind her back, and then reached out to pat Jiang Han's forehead. She didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Liner is less than 1.6 meters tall, and she knows she can reach Jiang Han's forehead if she stretches out her hand. Not bad. You do know how to respect your teacher. Don't worry, your uncle is quite capable. This little matter is nothing to me. Before he could finish speaking, a huge figure fell from the clouds in the distance. The three-legged golden crow then pierced through the clouds and hovered in the air, its body bearing several hideous wounds that looked quite gruesome. The enormous impact created a strong wind that swept outwards instantly. Then the three-legged golden crow roared to the sky, and the ferocious beasts on the ground were once again powerfully suppressed. Many of the weaker ones were even knocked unconscious by the shock. What's going on? This is terrifying. Xiao Liner herself didn't realize that just as the fire phoenix was falling. She let out a scream and jumped right into Jiang Han's arms in a princess carry, burying her head deep in his chest. Touching her incredibly delicate body, so petite and exquisite, it evoked a sense of tenderness. Smelling the sweet fragrance of the young girl, Jiang Han couldn't help but rub his face against hers, then took a deep breath, his face full of satisfaction. Chapter 78. How can you be distracted when you're trying to pick up girls? Jiang Han had no other thoughts at the moment. After all, how could he be distracted while chasing girls? You should have the composure to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses before you, otherwise how can you win her heart? Xiao Liner was so frightened that she lost her composure and didn't notice Jiang Han's subtle movements at all. Just because she didn't notice doesn't mean others didn't. Dugu Qingyue's expression changed instantly. She had already been unhappy to see another beautiful woman by Jiang Han's side. Now look what's happened. The junior sister she met for the first time got hugged, but she got nothing. As a king-level expert, Dugu Qingyue was naturally already aware of the battle situation ahead. That's why they didn't leave with Jiang Han immediately, because the ultimate outcome of this beast tide was still a duel between the two kings. Liner! Get down here! What kind of behavior is this? Hearing her senior sister's words, Xiao Liner finally realized what was happening. Finding herself in Jiang Han's arms, she screamed and quickly jumped down. This was certainly not Jiang Han's own choice, it was just that Xiao Liner was clearly stronger than him and easily broke free from the restraints. I just didn't react right away, it wasn't because I was scared. I know, Uncle Master, after all, you don't know the situation on the battlefield. That's right, who would have thought that there would be a battle at the king level in this small city of Jiangyang? Don't you think so, senior sister? Seeing Xiao Liner trying so hard to defend herself, Dugu Qingyue shook her head. This junior sister is still too young, sometimes she treats her like a daughter. Alright, this is not something you can handle. You should go back to your sect. Ha? I don't want to go back. I haven't been out to play in so long. Can I play for a few more days before going back, please, senior sister? Seeing Xiao Liner like this, Jiang Han understood. Why is it that Xiao Liner still has a place among so many powerful female protagonists in the original work? This talent for acting cute is something not everyone can learn. Which man could resist this? In fact, Shaoliner wasn't given much attention in the original novel, but she was never absent from the story, which shows that it's likely that this character was the author's ideal type, but as the story progressed, he was replaced by someone else. Even so, she was still given a lot of screen time, which shows how special Shaoliner's status is. Alright, stay if you want. It'll be good for you to experience the brutality of battle beforehand. Duga Qingyue was somewhat helpless with this junior sister, so she could only agree to it for the time being. Although the Fire Phoenix is currently suppressed, we cannot let our guard down against the upcoming beast tide. If the ferocious beasts launch a desperate counterattack, the consequences will still be significant. Yeah. Upon hearing her senior sister's agreement, Shaoliner jumped up and down with joy. It's clear that cultivation in the Moon Spirit sect is extremely arduous. But thinking about it, it makes sense it's not easy to forge a new path. On the surface, it seems that the Moon Spirit sect has broken through the shackles, but only they themselves know how much effort they have put in behind the scenes. Fire Phoenix, still don't know you're wrong? On the three-legged golden crow, Kenneth Fox said coldly. Wrong? We have never been wrong, three-legged golden crow. You will be punished by heaven sooner or later for aiding and abetting evil. Upon hearing this, the three-legged golden crow transformed back into human form, its expression not looking too good. You're nothing but a beast, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly here. I'll spare your life today, don't be ungrateful. That's ridiculous. If I'm an animal, then don't you think you're an animal too? Upon hearing this, everyone who heard it was completely dumbfounded. Kenneth Fox's spirit beast girl is named Hu Xian, and she is a real human being, yet she has been insulted by a ferocious beast. Presumptuous. With a flick of his sleeve, Hu Xian unleashed another wave of powerful pressure. The already severely injured Fire Phoenix coughed up a mouthful of blood, its aura weakening even further. Are you angry and embarrassed? At your level, you should be able to sense something, right? Even if you don't want to admit it, what flows in your blood will never change. Fire Phoenix's sarcastic tone successfully drew everyone's attention. It seems that no one considered this from beginning to end. From a genetic perspective, it's impossible to explain why human blood can transform into ferocious beasts. What does she mean? Shaoliner also looked at Duga Qingyue with some doubt, as if there was some earth-shattering secret hidden here. Similarly, Zhang Han also didn't quite understand. After all, this was originally a plot point in the original work, and the original work doesn't explain why this situation occurred. I don't know either, my strength hasn't reached that level yet. Spreading heresy and misleading the public, he deserves to die. Kenneth Fox's anger has been successfully ignited, and it's important to know that it's not just those fighting here who can hear it. The beast tide in Jiangyang City has been broadcast live nationwide, meaning that all people in the Great Xia Kingdom can hear the conversation between the two sides. As one of the 8 kings, Kenneth Fox naturally needs to be mindful of his social impact. Clearly, he also knew some secrets, but it seemed that such things could not be made public. As he spoke, Kenneth Fox prepared to kill Fire Phoenix. Of course, killing a king-level expert is still very difficult, but even if it comes at a price, it's worth it. You think you can kill me all by yourself? Beasts, heed my command, retreat. The Fire Phoenix struggled to its feet, soared into the sky, and quickly disappeared into the horizon. As the three-legged golden crow withdrew its oppressive aura, the beast tide receded like a receding tide. We won. We really won. Seeing this, everyone cheered. Many masters and their spirit beast girls embraced and wept, knowing that they had just been prepared to die. It's a miracle that we've finally overcome all our hardships. At the same time, the beast tide from the south of the city also receded completely. Only a crumbling city wall remains, bearing witness to everything that happened here. All defense troops, listen to my command, mop up the remaining enemy forces. Covered in blood, Su Ziqin gave his final order before collapsing from exhaustion. At this time, the area 10 kilometers north of the city wall was filled with broken walls and ruins. If the beast tide continues its attack, it will soon reach the main city area. Are you all right? Just as Su Ziqin was about to fall, a strong hand caught him. Principal Bai, Zhang Yang is safe. After saying that, Su Ziqin immediately lost consciousness. Bai Shangwei wasn't much better off. Just as a king-level beast tide broke out in the north of the city, king-level ferocious beasts also appeared in the south of the city. Apart from the two individuals, the only other king-level experts in the city were the mayor and deputy mayor of Jiangyang City. The four fought desperately to hold off the king-level beast tide. Chapter 79. This matter can't be let go, right? This beast tide can be said to be the largest beast tide that Jiangyang City has encountered in the past century, without exception. The fact that they were able to defend themselves to this extent was already beyond expectations. Principal Bai, how is Ziqin? Just then, a slightly aged figure walked over quickly with faltering steps. Mayor Su, it's not a big problem, I'm just a little exhausted. Many people don't know that the Defense Army General is actually the son of Mayor Su Wuling. Ziqin, how are you? Just as Su Wuling took her son, a beautiful woman covered in blood walked over. It was Liang Hong, Su Ziqin's mother. Seeing her son's exhausted appearance, Liang Hong burst into tears. This is already the best outcome, at least we're all still alive. What about Vice Mayor Wang? Bai Shangwei searched for a long time but couldn't find the deputy mayor. Su Wuling shook her head and said with a pained expression. To deal with that king-level green python, the two of them perished together. Upon hearing this, Bai Shangwei sighed. The city of Jiangyang already had few king-level combatants, and now they have lost two more, which is a huge loss for the entire city. Although the entire Great Xia is a unified entity, many cities are actually relatively independent. The reason is simple, the distance between cities is simply too great. The middle part is the territory of the ferocious beasts, making it extremely difficult to provide support. If Huaqi hadn't happened to be passing by, the entire Jiangyang city would probably have been burned to the ground. In order to be able to see each other from the side, the higher-ups of Daxia came up with a lot of ideas. However, due to various factors, these plans ultimately failed to materialize, and all that could be done was to have the 8 powerful kings conduct regular inspections. In case of any unexpected event, they can come to provide assistance immediately. However, the area of the Great Xia is too large, making it virtually impossible to take care of everything. The only option is to minimize the losses as much as possible. He was a hero of our Jiangyang city. He is gone, but we who are alive must continue to do what we should do. Sacrificing oneself in such a beast tide is inevitable, and sometimes it even seems like a common occurrence. The important question is whether the living can rebuild their confidence and continue human civilization. The cleanup work is very complicated, but the beast tide is not all bad. At least it ended the fighting between the various factions of humanity, allowing them to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the work of reconstruction. At times like these, no one will harbor selfish motives. After all, if Jiangyang City's defenses are not done well, everything else is just a passing cloud. You're right. It seems I need to train new talent quickly, otherwise our combat strength is still too weak. If we encounter this situation again, I'm afraid. Bai Shangwei didn't continue speaking, because everyone knew what the consequences would be. Speaking of which, are there any particularly outstanding students among this year's freshmen? There is one, but he has already become an apprentice, so you probably don't have a chance. What a joke! In the entire Jiangyang city, besides you and me, who else is qualified to be a genius's mentor? Upon hearing this, Su Wuling was immediately displeased. Moon Spirit Sect Master Duga Qingyue, go and ask her for the person. Upon hearing this, Su Wuling's expression froze, and she said with some surprise. That can't be right, can it? Don't they only accept women? Could it be a young girl? Our Haitian Academy has always only counted the number of masters as new students. Don't you know that? Hearing this, Su Wuling's face showed even more confusion. No way? How did he do that? He even got into the Moon Spirit sect? I've had contact with them, and they didn't even give me a second glance. I don't know about that. That's their skill. Why are you being so sour? The two have known each other for decades and know each other's little thoughts perfectly well. If Liang Hong hadn't been there, Bai Shangwei wouldn't have spoken so discreetly. Old Bai, what do you mean by this? What did I do that? I was just a little curious. Instead of being curious about this, you should think more about what's to come. I need to go to school, so I won't be able to keep you company. After saying that, Bai Shangwei walked away. Su Wuling stood with her hands on her hips, feeling somewhat helpless. What kind of situation was this? How did it become her fault? You go ahead and do your work, I'll take Ziqin home first. Liang Hong clearly knew something, and said coldly before leaving with her son. No, what do you mean? This matter is going to stay unresolved? You know exactly what you're thinking, but one thing is for sure, if you send my son here to die again, I will never let this go. Su Wuling was helpless. He hadn't expected that after all these years, his wife still hadn't let go of the past. However, now is clearly not the time to argue, nor is there time to explain. After all, even though the beast tide has receded, there are still many lone ferocious beasts that need to be dealt with. As mayor, he naturally has to do things personally, otherwise he would be derelict in his duty. Never mind, the bigger picture is what matters. After comforting herself, Su Wuling turned around and threw herself into her work. On the other side, Kenneth Fok landed on the city wall and spoke with a strong voice. The beast tide has receded. I will be stationed in the city for a period of time. I hope everyone can regain their confidence and restore the defense of Jiangyang City as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered. With the strongest king among us here, what is there to worry about? Everyone can then focus on the reconstruction work with peace of mind. But before that, they had to make proper arrangements for all their fallen comrades. What happened next was beyond the scope of Jiang Han's involvement as a freshman. I arrived at the shelter as soon as possible, intending to reunite with my family and also introduce myself to my beautiful mentor. But as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the shelter, someone spotted him. Look! It's Jiang Han. He's our great hero of Jiangyang City. It really is Jiang Han. With someone taking the lead, everyone quickly turned to look. Upon seeing that it really was Jiang Han, the scene was immediately surrounded by a huge crowd. Jiang Han, you're amazing. Yes, you are our hero. A hero of Jiangyang City. Before Jiang Han could speak, he felt his body lighten and was lifted up by these people. There really wasn't any need for that. I just did what I was supposed to do. Jiang Han felt somewhat helpless. These people were just too enthusiastic. He didn't want to be labeled a hero, because if that happened, it would be difficult to escape later. He never intended to be a hero, and even his actions were largely motivated by a desire to gain experience. He was simply caught up in the fearless spirit of those around him during the bloody battle and got a little carried away. When the king-level ferocious beast appeared, he even thought about running away. Jiang Han felt a little embarrassed to call himself a hero. But who would listen to his explanation now? A freshman, performing so brilliantly, he can't keep a low profile even if he wants to. Senior sister, the disciple you've taken on is quite good. Dugu Qingyue was deeply moved by this scene. After all, it is in such a life or death situation that a person's character is most clearly revealed. Unexpectedly, Xiao Linner's sudden remark alerted her, and she immediately looked at her junior sister. Chapter 80, I'm still here for you. Fortunately, seeing that Xiao Linner only sighed and there was nothing else in her eyes, Dugu Qingyue finally relaxed. He thought to himself that this apprentice was good, but he was too popular with girls. Now that he's become a hero of the entire city, won't he attract even more attention in the future? No, I have to find a chance to remind him. If this continues, he'll be completely drained. Whether she was worried about not getting it or not, we don't know. Jiang Han was finally freed after about 10 minutes. Everyone, this is what we should do. As masters, our duty is to protect the peace of this region. There's no need for you to go to such lengths. I believe anyone would have done the same. Although he was reluctant, Jiang Han was still very happy when he spoke. Since such things happen, there's nothing that can be prevented, so it's better to accept them cheerfully. At this moment, people from the Song and Jiang families also squeezed in. Jiang Wanwan, with his large pregnant belly, smiled as broadly as a flower. Excuse me, Jiang Han is my son. Jiang Han's performance this time was so outstanding that it's obvious he'll secure more resources for the Jiang family. It's practically a done deal that the Jiang family will rise to a higher level, so Jiang Wanwan, as the father, is naturally delighted. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Jiang Han had fought tooth and nail for this. Those who want to enjoy the fruit but ignore the cultivation process are destined to have poor results. Unlike him, the Song family's attitude was much better. Song Zhang and Song Zhong anxiously squeezed through the crowd, and they both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Song Yenyun was all right. Song Zhong squeezed through the crowd and hugged Jiang Han tightly, bursting into tears. Brother-in-law, I'm so glad you're all right. You have no idea how worried I was when I saw it on the livestream. Although Song Zhong is also a master, he is currently considered single because his marriage proposal fell through. It's understandable that he didn't go to the front lines. No one would say anything if they knew. What are you doing? Let go of me. Your snot is coming out. Jiang Han pushed Song Zhong away with a look of disgust, but he also felt a little emotional. Unexpectedly, this kid is quite loyal and righteous. It's probably because he met the wrong person that he became a minor villain in the early stages. Brother-in-law, you actually dislike me? I was so worried about you. Okay, thank you, alright? Go home now. John Han couldn't stand this any longer and just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Since we're going home, let's not go back to school. We have some distinguished guests coming, so we should at least show them some hospitality. Jiang Wanwan smiled obsequiously, his meaning quite clear. These words were naturally meant for Dugu Qingyue. This also proves that Jiang Wanwan was exceptionally skilled in interpersonal relationships. Jiang Han felt nothing but disdain. If it weren't for the help of a powerful figure, the entire Jiangyang city would have ceased to exist. What's the point of talking about hospitality? My disgust grew even stronger. If it weren't for the fact that he was short of money last time and Su Shuayuan's mother urgently needed money, he would never have wanted to have anything to do with the Jiang family. But now that Dugu Qingyue has come, and she is nominally my master, I can't very well entertain her in the dormitory, can I? So I had no choice but to agree for the time being. Because the Song family mansion was located in the north of the city, near the outskirts, it was also severely damaged this time, so they decided to go and stay temporarily at the Jiang family's place as well. You don't seem to like your father very much. On the way back, Dugu Qingyue lowered her voice and looked at Jiang Wanguan, who was talking eloquently ahead of her. Master, there are some things you may not know. Anyway, try to have as little contact with him as possible. If you do him a favor, he will take it back from you tenfold later. Jiang Han made no attempt to hide his thoughts and spoke frankly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It seemed he was that kind of person too. But compared to Jiang Wanguan, he's still somewhat better. Isn't it inappropriate for you to talk about your own father like that? Dugu Qingyue thought Jiang Han would put it more tactfully, but she didn't expect his thoughts to be so similar to hers. What's wrong with that? He only cares about his own interests. If I achieve nothing, he won't even give me a second glance. Upon hearing this, Dugu Qingyue nodded. Having a father like that is a tragedy for anyone. It's okay, I'm here with you. Dugu Qingyue said this out of the blue, but there was nothing wrong with her saying it as a master. It was mainly that inexplicable feeling in her heart that was causing Dugu Qingyue to feel somewhat at a loss. You understand what I mean, right? I understand. Of course I understand what Master is saying. I know that Master is good to me. Hearing this, Dugu Qingyue relaxed a little. But when she met Jiang Han's gaze, she felt a little uncertain. Because Jiang Han's gaze was far too intense, it didn't feel like he was looking at his master at all, it was more like, I won't be staying here for long. Do you still have the origin true feather? Of course, I always keep the things my master gave me on my person. As he spoke, Jiang Han took out a necklace from his chest, with the origin true feather emitting a faint glow, which was firmly attached to it. Seeing this, Dugu Qingyue's face flushed slightly. There's a reason why it's called the origin true feather. No wonder she's felt a vague connection with Jiang Han all this time. It turns out he's been carrying it with him all along. After receiving the original feather, Dugu Qingyue quickly composed herself. I haven't nurtured this origin true feather for very long, so its power isn't very great. As she spoke, Dugu Qingyue forced out a drop of her essence blood and dripped it onto the surface. Immediately, the original true feather emitted an even more crimson light, which quickly subsided. However, the original true feather's color was even deeper, making it look like a living thing. Remember this incantation. Reciting it at crucial moments should allow you to unleash the full power of a star level 1 star strike. Ding! Host has accepted the inheritance. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Congratulations, host, for learning the Vermilion Bird Mantra. Suddenly, a flood of information rushed into my mind. As a dragon god mage, Jiang Han already possessed the language of dragons. The Vermilion Bird Mantra and the dragon language are logically similar, but it is obvious that there is a huge difference between the two. Clearly, the power of the dragon language is far greater. After all, dragons are mythical creatures, and even the strongest beings in this world have never seen a real dragon. Although Su Shuayuan's bloodline is related to the dragon race, she can only achieve a superficial resemblance. As for what a real dragon actually looks like, nobody knows. The description of the true dragon in the original work has always been very vague, and the ending is that Yifan leads people on a journey to find the dragon clan. This formula isn't easy, you need to really understand it. Dugu Qingyue withdrew her fingers from Jiang Han's forehead, her face becoming even rosier. Just as she was merging with his essence, she suddenly felt that a strange connection had been established between her soul and Jiang Han. Chapter 81 Uncle Master, be careful what you say. The connection felt like it came from the depths of the soul, yet upon closer inspection, it was elusive and intangible. She had never felt this way before, and she didn't know why. The most obvious feeling was that Duga Qingyue felt she couldn't stay close to Jiang Han for too long, otherwise she would have an urge to rush into his arms. Star Glory 1 star? That's incredible. Jiang Han was incredibly excited. This ability to cross a social class was just too useful. Master, you're so adorable. Because the two were very close, Jiang Han hugged Duga Qingyue tightly and kissed her on the cheek. The sudden turn of events left Duga Qingyue somewhat bewildered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Having lived for so many years, this is the first time my mind has gone completely blank. Fortunately, Jiang Han was embracing her at the moment, so his expression couldn't be seen otherwise. Wouldn't he have lost face in front of his disciple? Okay, please don't get so agitated. Little did they expect that there was also a busybody named Shaoliner nearby. The click of a camera shutter startled Duga Qingyue. Senior sister, you two really have a deep bond as master and disciple. Look at this photo, it's really well taken. The next second, Shaoliner felt her hand lighten, and the phone was gone. Before I could even react, the phone was back in my hand, but all the photos inside had been deleted. Senior sister, what are you doing? Shouldn't we take a picture to commemorate such a happy moment? What do kids know? Mind your own business. Jiang Han was equally bewildered. His beautiful master, whom he had been holding in his arms, had suddenly vanished. It was as if he had seen a ghost. As expected of a king-level expert, this is terrifying. After Duga Qingyue gifted him her essence blood, Jiang Han clearly felt the change in her attitude towards him. If nothing unexpected happens, the process of winning her over will be greatly accelerated. But after all, the two hadn't known each other for very long, so from Duga Qingyue's perspective, it was at most an accident. Therefore, Jiang Han did not want to rush things. Now that he felt the vast difference in strength between the two, he even had some reservations. Under normal circumstances, the master has absolute authority. Therefore, they are often stronger than the spirit beast girls. Of course, this is not absolute. For example, a master with exceptionally high energy levels. It will also attract powerful spirit beast girls to follow, and the reason is quite simple. The more energy the master has, the greater the boost they will receive in battle. In this situation, the master no longer has absolute say, which can easily lead to a situation where the woman is stronger than the man. This is a situation Jiang Han doesn't want to see. Therefore, Jiang Han does not intend to completely win over Duga Qingyue until the time is right. At least not now. Just as Jiang Han was lost in thought, Duga Qingyue walked straight ahead, equally distraught. There was nothing she could do about it after all. She couldn't very well let her apprentices and junior sisters see her blushing so badly. What's wrong with master? Is he angry? I don't think so. Senior sister doesn't look like this when she's angry. I know that all too well. Jiang Han was a little unsure of Duga Qingyue's thoughts, so he lowered his voice and spoke to Shaoliner. As a result, Shaoliner, who was not afraid of making a scene, said that she was still encouraging Jiang Han to continue to take the initiative. Hey, junior nephew, you have to keep it up. In all these years, I've never seen a man get within 3 meters of my senior sister. You must keep it up, your uncle supports you. Uncle Master, aren't you overthinking this? Jiang Han was surprised that Shaoliner seemed to know nothing. Actually, I had a lot of thoughts in my mind, but I just blurted them out so frankly. Hey, you don't need to pretend in front of me. Master or not, that's not the point. In my opinion, my senior sister's happiness is the most important thing. Uncle Master, be careful what you say. These words startled Jiang Han, since such things require a gradual approach. Only after truly understanding Duga Qingyue's inner world will there be any further action. This will make things proceed naturally. If you rush things, it could very well lead to the opposite result. If it arouses Duga Qingyue's disgust, then all our previous efforts will be in vain. Alright, I know exactly what you're thinking. Stop pretending to be serious. I think you still have plenty of energy, one more shouldn't be a big problem. Shaoliner patted Jiang Han's shoulder earnestly and said. He looked just like a matchmaker arranging marriages. Jiang Han was speechless, thinking to himself that even if there were 10 or 8 more, it wouldn't be a problem, let alone one. I wanted to ask Shaoliner if she wanted to consider it, but asking this question at this time was a bit too absurd. The group arrived at the Zhang family's residence. Because the beast tide did not reach this area, the Zhang family suffered almost no losses. Gentlemen, welcome to my humble abode. Our Honor's rise to become a hero in Jiangyang City is largely thanks to your assistance. Jiang Wanwan smiled broadly, as if he could already see the Jiang family's future rise to prominence. However, Jiang Han didn't give him any face at all. No need for formalities. My master and I have other matters to attend to, so we'll head back to our rooms first. After saying that, Jiang Han didn't pause for a second and directly pulled his two wives back to their room. Jiang Han's room was no longer the original small room, but now had a small courtyard. It must be said that Jiang Wanwan had a perfect grasp of interpersonal relationships and social etiquette. However, it's absolutely impossible to win back Jiang Han's heart through these means. Brother Jiang, our Song family has suffered heavy losses, and we are afraid we will have to trouble you this time. Brother Song, what are you saying? We're all family. We'll have to support each other more in Jianyang City in the future. That's natural. The two old foxes flattered each other, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. As for Su's mother, Jiang Han had already arranged for her to be settled. After the surgery, Su's mother recovered quite well. If nothing unexpected happens, and with proper treatment, there will be no more worries about the future. Back in his room, Jiang Han breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't like that feeling of being the center of attention. However, this is inevitable, since as his strength grows, he will inevitably move to the center of human society. Master, I want to establish my own power base. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Dugu Qingyue was somewhat surprised and asked in confusion. Don't you really want to continue developing the Jiang family business? The Jiang family is just an insignificant little family, and they have no role to play in the fate of humanity. The organization I'm going to establish has the goal of surpassing the Master Alliance. Upon hearing this, Dugu Qingyue frowned. Do you know what the Master Alliance means? Of course I know that it's precisely because their influence is so great that changes must be made. Seeing Jiang Han's resolute expression, Dugu Qingyue was shocked. She had never expected that her disciple would have such lofty ambitions. Chapter 82 Coming to compete for favor. As a king-level powerhouse, Dugu Qingyue naturally knew what the Master Alliance was like. The existence of the Master Alliance has indeed prevented many misunderstandings. However, the Master Alliance's role was not entirely positive. In fact, it led to the concentration of power. It even threatened the decisions of the Great Xia government. After all, no one could ignore such a powerful force. Are you really going down this path? Similarly, Dugu Qingyue also knew what it meant to embark on this path. I've figured it out, I'm going to create a different world. Your ambition is certainly lofty, but do you know how many challenges it will present? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han smiled slightly. Challenges are always present, and if a person doesn't try, what's the difference between them and a salted fish? Upon hearing this, Dugu Qingyue was deeply shocked. The existence of the Moon Spirit sect, in a sense, is also to eliminate excessively centralized power. But in reality, many things are not so easy to change. Gradually, due to the growing strength of the Master Alliance, the status of the Moon Spirit sect has actually been greatly affected. After all, ordinary people can be punished, but if they encounter the Master Alliance, even the Moon Spirit sect cannot truly achieve fairness and impartiality. Dugu Qingyue even considered giving up at one point, because the current Moon Spirit sect was completely different from what she had expected. Alright, since you've made your decision, I support it. With your talent, you might actually be able to make some changes. The Moon Spirit sect is currently facing too many constraints. Even those in the know see it is nothing more than a tool to be used by those in power. Therefore, Dugu Qingyue did not want to hand over the Moon Spirit sect to Jiang Han. On the contrary, a newly established organization might be more popular. As long as you stick to your principles, you might achieve something quite different. You support me? Of course, I am your master, so naturally I will support you. Otherwise, who else will support you? Tell me what kind of talent you need, and I can look for some for you. Jiang Han was deeply moved. After all, this was no small matter. The power of the Master Alliance is well known to every person in Great Xia. The fact that Dugu Qingyue could still support him shows that she is still very important to him. There's no need to look for talent. My organization will be entirely staffed with our own people. Hearing this, Dugu Qingyue was a little confused. Did that mean that capable subordinates were not one of her own? Moreover, without talent, how can we talk about development? Having a goal is a good thing, but if you don't have a good way to achieve it, I advise you to give up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han realized that Dugu Qingyue had misunderstood his meaning. It's hard to explain now, so you don't need to worry about it, master. I know what I'm doing. Duga Qingyue glanced at Jiang Han suspiciously, though she had no idea what the kid was up to. But seeing how confident he was, I chose to believe him. After all, even though they hadn't spent much time together, his apprentice was still very capable of creating miracles. Alright then, but I must remind you, don't be too ambitious. Even if you have a goal, you must be down to earth. Remember, haste makes waste. Hearing their conversation, the others were even more shocked. However, Xiao Liner was focused on something else, and pouted unhappily as she spoke. I regret it now. Senior sister, you've never spoken to me so gently before. Your disciple is just here to compete with me for my favor. Junior sister, what are you saying? Jiang Han, however, perked up his ears and stared at Xiao Liner in shock. Could this little girl have some bad tendencies? I'd better keep a close eye on her. If Xiao Liner knew what Jiang Han was thinking, she would probably be furious on the spot. It's no wonder Jiang Han misunderstood after all, he had clearly noticed this during their time together. There are some discrepancies between the descriptions of the characters in reality and in the original work. After all, they are living, breathing human beings, and humans are inherently fickle creatures, so it's not surprising that they might have some hidden traits. That's right, I'm not happy about it. Jiang Han, you can't keep bothering your senior sister every day from now on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was speechless. I don't know who told me to spend more time with Duga Qingyue. Of course, none of that matters. What matters is what to name the organization if it were to be established. Master, why don't you give this organization a name? This? I don't know what to call it either, you can decide for yourself. Duga Qingyue has grown up so much, she has no time to study anything else. She was either cultivating or leveling up, which was really putting her in a difficult position. Jiang Han stroked his chin and thought for a while before suddenly speaking. Since what we're doing is defying the heavens, let's call ourselves the Heaven-Defying Sect. This name is quite domineering. Anyone who dares to defy the heavens is no pushover. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I think it's great. Junior nephew, you have a lot of guts. Before Duga Qingyue could refuse, Xiao Liner suddenly spoke up. They're acting like they're enjoying the spectacle and aren't afraid of things getting worse. Jiang Han felt a chill run down his spine. This little girl probably hoped that he would be attacked by the crowd, so that he could enjoy his beautiful master's favor all to himself. Junior uncle, I have a feeling you have ulterior motives. Really? What could I possibly be thinking? You must be mistaken. Seeing Xiao Liner's flustered appearance, Jiang Han was already certain that this little girl was definitely up to no good. It seems that when we finally take control, we'll have to teach them a lesson. I think it's good too. If you want to change the world, you should have a powerful name. To everyone's surprise, the second person to agree was Su Shuayuan. Hearing Su Shuayuan speak, Song Yenyun nodded as well. I think it's good too. It sounds like a sect that's going to do something big. Jiang Han grinned. He had only meant to make a joke, but now, the votes had already exceeded half. But it doesn't really matter, after all it's just a name. What you call yourself doesn't matter much, what matters is what you do. Alright, let's call it the Heaven-Defying Sect. Starting today, the Heaven-Defying Sect is officially established. Master and Junior Uncle will be guest elders of the Heaven-Defying Sect. Should I join too? Upon hearing that Jiang Han had included her in the calculations, Xiao Liner pointed to herself in surprise and asked. Of course, after all, you are Master's junior sister, so you should support us. There are only 3 of us now, shouldn't Junior Uncle support the younger generation? Jiang Han shrugged, finding it amusing. This little girl probably never imagined that her little schemes would backfire so badly. Chapter 83, I need to work hard. Xiao Liner had shot herself in the foot, but Jiang Han's words made a lot of sense, and she didn't know how to refuse. Fine, I'll join you then. But as you said, I'm just a guest elder. Don't expect me to stand up for you. No need for that. Junior Uncle can just lend his name. After all, we're just starting out and don't really need any help. Jiang Han smiled slightly, feeling very happy inside. Although Xiao Liner is not as good as Duga Qingyue, she is still a star glory level expert. These 2 combat powers alone are enough to wipe out many forces. Moreover, with enough effort, Jiang Han will eventually take these 2 under his wing. Once they're all family, how could he not help them? Of course, these are all things to be discussed later, and we will have to take things one step at a time. Alright, everything's fine here now. With Senior Kenneth Fok here, the reconstruction of Jiangyang City shouldn't be a problem. My junior sister and I will head back to the sect now. Are you leaving so soon? Hearing this, Jiang Han felt a little reluctant. After all, how can the influence of the original true feather be as fast as the feelings that grow stronger when you're together every day? There are still many things to take care of in this sect, so I can't stay any longer. As Duga Qingyue spoke, she glanced at Xiao Linner, her meaning quite clear. Xiao Linner stuck out her little tongue, her adorable appearance leaving Duga Qingyue somewhat helpless. Alright then, master, don't worry, I will definitely level up as soon as possible and realize my dream soon. Yes, you must practice the vermilion bird mantra I taught you diligently and never slack off. Jiang Han nodded, wanting to say that he had completely mastered it and could even apply it to other situations. However, not knowing how to explain it, he didn't say anything. 2 weeks later, the reconstruction of Jianyang City was successfully completed thanks to everyone's joint efforts. Moreover, thanks to Kenneth Fox's involvement, the city wall's defensive capabilities have been further enhanced. Thank you for your help, Prince Hua. Su Wuling clasped her hands in a fist salute to express her gratitude. No need for formalities, this is what I should do. Principal Bai, I heard that one of your university's freshmen is quite reckless, actually trying to kill someone in a martial arts competition. Is that true? Bai Shangwei didn't want to speak, but he didn't expect to be called out by name. And the question was about Jiang Han, which made me a little worried. However, since they asked, they must have received some information, so I can only tell them the truth. King Hua, this is indeed true, but it was because the student had just learned the forbidden spell and couldn't control his strength properly. It was not intentional. You don't need to explain to me. These students are the future pillars of our great Xia. We must not allow any greater losses to occur. After saying that, Kenneth Fox leaped into the air. A three-legged golden crow suddenly appeared beneath his feet, then vanished into the sky like lightning. Jianyang City isn't very big, so being able to stay here for this long is already quite impressive. Is the Prince Hua referring to Jiang Han? Su Wuling had obviously done some research as well, and asked with some doubt. That's right, it's the one I told you about, the disciple of the Moon Spirit Sect Master. Bai Shangwei frowned. If it were someone else, he would really have to consider whether or not to continue to give his full support. After all, being singled out and criticized by the strongest player means that, while not exactly being completely ruined, they certainly won't get any good opportunities. The problem is that this person is Jiang Han. He is not only Duga Qingyue's apprentice, but also a great hero of this beast tide. If we ignore them, it will definitely cause public dissatisfaction. At that time, both Mayor Su Wuling and University President Bai Shangwei will likely be scorned. What are you planning to do? Bai Shangwei frowned, pondered for a moment, and then spoke solemnly. I will do my best to nurture him, after all, he is very likely the hope of our Jianyang City. You really trust him that much? Su Wuling clearly still disagreed. After all, finding a representative young person was not difficult for Jianyang City. However, offending a top-tier player as a result would be a huge loss. I just received news that Jiang Han has already reached gold level 2. What did you say? Su Wuling's voice changed. How could anyone not be surprised that she was a freshman at the gold level 2? Although leveling up is not that difficult for the master. However, the absorbed energy requires time to refine, which limits the speed of leveling up. Generally speaking, reaching the gold level by the time you graduate from your senior year is already considered exceptional. Jiang Han reached gold rank as soon as he arrived, so what level will he reach when he graduates? You heard me right, this kid's talent is absolutely top tier among everyone I've ever seen. You mean, our Jianyang City is very likely to gain another king-level expert? No. It's very likely to be the strongest king-level expert? Su Wuling cannot afford to take this lightly, it's not a simple matter. If a top player emerges in Jianyang City, it means there will be endless resources to strive for. This could very well make Jianyang City a highly sought-after location. The most important of these is the upgrade agent, which was developed decades ago. It has always been in short supply, with only a tiny bit more available in cities that have produced the strongest player. But obtaining it remains extremely difficult. Compared to regular advancement potions, upgrade potions are more effective and have no side effects. The advancement potion that Jiang Han spent a lot of money to buy for Lu Ruyan was a low-quality version. This was a last resort, even though taking the advancement potion would only raise one talent level. But for most of the Spirit Beast girls, the benefits are undoubtedly enormous. After all, the level of one's talent directly determines the level of their future achievements. Therefore, even if it costs a little more lifespan, it would be absolutely worth it. Do you trust my judgment? Of course, I believe that if that's the case, we must persevere, even if it involves some risks. Su Wuling's gaze was firm. He, the vice mayor, and even Bai Shangwei had all reached the pinnacle, but after more than a decade, they finally realized that it was impossible for them to take another step forward. Although they were among the best of their peers back then, they still couldn't become the ultimate champion. It's easy to imagine that advancing to the next level is easy to say but incredibly difficult to do. The gap between the two is like an insurmountable chasm, and very few people can truly overcome it. Alright, since that's the case, let's take a gamble. Anyway, our old bones aren't worth much. Bai Shangwei was overjoyed, even though it might offend a top-tier player. But as long as it's for the future of Jiangyang City, they are willing to pay any price. Jiang Han was unaware that, during their conversation, he had already become a key figure in their development program. After Dugu Qingyue left, she naturally wanted to enjoy herself. To his disappointment, their sanctity did not continue to decrease. Jiang Han guessed that the reason was that there weren't enough people. Looks like I'll have to work really hard. Chapter 84. If only I had known that the day before. A few days later, Haitan University reopened. The number of people was much smaller. Many had lost their lives due to the beast tide. Jiangyang City also held a large-scale memorial service to commemorate those who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. During the same period, Jiang Han became the focus of everyone's discussion. They have even amassed a large following online. Of course, where there are fans, there are also those who kick someone when they're down. Even after seeing the video of Jiang Han's performance on the battlefield, some people still slandered him, saying that he didn't need to go all out earlier, otherwise so many people wouldn't have died. This sparked a fierce online debate among netizens. Jiang Han didn't pay much attention to this. After all, there are all kinds of people in this world, and it would be making a mountain out of a molehill to cause trouble for these people. In the future, he will use his strength to shut up all those arrogant guys. Brother Han. Hello, Brother Han. Walking on the school road, everyone who saw Jiang Han looked at him with admiration and greeted him warmly. Master, does our heaven-defying sect really not need to recruit anyone? What kind of people are we hiring? Your girlfriends and our baby will be people too, won't they? Upon hearing this, Song Yin Yun was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. That's way too exaggerated. If that's all there is to it, how many female companions would you need to reach the scale of a true sect? But considering what happened last night, I really should have found more girlfriends. It's unclear what's wrong with Jiang Han's physical structure, but his energy is so abundant, it's completely illogical. Alright, I know what I'm doing, so you don't need to worry. As they spoke, the group continued walking toward the stadium. The event held at the university today was primarily to recognize students who performed exceptionally well during the beast tide. Under Jiang Han's leadership, many students still participated in the battle. Especially in the defense of the north of the city, most of them could be described as fearless and undaunted. As for the subsequent king-level beast tide, it was a battle on a completely different level, so even if someone retreated, they wouldn't be looked down upon. Just as the group turned a corner, a figure suddenly darted out. The person who came was wrapped up so tightly that his face could not be seen at all, only a pair of lifeless eyes were visible. Su Shuiyuan immediately became alert, assumed a defensive posture, and asked coldly, "Who are you? What do you want?" Jiang Han, it's me." Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Han immediately recognized who was standing in front of him. "Oh, so you're a fairy. What? Trying to trip me up?" Jiang Han scoffed, not expecting this woman to still have the nerve to come and see him. "No. Jiang Han, you've misunderstood." Lu Ruyan hurriedly explained, afraid that Jiang Han would get angry and ignore her like before. However, she seemed to have forgotten that it was a miracle that she had survived this long, since Jiang Han was now completely uninterested in her. "Misunderstanding? I don't think there's any misunderstanding. Move aside, a good dog doesn't block the way." Despite being insulted like this, Lu Ruyan was not angry at all. Instead, she became even more attentive. "You're right, I'm not a good dog." Seeing that the other party still wouldn't move aside, Jiang Han got a little angry and tried to walk around her to continue forward. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan quickly stepped aside to continue blocking Jiang Han's path. "What exactly do you want?" Song Yenyun was also angry. She naturally knew about the relationship between Jiang Han and Lu Ruyan. Now this woman is bothering me again, what good intentions could she possibly have? "Jiang Han, can you help me? My mother was injured in the beast tide and is dying. I don't have the money to treat her. Hearing this, Jiang Han smiled. I never imagined there were such shameless people in the world. Their relationship was so bad it was practically shattered, if not completely strained. There is only one explanation: Lu Ruyan was truly desperate. After Yi Fan's death, she also lost her master. Without the master's blessing, even with a rank talent, it's impossible to unleash much combat power. Moreover, due to the impact of the previous incidents, it is estimated that no one in the entire Jiangyang city would pity her now, let alone become her master. Lu Ruyan, do you really think I'm a fool? Your affairs are none of my business. Get out of my way, or I won't be polite. Seeing the utter disgust in Jiang Han's eyes, Lu Ruyan truly regretted it. River. Roll. Lu Ruyan wanted to speak, but Jiang Han pushed her away. Jiang Han could never accept such a snobbish woman who, seeing his current success, has started having all sorts of ideas again. To put it bluntly, sparing her life back then was just an accident. Now that Yi Fan is dead, Jiang Han simply has no interest in paying attention to her anymore. As for so-called compassion, if you have that kind of feeling towards the enemy, you're not far from death. Given Lu Ruyan's personality, even if Jiang Han offered a helping hand, it wouldn't end well. If she encounters a more powerful master, this woman will absolutely not hesitate to betray him. Master, aren't we going a bit too far? Looking at Lu Ruyan, whose tears were streaming down her face, Su Shuiyuan felt a pang of pity as she recalled what had happened before. Remember this: mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. Besides, a woman who betrays her master so easily can never be our ally. Upon hearing this, Song Yenyun nodded. Clearly, she has a deep understanding of this as well. Watching the three figures disappear into the distance, Lu Ruyan felt as if her heart was being torn apart. As the saying goes, if only I had known then what I know now, perhaps everything I'm experiencing now is karma coming back to haunt me. Haitian University Stadium. The place was now packed with people, all cheering enthusiastically. Jiang Han became the focus of everyone's attention. Quiet. With a smile on his face, Bai Shangwei spoke softly, his voice drowning out everyone else's, and the scene immediately fell silent. As you all know, this beast tide has brought immense suffering to our Jiangyang city, with countless people sacrificing their lives in the battle to resist it. It is their lives that allow us to stand here. The names of these heroes will be forever engraved on the monument in our Haitian University Square, so that every new student can pay homage to their heroic deeds. The deceased are gone, but the living heroes are equally worthy of respect. I think everyone still remembers the person who dared to stand up for Jiangyang City and turn the tide of the battle single-handedly. He was Jiang Han, a freshman at Haitian University. Jiang Han was still somewhat uncomfortable being thrust into the spotlight once again. However, this is likely to become the norm in the future, and we will have to adapt even if we don't want to. Bai Shangwei was very talkative, speaking non-stop for more than half an hour. As for the results of the freshman competition, I think there should be no objections. Jiang Han has now reached the second level gold level. I think there is no freshman who is more outstanding than him, right? As he spoke, Bai Shangwei deliberately looked in a certain direction. The person sitting there was none other than Su Lingfei. At first he was a little worried, but he didn't expect that Su Lingfei would not react when she heard this. Bai Shangwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he really couldn't afford to offend this woman. However, his words directly ignited the entire audience, something no one had expected. Jiang Han, a freshman, actually managed to reach the gold 2-star level through a beast tide. How many ferocious beasts must he have killed? Chapter 85 Sword Pavilion. And so, to everyone's astonishment, Bai Shangwei announced the honors Jiang Han had received. Jiang Han thus became the undisputed number 1 in the freshman competition. Jiang Han, is there anything you need? The school will try its best to meet your needs as long as it can. After announcing the results, Bai Shangwei looked at Jiang Han with a smile and asked. Principal, I seem to remember that the first place winner in the freshman competition came from the upgrade potion competition? This isn't Jiang Han being pretentious after all, it's the same every year. Yi Fan wanted to win first place in the freshman competition in order to obtain the upgrade potion. After all, people with innate S-level bloodline talent are extremely rare. No one is like Jiang Han, who has a system that allows him to increase his bloodline talent level simply by doing naughty things to lower his sanctity. If someone really had that ability, they'd probably be willing to be drained dry to have a few more rounds, right? Jiang Han, our upgrade potions were used to fight off this beast tide, so you see. The significance of upgrade potions to the spirit beast girl is self-evident. Song Yenyun has now reached S rank, and if she takes the upgrade potion, she could very well be promoted directly to SS rank. Don't be fooled by the fact that there's only one level, the difference is enormous. Overall strength can increase by at least 20%, or even more. Of course, taking the upgrade potion is also a test for the Spirit Beast Girl. Even after reaching S rank, the success rate of upgrading the potion is not 100%. The immense suffering involved is something no normal person could endure. Compared to leveling up by taking drugs, doing enjoyable things can also level up, so Jiang Han would never allow Song Yenyun and Su Shuiyuan to take them. But this thing is valuable but not readily available. Even if I don't use it myself, I can definitely sell it for a good price. Who can turn down money? What? The principal, a man of such stature, is trying to renege on his debt? Jiang Han, give me some face. There are so many people here, and both of your Spirit Beast girls have already reached S rank or above. The success rate is less than 30%. Can you choose someone else? Seeing Baixing's embarrassed expression, Jiang Han really didn't expect it. I never expected this old guy to have such a side, but since Jiangyang City no longer has upgrade potions, there's no need to force it. Well then, headmaster, I recently established a sect, and it's just getting started. Since there's no upgrade potion available, give me money of equal value. This? Are you kidding me? Money of equal value? Jiangyang City is now in dire need of reconstruction, and Haitian University also needs a lot of funds to expand its enrollment and fill the gaps in teaching staff. Not to mention extra money, even he himself has to tighten his belt. How about we put it in the books for now? After all, Jiangyang City has just started reconstruction, and we can't come up with that much money all at once. Yes, Jiang Han, please have some understanding of us. We had no other choice but to do this. Seeing this, Su Wuling also came over to smooth things over, and by this time, the audience below the stage had already started to discuss the matter. I wonder what those three were saying on stage. I thought they were exchanging pleasantries. Look at him, he's my idol, chatting with two king-level experts. That's right, Brother Han is the hope of our younger generation, so the principal and the mayor naturally have to pay attention to him. No, I feel like they're arguing. Although they couldn't hear the three people's conversation clearly, they could still guess something from their expressions. Gradually, some people noticed something was wrong and joked about it. Why are you two so stingy? You don't want to give this or that, so what was the point of me coming up here? As he spoke, Jiang Han made a move to leave. Jiang Han was confident in his ability to do this. If we don't push them a bit, they probably won't come up with anything good this time. Etc. Since Jiangyang City is in dire need of reconstruction, what face do I have to ask for a prize? There's nothing to discuss. Jiang Han shrugged, clearly not intending to leave. Bai Shangwei looked troubled, but then suddenly thought of a place and his eyes lit up. Jiang Han, there's a sword pavilion on the back mountain of our Haitan University. It has countless collections, all of which are rare treasures. Why don't you go there and choose a weapon that suits you? Old Bai, will this work? Su Wuling was speechless. Ever since the establishment of the master system, most masters do not use weapons. Even those who are not cultivators know this. The reason for having these weapons is that in the early stages of exploring cultivation methods, everyone used only cold weapons. After all, technology was not very advanced at that time, but later with the establishment of the master system, the role of cold weapons has become increasingly limited. Currently, apart from the Moon Spirit sect and a small number of masters who still use weapons, they have basically disappeared. For someone without a martial arts background, mastering a weapon is extremely difficult. To the great surprise of both of them, Jiang Han readily agreed. Okay, I agree. There's no time like the present, so let's go get it now. Jiang Han was in such a hurry because this was exactly the moment he had been waiting for. Those weapons are said to be rare treasures, but they are actually just historical artifacts. Most of them have no value and offer very limited improvement to the master's combat power. They are just something that some rich people like to collect to show off. At the same time, Haitan University treasures those collections in order to highlight its long history. But not all of them were defective. There was one weapon he absolutely had to obtain. Ha? You agreed? What else can I do? These things aren't as valuable as upgrade potions, but they can still fetch a good price if someone knows what they're doing. I'll just have to take the loss. Upon hearing this, Bai Shangwei was pleased, but he still felt that Jiang Han was up to no good. But the words have already been spoken, so even if there are any problems, this is the only way to leave it at that for now. Otherwise, if such a great hero doesn't receive any reward, the people of the entire city would probably not agree. Because upgrade potions are in short supply, the prize for first place in this freshman competition has been changed to Jiang Han being able to choose a weapon from the sword pavilion. Bai Shangwei loudly announced the results, immediately causing an uproar in the audience. What? I didn't expect the first place winner to only have those collectibles? So what? After all, the freshman competition isn't even over yet, and upgrade potions aren't available every year, are they? But Brother Han is our hero, isn't this too unfair? Jiang Han naturally heard the discussions below, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This is naturally the best opportunity to establish a persona. As long as you say how righteous and principled you are, you will surely win more people's respect. However, after thinking it over, Jiang Han still didn't speak. After all, his philosophy of life is to be low-key. If you create a persona for yourself, you'll only suffer the consequences later. Jiangyang City seems to have really fallen on hard times. They can't even produce a single upgrade potion. Upon hearing this result, Su Lingfei shook her head repeatedly, but showed no intention of leaving. Chapter 86 Frost. Amidst the heated discussion, Bai Shangwei personally led Jiang Han away. Kid, can you at least give me some face in public next time? I'm not a kid anymore, I can't afford to lose face like that. Arriving at a secluded spot, Bai Shangwei said with a hint of resentment. Principal, I've always believed that a real man should be responsible and flexible. If you can't even handle this little setback, that's not how a principal should be. You brat, are you lecturing me? Upon hearing this, Bai Shangwei was so angry that his beard trembled violently. I never imagined that after living for so many years, I would be so thoroughly lectured by a mere brat. Principal, is there anything wrong with what you said? I think you know the current situation of Great Xia better than I do. If we don't be down to earth and take things one step at a time, I'm afraid Great Xia will cease to exist when the next beast tide comes. This Phoenix invasion is not the highest level of beast tide. In the history of the Great Xia dynasty, there was once a pure king-level beast tide that broke out across the entire country. That time, the Great Xia lost almost 70% of its population, so it was called the Great Beast Tide. What you say is true, but how could a beast tide break out so easily? Bai Shangwei was somewhat indifferent. After all, even ferocious beasts need to rest and recuperate. Moreover, compared to the master system, the growth of ferocious beasts requires many times more time and resources. Furthermore, without a ferocious beast as a leader, it would be impossible to organize a beast tide of that scale. What if the evil dragon isn't dead? What did you say? Upon hearing the words evil dragon, Bai Shangwei nearly lost his composure. The evil dragon, also known as the evil Tyrannosaurus Rex, was the one that instigated the great beast tide in history. Principal, as you know, the evil dragon's corpse was never found back then. If it really didn't die, how powerful would it be now? Jiang Han's words were astonishing, directly exceeding Bai Shangwei's comprehension. Although he did not experience that beast tide, just imagining the scene made him realize what a living hell it must have been. It was precisely because of that incident that the master system was truly established. In the years that followed, the master system was greatly developed. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for humanity to recuperate and thrive. You can't just say things like that. You can only say them to me. Bai Shangwei's expression turned serious. If these words were to get out, it could very likely cause panic. If this is exploited by someone with ulterior motives, it will inevitably have a huge negative impact on Jiang Han. Jiang Han could understand this. After all, it was for his own good. However, he was also very clear in his heart that the evil dragon would definitely make a comeback. Moreover, judging from the current pace of plot changes, it is very likely that the invasion of the evil dragon will also be brought forward. I understand, Principal, but I still suggest you prepare as soon as possible. Alright, this is Sword Pavilion. You can choose whichever you like. I won't keep you company any longer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was somewhat surprised. After all, although the ancient swords here have no practical use, their collectible value is extremely high. Putting everything else aside, even the worst ancient sword on display here is worth over 1,000,000 xia coins. I didn't expect this old man to trust me so much. Of course, Jiang Han disdained to do such petty theft. If all this stuff were sold, it would be enough to build Haitian University from scratch. That principal is such a cheapskate. He's poor but still cares a lot about saving face. Then don't blame me, Jiang Han, for being ruthless and cruel. His true purpose was the most powerful ancient sword. Stepping into Jiangya, the interior is decorated in an antique style, with almost no modern elements in sight. The entire sword pavilion is filled with the marks of time. This thing probably costs a lot to make, should we just buy it? Everything inside is incredibly valuable. If the beast tide destroys it, everything will be ruined. Rather than letting it be destroyed, it's better to just convert it into money, at least it can serve a purpose. However, he ultimately suppressed his thoughts, since taking it would change the nature of the matter. Moreover, based on the pattern of beast tides, it is difficult for an even larger beast tide to break out after such a large-scale beast tide ends. Continuing to walk in, Jiang Han activated his mythical eye to look around. Most of them were ordinary weapons, with absolutely no practical value. Wait a minute, it should be right here, where did it go? After circling around for a long time, Jiang Han still couldn't find his target, which made him wonder. Who are you? Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. Jiang Han turned around and saw a chubby little girl eating a sesame seed cake with relish. Sword Spirit. Because the mythical eye was still activated, Jiang Han immediately noticed the little girl's uniqueness. This guy isn't human at all, he's a sword spirit. Ha! You can see me? Seeing Jiang Han's performance, the little girl tilted her head and asked curiously. I can not only see you, but I also know who you are. Jiang Han was not surprised at all by the appearance of this sword spirit. I just didn't expect Blade Soul to have recovered by this time, which is another turning point in the plot. According to the original novel, the sword spirit only awoke after Yi Fan had nurtured it for a period of time. What exactly happened in between remains unknown. Really? Then do you know who I am? You are nobody else, you are just yourself, and you have your own name. Your name is Qing Shuang. That's right, this is the frost sword that Jiang Han is looking for. It was the masterpiece of a master craftsman who lived 100,000 years ago. Although everyone knew that the master craftsman had died, no one had ever truly unleashed the power of the frost sword. Qing Shuang? That's a beautiful name, I like it very much. Upon hearing this, Qing Shuang gave a bright smile. Jiang Han reached out and gently touched her forehead, but he didn't feel anything. Because the power of the sword spirit is too weak at present, it has no ability to condense into a physical form. Nevertheless, Qing Shuang thoroughly enjoyed it. This was the first time since she had ever known this world that someone had been able to communicate with her, so she naturally cherished it all the more. If you're happy, that's all that matters. Where is your body? Shall I take you out to play? Good. Qing Shuang was very excited when she heard that she could go out. Jiang Han was also very happy. Qing Shuang was just too adorable. Every man longs for a daughter, this is no exaggeration. Led by Qing Shuang, Jiang Han arrived at a secluded corner. An ancient sword lies here quietly, covered in dust. The scabbard was covered in rust, indicating that it had been forgotten for a long time. This also deviates from the original work, but it's not important now. It's estimated that there will be fewer and fewer things that can rely on the original plot going forward. Jiang Han had no choice but to accept this. Qing Shuang, how about I get you a new scabbard after we get out? Great. These clothes are so dirty, I don't even want to go back. Upon hearing this, Qing Shuang jumped up happily, but describing the sword sheath as clothing was something Jiang Han hadn't expected. Chapter 87 I want one too. On second thought, Jiang Han understood. For a sword, the scabbard is just like clothing. In the original story, Yi Fan discovered the existence of the sword spirit. But actually, I didn't put much emotion into it, it was mostly just for use. This also led to the Qing Shuang sword being severely damaged later on, and it eventually had to quietly withdraw from the scene. However, the frost sword was not that simple, and Yi Fan only found out about it later, but by then it was too late to repair. Now that Qing Shuang has fallen into Jiang Han's hands, he won't waste such a precious resource. Let's go, from now on I'm your family. Family? Qing Shuang clearly doesn't understand the concept of family. Jiang Han didn't insist on explaining, but instead smiled slightly. You'll understand that in time. You still have so much to learn. Seeing that Jiang Han had only chosen a worn-out iron sword, the sword pavilion administrator was speechless. Any one of those ancient swords would be far better than this iron sword with little collectible value, right? Jiang Han, are you sure you want this sword? Out of politeness, the administrator still asked. After all, this was a task personally arranged by the principal, so it would be easier to explain if asked about it. That's right, I want this one. Could you please register it for me? Alright then, but don't regret it later. The origin of this sword is not very clear, so it might not be so easy to make a move. Hearing the administrator's words, Qing Xuan leaned against Jiang Han's thigh in fear. Are you going to sell me? How could I? I would never sell Qing Xuan, don't worry. Then, just sign here. The administrator naturally couldn't see Qing Xuan's presence and assumed that Jiang Han was talking to him. As I emerged from the sword pavilion, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared before me. Jiang Han was still wiping Qing Xuan's sword sheath when he was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure. After seeing who it was, he said speechlessly, I'm asking you, do you really know the 3000 thunderclaps technique? How come you always appear and disappear without a trace? How did you know I could perform the 3000 thunderclaps? Su Lingfei was astonished. The 3000 thunder movement was her master's ultimate technique, and very few people knew about it. Ha! You really have the 3000 thunderclaps technique? Tell me, how did you know that? Su Lingfei's smiling face suddenly changed, and she took a step closer to press for an answer. They didn't even notice that the two were only a dozen centimeters apart, their faces almost touching. Are you out of your mind? I just guessed a name randomly. Who knew you guys would be so casual about naming yourselves? Jiang Han felt a little annoyed when Su Lingfei stared at him questioningly. Although the person in front of you is indeed very beautiful, you can't just go for anything. Moreover, their relationship now needs a turning point. If you push too hard, it could backfire. Was that really just a random guess? Nonsense, who would bother asking what the name of your special technique is? Jiang Han was speechless. He hadn't expected that this so-called ultimate skill would be named so casually. This was just too much. Seeing that Jiang Han didn't seem to be lying, Su Lingfei gave up. I've come to you to spar with you. Note that it's with you personally, and you're not allowed to bring any spirit beast girls. Su Lingfei didn't care whether the other party agreed or not, and spoke directly in a commanding tone. It's clear that her spoiled, pampered temperament wasn't something she developed overnight. No wonder Yi Fan went to so much trouble to win him over. He's definitely not someone to be trifled with. This is ridiculous. I have no obligation to fight you. Goodbye. After saying that, Jiang Han left without paying any attention to Su Lingfei. Experiencing being ignored for the first time, Su Lingfei immediately became furious. Stop right there. Jiang Han ignored him and walked towards his dormitory on his own. Su Lingfei was furious. She never imagined there were people in the world who treated her like this. In all my life, no one has ever been so disrespectful to her. Jiang Han. Are you going to stop or not? However, it was all in vain, as Jiang Han completely ignored her. Fine. Since you disagree, then don't blame me for taking action. As she spoke, Su Lingfei moved with lightning speed towards Jiang Han, throwing a punch at the back of his head. Feeling the wind behind him, Jiang Han's lips curled up in a smile. Women like Su Lingfei should be conquered with force, and the strategy of playing hard to get should be employed. Otherwise, it would be a very long process to get into her heart. In the blink of an eye, the fist was less than 10 centimeters away from the back of Jiang Han's head. Just at the critical moment, Jiang Han suddenly moved and narrowly avoided Su Lingfei's attack. It must be said that Su Lingfei is quite capable. Wherever the fist passed, Jiang Han felt his ears getting hot. While dodging, Jiang Han raised one hand and grabbed Su Lingfei's wrist. What a joke, he's at least a gold-level player now. Moreover, their physical abilities far surpass those of other masters of the same rank. In this case, physical abilities are all-encompassing. Whether it's strength, flexibility, or reaction speed, they are all top-notch. Even with the blessing of the 3000 thunderclaps, Su Lingfei still couldn't compare to Jiang Han. Ah! A tremendous force struck, and Su Lingfei let out a soft cry, feeling her body being uncontrollably propelled forward. Since you don't know manners, then today I'll teach you how to be polite. Jiang Han's lips curled into a wicked smile as he grabbed Su Lingfei and tucked her under his arm. With his other hand raised high, he slapped the other person's buttocks hard with a loud smack. That was quite a blow. Su Lingfei was almost in tears. Jiang Han. I'm going to kill you. You'd better hurry. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Han's small hand fell again, as if it were powered by a small electric motor, showing no sign of stopping. Ah! Overwhelmed by intense pain and shame, Su Lingfei could no longer bear it and burst into tears. Without even thinking about it, I know her but is definitely swollen. This is what Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun saw when they arrived. Su Shuayuan was alright, but she was surprised that such a scene could happen. Song Yenyun was different. Her hips started to wiggle involuntarily, and she was already feeling aroused. No, master, I can't take it anymore. Quick, I want it too, I want it too. Jiang Han was in the middle of a fierce fight when he saw Song Yenyun rush over like a gust of wind. She quickly released Su Lingfei from her arms. If Su Lingfei found out about Song Yenyun's hobby, all her previous efforts might be in vain. Having finally broken free of her restraints, Su Lingfei dared not linger. Lightning flashed beneath her feet as she immediately created distance. Jiang Han. I hate you. After saying that, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Song Yenyun also ran over and took the initiative to crawl under Jiang Han's armpit. Her meaning was quite clear. Ahem, Xiaoyun, perhaps we shouldn't do this kind of thing in public? Chapter 88. I don't like this older sister. Song Yenyun felt extremely disappointed when her wish was not fulfilled. But when I looked back, I saw that quite a few students had already gathered there. After all, Jiang Han is now a prominent figure at Haitan University, attracting a lot of attention wherever he goes. What are those two doing? I don't know, maybe Senior Song is angry and has a fight with Jiang Han? Bullshit. What's the point of having a brain? This is clearly a reenactment. Jiang Han was speechless upon hearing his classmates' outrageous comments. It seems that no matter where they are, contemporary college students have very unique thought processes. When did they arrive? Song Yenyun looked bewildered and asked with some confusion. It was clear that he didn't seem embarrassed at all. She has always had the temperament of a young lady from a wealthy family, so naturally she doesn't care much about other people's opinions. In her opinion, her own happiness is the most important thing. Hey! What are you looking at? Do you all have to watch what my husband and I do together? Jiang Han wanted to stop him, but then he thought that he had just received a reward and many people would be curious about what he had gotten. Rather than being stuck here, it's better to be direct and let these people back down. As Jiang Han had predicted, many people shrank back in fear after Song Yenyun said that. Clearly, many people knew Song Yenyun before and were aware of her temperament. Xiaoyun, you're being too fierce. Maybe you should try to be more mindful of your image. Seeing Song Yenyun throwing a tantrum, Su Shuayuan couldn't stand it anymore and kindly reminded her. However, such a reminder is destined to be useless. Shuayuan, I think you're just too kind. Let me tell you, if they don't learn a lesson, they'll never know how powerful you are. Although it may seem a bit arrogant, it must be said that this approach is indeed very effective. As a result, the onlookers didn't dare to linger for even a moment and vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Song Yenyun put her hands on her hips, tilted her head back, and said proudly. See that? These people just need to be taught a lesson. Su Shuayuan was speechless and didn't know what to say. By the way, Master, what prize did you choose today? Yes, Master, please show it to us. Both women were very curious, and Jiang Han mysteriously pulled out the frost sword from his back. This is the treasure I chose. In fact, Song Yenyun had already seen the sword, but she never expected it to be the reward for first place in the freshman competition. Looking at the rusty iron sword, Song Yenyun made no attempt to hide her disgust. Master, isn't this just a broken sword? Why did you choose such a prize? Su Shuayuan remained silent, because she knew that Jiang Han must have had his reasons for making such a choice. Before Jiang Han could explain, the frost sword spirit sitting on his shoulder immediately became unhappy. I don't like this older sister. Don't worry, she just doesn't know how powerful you are. I'll explain it to her properly. The two women were stunned to see Jiang Han talking to himself like a madman. Although he didn't speak, his eyes said it all. Don't underestimate Qing Shuang. It's an unparalleled sword, and with proper nurturing, its future power will be limitless. Really? But I don't see anything special about it. As Song Yenyun spoke, she reached out to take it and look at it, but before her hand could even touch it, the frost sword actually moved on its own, consciously dodging her hand. This amazing scene stunned the two women, as they had never heard of an inanimate object moving on its own. You just made it a little angry. If you want to improve your relationship, you'll have to treat it better in the future. Jiang Han smiled slightly and gently flicked Song Yenyun's forehead. Honestly, I've never been hated by a sword before. I refuse to believe I can't catch you. Song Yenyun was unconvinced and went up to take it again. The spirit of the frost sword had only recently awakened and its ability to control the sword was limited, so it was impossible for it to dodge. In a few swift movements, Song Yenyun grabbed him in her hand, right at that moment. An ancient and powerful aura suddenly filled the air, and even Song Yenyun sensed a hint of danger. That was the sharp aura of a sword, seemingly capable of cutting through anything. I take back what I just said, this is indeed a fine sword. Song Yenyun spoke very seriously, while subconsciously swallowing. Seemingly sensing her emotions, that chilling aura gradually disappeared. I already said, this is no ordinary sword. Since you misunderstood it, then make a new scabbard for Qing Shuang. No problem, I'll definitely do a good job. After saying that, Song Yenyun hurriedly returned the Qing Shuang sword to Jian Han. Even without being drawn, it exudes such a terrifying aura. If it were drawn, probably no one would dare to underestimate it. However, because of this ordeal, the sword spirit's hard-earned energy was almost completely depleted, and it immediately became drowsy. I'm going to take a nap. Xiao Qingshuan yawned and turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing into the sword. Jian Han was also somewhat helpless. The difference between a sword with a sword spirit and one without a sword spirit was like heaven and earth. As a result, so much energy was used up as soon as we met. But what can you do? After all, she's your woman, so you can only spoil her. Suddenly, Jiang Han thought of a question: if pets can be integrated into the system, what about equipment? System, could you add my equipment as well? Ding. The host can bind with the sword spirit by signing a soul contract. After binding, the sword spirit can be integrated into the system and upgraded using materials. Really? Jiang Han was overjoyed, as long as he could be bound to the system. Why worry that the frost sword won't be powerful in the future? And this sword spirit is so cute, I wonder what it will look like when it grows up. Thinking of this, Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Master, are you alright? I'm fine. Let's go, we should go home. When you get home, you naturally have to do what you're supposed to do. After the freshman competition, as a freshman, there's not much else to do besides working hard to advance to the next level. Generally, people will form their own small groups. The Death Society, which Song Zhong previously belonged to, was such a small group. On the one hand, it's to facilitate leveling up, and on the other hand, it's to have someone to help you during the leveling process. Countless facts have proven that leveling up by fighting monsters in a small team is the most efficient method, and also the one with the lowest mortality rate. However, Jiang Han already had his own ideas and didn't need to join anyone else's team. What he didn't expect was... A few days later, Su Lingfei came looking for her again. Chapter 89. I want to team up with you. Due to the recent outbreak of a beast tide, Zhangyang City has temporarily suspended monster hunting outside the city. After all, no one knows if any powerful ferocious beasts will stay. As time goes by, these beasts will gradually return to their own territories. That day, the school announced that students with ideas could sign up to participate in the exploration mission. This mission will reward you with extra contribution points. Contribution points, as the most precious currency in Haitan University, have always been highly sought after. It can be exchanged for items that cannot be bought on the market, making it extremely valuable. Contribution points have always been extremely difficult to obtain, and only those who have made significant contributions to the school can acquire them. Since many items require contribution points to exchange, including extremely valuable items like upgrade potions, every contribution point is precious. Although these items are limited, you can queue up to receive them if you have enough contribution points. A single upgrade potion requires 10,000 contribution points, and I have never collected that many contribution points before. As the minimum standard for the exploration team, the strength must reach gold level or above, and Jiang Han naturally meets this requirement. Contribution points can be exchanged for many valuable items, so he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Just as the three of them stepped out of the dormitory, a figure blocked their way. The person who came was none other than Su Lingfei, who had been spanked by Jiang Han a few days ago. What? Still looking for trouble? Is your ass still sore? Upon seeing Su Lingfei, Jiang Han said jokingly. To his surprise, Su Lingfei showed no anger whatsoever this time. She simply bit her lip and stood motionless. Seeing that the other person remained silent for a long time, Jiang Han was a little confused about her thoughts. You might as well just ignore her. The more you ignore this pampered young lady, the more attention you'll get from her. Clearly, Jiang Han's tactic was very effective. Seeing that the three were about to leave, Su Lingfei still spoke up. Jiang Han. Wait a minute. I want to team up with you. What? Hearing this, even the usually composed Jiang Han was shocked. What's going on? Wasn't this girl supposed to be hard to pursue? In the original novel, Yi Fan went to great lengths to win Su Lingfei's heart. It could be said that he put the most effort into obtaining her. But now that their attitude has completely changed, Jiang Han doesn't know what to do next. I said, I want to team up with you. Sorry, my team doesn't accept outsiders. I apologize. In the end, Jiang Han regained his composure and spoke directly. No outsiders? What do you mean? Isn't the meaning obvious? If you want to team up with us, you have to be like us first. Su Lingfei smiled enigmatically, as if Su Lingfei's presence made her the happiest person. Song Yenyun's eyes also lit up. Wouldn't it be even more exciting if more people joined? Seeing the look in their eyes, Su Lingfei felt a little serious. She's very proud and arrogant. If this requires going against her principles, should she go together or not? This is a bit too much, isn't it? Since you think this is going too far, then let's just forget about it. I don't want to share my experience with outsiders. Su Lingfei didn't hear anything else, but she listened very carefully to the last sentence. What is experience? It must be the experience of a hunter or a ferocious beast. The reason she came here today was that, after investigating, she found that Jiang Han's leveling speed was truly unbelievable. If it were another master, they would be killing a beast of the same size. I'm afraid it will be impossible to break through the gold price. But this guy not only broke through, he also directly reached the second level of gold. Not only that, but both of the spirit beast girls also reached the gold 2-star level, which is completely illogical. That's why she decided to come and investigate, to find out the secret behind the three people's level up. However, even though she adopted what she considered a humble posture, it did not change Jiang Han in the slightest. Fine, you can stop me from joining if you don't want me to. I've already signed up for the exploration team, so I'll stick with you. Let's see what you can do to me. Isn't it only gold level players who can sign up for the exploration team? Jiang Han was speechless. Su Lingfei must have connections to get this sorted out. You don't need to worry about that. I won't cause you any trouble. Although Jiang Han knew that Su Lingfei had many hidden tricks up her sleeve in the original novel, he didn't know how many she had mastered yet. I'll take this opportunity to find out, he said, waving his hand dismissively. If you want to come along, that's fine, but I won't be helping you out. You wish. I'm more worried you'll hold us back. After saying that, Su Lingfei tossed her hair and turned to leave. Song Yenyun was furious, seeing Su Lingfei's expression only fueled her anger. What's wrong with this woman? Master, hurry up and take her down so I can teach her a lesson. She's infuriating. Don't rush things. Haste makes waste. This man has a powerful background and won't be easily subdued. Others may not know, but Jiang Han does. Su Lingfei did not appear to have a powerful background. But Huo Qigong was her uncle. Jiang Han just didn't expect that she would actually call her uncle over. After all, even the strongest king-level player wouldn't dare say they were completely confident of defeating a ferocious beast of the same level. I don't think so. She's already starting to get interested in the master, and it won't be long before she realizes how powerful he is. Su Shuayuan said calmly. Her analysis of the situation was very accurate. That's true, although Su Lingfei herself may not have realized it yet. But her presence here says it all. Jiang Han smiled slightly but didn't say anything. Instead, he walked towards the registration area. Soon, many exploration teams had already set off. Jiang Han didn't hesitate. After all, he didn't need teammates, and he took the initiative to explore the outer area. Such places are usually very dangerous. It's only because of him that his advisor probably wouldn't approve it for others. Jiang Han, you are the hope of our Haitian University, and even Jianyang City. I suggest you form a team. Thank you for your concern, but I don't think I need it. After saying that, Jiang Han originally planned to leave directly, but he was quickly proven wrong. Song Zhong spotted Jiang Han and the other two from afar and excitedly ran over. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. I'm here to team up with you, please help me out. Besides Song Zhong, a pretty woman followed, who did not appear to be the same person from the Death Society. Why are you here? Of course I'm coming. I really want my brother-in-law to take me flying. According to the rules, 3 gold-level combatants can bring 1 silver-level combatant. Although Song Yenyun and Su Shuayuan are both spirit beast girls, they are still genuine gold-level beings. So bringing a Song Bell is perfectly fine. Chapter 90. He's got away with girls. Seeing Song Zhong's earnest expression, Jiang Han didn't know how to refuse for a moment. And Song Yenyun is here too, she'll probably stop it. Because this exploration mission is quite dangerous, and Song Jong is the only son of the Song family, if something goes wrong, the Song family may lose its heir. However, to Jiang Han's surprise, Song Yenyun agreed immediately when she saw how ambitious her younger brother was. Xiao Zhong, I didn't realize you were so successful. Your brother-in-law should mentor you can't let the Song family down. Don't worry, sis. With such an amazing brother-in-law, I'll definitely work hard. Jiang Han was speechless. Having these two little tails was bound to disrupt his rhythm. But there was nothing he could do, since it didn't violate his principles. From any perspective, Song Jong is indeed not an outsider. Jiang Han. What do you mean? You'd rather team up with a silver-level master than team up with me? Song Jong was still excited when he suddenly saw a beautiful woman walking over. Looking at Jiang Han and then at Su Lingfei, he immediately understood what was going on. Brother-in-law, you're so popular with women. When are you going to teach me how to be popular? Song Jong was filled with envy and whispered in Jiang Han's ear. Although his spirit beast girl might not say anything, her older sister is there after all. The bloodline suppression from the genetic level made him dare not utter any arrogant words in front of Song Yenyun. Get lost. Where did you see this as popularity with women? This is clearly just endless trouble. Brother-in-law, you really don't know the hunger of a starving man when you're full. I'd rather never encounter this kind of trouble. Song Jong was speechless, thinking to himself, is this the mindset of a strong person? When will he have such a day? But considering my meager energy, I can only dream about it. After all, he didn't want to be sucked dry, but he could still brag a little and satisfy his craving. Miss Su, can you please stop being unreasonable? He's my brother-in-law, not an outsider. Why can't I team up with him? After saying that, Jiang Han turned and left. Song Jong was still in a daze, captivated by Su Lingfei's stunning beauty. Looking back, Jiang Han and the other two had already walked more than 10 meters away. Hey, wait for me. Xiaoli, why didn't you wait for me? Your eyes are practically falling into someone's body, do you need me to wait for you? No, Xiaoli, I didn't mean that. I was just admiring it. Don't be angry. Jiang Han smiled slightly, which was evident from Song Jong's attitude towards Xiaoli. This kid is good at heart, he just didn't start out on the right path. Amidst the bickering between the two, the group left Zhongyang City. As for Su Lingfei, although she was so angry that her chest heaved, she still resolutely followed after them. She was determined not to give up until she found out the secret behind Jiang Han's advancement. If you discover that they used something shady, you absolutely cannot let it go. In fact, most masters are unaware that 1,000 years ago, someone had already discovered a way to quickly become stronger. However, it is too bloody and brutal, and it is easy for people to lose their minds and become uncontrollable. Therefore, under the combined suppression of the masters, they have long since disappeared. By this point in time, very few people know about this kind of thing anymore. However, Su Lingfei has lived alongside the strongest king-level powerhouse since childhood, so she naturally knows more secrets that are unknown to others. Therefore, she had reason to suspect that Jiang Han might have used some underhanded means, otherwise there was no way to explain all of this. Brother, the route has been thoroughly investigated. Here's a map, please take a look. Jiang Han naturally couldn't leave without making any preparations. Sharon had completed his evolution the day before the beast tide broke out. The system also has a new display, and he can also upgrade by acquiring energy. However, the experience gain rate for leveling up is only 1 in 1,000, which means that Sharon's leveling up will not be so smooth. The main reason for his slow leveling up is that his soul compatibility is too low. After all, he was a human soul before, which was not quite a good match for this body. Good, you haven't done anything you shouldn't have during this time, have you? Startled by Jiang Han's question, Xiao Lang quickly put on a smiling face and replied. How could that be, brother? I've been behaving myself honestly and dutifully all this time, I haven't done anything. Jiang Han snorted coldly without saying a word. He knew perfectly well what this kid was thinking. Because it's already clearly displayed in the system panel that this kid's loyalty is a pitiful 10 points. It's estimated that these 10 points are also due to the signing of the soul contract, otherwise, this kid would never have submitted so readily. What Jiang Han didn't expect was that the loyalty level would be so low. After all, although both of them came from the book, they are essentially each other's only fellow countrymen in this world. Although I haven't sought any benefits for Xiao Lang since we met, I've always used him as a tool. But surely it's not to the point of distrusting oneself so much? If given the chance, how could I possibly mistreat him? However, his good intentions were met with ingratitude, which made him quite unhappy. Humph, that had better. If I find out you've been unfaithful, I won't hold back. Hearing Jiang Han's cold words, Xiao Lang shrank back in fear. He knew that this guy was absolutely capable of keeping his word. Just as Xiao Lang was thinking about how to explain, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. He was then grabbed by the back of his neck, and his body reacted instinctively, causing him to lose all strength. What is this thing? It can actually talk. What the hell? You're the piece of trash. Your whole family are trash. Let me go. Xiao Lang was already furious and had no idea how Jianghu had discovered it. Now someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed me by the neck. How can I not be angry? That's amazing. It can even swear. Not only can I swear, I can be very fierce. Before he could finish speaking, a stunningly beautiful face suddenly appeared before him. Perhaps to get a better view, Su Lingfei turned Xiao Lang around. That beautiful woman, who only appears in myths, was actually standing right in front of me. Moreover, because of the close proximity, Su Lingfei's every single eyelash could be clearly seen. Her delicate face, though without makeup, was still radiant. The phrase naturally beautiful seemed tailor-made for this woman. Hey beautiful, do you have a boyfriend? How about we exchange contact information? Oh. It can even pick up girls. That's so much fun. So cute. Jiang Han, what exactly is this thing? Chapter 91, in the end, it was all for naught. Upon hearing Su Lingfei's outrageous words, Jiang Han froze on the spot. The original novel didn't mention that this woman had such a goofy side. Perhaps she wasn't given the opportunity to show her abilities when facing humans. Of course, this old man is not only good at picking up girls, but also at fighting. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Lang felt a sharp pain in his buttocks, and then the beast flew out of his body. Wake up! If you dare say another word, I'll teach you a lesson. Xiao Lang let out a scream, drawing a beautiful arc in mid-air, accompanied by a few crystal tears sliding down his cheek. Why should I get to eat the meat but not even get to drink the broth? This was Xiao Lang's truest thought. Even though he was a ferocious beast, he still needed comfort, okay? What saddened him even more was that Su Lingfei, who had just praised him for being cute, was now watching him fly away with excited eyes. He looked extremely happy, showing not a trace of heartache. In the end, it was all in vain. Jiang Han, you have quite a few amazing things around you. How come a bronze-level ferocious beast can speak human language? At this moment, Su Lingfei, like a curious child, ran directly to Jiang Han and asked. Jiang Han looked Su Lingfei up and down, as if he were getting to know this beauty all over again today. This is a bit hard to explain. Just think of it as a sentient being. Brother, you can't be so sarcastic. How am I some kind of supernatural being? The others could be tolerated, after all, they were at the mercy of others. But he's a perfectly normal person, so how did he become a spirit? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll just start heating the oil in the wok. Hearing this, Xiao Lang finally shut up. After all, no one in this world has ever eaten the meat of a lightning rat. But it's easy to imagine that the meat of such an animal is generally considered a delicacy. Alright, let's set off and complete the exploration mission. Jiang Han took out a locator. Although there were no satellites, this kind of locator could record movement trajectories. This is also to prevent people from fraudulently obtaining contribution points, since it's impossible for anyone to keep track of whether someone has actually explored the area after they leave. Fine, don't tell me then, I'll ask myself. Su Lingfei rolled her eyes and walked towards Xiao Lang again. This time, Xiao Lang finally learned his lesson. If he couldn't see that Jiang Han had already decided on this woman, he wouldn't deserve to be a transmigrator. Given this, what hope does he have left? The best way is to stay away, lest you anger this evil star and end up cooking yourself. You stay away, I want to play with my older brother. The frustrating scene that followed was that Xiao Lang ran around Jiang Han while Su Lingfei chased after him. From that angle, you wouldn't guess that the two were once fierce rivals. Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun were also very conscious of this and kept a certain distance behind them. Master is really resourceful. Look at us now, we're not far from taking it down. That's true, but if this woman continues with this kind of personality, I really don't like her. Song Yenyun spoke frankly, even though Su Lingfei was an absolute beauty. But as the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. If you're with them and they still act superior, I doubt anyone would accept that. Of course, if Jiang Han really likes it, then there's nothing that can be done. However, it's still important to teach them proper manners, otherwise, disharmony within the family can easily lead to greater problems. Don't worry, I believe Master will handle it well. Su Shuayuan's trust in Jiang Han goes without saying, and the fact that Jiang Han did not accept Su Lingfei's previous overture speaks volumes. That is, Jiang Han did not actually think that now was the right time, and the reason was naturally because of Su Lingfei's personality. As they continued onward, they encountered quite a few small ferocious beasts around them. These ferocious beasts were generally bronze level, and the group had no interest in killing them. It's better to leave it to newbies who come out to level up, there's no need to waste time here. As for Song Zhong, he is already at the silver level. When encountering a silver level ferocious beast, he is usually the one to finish it off. The feeling of being guided by a pro to level up was so great that I leveled up 1 star in 2 days. This is awesome. I'm already a silver 7 star now. I never knew leveling up was so easy. Easy my foot. You think star rating really represents strength? From now on, when you encounter ferocious beasts below silver 7 star, you'll have to fight them yourself. Otherwise, how will you accumulate combat experience? Song Yenyun slapped her younger brother on the back of the head. This kid was thinking too simply. Ha! Sis, can't we be a little less cruel? Cruel? It would be cruel if I didn't let you fight. You have the strength, but you don't know how to fight at all. Do you think that's useful? Song Yenyun was absolutely right. It's like someone with immense strength but no fighting skills whatsoever. Compared to ordinary people, such talents deserve even more pity. After all, there are countless examples in this world of using minimal force to overcome great strength, and of defeating advanced enemies by relying on superior combat skills. The saying "even a lion must go all out to hunt a rabbit" illustrates this point. Underestimating your opponent will only bring unexpected trouble. I know, sis, I can do it myself. It must be said that Song Zhong does have some talent in combat. Over the next few days, despite some stumbles, Song Zhong's combat skills improved rapidly. From initial disarray to later competence, and then to composed handling of the situation, they are growing at a visible pace. Jiang Han was also very impressed. No wonder this kid was able to clear his name, he really has some skills. Perhaps it can really become a great help to me in the future. Brother, the Netherworld Canyon is just ahead. On this day, after a long journey, the group finally arrived at their destination. The Netherworld Canyon is the birthplace of the gold-level beast tide. Their mission was to investigate the activities of the ferocious beasts in the area, thereby providing a basis for determining whether the beast tide had completely ended. If almost all the ferocious beasts in the Netherworld Canyon have returned, it means that the beast tide has basically ended. On the contrary, we should continue to make full preparations. Looking through the morning light, the Netherworld Canyon appears frighteningly large. Towering mountains rise on both sides, and a wide river flows through them, shimmering in the sunlight. Why is it so quiet? After watching for a while, Jiang Han frowned, because he could hardly see a single ferocious beast moving around. This is strange. Normally, this is the time when ferocious beasts come out to hunt for food. Something is definitely amiss if this is happening out of the ordinary. Someone's coming. Su Lingfei immediately became alert, her gaze fixed in one direction as she nervously spoke. Chapter 92 Ninja? Jiang Han also looked over, activating the mythical eye. Occupation, Ninja. Rank, Gold 9 stars. Other, Unknown, System is analyzing. About 500 or 600 meters away, a group of people dressed entirely in black with their faces covered by black cloths seemed to be observing the situation inside the Netherworld Canyon. Ninjas? This is getting interesting. In the original work, there are naturally other countries besides Great Xia. These people may have slightly different cultivation methods, but they all ultimately lead to the same goal. This is probably because the master's training method is the most suitable, otherwise, he would not be able to survive in this world at all. Jiang Han only remembered that encountering situations with other countries was something that happened after Yifan reached the king level. I never expected to encounter ninjas from Japan so soon. It should be noted that Jianyang City is basically located on the border of the Great Xia dynasty. From the very beginning of the founding of the Great Xia dynasty, the foundation of the Great Xia dynasty was that the emperor guarded the country's gates. Therefore, the capital city is the border area, and Jianyang City is only separated from the capital city by Linjiang City. Ninja? Isn't that what they call ninja in Japan? That's right, but they play it much more ruthlessly than we do. Usually, ninjas like that don't live very long. Jiang Han made no attempt to hide his disgust, whether in his past life or here. These guys are all equally perverted. There are many things they do that are simply unacceptable to mainstream culture. Although Jiang Han admits that he is still a womanizer. But at least when it comes to love and family, he still holds firm to these values, because morally he simply cannot accept the perverse practices of those in Japan. How did they end up here? They traveled all the way across the ocean. Aren't they afraid of being killed by the ferocious beasts of the sea? It's clear that Su Lingfei's understanding of this world far surpasses that of Su Shuiyuan and Song Yenyun. It's quite simple when you think about it. After all, survival is the only and most important need in this world. Therefore, social and cultural aspects actually account for a negligible proportion of personal growth. When survival is the primary need, all cultural entertainment and even history seem less important. Therefore, most people are taught from childhood, besides how to become stronger, how to survive. They had no concrete understanding of the world, or even what the world looked like. Then there must be something that they are willing to pay a huge price to obtain. Jiang Han naturally knew that these guys had infiltrated the Great Xia in order to find a certain herb. Because there is no such thing as a marriage ceremony in Japan, as long as you get straight to the point before the battle can begin. Over time, this has become a pre-war ritual. He can start anytime, anywhere, with any woman, as long as there's a need. They had absolutely no sense of shame, and it was no different from their usual meals and conversations. This process naturally presents a challenge, the problem of naming the child. However, they were also very resourceful, naming the place after the location where the incident occurred. That's why names like Matsushita, Yamamoto, and even Inoue, which sound very strange, came about. Should we stop them? Of course we must stop them. This is our Great Xia territory. How can we let them run rampant? Jiang Han blurted out a sentence that made Su Lingfei admire him even more. In fact, when faced with survival, the concept of nationhood has become quite blurred. Although Daxia has always done a very good job, it still cannot change the fact that each city is fighting its own battle. The reason is simple. After all, it doesn't matter which city it is. It's generally very difficult to send troops to support another city when a beast tide breaks out. If it weren't for the presence of 8 top-tier players, each city would need their powerful protection. It is estimated that the entire Great Xia dynasty has long since fallen apart. After all, powerful cities don't want to deal with weaker ones. That's only natural. There really aren't many people like Jiang Han who have such a strong sense of national responsibility. Alright, let's get started. Don't rush, let's see what progress they've made so far. There were probably 20 or 30 ninjas from Japan. Because they all wore the same clothes, it was impossible to tell their genders from a distance. 20 or 30 people gathered together, discussed for a while, and then continued walking deeper into the Netherworld Canyon. Come on, let's follow them. Although the Netherworld Canyon is a canyon, it appears very narrow from a distance. But once you get close, you'll find that the canyon is actually quite wide, with the mountain peaks on the left and right sides at least tens of kilometers apart. The climate here is favorable, making it an ideal habitat, which is why it attracts many ferocious beasts. Following the Japanese ninja forward, they reached a certain point in the canyon and immediately separated. It's clear that these people are top-notch in both action and coordination. It was precisely because of such strict discipline that they were able to survive in an island nation. It's important to understand that on land, no matter what kind of creature it is, the level of danger it poses is incomparable to that of marine life. Therefore, almost none of the cities in the Great Xia dynasty were built on the coast. Because once a marine beast tide breaks out, it will be dozens of times more troublesome than on land. The opportunity has arrived. Jiang Han smiled slightly, spotted a figure, and went straight up to him. Among these 20 or 30 figures, this one is the weakest, probably around gold 3-star. Clearly, this is the best target if you want to gather information. The weaker one is, the less noise one can make, allowing enough time to gather information. They followed them until they reached a small riverbank, where the ninjas suddenly stopped. Looking around, seeing no danger, he seemed relieved. Then he began to take things off his body, and a large pile of various black darts was placed on the ground and gradually formed a small mountain. Jiang Han couldn't help but be surprised. As he got closer, he could clearly see that the ninja was a woman. I never imagined there were so many things hidden inside the clothes. It was practically a little treasure trove. What is she trying to do? Su Shuiyuan frowned, unable to understand the other party's actions. Sister-in-law, can't you see? She's obviously going to take a bath. Let's go out and hide her clothes, then we can make our move. It'll be so easy. As a seasoned driver, Xiao Lang immediately offered an answer, though his words were rather lewd. Of course, this is also the best way. Otherwise, things will become very troublesome once he realizes what's happening and calls his teammates over. Although they have 3 gold-level combatants, they dare not say they are guaranteed to win against 20 or 30 high-level gold-level enemies. Although the dragon language forbidden spell is powerful, no one is a fool and will stand there and take a beating. Chapter 93 Big is Good. Currently, Jiang Han can only use forbidden spells at a maximum of 5 times if he is using them at the platinum level. Therefore, once the enemy gathers together, the method of defeating them one by one cannot guarantee the safety of the others. Ha! I didn't expect someone so cute to have such a dirty mind. Su Lingfei looked surprised, and then her face immediately showed a look of disgust. His attitude towards Xiao Lang made a complete 180-degree turn, and he even moved his body to the side. It seemed that standing next to him would mean being tainted by karma. Hey! Don't think you can insult people just because you're good looking. This is a strategy, understand? A strategy. To subdue the enemy without fighting. Jiang Han, you'd better keep a closer eye on your pet. I think it'll turn bad sooner or later. Su Lingfei was completely bewildered by Xiao Lang's thought process and said helplessly. However, Jiang Han's words broke her defenses once again. I think this is a good idea, let's do it in a bit. Su Lingfei's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's true that like owner, like pet. I thought this little furball's personality was just like that, but it seems it's also related to Jiang Han. If she hadn't yet found the answer she was looking for, Su Lingfei would have loved to turn around and leave immediately. After all, one's surroundings influence one's character. If one continues to stay with these people, one's mindset will likely be skewed. By this time, the ninja had already taken off all his outer clothing. It's hard to imagine that her figure would be so amazing after she was freed from the constraints. Wow, this is too big. I'm getting dizzy. Upon seeing such a sensual scene, Xiao Lang couldn't help but gasp, his mouth practically watering. Although Jiang Han was somewhat moved, he didn't actually have many thoughts about it. After all, in a place like Japan, every woman has been used up to the point that there's nothing left to look forward to at most, you can only feast your eyes. It's no wonder Jiang Han has this prejudice. Their culture is simply incomprehensible to some. However, his choice doesn't mean Xiao Lang's choice is the same. His 2 little eyes are practically bulging out. Su Lingfei got goosebumps all over. It must be tough for her to be with someone like that. No, with a murderer like that. It's really good. Although it's a bit far, it's still very worth watching. Just as the ninja removed all his clothes, Jiang Han couldn't help but admire him. At the same time, the 3 women lowered their heads almost simultaneously. Their figures are well proportioned and their physiques are amazing, but compared to the busty woman in front of them, they are still slightly inferior. Master, do all men prefer larger ones? Of course. After all, bigger is better, and longer is stronger. Upon hearing this, Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun immediately understood. But Su Lingfei looked completely bewildered. What do you mean bigger is better? What are you talking about? A few people huddled together whispering, looking no different from thieves. If anyone finds out, they'll definitely call him a pervert. However, in these deep mountains and forests, no one else would appear. You'll understand later. Jiang Han didn't know how to explain, so he could only make excuses for the time being. The female ninja covered her private parts with her hands, and after confirming that no one was around, she jumped down into the clear river water. The scenery in front of him suddenly disappeared, and Xiao Lang immediately held his head in regret. They're so careless. They should have looked around more. Get out of here, stop daydreaming and get to work. Jiang Han patted Xiao Lang's big head and said somewhat speechlessly. Yes, we still have work to do. Reminded by Jiang Han, Xiao Lang immediately perked up again. A strange light flickered in his eyes, and Jiang Han felt a chill run down his spine. I never thought this guy was really a deadbeat otaku with a fetish. Soon, Xiao Lang arrived at the location where the clothes were placed. Because the water level was still some distance above the ground, and Xiao Lang himself was not tall, the female ninja below did not notice him at all. So much stuff. He. Looking at the clothes on the ground, Xiao Lang chuckled foolishly again. He picked up one of the items, and the enticing aroma almost made him faint from happiness on the spot. The fragrance was very unique, not strong but very subtle, and most importantly, very natural, without the pungent smell of cosmetics. In other words, any man who smells this scent would probably be captivated by it. Come back quickly. Seeing that Xia Lang was actually starting to enjoy himself, Zhang Han became a little anxious. If it gets discovered and causes a bigger commotion, then things will get really troublesome. They're here. They're here. Xia Lang didn't dare to linger, after all, he was only at the bronze level. If someone finds out, I'll probably be dead before I even realize it. Thinking of this, Xia Lang quickly gathered all his belongings together, wrapped them in his coat, and prepared to leave quietly. Unfortunately, they had only taken a few steps when Xia Lang suddenly slipped and fell flat on his back. Afraid of being discovered, they didn't even dare to make a sound. However, even this slight movement alerted the female ninja below. After all, in this kind of profession where you're constantly on the edge of a knife, if you're not vigilant, you could easily lose your life without even realizing it. Who's there? The female ninja called out, but received no response. As someone who has watched countless films, Xia Lang naturally understood the meaning of those words. But time waits for no one. Just as he was about to leave quickly, a kunai flew straight over. Oh my god! Because the target was not visible, the kunai landed not far from Sharon, but it still missed. Terrified, he screamed and began to run towards Zhang Han's location. But this completely exposed his location, based on the sound of his footsteps. 3 more kunai flew at him. If he didn't dodge, they would hit him precisely. Just as the kunai was about to hit Xia Lang's head, a figure rushed over and knocked the 3 kunai away with his bare hands. At the same time, 2 more kunai flew over, heading straight for Zhang Han's face. You've got some skills, but that's not enough. Zhang Han stretched out both hands and caught the kunai with just his 2 hands. Who are you? Because she wasn't wearing any clothes, the female ninja didn't dare to come out of the water. Looking at where I had put my clothes, I found it was already empty, and I naturally guessed the current situation. Moreover, there were 5 people behind Zhang Han, 1 man and 4 women. Judging from their auras, 3 of them were of similar strength to him, so resistance would be futile. Almost instantly, the female ninja knew the situation she was in. She just hadn't expected that someone with such power would resort to such underhanded tactics. Chapter 94, Speaking Human Language. This was Senbon Zakura's first time infiltrating the Dragon Kingdom. This is because decades ago, in order to escape the predicament of an island nation, Japan launched a war against Great Xia. They attempted to seize large tracts of land to create conditions for the survival and reproduction of their people. However, they underestimated the strength of the Great Xia dynasty and were utterly defeated, returning to Japan in disgrace. During this process, many of our people died at sea, accounting for almost half of the expeditionary force. It is perhaps precisely because of this situation that they developed a greater sense of crisis, which led to their unique cultural characteristics. However, everyone understands that although Japan is small, it harbors malicious intentions and has huge ambitions, and has never given up the idea of invading China. They just haven't found a suitable opportunity yet. Once they do, they will not hesitate to seize it, even at a terrible cost. Are you asking who we are? Zhang Han had some knowledge of the Japanese language. After all, their various film and television works in their previous lives were very influential, but as for the plot, probably not many people paid attention to it. Baka! Who are you? Why did you take my clothes? After babbling on and on, Zhang Han still couldn't understand what the other person was saying. So he simply started gesturing as he spoke. I'm asking you, what are you Japanese doing here? If you answer me, I'll return your clothes to you, okay? After the attack, Senbon Zakura no longer had any hidden weapons in her hands. She's now basically fish on a chopping board. Give me back my clothes right now, or don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Han shrugged, realizing he had forgotten about this. How could they interrogate someone if they couldn't communicate? Just then, perhaps having finally recovered from the crisis, Xia Lang skipped over. I earned these clothes through my own abilities, why should I return them to you? If you're so capable, come and take them. As he spoke, Xia Lang's eyes practically shone with a flashlight. His expectant gaze was so intense that even a dog could see it, let alone a human. You, shameless. Zhang Han was surprised, never expecting Xia Lang to speak such fluent Japanese. Hey, was she just swearing at me? I don't know about other things, but I can definitely understand Baka. That's right, brother, she just came here to insult you, and she even wants me to return her clothes? She's dreaming. Xia Lang seemed to have finally gotten his revenge and directly retorted. Those few blows almost cut off his manhood. How could we possibly let such a vicious woman go so easily? Tell her that if she cooperates obediently, I can return the clothes to her, but if she doesn't agree, then she can't blame me." After the translation, Senbun Sakura frowned. Being in a foreign country and encountering locals is obviously not a good thing. According to the education they had received, they should kill the enemy at all costs at this moment. However, she just couldn't get over the psychological hurdle. It's easy to see that if she really didn't care about saving face, she would have already come out to fight. "It's alright to tell you, we are actually from the same family, and we came here to find a herb to cure our patriarch." If Jiang Han hadn't read the original novel, he might have actually been fooled by her. After all, in the deep mountains and forests, besides killing ferocious beasts to level up, the main activities are finding unique herbs or exploring mineral veins. Besides these, what else is worth searching for? Looks like I guessed right. These guys actually started making their move early on in the original story. Jiang Han sneered inwardly. Others might not know, but he knew very well. "I see. But isn't it a bit too much for you to sneak in without the Great Xiao's permission? Or are you taking me for a fool, and not here to search for herbs at all, but with ulterior motives?" Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Senbun Sakura's eyes immediately filled with panic. Their operations were all top secret, and their routes were mostly through no man's land. Who would have thought I'd run into someone here, and someone so difficult to deal with? Thinking of this, Senbun Sakura suddenly revealed a cute smile. "Brother, I really just came here to find some herbs, please have mercy and let me go." Seeing Senbun Sakura's shy demeanor, Jiang Han couldn't help but sigh. The girls from this island nation really seem to have a natural talent for seducing men. With that soft voice and that pitiful look, anyone else would probably fall for her immediately. For example, Xiaolang, upon seeing this, had his mind go completely blank and just chuckled to himself. "How could I bear to hurt you? I'll give your clothes back to you right now." Just as he was about to step forward, Jiang Han kicked Xiaolang back. Strangely, this time there were no screams, but rather bursts of silly laughter. Seeing this, Jiang Han frowned. Even if Xiaolang is a monster, it's impossible for him to become like this just because of a single sentence. "It's you? You weren't fooled." Jiang Han heard it clearly this time because Senbun Sakura was speaking the Dixiao language. There was definitely something wrong. If it can speak human language, why didn't it say so just now? "You." Jiang Han's mouth was relentless, leaving Senbun Sakura speechless. "Stop pretending. I know you must have some kind of charm, but it won't work on me. You tell me yourself, or I'll go down and pull you up first. I'll give you 5 seconds." As he spoke, Jiang Han stretched out one hand and began the countdown. 5, 4, 3. As Jiang Han's fingers slowly retracted, Senbun Sakura finally began to panic. He steeled himself and was about to make a move. Although he didn't know the strength of the person in front of him, he was definitely stronger than himself. So this time it's all or nothing. What's the point of saving face when you're already dead? The original plan was to wait until Jiang Han counted to 1 before making a move, catching him off guard. However, when has Jiang Han ever played by the rules? He had just counted to 3 when he gave the 2 women a signal. Almost instantly, the dark Tyrannosaurus Rex pounced. With a flick of its tail, it scooped the cherry blossoms out of the water. At the same time, the azure tiger didn't hold back either, sweeping its tail and hitting Senbun Sakura directly on the forehead. Poor Senbun Sakura hadn't even had time to react before she fainted. Xiaolang also regained consciousness at this moment, looked around, and had no idea what had just happened. "What just happened to me? What do you mean, so what's wrong with you? You got bewitched, you useless thing." Jiang Han was speechless. As a transmigrator, shouldn't one's soul be even stronger? But this kind of thing didn't seem to apply to Xiaolang at all. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever seen such a pathetic transmigrator. Chapter 95, Playing the Lute to a Cow. To Xiaolang's disappointment, when the dark Tyrannosaurus Rex retrieved Senbun Sakura, it covered all the important parts of her body. He, who had originally hoped to feast his eyes, could only silently accept reality. At that moment, he suddenly understood a profound truth: as long as he stayed by Jiang Han's side, he wouldn't even get a sip of soup. Although the operation was very swift, it still caused some disturbance. To avoid alerting others, Jiang Han immediately chose to retreat. As for the task of erasing the traces, that was naturally left to Xiaolang. "Damn it, I never get any good opportunities. It's infuriating. Luckily, I had a backup plan." As he spoke, Xiaolang quietly took out an undergarment from the fur, before he could even put it to his nose. The next second, the underwear suddenly disappeared. Just do your job properly and don't let this distract you. If they find out anything, you'll be in big trouble. Jiang Han's voice came through, and Xia Lang felt like crying but had no tears left. This is exploitation, this is oppression. I refuse to accept this. Why should I be the one to do this? He has already signed a master-servant contract with Jiang Han, so he cannot betray him. Although he was always thinking about setting up his own territory, without Jiang Han's help, he would probably have difficulty even entering the human world. So I had to do some self-reflection and start working hard. Xia Lang has a dream, to one day become the most powerful beast in the world. At that time, no one will be able to shake it. However, ideals are often grand, while reality is often harsh. Jiang Han hadn't told Xia Lang about the system, otherwise the guy would have definitely given up on himself. After all, whether it's a novel or a TV series, which time traveler doesn't have a cheat code? If Jiang Han were to tell him, he was afraid that Jiang Han would not be able to accept it and would give up on himself. On the other side, Jiang Han led Senbon Sakura to a secluded cave. Master, should we dress her? Looking at the beauty on the ground, Su Shuayuan grinned mischievously. Clearly, in her mind, this was a delicious dish. If you just cook the raw rice into cooked rice, wouldn't this woman be one of your own? Of course, she had this idea because she didn't know the situation in Japan. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have had any thoughts about any Japanese women. Never mind this one. Jiang Han coughed lightly a few times and said somewhat speechlessly. Master, this isn't like you at all. I've heard a saying that goes, to enter a woman's heart, you must first enter her body. So, I also think you should just take her in. To be honest, Senbon Sakura's figure is absolutely amazing. Even lying on the ground, its magnificent scale is evident. Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun were both a little envious, but this was something they were born with, and there was no way to change it. In this world, there are no surgeries that alter the body. Hey, what's wrong with you two? You're actually encouraging your man to sleep with other women? Jiang Han was speechless. He didn't know when these two had joined forces. Upon hearing this, the two women rolled their eyes. If it weren't for the two other people around, they would definitely have given Jiang Han a piece of their mind. Don't you have any self-awareness? Is that something two people can stand? Even when Song Yenyun and Su Shuayuan talked privately, they felt that Jiang Han could probably handle 100 women with ease. Of course, if there were 100, the time frame would be unpredictable. So the two of them ultimately agreed that they needed to find at least 10 sisters to alleviate the current situation. This is no exaggeration. After all, even someone like Song Yenyun, who has unusual fetishes, has lost all her strange ideas after this period of time. This shows just how outstanding Jiang Han's abilities are. Brother-in-law, it's you. As a man, Song Zhong naturally saw through the clues and gave Jiang Han a thumbs up, saying admiringly. This time, he truly admired him from the bottom of his heart. This one aspect alone is enough for him to work hard for a lifetime. Stop joking. Japanese women are probably already a 1,000-man killer. I have no interest in this kind of slut. Find her some clothes to wear first, and we'll continue the interrogation later. No matter how the two tried to tempt him, Jiang Han remained unmoved. He simply couldn't accept it. He didn't want to use things that other people had used, including women. Helpless, the two women could only sigh and help Senbon Sakura put on her clothes. Just then, Hua Lingfei ran in. The traces outside have all been cleaned up. What are you doing? Seeing the scene before her, Hua Lingfei felt both anticipation and disappointment. She offered to erase the traces just now because she wanted to see what kind of person Jiang Han really was. When he returned, he didn't see the scene he wanted, which left him slightly disappointed. What can you do? What's with that expression? Jiang Han had already understood what Hua Lingfei meant from her expression. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask what you guys are doing. Seeing Hua Lingfei's flustered state, Jiang Han suddenly realized that everyone, to some extent, has a kind of expectation. After all, this is something we are born with in our genes. If we don't have any feelings about it, it just means we haven't met the right person yet. In the original work, Hua Lingfei is always described as a snow lotus on a high mountain. They may seem cold and aloof, but in reality, no one is so detached from worldly affairs. We are all flesh and blood, and no one can completely escape emotions and desires. Jiang Han had no intention of taking this any further. Even if I wanted to, I'd have to change Hua Lingfei's spoiled temper first. Wake her up. Su Shuayuan took out a water bottle and splashed it on Senbin Sakura's face without any hesitation. Since Jiang Han wasn't interested, Su Lingfei naturally wouldn't hold back. Senbin Sakura slowly woke up and immediately looked down at herself. Seeing that she was still wearing clothes, she breathed a sigh of relief, but then immediately became alert again. What did you do to me? Don't worry, I have no interest in the Japanese. Little Japanese devils? Senbin Sakura looked puzzled, not understanding what those 3 words meant. Oh, I forgot, you don't have that title in this world. Let me put it this way, your kind of behavior is utterly despicable in my eyes. Do you understand now? Question mark. Jiang Han was speechless. Although Senbin Sakura could speak the Great Xiao language, he didn't understand the meaning of many of the words. After all, there is very little communication between the 2 countries, and it is already quite good that they can have normal communication at all. Forget it, it's like talking to a brick wall. Tell me, what exactly is your purpose in coming here? I've already said, we're just here to collect herbs, nothing more. Kill us or do whatever you want. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, surprised that this little girl was quite tough. You said it yourself, so I have no choice but to follow the methods of a certain heavenly emperor. Chapter 96 wasn't enough. Jiang Han couldn't think of a good way to deal with this kind of woman, so he simply imitated the approach of a certain emperor. Approaching Senbin Sakura, he squatted down, lifted her little feet, and said with a sinister smile. Are you going to talk or not? I'm giving you one last chance. What are you going to do? I really just... Senbin Sakura looked completely bewildered, not understanding what Jiang Han meant. However, seeing that she was still not giving up, Jiang Han did not hold back. He took out a foxtail grass from behind his ear and began to rub it mercilessly against the soles of Senbin Sakura's feet. Anyone who has been treated like this knows how unpleasant it is. I want to laugh, but I'm in so much pain, and I can't escape it. Immediately, Senbin Sakura's laughter echoed throughout the cave, though it sounded somewhat mournful. Ha ha ha, no. No, stop it. Without seeing the visuals, the sound could easily be misunderstood. No one else expected Jiang Han to use such methods. Song Yenyun even looked on with anticipation, clearly indicating that some hidden attribute of hers had been activated again. However, the timing was clearly not right, and with his younger brother still there, he couldn't show it. He could only look on with regret. Gradually, tears began to flow from Senbin Sakura's eyes. I felt like laughing was draining all my energy, but I just couldn't stop. A pair of small feet were tightly clasped together, but this still couldn't relieve the tension. I'll talk, but please stop. No, you don't want to talk about it? I haven't had enough fun yet, there's no way I'm going to stop. After a fierce internal struggle, Senbin Sakura finally gave in. However, to her surprise, Jiang Han didn't listen at all and seemed to be getting more and more into it. Senbin Sakura was on the verge of tears. What kind of people were these? The Great Xiao was truly not a place for humans. More than half an hour passed, and Senbin Sakura could no longer laugh, and she even lacked the strength to cry. Staring blankly at the cave wall, silently shedding tears, the others felt a pang of pity upon seeing this. Of course, that was only out of conscience and did not mean that I would actually plead for the other party. Feeling better now? How about that? Are you willing to confess now? Finally, Jiang Han stopped what he was doing. But Senbin Sakura did not answer immediately, as if her soul had been drained. Speak up. Didn't you just say you were going to confess? Senbin Sakura still didn't react. Jiang Han stretched out his small hand and waved it in front of her, saying something to himself. No way? It's already broken so quickly? Brother, why don't we just use torture? I'm very good at that. Xia Lang suddenly appeared out of nowhere, rubbing his 2 front paws together, as if he had already come up with a plan. I said, we did come here to find a herb called dragon soulgrass. It can be made into medicine that can greatly enhance a man's stamina, thereby creating more powerful individuals. Please stop torturing me. Unexpectedly, Xia Lang's words actually had an effect, and Senbin Sakura actually confessed on her own initiative. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was speechless. Sure enough, the Japanese were a collection of oddballs. I never imagined that the purpose of organizing a small team to enter the Great Xiao was for this. However, if dragon soulgrass can indeed be made into medicine to enhance men's virility, then this kind of thing could be considered a strategic resource. After all, a person's energy is limited, and if you rush things, you may run out of energy. With this drug, Japan's strength will undoubtedly increase further. If I'm not mistaken, this kind of thing should have side effects, right? That's right, long-term use will shorten its lifespan, but for the sake of our great cause in Japan, sacrifice is inevitable. At this point, Senbun Zakura's eyes hardened. Through their recent exchange, she had already determined that Jiang Han and his group were only at the early gold level. The others are all at the late gold level. Trying to stop or capture them is simply wishful thinking. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Moreover, even if the Great Xia knew about the Eastern Ying's plan, it would be impossible for them to go and attack due to the barrier of the sea. They really haven't given up their evil intentions. Looks like I'll have to find a way to wipe them out. Oomph, what arrogance! Do you know how much we sacrificed to get here? Senbun Zakura dismissed this with disdain and said somewhat angrily. The fear of the ocean is clearly still fresh in my memory. Let me tell you something, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. If you hadn't been thinking about invading our Great Xia, where would these sacrifices have come from? Upon hearing this, Senbun Zakura was immediately speechless. After all, these are the facts, but what can we do about it? Japan's land area is too small, and every year many people are attacked by ferocious sea monsters. Compared to them, the Great Xia Kingdom has a vast territory. Although there are also outbreaks of beast tides, it is still much more peaceful than the ferocious beasts of the sea. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Jiang Han didn't want to ask any more questions. Since you're no longer of any use, let's send you on your way. After saying that, Jiang Han prepared to make his move. This scene was unexpected by everyone. After all, although she was Japanese, she was a great beauty, and it would be a pity to kill her like this. But Jiang Han was the final decision maker, and this woman was indeed an enemy, so no one came out to stop him. Am I finally going to die too? Mom and Dad, brother and sister, I'll be coming to join you soon. Having been captured in such a humiliating manner, Senbun Zakura had long been prepared to die. Moreover, he had just revealed Japan's plans because he was afraid of being tortured. If others found out, it would be a serious crime of treason, so by the time she confessed, it was already impossible for her to return alive. On her deathbed, Senbun Zakura pulled out a family photo from her clothes, looked at the family members in the picture, and slowly closed her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Han frowned. These little devils, even when they're about to die, they still resort to such manipulative tactics? By showing a family photo and saying a few words about family members, one can evoke pity in one's opponent, thus causing them to spare her life. If it was a genuine expression of emotion, why not use Japanese ghost language instead of the Great Xia language that Jiang Han could understand? However, this gave Jiang Han a good idea. A brilliant idea to completely wipe out the remaining Japanese. Thinking of this, Jiang Han pretended to feel pity and sighed softly. Forget it, let her fend for herself here. The others were slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but then began to worry. Jiang Han, are we just going to let her go like this? What if she goes and informs us? We can't handle more than a dozen late-stage gold-level cultivators. Hua Lingfei said with some concern. Although she also wields forbidden spells, there are limits to how powerful they can be. Moreover, she hasn't broken through to the gold level yet, so it's obviously impossible for her to deal with so many late-stage gold-level opponents working together. What are you afraid of? If you can't handle her, do you think I can't? She's just a few Japanese. If you're not comfortable with that, why don't you come and kill her? This. Hua Lingfei wanted to refute, but she didn't want to lose face in front of Lin Han. That's how people are. They understand everything when they talk about it, but when it comes to actually doing it, they have to go through a fierce internal struggle. Chapter 97 I Know My Limits. In the end, Hua Lingfei still did not make a move. This doesn't mean she wasn't decisive, she simply couldn't bring herself to kill a woman who had no power to fight back. After the group left, Senbun Zakura curled up alone on the ground. After this incident, she clearly gained a new understanding of the Great Xia Kingdom. Before coming to Daxia, she was brainwashed into believing that Daxia was a devilish country and that it was impossible to communicate with outsiders. In retrospect, they were just ordinary people with flesh and blood. Moreover, the fact that the other party didn't actually kill her, despite her being the intruder, was a shock to her understanding of the world, a situation that was shattering her worldview. What kind of country was the Great Xia? Leaving aside Senbun Zakura's self-doubt for now, Jiang Han planned to defeat the remaining people one by one. After walking for a while, Su Shuayuan came over and said hesitantly, "Master, I think there's something I should tell you." I was a little puzzled, wondering why Su Shuayuan had suddenly become so shy. "Just say what's on your mind." What's there to be embarrassed about with me? This. Su Shuayuan glanced at Song Zhong and the other person, but still didn't say anything directly. Seeing what she meant, Jiang Han led her a few steps forward, and Su Shuayuan then whispered something in his ear. Just as everyone was wondering what the two were talking about, Jiang Han suddenly exclaimed, "Damn it! Why didn't you say so sooner?" "I didn't say it just now because I saw how much you disliked Japanese people." Su Shuayuan lowered her head, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and now she regretted it a little. "It's alright, I didn't mean to blame you, but it's strange. In Japan, where everyone is extremely lewd, it's amazing that she was able to remain a virgin. No wonder she's the weakest one." Jiang Han frowned, and couldn't help but feel curious about Senbun Sakura. Sometimes, maintaining one's original intentions under the influence of the general environment is actually a very difficult thing. However, Senbun Sakura did it. When Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun were helping her get dressed, the two of them had already checked her. At that time, they discovered that the other party was still a virgin, but they didn't say it because of Jiang Han's attitude. Furthermore, in their minds, Japan was not a good place, so they didn't really want to develop a sisterhood. However, now that we know the other party is still a virgin, we need to re-evaluate the situation. Judging from Senbun Sakura's age, she's probably only in her early 20s. The fact that she could reach the gold level at this age through her own cultivation can only mean one thing, that she has exceptional talent. If we can use it for our own purposes, it might have unexpected effects. However, Jiang Han nipped this idea in the bud as soon as it appeared. What kind of people are the Japanese? An ungrateful dog, a wolf that can never be satisfied. Having such a woman by your side only invites potential danger. When we have enough strength, it wouldn't be unreasonable to exterminate this entire race. I'm sorry, Master. I've already said this has nothing to do with you. Besides, whether she's a virgin or not, it doesn't affect my contempt for the Japanese. Don't blame yourself, take care of the others first. Jiang Han affectionately patted Su Shuayuan's head and said gently. Going back to use other methods now is definitely not an option. If Senbun Sakura remains missing for too long, it could attract the attention of others. If we get them to gather together, things will get complicated. We've found them, brother. There are two ahead of us, and they look to be around the 7th level gold star. Just then, Xia Lang appeared out of nowhere. As a ferocious beast, gathering intelligence couldn't be easier. Since he could finally begin training, Xia Lang was also able to activate his stealth skill. Although the duration was somewhat short, it was generally sufficient. Alright, let's start with those two. Although killing cultivators doesn't yield any experience points, Jiang Han is still enjoying it immensely. Besides these so-called ninjas, there are many others in this world, though they are called different things in different countries, and their skills are used in different ways. But in reality, they all lead to the same goal. What Jiang Han wants to do is to standardize writing and unify the tracks of vehicles. Otherwise, it would be wishful thinking for humanity to unite as one. Soon, the group arrived at the location that Xia Lang had previously observed. Sure enough, they saw two people collecting herbs at the bottom of a cliff. This dragon soul grass is extremely rare. I never expected them to actually find it. The effects of dragon soul grass were known to the people of Daxia thousands of years ago. However, it has not become widely popular, largely because of its scarcity. Moreover, they mostly grow in areas frequented by ferocious beasts, making them very difficult to collect. Therefore, even though Great Xia is the country of origin, it is still impossible to obtain it in large quantities, and the price is ridiculously high. However, this time, you might be disappointed. Jiang Han smiled slightly and activated the dragon language. If we're talking about sneak attacks, then the demon sealing dragon breaking slash is definitely the most suitable. As Jiang Han advanced to the gold level, he already possessed a trace of spatial power, making his presence undetectable even to those of the same level. A sword blade suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, but by the time they sensed its presence, it was too late. The two poor people died before they could even utter a sound. Hey, that's pretty powerful. Jiang Han was very satisfied, even though this attack had consumed most of his spiritual energy. But being able to instantly kill a late-stage gold saint is already quite impressive. Just how many forbidden spells do you know? Hua Lingfei was surprised. She could tell that this demon-sealing dragon-breaking slash was completely different from the Dragon God's Karma cannon she had seen before. If Jiang Han uses this skill, she probably won't even have a chance to escape. It's not much, but why are you asking? This is my privacy. You. Hua Lingfei was so angry her nose was crooked, but what could she do? What is certain is that Jung Han is currently someone she simply cannot defeat. Arriving at the corpses of the two Japanese, Jung Han waved his hand and collected all the dragon soul grass. Song Joan walked over with a smile, licked his lips, and said, Brother-in-law, look at all this dragon soul grass, could you give me some to make tea with when I get back? Seeing Song Joan's expression, Jung Han couldn't help but want to laugh. I didn't expect this kid to be so good at handling things. Although he didn't say his purpose, every man understands, right? Since you call me brother-in-law, I can't treat you badly, but you have to be careful. This thing can shorten your lifespan. Don't risk your life for something like this. Jung Han lowered his voice and quietly handed a few dragon soul grasses to Song Joan. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I know what I'm doing. Chapter 98. They really are a bunch of Japanese devils. Everyone except Hua Lingfei was well aware of the whispers between the two. Especially Zhong Xiaoli, who was Song Joan's spirit beast girl, blushed deeply. Wait, what are those two talking about? Hua Lingfei looked at Zhong Xiaoli beside her with some confusion and asked curiously. But how do you explain this? It's so embarrassing. I don't know either, I didn't hear clearly. And what about you guys? I feel like you definitely know. Hua Lingfei then looked at San Yenyun and Su Shuayuan. You'll know that once you become sisters with us. Hua Lingfei didn't understand the other things, but she understood the meaning behind becoming sisters. If you follow this line of thought, you'll basically understand it. I knew you guys were all up to no good. With this experience, the group tracked down the enemy and quickly eliminated several small teams. However, most of these people travel in pairs, so it's unclear why Senbun Sakura travels alone. This might be one of the reasons why she has remained a virgin. After all, in the current environment, people who are unconventional are bound to be out of place. There should be 4 more. After finishing off the 2, Jung Han said excitedly. The difficulty of crossing the ocean is self-evident even without any ferocious beasts causing trouble, it would not be easy. So these dozen or so people are probably all the ones sent by Japan. Once that's dealt with, there's one less thing to worry about. Big brother, save me. Just as the group was rushing toward the last 4 people, Xiao Lang's cries for help suddenly came from not far away. Jung Han frowned. Xiao Lang's operations had always been very secretive and had never been discovered. Just as they were about to go forward to check, 4 figures suddenly appeared in the dense forest, occupying 4 positions and surrounding Jung Han and the others. He's probably looking for you, right? One of them grabbed Xiao Lang by the neck and said in a disdainful tone. Jung Han activated his mythical eye and discovered that all 4 of them possessed the strength of a gold 9th star. Big brother, be careful. These people are acting strangely. So noisy. Seeing that Xiao Lang was about to speak, the man slapped him across the face, knocking him unconscious. Let him go. I didn't realize you were so weak, yet you seem to care a lot about your pet. What? Feeling sorry for it? As he spoke, the man slapped him again, and Xiao Lang's head drooped down. Jung Han could clearly see through the system that Xiao Lang only had a sliver of health left, and if he were hit again, he would surely die. Regardless, Xiao Lang was also a time traveler. Although Jung Han always used her as a tool, she was also the only person he had common topics with. What exactly do you want? Jung Han's tone was icy. This was the first time he had been so angry since transmigrating. How about that? Isn't it obvious? If you want to save it, you'll have to trade 1 person for it. Upon hearing this, Jung Han became even more furious. Everyone present was important to Jung Han, and there was no way they could be exchanged. Since there was no way to communicate, Jung Han didn't want to continue the stalemate, so he started chanting in the dragon language. It's important to know that Jung Han's skills are instantaneous and don't require a long charging time, which allows him to catch people off guard. However, Jung Han underestimated the methods of these people. Just as he opened his mouth, a kunai was placed against Xiao Lang's neck. At the same time, a breeze swept by, and the next second, Hua Lingfei, Song Zhong, and Zhong Xiaoli were instantly taken hostage by the other 3. Don't put up a futile resistance. Do you think we haven't discovered you all this time? Seeing this, Jung Han felt a chill in his heart. It seems these people discovered their operation from the very beginning. The reason they didn't stop them was to see through their true intentions. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the case. It has to be said that once a person loses their bottom line, they will do things without any scruples. He wouldn't care even if it meant risking his teammates' lives. Damn it! Everyone was being held hostage, and if Jiang Han had to choose, he didn't want to give up anyone. Master, don't worry about us. As long as you live, I don't care if I die. Yes, it's my honor to know the master. You should leave now. Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun spoke one after the other, immediately raising the mood. Song Zhong and Zhong Shelley were the same, clearly prepared to die. Jiang Han, your future is limitless. I firmly believe that as long as you are here, Great Xiao will definitely have a future, so don't worry about us. Unexpectedly, Hua Lingfei suddenly spoke up, which surprised Jiang Han. However, what surprised him even more was what Hua Lingfei said next. If there is an afterlife, I would like to be your marriage partner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reviving the icy beauty, Hua Lingfei's heart. Reward skill, Dragon Lock. Skill, Dragon Trapping Lock. Description: a skill activated using dragon language, releasing a void chain that controls enemies invisibly and deals continuous damage. Jiang Han never expected that even the system thought Hua Lingfei was an ice queen, and that simply having secretly fallen for her would bring such a reward. Although he didn't understand why Hua Lingfei's attitude towards him had changed so drastically, the situation could be easily resolved with the reward skill. Since you've said that, then you'd better remember these words. But you don't need to wait until the next life, you'll be my woman in this life. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Japanese almost burst out laughing. What a touching scene! I never imagined you Great Xiao people were so imaginative. Let's get started. Clearly, the leader had lost patience and intended to kill them all. However, after the order was given, none of the 5 subordinates made a move. Because they were wearing masks, the leader did not notice anything unusual about them. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take care of them. However, none of them made any move. Song Yenyun was prepared to die, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. When I opened my eyes, I found that the kunai on my neck was completely still. Driven by curiosity, Song Yenyun turned her head to look, only to find that the other person was not moving at all, and was even trembling slightly. What's going on? Song Yenyun bent down directly, breaking free from control. Seeing this, others followed suit, and sure enough, they found that these people really didn't react at all. Song Zhong looked speechless, nudged the ninja behind him, and said with a smirk. TCH, what is this? You scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. Is that all? Are you all stupid? If you don't make a move, I'll kill you all. The leader panicked. Although he didn't know what had happened, he knew it couldn't be anything good. It seems your Japanese traditions are truly cruel. You really are a bunch of little devils. Chapter 99. I'm willing to do anything. Hearing Jiang Han's teasing, the leader knew that the kid must have used some method. Damn it! I didn't expect you to have such tricks up your sleeve. There's a lot you don't know. Jiang Han didn't have much to say and activated the dragon language forbidden spell again without hesitation. Dragon God's Fire Cannon. It's important to know that controlling other ninjas requires a continuous consumption of spiritual energy. Therefore, if you want to kill the leader directly, you must act quickly. But the leader remained completely unperturbed. Just as he guessed, Jiang Han's current strength is only at the initial stage of the Gold Realm. Even with powerful methods, it's impossible to contend with a late-stage, peak-level Gold Saint. A trivial skill. The leader didn't take it seriously, but was surprised that Jiang Han activated his skill so quickly. However, as the Dragon God's cannons drew closer, he finally realized something was wrong. That terrifying aura sent chills down one's spine. Moreover, there seemed to be an overwhelming pressure mixed in with the aura, giving people an irresistible feeling. Not good. The leader, who had already assumed a defensive stance, tried to dodge immediately after sensing an unusual aura. However, it was too late to dodge at this point. Although the Dragon God's fire cannon was not as terrifyingly fast as the demon sealing dragon breaking slash, which could traverse space, it was still effective. But that speed is not something that can be faked out by ordinary skills. Not to mention, ninjas below the gold rank basically rely on taijutsu and hidden weapons to fight. Therefore, they have an inherent disadvantage in speed, and it is basically a pipe dream to dodge the Dragon God's fire cannon. Because all their energy was focused on dodging, their defense was naturally scattered, and the result was predictable. It should be noted that Jiang Han used 70% of his spiritual energy this time in order to take good care of him. This power is so great that even platinum-level experts must take it seriously, otherwise they will likely suffer a crushing defeat. Wherever the Dragon God's cannon passed, a dazzling white light shot straight into the sky. Most of the leader's body disappeared, leaving only one eye with a look of terror in it. Having lost its support, only half of its head fell limply to the ground. The tree he was standing on fared even worse, as if it had vanished into thin air. The dragon god's fire cannon even pierced through the clouds and soared straight into the sky. Such a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, surprising not only the ninjas but also their own people. Sorry, I used too much force. Jiang Han clapped his hands, seemingly apologizing for the eye that had fallen to the ground. Looking back, he found that his men had already broken free of their restraints. After all, using the dragon god cannon consumed a great deal of energy, making it impossible to effectively control the group. To Jiang Han's surprise, these guys didn't take the opportunity to cause trouble. Instead, they all obediently knelt on the ground with their hands raised high. What are they doing? Brother-in-law, is that even a question? He was definitely overwhelmed by your domineering aura and knelt down right there. Song Jiang is truly fearless. He kicked the ninja who had just threatened him to the ground and said. Normally, he definitely wouldn't have had the guts. The difference in strength is too great. If someone really dares to do that, wouldn't that be like a lantern in a toilet courting death? But things are different now. It's obvious that these guys have been terrified of Jiang Han. Often, the most terrifying thing is a mental breakdown. No matter how strong you are, once your psychological defenses collapse, the consequences are already predetermined. Since none of these people could speak the language of Great Xia, they were unsure how to communicate or handle the situation, which became a difficult problem. Almost every Chinese person hates these Japanese devils to the core. But the Japanese would never give up so easily. Killing these people would be easy, but we would still have to face the endless harassment from the Japanese. Is there any way to kill two birds with one stone, so that we can punish these Japanese people and also obtain intelligence from the Japanese side? Etc. Just as Jiang Han was struggling with how to deal with these people, a voice came. Senbun Sakura? What brings you here? Jiang Han frowned. If this woman did anything improper, he would not be lenient. However, after learning that she was still a virgin, Jiang Han could no longer look at her with a normal mindset. I thought Senbun Sakura would team up with others to stage a comeback, but the opponent didn't play by the rules. Lord Jiang Han, please spare their lives. Without saying a word, Senbun Sakura immediately knelt down on one knee. Perhaps because I was dressed in a hurry, a large expanse of white snow immediately came into view. Jiang Han subconsciously swallowed, his thoughts drifting away as he thought of the mountain peak that no one had ever climbed. Lord Jiang Han? Seeing that Jiang Han didn't react for a long time, Senbun Sakura looked up curiously and saw Jiang Han looking at a certain place meaningfully, and her face immediately turned red. However, considering that he still needed their help, he could only endure it. Oh, that won't do. They just tried to kill my companion. How can I let them off so easily? Jiang Han looked righteous after all. When it came to matters of principle, he was able to distinguish between what was important and what was not. Seeing that Jiang Han refused to budge, Senbun Sakura became somewhat anxious. As long as Lord Jiang Han is willing to let them go, I'm willing to do anything. Willing to do anything? Are you really telling the truth? Judging from the meaning in Jiang Han's tone, Senbun Sakura could hardly have guessed her fate. But at this point, she had no other choice. Although we didn't see the scene of Jiang Han fighting the leader, we saw the result, which shows that Jiang Han really has the ability to kill a high-level gold star expert. If she guessed correctly, even if she resisted, the only outcome would be death. As the saying goes, it's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death, and these people are all experts that the Qianben family has spent a lot of effort to cultivate. It would be too frustrating if they all died like this. Of course it's true, even if I'd be willing. Seeing the cherry blossoms so readily available for anyone to pick, Jiang Han almost lost control. However, he suppressed the urge to have sex in the wild and coughed twice before speaking. I can spare them, but from now on you will all have to submit to me. That's fine, we can't go back to Japan anyway. Senbun Sakura wasn't lying with their limited abilities, crossing the ocean was simply a pipe dream. Putting aside the fact that only the leader among them has seafaring experience, even if he did, it's unlikely he would survive returning empty-handed. If the leader were still alive, there might have been a sliver of hope, but now even that last sliver of hope has been completely extinguished. The fact that Jiang Han didn't kill her before had already touched Senbun Sakura's heart. Now that her leader has been killed, she naturally has no will to resist. Moreover, it's highly unlikely that this message will get back for now. Preserving our lives is the top priority. Alright, in that case, let's eat this. Chapter 100, Big Haw Pill? Jiang Han took out a few pills from his pocket and quickly distributed them to everyone. What's this? This is a soul-chasing and life-taking pill. After you take it, with just a thought from me, you will all die on the spot. Upon hearing this, Senbun Sakura's eyes widened, clearly not expecting Jiang Han to have such methods. However, given the current situation, she had no choice but to agree. Without their leader, even if they weren't captured by Jiang Han, their mission in Daxia was still fraught with peril. What? You dare not take it? It seems you are not truly submitting to me. No, I'll eat it. No. Seeing that Senbun Sakura was really about to take the drug of unknown origin, the others quickly spoke up to stop her. It's clear that Senbun Sakura actually holds a certain position among these people. Young miss, you can't eat this. Yes, miss, if all else fails, we'll fight them. Such a humiliation is something most people would find unacceptable. Moreover, for ninjas, surrendering is the greatest humiliation, let alone admitting defeat. Besides, if you have to live like a slave to others, you might as well just die. Presumptuous. Senbun Sakura's face darkened, and her young lady demeanor immediately came through. Although the others were unwilling, they could only keep their feelings to themselves. You are the only samurai of my Senbon family. If you are all sacrificed, the Senbon family will cease to exist. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. That's absolutely right, and these people are clearly well aware of the reasons behind it. Young Miss is right. Anyway, we can't go back to Japan now. Young Miss is the only descendant of the Senbon family. As long as we protect Young Miss, the Senbon family will not be destroyed. One of the older people stepped forward, and what he said resonated with the others. From childhood to adulthood, they have been taught to follow the rules. But what did it ultimately bring? Just because of a single sentence, they were forced to travel across the ocean, resulting in the sacrifice of almost 90% of them. In the end, the leader was still relentless, and in this critical moment, he even thought of killing them first. They are human beings too, with their own thoughts, not livestock to be manipulated at will. In that case, let's stay here and make those hypocrites pay the price when the opportunity arises. For a moment, the ninjas were filled with excitement, leaving Jiang Han and the others stunned. Because of the language barrier, I had no idea what they were saying. Brother-in-law, are they planning to fight to the death? Should we just kill them? Song Joan subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Han, while still holding onto his spirit beast girl. Sir, you misunderstand. We are not discussing countermeasures. We are willing to accept your conditions, we only ask for a place to stay. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Judging from the expressions of those people just now, I can already guess what happened. In the original story, these people were just small fry who were easily wiped out by Yifan, so it's impossible to describe them in such detail. However, this time, it seems there has been a different gain. Once I am strong enough, I may be able to cross the ocean and directly reclaim the inherent territory of the Great Xia since ancient times. In that case, take your medicine. Led by Senbun Sakura, everyone swallowed the medicine without hesitation. I thought it would taste terrible, but it turned out to be quite delicious with its sweet and sour flavor. My lord, from now on I will follow you to the death. Alright, you guys should stay away from the public for now. In the meantime, focus on learning the language of Daxia. I don't want to struggle with communication. Here's my phone number, remember to call me if you need anything. After saying that, Jiang Han left a note and led everyone away. Now that this area has been explored, there is another location to explore before we can return to report. Senbun Sakura didn't say much about this. After all, their behavior and accents would cause a lot of trouble if they appeared in the public eye of the Great Xia dynasty. She naturally didn't know that Jiang Han simply didn't dare to have these people around him. If these guys discover my true strength, wouldn't I be shooting myself in the foot? Brother-in-law, do you still have any of those soul-chasing life-snatching pills? Could you give me some? Once he confirmed that Senbun Sakura and the others hadn't followed, Song Joan immediately perked up. The so-called soul-chasing and life-stealing pill is incredibly effective. It would be so much easier to subdue enemies if we encountered them in the future. You mean this? To Song Joan's dismay, Jiang Han pulled out a box of pills from his pocket, the large characters on it almost making everyone lose their composure. Big hawthorn pills? Brother-in-law, you can't do this. So that's how it is. No wonder there are such miraculous drugs in the world. Hua Lingfei rolled her eyes, never expecting that Jiang Han would carry such a thing with him. My stomach hasn't been feeling too good lately, so I was just eating for fun. Jiang Han smiled slightly, popped a piece into his mouth, and began to chew. Brother-in-law, do you want some? I have plenty more, you can have as much as you want. This. Song Jiang was speechless, but he was also impressed by Jiang Han's actions. Not only is he powerful, but he is also incredibly cunning. It's a good thing I didn't continue to be his enemy, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died. Oh right, Fei Fei, I seem to remember you just said you wanted to be my woman? Suddenly, Jiang Han looked at Hua Lingfei standing to the side. To be honest, we really owe her a lot this time. If it weren't for Hua Lingfei's change of heart, the system wouldn't have given us the reward. If that's the case, then it's really not certain that we'll be able to escape so easily this time. Really? I never said anything like that. Hua Lingfei immediately turned pale and denied it in a panic. Jiang Han hadn't expected this woman to be so arrogant, and he was just wondering how to deal with her. Unexpectedly, a voice suddenly came from the side. It was none other than Su Shuiyuan's cell phone. Listening to the recording on her phone, Hua Lingfei realized it was too late to deny it. That's outrageous. You actually recorded me. That's right, we'll go to great lengths for our master's happiness. Su Shuiyuan truly lived up to her title as the first wife. Even in that moment of crisis, she was still thinking about Jiang Han's happy life. I was just saying. I wouldn't even look at a womanizer like you. Jiang Han realized that now was the perfect time to act. He stepped forward and pinned Hua Lingfei against the wall. However, there were no walls in this desolate wilderness, so they could only choose a large tree. Really? You were just saying that casually? Be honest, or I'll spank you. I haven't thought it through yet, can you give me some time? Even Jiang Han didn't expect that after all this, Hua Lingfei could still be won over. Chapter 101: The Cooked Duck Fleas. You should know that Hua Lingfei is a famously cold and aloof beauty in the original novel. The price to pay for melting an iceberg is unimaginable. However, it seems that due to the changes in the plot, everything, including the characters' personalities, has undergone tremendous changes. For some reason, Hua Lingfei seemed terrified of being spanked by Jiang Han. After hearing Jiang Han's words, his eyes began to dart away. Little Fei Fei, as you've seen, Master's potential is limitless, and his future is even more unpredictable. I know you have a strong background, but I believe that Master's future achievements may not be inferior to your background. Yes, Fei Fei, and you should follow your heart. Ask yourself, what is it that you really want? Hua Lingfei and Song Yenyun truly lived up to their reputation as Jiang Han's loyal wingmen. Seeing that the other party is starting to soften their stance, we definitely need to add fuel to the fire. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we'll get another chance? Hua Lingfei was shocked. She never expected that these two women would help her man find another woman. No one would believe this if it were told to others. Is this kid really that good in bed? He can't even satisfy two women. Well, I'd better think about it carefully. Alright, since that's the case, I won't force you. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so you'd better think it over quickly, because my patience is limited. Jiang Han didn't linger and turned to leave without even a hint of hesitation. When she sensed the man's presence suddenly disappear, Hua Lingfei felt as if something was missing from her heart. This was the first time she had ever felt this way in her life, and that feeling of loss was really not a good one. Watching Jiang Han's figure walk further and further away, without even turning back. She had a feeling that if she didn't seize the opportunity with the man in front of her now, she might never have another chance. Wait. He had only spoken halfway when a whooshing sound suddenly came, and even the ground trembled. Jiang Han immediately became alert. He could sense a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Before anyone could speak, a proud figure appeared on the treetop. Xiao Fei? What are you doing here? The person who arrived was none other than Kenneth Fok. Uncle! What brings you here? The word uncle shocked everyone except Jiang Han. Everyone knew Hua Lingfei had a powerful background, but no one expected it to be this powerful. Nobody had ever told them that this little girl's uncle was a top-tier player. I sensed the aura of a forbidden spell here, so I came to check. What are you all doing here? Oh, we're here to complete an exploration mission. There wasn't any aura of forbidden spells just now. When Huo Qigang asked about the forbidden spell, Jiang Han was a little nervous, but he didn't expect Hua Lingfei to help him lie. To be honest, Jiang Han has no plans to reveal himself at the moment. After all, the gold level is too weak right now, and it's obviously not a good thing to reveal our trump cards too early before we've truly grown stronger. Really? Could I be mistaken? That shouldn't be the case. Seeing Hua Gang begin to doubt himself, Hua Lingfei quickly seized the opportunity and said, Uncle, do you think there are some people around here who can use forbidden spells? You little brat, all you know is how to use forbidden spells? Upon hearing this, Hua Lingfei was speechless, realizing that he had forgotten about her. Uncle, you yourself said that my forbidden spell is nothing but a mere illusion. How could you possibly sense its power? That's true, but it's quite dangerous here. Your mom called and said she misses you. Why don't you come back with me? Before Hua Lingfei could refuse, Hua Qigong waved his hand. The two figures vanished from the spot as if they had never existed. Well, the cooked duck has flown away. Seeing this, Song Yenyun was speechless and shrugged. What's wrong with Lord Hua? He knows it's dangerous here, so why didn't he take us with him? Song Zhong started complaining, only to be slapped on the back of the head by Song Yenyun. You brat, how dare you criticize a king like that? The person who was most unhappy was Hua Lingfei. She hadn't expected that things would progress so quickly, and then she would leave so abruptly. Wasn't that like cutting off the fuel supply? Alright, we still have a mission, let's not worry about anything else. The strongest player came to steal him away. What could Zhang Han do? But there's no rush, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Judging from the current situation, there shouldn't be any major problems in the Netherworld Canyon. The next destination is the Dawn Swamp, known as a gathering place for ferocious beasts. Dawn Swamp is a place rarely visited by people. In the past, the starting point of several beast tides was basically here. Therefore, Zhang Han and his team's mission this time was simply to explore the outer perimeter and confirm that there was no large-scale gathering of ferocious beasts. Relatively speaking, the task here is quite simple. It was placed at the end simply because the distance was too far. Along the way, Song Zhong experienced the joy of being mentored by a senior figure. Basically, you don't need to do much to gain experience. On this day, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of Dawn Swamp. This is a large plain area, and since we arrived in the afternoon, there wasn't much fog. This is so vast. If we turned this place into a human city, how magnificent it would be. Song Zhong couldn't help but sigh. Because of the fear of being attacked by beast tides, human cities are generally built in valleys. Building a city on this terrain would present an exponentially increasing defensive pressure. That's not necessarily true. Who knows if such a large city can actually be built in the future? Zhang Han was deeply moved when he saw such a vast plain. If this were a past life, how could humans possibly have let such a place go? Master, don't you think it would be amazing if this place were turned into the headquarters of the heaven-defying sect? Su Shuayuan looked on with longing. Living in such a place would be so comfortable. Upon hearing this, a seed was planted in Zhang Han's heart. Indeed, many temples strive to provide a good environment for practitioners. They are mostly built deep in the mountains and forests. Even more extreme, some establish sects directly in desolate places, giving people a great sense of mystery. However, the heaven-defying sect does not need to do so, since the sect's name itself reveals that it aims to defy the heavens. Since you're going against the natural order, why care about being discovered? If there truly is a heavenly way, it is fundamentally the same no matter where it is established. Moreover, being located deep in the mountains and forests is not necessarily a good thing for a sect. At least communication between disciples is problematic. In that case, why not do the opposite? Chapter 102. What kind of situation is this? That's a good idea, but our current strength isn't enough. Let's focus on training. Zhang Han was filled with excitement. Since he wanted to build his own power, he couldn't afford to be complacent. He always had a feeling that the plot's climax was definitely not that simple. Huge changes have occurred in many places. From his perspective, this is the plot, but in a sense, the plot is the so-called natural order. Therefore, he must be fully prepared before encountering intractable conflicts. After searching for a while, the group arrived at the nearest mountain peak in the Dawn Swamp. Looking down from above, a light mist floated over the entire Dawn Swamp. Strangely, there was no movement below, and not a single ferocious beast could be seen within a radius of tens of kilometers. This is impossible. How come there isn't a single ferocious beast? Zhang Han frowned. The most likely explanation for this situation was the ferocious beasts have gathered together, and it's easy to imagine what will happen next. Could it be that the ferocious beasts are still preparing for the next beast tide? I don't know. Now that we're here, we should definitely find out and be prepared. Let's go in and find out. John Han's expression was serious. He didn't want to experience the despair before the arrival of the beast tide again. Therefore, if possible, preparing in advance will definitely make things much easier. Moreover, Kenneth Falk hasn't been away for too long. If signs of another beast tide are discovered, he can be asked to return. Ha! Brother-in-law, you're really going to enter the Dawn Swamp? Upon hearing that John Han actually intended to go in and investigate, Song Joon looked worried. Although this was his first time visiting Dawn Swamp, he had heard countless legends about the place. The reason is quite simple: almost no master who has entered the Dawn Swamp has ever come out alive. What? If you're scared, then don't come over. Stay outside and provide backup. Who says I'm scared? I'm not scared at all. I'll go. I'm going to make history with my brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, John Han was speechless. He knew, of course, that something strange was going on here, but the risk was worth it to get the information. Moreover, he didn't intend to delve too deeply. As long as he could confirm that all the ferocious beasts were gathered together, that information would be sufficient. Alright, at least you're still a man. Listen up, this trip into the Dawn Swamp is extremely dangerous. Everyone must follow my orders. Don't worry, master, even if we encounter danger, I will stand in front of you. Yes, me too. I won't let anyone hurt master. Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun were full of confidence. As long as they were with Jiang Han, they had nothing to fear. That won't do. You're all my women. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. And so, the group of 5 quietly entered the Dawn Swamp. It was already sunset, and the surrounding air was beginning to become humid. Just over 10 minutes later, the fog rolled in. No, let's come tomorrow. This fog is a bit strange. John Han, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and frowned slightly. He had just sensed an unusual aura, which he couldn't quite put his finger on, but which made him very uncomfortable. Strangely, after saying this, John Han did not hear any response from anyone. Shuayuan, Xiaoyun. Did you hear that? I called out again, but there was still no response. Oh no. John Han knew perfectly well that something unexpected must have happened. He turned around to go back and look for it, but found that a huge cave had suddenly appeared beneath his feet. John Han was about to resist when his body suddenly lost its balance. With his strength, he could have easily stabilized himself in this situation. However, the next second, he felt someone push him from behind and he fell straight into the cave. Just as he was about to disappear from sight, Jiang Han clearly saw that the person who pushed him was none other than Su Shuayuan. Shuayuan, you. The next moment, Jiang Han felt a dizzying sensation and almost instantly lost consciousness. When Jiang Han woke up again, he found himself in an underground cave. There were many glowing stones around, so it wasn't too dark. Rubbing his aching temples, Jiang Han muttered to himself. Where is this? Looking around, besides the glowing stones, there were mountains of human skeletons piled up at his feet. Holy crap! No wonder no one who came in came out alive, they're all here. Driven by human instinct, Jiang Han leaped down from the pile of bones. The cave here is very large and appears to be located below Sunset Swamp. Unlike the dampness above, the environment here is very dry, even somewhat comfortable. I remember being pushed down by Shuayuan just now. What exactly happened? Jiang Han naturally had no doubts about Su Shuayuan. Furthermore, I could vaguely see that the other person's expression was somewhat strange, clearly indicating that they were being controlled by something. Forget it, let's find an exit first. Now that he was trapped here, Jiang Han naturally couldn't just sit and wait to die. So they shouted loudly while searching for an exit. It was quite strange, really. It seemed like I had fallen from above, but the ground above was solid rock with no opening whatsoever. It's so noisy. Just as Jiang Han was shouting in all directions, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. The voice seemed to come from the depths of one's soul, and even plugging one's ears could not help. The intense tremor caused Jiang Han's vision to blur, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? Just saying a few words almost killed me, that's terrifying. Jiang Han was shocked. A single sentence had rendered a gold-level expert powerless. What level was this? I'm sorry, senior. I didn't mean to disturb you. I just got separated from my companion. Lost? Ha ha ha. Naive. Anyone who comes here must die. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han immediately became alert. It's not hard to tell from what the other person said that the speaker is not human at all. Senior, you're not human? Shut up. Who's your senior? The sound wave came again, this time with even greater power. John Han was directly blasted away, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and crashed heavily to the ground. What kind of mess is this? What did I do to deserve this? John Han was in a terrible state of mind. He never expected that such a huge change would occur just a few hundred meters into the Dawn Swamp. Senior, that's not what I meant. I was just showing my respect for you. Respect? Humans are still the same as ever, nothing has changed in 100,000 years. Wait. You're actually a dragon god mage? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 103. Is it really necessary to have such a deep grudge? Hearing the other party's clueless words, John Han's temper flared up. From the very beginning until now, this guy has been talking to himself without considering other people's feelings at all. Even if they are seniors, shouldn't we at least know basic manners? No, what do you mean? Can you speak more clearly? And how do you know I'm the dragon god mage? John Han was still somewhat shocked by this. You should know that the system said that the dragon god mage is the only profession in this world. Not to mention others who don't know, even a master like Kenneth Falk might not have heard of it. Unexpectedly, this unknown creature in front of me revealed the truth in a single sentence. How would I know? How would I know? Fine, you still have the nerve to ask such a question? Just as John Han asked the question, the entire cave began to shake, as if a huge earthquake was about to occur. The surrounding hard rocks were shaken off one by one, as if this thing was going to collapse the entire cave. The fact that the environment here is so different from the Dawn Swamp outside indicates that this place is definitely very deep. If the cave collapses, even with a forbidden spell, it probably won't be easy to escape. Old man, are you crazy? I've done nothing to you, are you trying to kill me? So you think you have no grudge against me? Do you even know that the dragon god mage deserves to die? John Han didn't expect that just making a casual remark would once again successfully anger the other party. What's going on? System, what's happening? John Han was completely bewildered, having no idea what was going on. Judging from this, it seems that some dragon god mage offended this guy in the past, but what does that have to do with him? Most importantly, this matter was not mentioned at all in the original work. It seems to be a newly generated plot point. The system naturally wouldn't answer John Han. More and more rocks were falling around them, and if this continued, they would probably be buried here. Tell me, who are you? I don't even know you. Do you have such a deep grudge against me? Nonsense. There isn't a single good human being, they all deserve to die. John Han was furious. How was this any different from those women in his previous life saying that no man was a good person? This perfectly illustrates that classic saying. Old man. How many books have you read? How dare you say that this is how the world is? How many people have you met? How dare you say that all people are like this? How much peace and suffering have you personally witnessed? How dare you judge the good and evil of others? This. John Han had only intended to make a comment, but he didn't expect the other party to think it made a lot of sense, leaving him speechless for a moment. You're just spouting nonsense. You must die today. As the sound subsided, the cave trembled even more violently, making it difficult to even stand still. John Han frowned deeply, not expecting this guy to actually do it for real. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, a large patch of red light suddenly appeared in the cave. Like the veins in a person, they densely covered the entire cave, and the cave, which was originally on the verge of collapse, suddenly became quiet. Ah! Damn Tion, it's been 100,000 years, and you still won't let me go. What's going on? Looking at the situation before him, John Han knew perfectly well that the guy who was speaking was definitely being restrained in some way. But who is Tion? He doesn't seem to have been mentioned at all in the original work. Consider yourself lucky today, but sooner or later I will wipe out all of humanity. Keep bragging. If I'm not mistaken, you're trapped here, right? If that's the case, stop spouting nonsense. What did you say? Once their situation was exposed, the other person's voice clearly changed, trembling with anger. Didn't I say something very clearly? How come your hearing isn't working well anymore? You want to kill humans? I think you should worry about yourself first. After saying that, John Han didn't want to pay any more attention to this unknown person. After all, communication is impossible in this situation. It's probably impossible to get any information out of them. The most important thing right now is how to get out of here. We don't know how the others are doing. You want to get out? Don't bother. No one who comes here has ever left. You can just wait here to die. Just as Jiang Han was searching for an exit, that annoying voice kept chattering on and on. Seeing that he still had no clue what to do made me feel incredibly relieved. However, Jiang Han didn't reply, assuming the guy was just talking nonsense. Even if this is a separate space, if you can get in, there must be a way out. However, after looking around, Jiang Han was somewhat disappointed to find that this place seemed to have been carved out of thin air, with no exit at all. I already told you, don't bother, this isn't a place you can get out of. Stop talking nonsense. Do you even know what science is? Since I can move around here, it means the air here has oxygen, so there must be a connection to the outside. Do you really think I'm a primary school student? Jiang Han looked disgusted. He had already been experiencing it just now. The air here is incredibly fresh. This would be impossible in a private space. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. You call this science? I've never believed in science. Upon hearing this, the voice burst into wild laughter, speaking mockingly. What do you mean? What do you mean? To tell you the truth, the only reason you've survived here is because of the formation. Hearing this, Jiang Han frowned again. Formations are not uncommon in other fantasy novels. But it's not mentioned at all in the original work. Moreover, formations are extremely complex concepts, regardless of the novel in which they are depicted. It can be said to be an existence that seizes the creation of heaven and earth and reverses the timing and location of events. It is the most difficult existence to control. This guy is now claiming there's a formation here. That's utterly absurd. Formation? That thing is so complicated, don't try to fool people. You actually know about formations? That's impossible. You're a dragon god mage and you also know about formations. How about this, I'll show you the way. Surprisingly, after Jiang Han demonstrated his understanding of the formation, the other party's tone softened. You're showing me the way? I think you're trying to push me into a fire pit. With your petty schemes, you've wasted 10,000 years of your life. However, Jiang Han wasn't fooled at all, rolled his eyes, and continued searching for an exit. Suddenly, he looked at the large pile of bones in the middle. There's nothing here, so why did everyone approach this place before they died? Does that mean something? Jiang Han stroked his chin thoughtfully as he approached the pile of bones step by step. This action made the source of the sound even more anxious. Young man, I apologize. I was wrong just now. If you cooperate with me, you will definitely benefit greatly. Chapter 104. It really is a dragon. Jiang Han wasn't stupid. This guy had just said he hated humans to the bone. The fact that he's now taking the initiative to apologize can only mean one thing: he must have come to the right place. Old man, do you think I'd still believe you? How can you not believe me? Besides, I've lived for so long and know many secrets. Aren't you curious? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's heart stirred. The reason he was able to contend with Yi Fan, the protagonist, was because of his near-predictive abilities. Otherwise, trying to go against someone who has the protagonist's halo is just asking for trouble. What do I have to be curious about? You've been locked up here for 100,000 years. You're just a frog in a well. Besides, 100,000 years have passed. What you know is already worthless. Although he was tempted, Jiang Han didn't show it at all on the surface. With acting skills like that, it would be a shame not to give him an Oscar. Aren't you curious? You're actually not curious? This is infuriating. Don't you know that the world you see isn't the world you actually see? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han curled his lip. I know, it's just some nonsense about flowers not being flowers, mist not being mist, mountains not being mountains, and water not being water, right? Don't give me that useless talk. Upon hearing this, the voice suddenly fell silent. Clearly, they hadn't expected Jiang Han to say something so philosophical. And the more I thought about it, the more sense it made, and for a moment I didn't know how to reply. Why aren't you saying anything? I told you you're just a pretentious scoundrel. I even had some expectations of you. You. Jiang Han's words are infuriating. I've never seen such an infuriating human being. What do you mean you? If you really want to cooperate with me, then let me out first. How can I let you out? If I could let you out, I would have left already. The voice was so angry that it inadvertently blurted out the truth. Oh, I see. So, you've lived for 100,000 years, which is practically the same as living in vain. But I remember a saying, 1,000-year-old tortoise is like a 1,000-year-old turtle, so I must say you've certainly lived a long life. You're talking nonsense. I am a true dragon, how could those beasts compare to me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was greatly alarmed. If nothing unexpected happens, what this guy said is very likely true. After all, even the strongest king-level ferocious beasts could not possibly live for 100,000 years. Moreover, this guy has been imprisoned here for 100,000 years, and who knows how many years he lived before he came in. With such vitality, it must be no ordinary creature, it might even be a dragon. Shah, who are you trying to scare? There are no dragons in this world. If there really were dragons, I would be God. What is God? You might not believe me, but I really am a dragon. Alright, since you claim to be a true dragon, then prove it to me. Jiang Han put his hands on his hips, looking incredulous, which finally angered the other party. You want to prove it, right? Fine, I'll prove it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the cave began to shake again, and then, a vortex of light and shadow appeared beneath the pile of bones. Like a black hole, it seems to lead to another space. Get down. I'm not going down there. Even a true dragon like you can't get out, so how could I possibly get out if I went in? Jiang Han remained vigilant. It was best to be cautious with this unknown thing. This place can only trap dragons. If you want to get out, you have to come down here, unless you want to be locked up here for the rest of your life and end up like them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han steeled his resolve. There's no other way now but to try anything, even if it seems hopeless. Before the dragon could urge him any further, he leaped down. After a dizzying spin, Jiang Han opened his eyes and found that he had indeed arrived in another space. It's extremely cold here. Just a quick glance suggests it's at least -70 or 80 degrees Celsius. Why is it so cold here? Nonsense, if it weren't cold, how could it trap me? The sound came again, and when Jiang Han looked up, the scene in front of him almost made him fall to the ground. Not far away, a huge ice sculpture stood before us. The ice sculpture is several hundred meters high and at least 10 meters in diameter, making it a truly awe-inspiring sight. Inside the ice sculpture, a black, 5-clawed eastern dragon suddenly appeared before one's eyes. Although there was no action, the aura emanating from it alone was enough to chill people to the bone. It really is a dragon. I told you, I really am a real dragon. But that's not right. I heard that dragons are all golden. Why are you all black? Upon hearing this, Jinlong almost got so angry that his nose almost twisted out of shape. So what? Aren't we black dragons dragons? How can you be so snobbish? A powerful aura swept over them, instantly blasting Jiang Han back more than 10 meters. Keep in mind that this is just a wisp of aura emitted by the other party. If it were to hit you solidly, you would probably be reduced to ashes immediately. Terrifying. There can't possibly be such a terrifying beast in the world. This was Jiang Han's only thought, but he couldn't show weakness at this moment. After all, this guy seemed to have asked him for a favor, so from that perspective, there was nothing to be afraid of. I only heard about it. Why are you angry? Are you sick? Humph, if it weren't for the golden dragon's exclusion, how could we have come into this world and ended up like this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han knew that something seemed amiss. Since I can't go out anyway, and you're bored, why don't you tell me about the past? Surprisingly, this time Halem did not refuse. Perhaps it's because I've been here for so many years that I feel somewhat lonely and isolated. Through its narration, Jiang Han learned that there was such a hidden secret in this world. As early as 100,000 years ago, the Black Dragon crossed the void. At that time, humans were still in a primitive society and had virtually no survival skills. Just when it was on the verge of extinction, the Black Dragon chose humans as its companions. The reason is simple: the dragon soul and the human soul have a very high compatibility. This compatibility suggests that the two races may very well share a common origin. However, as time went by, they simply led to two completely different futures. And so, with the help of the dragons, humans gradually acquired their own territory. But this period of prosperity was short-lived, as a segment of humanity, driven by greed, gradually seized power. Out of fear of the dragon's power, they developed a soul contract. By signing such a contract, the dragon race can unleash even greater power. But the dragons never expected that this contract would come at the cost of absorbing their life force. Just then, an unprecedented beast tide broke out, and in order to protect their people, almost all of the dragons signed soul contracts. Chapter 105. Let my brother-in-law deal with you. With the blessing of the soul contract, all the black dragons unleashed their extraordinary power. It was precisely because of this that the unprecedented and massive beast tide was finally quelled. But the good times didn't last long. After the soul contract was signed, the black dragons, who were known for their long lifespans, were all plunged into the shadow of death. Moreover, this trend of decreasing lifespan became unstoppable. In just over 1,000 years, the number of black dragons dropped from tens of thousands to less than a few dozen. It wasn't until then that the black dragon gradually realized that there seemed to be a problem with this so-called soul contract. You guys reacted way too slowly. It took you so long, and so many dragons died, before you even noticed. Don't you deserve it? They certainly deserve it. At first, we thought it was due to changes in the environment, until later, we discovered that the despicable Dtion was actually extracting the life essence of our dragon race to complete your human evolution. Halung spoke through gritted teeth, his tone filled with obvious hatred. It turns out that, all along, on the surface, humans have been helping the black dragon find the reason for its shortened lifespan. But they had no clue whatsoever, and the black dragon and humans had already formed an alliance. The extinction of the black dragon would be a huge loss for humanity, so the black dragon never even considered that possibility. Evolving by extracting life essence? Is that even possible? In the original work, these things were not mentioned at all, so Jiang Han was naturally very curious. That's right, and this method seems to have originated from the golden dragon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han remained silent. I never expected that even the dragon race would be so infighting it has reached the point of irreconcilable conflict. Jiang Han only learned about it through Halung's explanation. This method of extracting lifespan to evolve members of the race relies on a special formation. After years of experimentation, the so-called Emperor Tian discovered that evolution was only suitable for women, not men. When the black dragon discovered him, he had already completed the evolution of all human females. The only black dragon that did not sign a soul contract with a human is the one standing before us. I, Aogu, swear that I will find Dtion and tear him to pieces. I say, is it possible that the Dtion you speak of has already vanished into the annals of history? Jiang Han was deeply shocked and had already made some guesses in his mind. The current system of spirit beast girls is very likely related to Dtion's operation. Although the later spirit beast girls can transform into all sorts of different spirit beasts, it should be known that the dragon race is the king of all beasts, and the dragon bloodline is the strongest. Therefore, the ability to transform into other spirit beasts can also be explained. From this perspective, Su Shuayuan's bloodline talent is likely the closest to that of the dragon race. That's why she was able to provide Yi Fan with such great assistance in the original story. That's such a pity. In that case, I'll just wipe out all of humanity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was speechless. So, after all that talking, he was still going to die. Forget it, those who are not of our kind are bound to have different intentions. Just tell me how to get out of here, I still need to go out and rescue people. Aogu felt a little embarrassed, only then realizing that Jiang Han was also human. If you're willing to help me, I can spare your life. Do you think I'm out of my mind? Knowing you were going to wipe out humanity, I still let you out? Fine, if you won't help me, you can forget about getting out of here either. Anyway, I'm the only one who might know how to get out. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound suddenly came from above. Immediately afterwards, the dome of the entire underground space suddenly collapsed. The huge stone fell on the ice sculpture, yet it didn't leave a single mark. This shows just how hard the ice sculpture is. What happened? How did it break? Seeing this, Black Dragon was also somewhat puzzled. Now you're all set, aren't you? I'm leaving now. You can stay here and reflect on your actions. Your grudge isn't against the human race, but against Dtion. Owner. Owner. Just as the two were arguing, a call suddenly came from above. Immediately afterwards, a black dragon flew down from above, carrying several figures on its back. It was Song Yenyun and Song Zhong and a few others. This is a black dragon. Who is speaking? As soon as she landed, she heard a sound behind her, and Su Shuayuan, who had transformed into human form, immediately became alert. Looking back, a strange sense of familiarity washed over me. This is... Child, let me take a good look at you. You must be a black dragon. I'm not some black dragon, I'm just a human being, what are you talking about? In Su Shuayuan's eyes, besides the sense of kinship from blood, there was only that terrifying pressure. Similarly, this pressure also came from the depths of her bloodline, leaving her with absolutely no will to resist. Impossible. You must be of pure black dragon blood. I never imagined that my black dragon clan would still have some secrets in the mortal realm. Aogu wept bitterly. If he hadn't been frozen inside, his tears would probably have burst forth. Master, what is this? Su Shuayuan was curious and could only ask Jiang Han, the only one who knew the situation. However, these words angered Aogu once again. What did you call him? You actually called him master. You're a disgrace to the Black Dragon clan. Get away from him right now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Hey old man, can you stop being such a spoilsport? Shuayuan calling me master was just a flirtation, what do you know? Upon hearing this, Su Shuayuan's face flushed slightly. Saying this in front of outsiders naturally made her feel a little embarrassed. Master, what are you saying? Ahem, what's there to be shy about? You're my woman, it's your right to call me whatever you want. Ignore this old man, tell me how you found this place. Jiang Han waved his hand, ignoring Aogu's anger. The group completely ignored them, having already entered their own world. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Humans deserve to die. I said, you're so noisy, can't you be quiet? I've finally got a little peace and quiet. Song Zhong truly lives up to his name, and regardless of who the other party is, he directly retorted. Presumptuous. With a single rebuke, the immense pressure sent Song Zhong flying. It traced an irregular trajectory in the air and crashed heavily into the mountainside behind it. Zhong Xiaoli seemed to have gotten used to this, and didn't even glance at it. You old bastard, believe me or not, I'll get my brother-in-law to deal with you? Damn it, I knew it. There isn't a single good human being. And I trusted you so much. Jiang Han knew that even persuasion wouldn't change the Black Dragon's discontented nature. He could only wait for him to change gradually. However, now that we know the true reason for the appearance of the spirit beast girl, it's not all without gain. Let it figure it out on its own. Chapter 106 Regional Fire Ants. Emerging from the underground cave, the air outside is much more humid. Where is this place? We don't know either. It seems to be the lower level of the Dawn Swamp. Jiang Han was a little puzzled. The area here looked very large. How did Su Shuayuan and the others find the entrance? If that's the case, how did you find me? Master, I felt a pull from my bloodline, so I decided to give it a try, and I didn't expect it to actually work. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han understood. Su Shuayuan's bloodline talent is the purest dragon bloodline, and it has reached the terrifying SS level. If we take one more step, we'll be no different from true dragons. Therefore, it is normal to be able to sense Aogu's presence, so we can deduce that. To open this passage, one might need to possess dragon blood. No wonder so many people are trapped here and die without ever being able to leave. Young friend, can we discuss this again? I'll apologize to you, okay? Well, your behavior has really disappointed me, so you'd better just stay here obediently. If a purebred dragon were released, who knows how much trouble it would cause. Although Jiang Han was willing to subdue him, he certainly couldn't do it with his current strength. Fortunately, the formation here is quite stable, and it is unlikely that any accidents will occur in the near future. Once we have enough strength, we can recruit them. They could be a valuable asset. If it's truly impossible to subdue them, letting Su Shuayuan absorb them would be a good alternative. No, I was just saying that in anger. Please think about it again. But at that moment, a faint white light began to emanate from the surrounding walls. The hole that Su Shuayuan had just punched was slowly healing, and within a few breaths, it had returned to exactly the same as before. This formation is truly amazing. You can't blame me for this. Who told you to have such a foul mouth? You don't even understand the principle of not hitting a smiling person. You've lived for nothing all these years. Jiang Han shook his head and said with some helplessness. Array formation? Master, what is that? Su Shuayuan tilted her head curiously and immediately grasped the key point in Jiang Han's words. Well, it's like a self-operating skill, but it's very complicated, and I don't understand it at the moment. There's such a thing? This is the first time I've ever heard of it. Song Yenyun was also completely baffled, finding it all rather illogical. I didn't believe it before I got here, but now I have to believe it. However, it's not the right time yet. If I have the chance in the future, I'll come back and study it. The most urgent thing is to find a way out. Everyone nodded. After all, even the dragon that had just been frozen in ice was so terrifying. If you were to say this place is some kind of auspicious feng shui location, not even a fool would believe it. Also, everyone must keep what's happening here a secret. The existence of the Dragon Clan is a huge shock to the entire world. If word gets out, it could bring disaster to Jiangyang City and even the entire Great Xia. This is not Jian Han exaggerating. After all, no matter what world you're in, the principle that people die for wealth and birds die for food remains the same. Once they learn that such a powerful being exists within the Great Xia territory, even if they cannot control it, they can still cause considerable trouble by releasing it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, other countries can naturally expand their own influence. I understand, brother-in-law, I absolutely won't tell anyone. Xiaoli, why are you pinching me? He had only spoken halfway when Song Zhong let out a scream. I'm just warning you, don't be so big-mouthed, or I won't let you off the hook. Let go. I know how important this is now, it hurts so much. Seeing this, Jiang Han felt relieved. With Zhong Xiaoli around, there were indeed far fewer troubles. In other words, he was unable to provide cultivation assistance to women who were not his own women, otherwise, he would have definitely helped Zhong Xiaoli. Of course, the help mentioned here is all legitimate help. It wouldn't be good if you got the wrong idea. As they continued their journey, the place they found themselves in resembled an underground maze. If I had to describe it, it's more like the lair of some kind of ferocious beast. The passageway is full of twists and turns, making it not easy to find the exit. During this time, Jiang Han also tried to directly use forbidden spells to bombard upwards. However, to his surprise, the Dragon God Cannon, which had been invincible in the past, only managed to penetrate a depth of 12 meters. It is evident that the geology here, though seemingly soft, is actually exceptionally hard. Moreover, we have no idea how far it is from the ground. Master, look. There seems to be something up ahead. Just as the group reached a corner, a giant ant suddenly scurried over. This ant looks to be at least a meter long and moves incredibly fast. The most terrifying thing is that this guy was actually holding a ferocious beast between his huge front jaws. Name, Regional Fire Ant. Race, Arthropod. Rank, Gold 7 stars. Skills, Death Impact, Formic Acid Corrosion, Perception. Description, Hellfire Ant worker ants possess immense strength and a tough body, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a platinum-level beginner. Upon seeing the description of the mythical eye, Jiang Han gasped. They were right, this was indeed the nest of Hellfire ants. But to his surprise, these Hellfire ants possessed such power. Most importantly, you simply can't use your skills in a place like this. In contrast, the Hellfire ants were completely unaffected. Quick, hide. Jiang Han didn't know if the other party had noticed them. After all, this guy had a kind of perception skill. The group quickly moved to a passage in another direction. As they passed by, the Hellfire ants seemed to sense something and suddenly stopped. Brother-in-law, has it discovered us? It shouldn't be, ants don't seem to have eyes, right? Jiang Han wasn't sure either. After all, he had never heard of such a large ant. Normally, no one would pay attention to ants. Moreover, in this world, there are no biologists to conduct research. After all, we haven't even finished studying the habits of those ferocious beasts yet. Who has time to study these ants? Just as the group held their breath, the Hellfire ants suddenly turned around and ran towards them like lightning. Oh no, it's really coming. Song Zhong was so frightened that he closed his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the Hellfire ant was carrying a golden 3-star wildebeest in its mouth. Even gold-level beings are treated as food, so with his silver-level strength, he's practically just dinner in other people's eyes. However, to everyone's surprise, the Hellfire ant didn't care about them at all. He walked over very quickly, without even moving his head. Chapter 107. He wasn't even human to begin with. Is this thing really blind? Watching the Hellfire ants gradually disappear into the distance, Song Zhong opened his mouth wide and said, "You brat, you really wanted to find out who you are, huh? Fine, I'll kick you over there right now." Sister, I was wrong, okay?" In front of Song Yenyun, Song Zhong had absolutely no temper. "Be careful, these creatures are social animals, there's definitely more than one." Jiang Han did not launch an attack for this reason. After all, the ants we usually see are in large groups, numbering at least several thousand. Even though these large ants are different from other ants, their numbers are definitely not much fewer. The group continued on their way, passing countless intersections, until they finally arrived at a relatively open space. A vast space came into view, with a network of interconnected caves leading to it. Just as Zhang Han guessed, there were many hellfire ants here, roughly estimated to be over 100. This is disgusting. Seeing this scene, Su Shuayuan felt nauseous. Such a scene is indeed somewhat cruel for a girl. That must be the queen ant. Looking down into the cave, you can see a giant ant that is nearly 10 meters long and more than 2 meters tall even when it is lying on the ground, perched in the center. Looking through the mythical eye, Zhang Han guessed correctly it was indeed the queen of the hellfire ants. However, the queen ant's strength surprised him somewhat. It's only bronze level. Zhang Han never expected that in such a huge anthill, the queen ant would only be at the bronze level. However, around the queen ant, there were more than a dozen hellfire ants with distinctly different body colors. The other hellfire ants were mostly fiery red, while the dozen or so were entirely silver white with incredibly sharp eyes. Platinum-level soldier ants. Zhang Han gasped, clearly not expecting that there would be a platinum-level ferocious beast here. Once a ferocious beast reaches the platinum level, it already possesses a certain degree of intelligence. Just like that strongest king-level fire phoenix, it has long been able to speak human language and its intelligence is no different from that of humans. Platinum-level ferocious beasts are a bit weaker, but they are definitely not easy to deal with. This is troublesome. It seems getting out won't be so easy. Just then, a peculiarly shaped regional fire ant suddenly appeared and briefly communicated with the platinum-level hellfire ant using its antennae. Humph. Those guys still dared to come. Although they didn't speak like normal humans, Zhang Han and the others were surprised to find that they could understand the sound waves emitted by the fire ants in this region. Let them in. Before long, all sorts of ferocious beasts came in. Zhang Han opened the mythical eye and was surprised to find that the lowest level among them was Platinum 5-star. What's going on here? Is it a meeting? Song Zhong looked puzzled and accidentally bumped into the wall next to him, causing a fist-sized clod of earth to fall down. Zhang Han reacted quickly and pulled everyone back. Who's there? Look at you, how could you be so careless? Song Yenyun frowned, guessing that the group was about to be discovered. Fortunately, just as the group retreated, the worker ant that had just gone to put out the food suddenly ran out. Watch out, if you do that again, you'll be in big trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. These ferocious beasts gathered together must not be a good thing, so I might as well investigate. Realizing the crisis was over, Zhang Han moved further away. As for Song Zhong, Song Yenyun grabbed him and wouldn't let him get any closer. Queen Ant, our proposal is quite clear. What have you thought about it? Just then, a python emitted strange sound waves. Perhaps to facilitate communication, they are all imitating human language. After all, only humans have invented such convenient communication tools, which saves a lot of trouble. What's wrong with these people? No, these beasts. Why are they talking to a bronze-level being? Just as Zhang Han was wondering, the Queen Ant suddenly spoke. Moreover, he speaks very clearly, unlike other ferocious beasts. I've already said it, we just want to live our own lives and don't want to get involved in your struggles. How arrogant! Your arrival has already robbed this swamp of its former vitality. Do you expect us to take action? A ferocious beast that looked a lot like a wildebeest suddenly roared, clearly showing its strong dislike for these outsiders. That's not right. We just want to survive here. Is that wrong? You're not wrong, but why are you always picking on us? It's clear that this wildebeest harbors resentment. In this world, survival of the fittest prevails, and it is actually very common for ferocious beasts to hunt each other. The problem is that these hellfire ants seem to have a special fondness for wildebeests, and they don't hunt other ferocious beasts at all, only targeting the wildebeest herds. You can't keep fleecing the same sheep forever. If you fleece it until it's almost bald, how can the leader possibly swallow this insult? I'm really sorry about that, but your wildebeest is just so delicious, I just can't stop eating it. Upon hearing this, the wildebeest almost collapsed on the spot. Listen to this, listen to this. Is this even human language? No, brother wildebeest, you shouldn't work either. We weren't human to begin with. Is that what I meant? Listening to the argument below, Zhang Han almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. I never imagined that there would be so many grudges among ferocious beasts. However, what we do know now is that these hellfire ants don't seem to be locals. These guys probably wanted to recruit them. This also explains why there are so few hellfire ants in this nest. If they are allowed to continue to grow, their numbers could reach a terrifying level. Clearly, these ferocious beasts have not yet realized how terrifying ants are. As their populations grow, they may very well threaten humans due to issues with living space and food. No, we have to find a way to make them fight. Master, isn't this a bit inappropriate? These are all platinum level, it won't be so easy to sow discord among them. Although Su Shuayuan agreed with Zhang Han's idea, she had no idea how to implement it. This is simple, just watch. At this moment, Zhang Han and the others were positioned diagonally above the beasts. The dragon trapping lock can directly control everyone. This is a forbidden spell in the dragon language. Even a platinum level ferocious beast would fall victim to it if it were unprepared. Zhang Han licked his lips, enchanted in the dragon language to activate the dragon trapping lock. The target was the wildebeest leader, who had just been jumping the most enthusiastically. Chapter 108. You can't do this. The wildebeest leader was arguing his case forcefully, and it was clear that his emotions had reached a breaking point. You have to take responsibility. If you don't want to join us, you have to leave, or I absolutely won't agree. We'll fight it out if you want. Communication between ferocious beasts is often very simple. It wouldn't have been so polite if it weren't wary of the Hellfire Ant's powerful reproductive capabilities. Do you really think you can beat us? You think I'm really afraid of you? You should know that you haven't even established yourselves yet. Getting rid of you would be as easy as turning my hand. Just as the wildebeest was about to make its move, Zhang Han's lips curled up slightly. With a sudden movement of his hand, the dragon trapping lock was activated, and he grabbed the still roaring wildebeest. If you don't believe me, then come and fight. Hey. What's going on? The wildebeest leader felt his body suddenly move, heading straight towards the Hellfire Ant Queen. The sharp horns gleamed coldly. If one were to be pierced by them, the Queen Ant would likely be disemboweled. How dare you attack the Queen Ant? Upon seeing this, the soldier ants guarding the side roared and charged forward. It must be said that ants are creatures that cooperate remarkably well. Two of them held off the wildebeest, while the other soldier ants remained vigilant, forming a defensive formation to block any possible attacks from others. Even so, the Hellfire Ants are still at a disadvantage. After all, there are at least 30 different leaders from various groups on the other side. If a fight really breaks out, and it happens in their own lair, these Hellfire Ants probably won't gain any advantage. With a loud thud, the wildebeest was thrown back by two soldier ants and landed heavily on the ground. Is this how you negotiate? If so, then I, the Hellfire Ants, am not to be trifled with. I declare that from this day forward, we are sworn enemies with the wildebeest clan. As for other clans, I can guarantee that I will absolutely not hunt your descendants. Zhang Han didn't expect that the Hellfire Ant Queen was quite good at dealing with people. Knowing they were no match for him, they still made such a demand. It goes without saying that the flesh and blood of wildebeests are very suitable for the reproduction of Hellfire Ants. Now it's directing its hatred towards the wildebeest, and other races, for their own benefit, might actually agree. That Queen Ant really has a clever plan. Zhang Han couldn't help but admire her. The Queen Ant's intelligence must be the highest among these ferocious beasts. Just as he had expected, upon hearing that the Queen Ant had made such a promise, the other races, adopting an attitude of not caring about their own affairs, simply chose to compromise. Very well, Queen Ant, please keep your promise, otherwise we are not to be trifled with. You can't listen to it. When we become extinct, do you think you can escape? Don't you know how terrifyingly fast the Hellfire Ants reproduce? At this point, the wildebeest leader also began to get anxious, and what he said was absolutely right. Even in human society, this is self-evident. Of course, while these platinum-level ferocious beasts possess a certain level of intelligence, they are far from being as good as strategists. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so many years to completely eliminate even a small and weak group like humans. Queen Ant, I don't think that will happen, will it? Of course, I, the Queen Ant, keep my word. As long as you don't interfere, the Hellfire Ants will absolutely not harm you in the slightest. Having received the promise, the leaders of the other groups immediately turned and left. The wildebeest leader was heartbroken. They had already suffered the greatest losses, and now they had become someone else's royal food. You can't do this. You can't do this. However, no matter how much the wildebeest leaders pleaded, none of them were willing to speak up for it. Helpless, it could only leave in anger, because if it stayed there, it would probably become someone else's food. It seems that whether it is humans or ferocious beasts, the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm is natural. It's just that many people can't figure out what exactly is advantageous and what is harmful. To prevent other species from causing trouble, the Queen Ant left only 2 soldier ants with her. Jiang Han licked his lips as he saw the rest of the leaders off. He had just left his scent on the wildebeest, so finding an exit was no longer a problem. But he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Xue Yuan, do you think we'd gain a lot of experience if we killed this queen ant? Although the queen ant appears to be only at the bronze level, Jiang Han knows that this thing is definitely not that simple. After all, only the most resilient hellfire ants have the potential to become queen ants. What? Master, do you intend to make a move here? What else can we do? There are only 2 platinum-level soldier ants now, which is perfect for a sneak attack. Based on the current situation, there is no possibility of a beast tide breaking out in Dawn Swamp. The ferocious beasts are not a monolithic entity without a being of platinum level or above. It would be impossible to command so many ferocious beasts. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be a waste not to take this opportunity to upgrade? Brother-in-law, maybe we should just forget about it. We won't have anywhere to run to if things get complicated. Don't worry, I've already sensed the location of the exit, and there's more than one passage. As long as we move quickly, I'm confident we can avoid those soldier ants. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited. If this plan is feasible, the biggest beneficiaries will naturally be Song Zhong and Zhong Xiuli. Those are 2 platinum-level beings. Even if they only share a little energy, it could very well help them break through to the gold level. Brother-in-law, fortune favors the bold. I believe you are the chosen one. Cheers. After reaching a consensus, Jiang Han began to assign tasks. Currently, apart from the queen and 2 soldier ants, the rest of the ants in the nest are mostly silver-level worker and soldier ants. Of course, the king ant is another one that cannot be ignored. However, the king ant seemed a bit tired, having been resting beside the queen ant since just now, and it looked like he had been completely drained. Leave the 2 soldier ants to me. Xue Yuan and Yan Yun, you 2 focus on dealing with the queen ant. As for Song Zhong and Zhong Xiuli, their task was to keep the other henchmen occupied. Having made up his mind, Jiang Han did not hesitate and leaped out. The forbidden spell of the dragon language was activated, and before the 2 soldier ants could react, the demon-sealing dragon slash had already arrived. Danger! With Jiang Han's increased strength, the demon-sealing dragon-breaking slash is no longer the same as before. As if they had traversed space directly, by the time the 2 soldier ants realized what was happening, it was too late. With 2 soft poof sounds, the 2 soldier ants immediately fell silent. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a platinum 1-star Hellfire Ant soldier ant. You have gained 34.56 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a platinum 2-star Hellfire Ant soldier ant. You have gained 56.42 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, host. Current level, gold 3 stars. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, host. Current level, gold 4 stars. Chapter 109 The Instigator. Jiang Han's eyes widened. It seemed that defeating monsters of a higher level was still the fastest way. It actually leveled up 2 stars. Keep going. At the same time, Su Xueduan and Song Yenyun also made their move. The dragon and tiger moved with unimpeded ease, slaughtering the other gold-level hellfire ants. My goodness, are they really gold level? Song Zhong was dumbfounded after all. They were evenly matched in combat. How is this completely different from what he knew? This is a total crushing defeat, okay? Without pausing, Jiang Han uttered the dragon language again, and the dragon god cannon, carrying an aura of destruction, headed straight for the Ant Queen's head. Who goes there? How dare they cause trouble in my stronghold? Just as the dragon god's cannon was about to hit the queen ant, the king ant, who had been listless, suddenly reacted. Jiang Han instantly stood in front of the Ant Queen, curling his lip in disdain, not taking the Ant King seriously at all. Although this Ant King also has platinum level strength, it's no match for the Dragon God's cannon. However, something unexpected happened. The Ant King actually managed to withstand the Dragon God's fire cannon. The King Ant is much smaller than other Hellfire Ants, only about a foot long, but it is surprisingly resilient. Is it really that amazing? Although the Ant King is indeed very resilient, it is still somewhat inadequate in the face of the Dragon God's cannon. The reason he wasn't killed outright was because Jiang Han hadn't used his full strength. After all, the Queen Ant's strength is only at the bronze level. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Human! How dare you trespass into our Hellfire Ant nest? You're asking for death. I'm telling you, you think way too highly of yourself. You're the one who deserves to die. As he spoke, Jiang Han suddenly increased the spiritual energy output of the Dragon God cannon. Sensing the sudden increase in power, the Ant King had no time to react before being blasted away by the Dragon God's fire cannon. The retreating body pierced straight through the Queen Ant's head. With the Queen dead, the other Hellfire Ants seemed to lose their souls and began to crawl around aimlessly. It's clear that the Queen Ant's existence is more like the brain of these worker ants. Once the Queen Ant dies, the worker ants lose all fighting ability. How can you be so strong? Surprisingly, even after suffering a devastating blow, the Ant King did not die immediately. Wow, this is way too hard. Jiang Han's eyes widened. Even if the Ant King was a platinum-level ferocious beast, it shouldn't have such abnormal defensive power, right? Of course, although the Ant King was not dead yet, he was already exhausted. Sure enough, after holding on for a few breaths, the system notification sounded. Ding! Defeat Platinum 1-star Hellfire Ant King, gaining 62.33 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. You are now at Gold 5-star. It's upgraded again. That's so fast. Jiang Han was thrilled. Getting these experience points was incredibly satisfying. Brother-in-law, you didn't use cheat codes, did you? Sensing Jiang Han's aura rising again, Song Zhong knew perfectly well that this guy had leveled up once more. Along the way, seeing Jiang Han level up as easily as drinking water, he became somewhat skeptical. Are all the other guys basically trash, except for this one? However, it wasn't without its benefits. Even absorbing some of the energy released by the Platinum Beast allowed him to advance to the gold level. But compared to Jiang Han, these are utterly insignificant, okay? Of course, who do you think your brother-in-law is? Even if he were cheating, he wouldn't be as strong as me, okay? The continuous upgrades made Jiang Han a little smug, and he said with an arrogant expression. I think so too, brother-in-law, you're simply a god descended from heaven, you're just too amazing. Hearing this, Jiang Han was overjoyed, finally understanding what people meant by honest advice is hard to swallow. Alright, stop flattering us. Let's hurry up and get rid of these Hellfire Ants. We should head out now. Once the King and Queen Ants are dealt with, the other Hellfire Ants pose no further threat. They quickly cleared out the swarm of soldiers, and then the group hurriedly chose a passage to leave. When the soldier ants who had escorted the other leaders back to their nests saw the terrible scene, they were so angry they almost died on the spot. Damn it, who is it? I'll tear him to pieces. That must be a feint by those leaders. Let's go settle the score with them. Now they've figured it out. If anyone has a grudge against them, it's definitely the local inhabitants. Jiang Han probably never imagined that his simple desire to level up would trigger such a massive upheaval in the Dawn Swamp. Using the previously marked information, Jiang Han and the others quickly found the exit. It was already the next morning, and a thick fog enveloped the entire Dawn Swamp. Master, perhaps we shouldn't act rashly, or we might get sucked away by something again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han expressed his full agreement. As for why he fell directly into the fire ant's nest, it's still not entirely clear. Alright, let's hide for now and make our move when the fog clears. Just as Jiang Han and the others found a hiding place, the fog in the Dawn Swamp suddenly surged. What's going on? Jiang Han was puzzled and was about to go out to check when he felt the ground begin to shake. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind blew by, dispersing much of the thick fog. The fog could obstruct vision, but it could not block Jiang Han's mythical eye. Wow, what's with all this fuss? What's going on? Seeing more than a dozen platinum-level Hellfire Ant soldiers moving rapidly in a certain direction, Jiang Han was a little puzzled. Little did they know, he was the one who started all of this. Master, it seems that the Dawn Swamp is about to descend into chaos. We'd better hurry and leave. As soon as Su Shuiyuan finished speaking, the sounds of fierce fighting came from not far away. Various lights and shadows flashed in the thick fog, and the sounds of fighting grew louder and louder, showing a tendency to get out of control. As the great battle unfolded, the thick fog was also stirred up and turned upside down. Soon, Jiang Han saw the mountain peaks not far away. Quick, this way. More than half an hour later, the group finally emerged from the Dawn Swamp. Although the fog has lifted considerably, it is still difficult to see what is inside. Judging from the extent of the billowing fog, the scale of this battle was definitely not small. What are they doing? To be honest, Jiang Han is still completely bewildered and has no idea what happened. Brother-in-law, do you think the Hellfire Ants might believe that their leaders killed their king and queen? So they're going to take revenge now? Suddenly, Song Zhong offered his analysis. Jiang Han suddenly realized something. Looking at the Ant King's corpse on the ground, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in sudden understanding. I never thought you'd have a moment when you're still sharp-witted. Chapter 110 Heading to Kyoto. Brother-in-law, what are you saying? Although I may lack talent, I've always been quite sharp, okay? Jiang Han did not comment much on this. Indeed, that's true. If she hadn't been so clever, she wouldn't have been able to be redeemed in the end in the original story. Forget it, let them fight it out. It would be best if they fought until they were all bloodied and bruised, so they wouldn't have time to launch a beast tide. With the Ant King on board, Jiang Han led the group on their return journey. The gains from this experience were immense, especially considering that it had only been a short time since the start of freshman year. While many people are still struggling in the newbie zone, Jiang Han and others have already reached the gold level. Even among older students, this level of ability would be considered top tier. As for the Ant King's body, Jiang Han planned to see if he could forge some armor from it. Although the king ant is not large, it is more than enough to make 2 suits of armor for women. After all, this thing is so hard that it can at least withstand a low-level attack from platinum, so it is still very valuable. Even if it cannot be made, such a hard material would surely fetch a good price. The only regret is that there is no profession of weapon refiner in the original work, so the development of equipment was not very fast. Upon returning to Haitan University, I reported the situation in both locations. Jiang Han finally got a few days off. However, it's clearly not time to rest yet, because he still has something to do. He had to pass the test to obtain the Night's Watch token he had previously received. Having the Night's Watch identity makes many things much easier. In the student dormitory, Jiang Han looked at the 2 girls who were already fast asleep and felt very satisfied. In my previous life, I wouldn't have even dared to imagine such a thing. It's time to set off. Only Jiang Han can go to this Night Watchman assessment. The reason is simple: as a mysterious organization, the Night Watch only has contact points outside, and no one knows their true location. Of course, their model is that of a legitimate organization, not something shady. Actually, calling it a liaison point or an office might sound better. Jiang Han had already explained everything beforehand. Since their marriage, Su Shuayuan and Song Yenyun have never left him. So, in order not to worry them, Jiang Han planned to leave while they were resting. Master, are you leaving? However, Jiang Han's actions still caught Su Shuayuan's attention. Seeing her reluctant expression, Jiang Han felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Okay, don't worry. You all focus on your training at school during this time. I'll be back soon. I know, Master, but I'm a little uneasy about your sudden departure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han pulled Su Shuayuan into his arms and gently comforted her. I'm also reluctant to part with you, but I must obtain this Night's Watch identity. I know, Master. I will take good care of Xiaoyun. Also, this time when you go out, Master, you must do your best and try to bring back a few sisters. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han nearly vomited blood. I never imagined that my own wife would be thinking about her girlfriends every day. However, this is indeed a problem, and during the Night Watchman assessment, there are indeed targets he needs to conquer. In the original story, this was also a powerful assistant to Yifan, so he naturally couldn't let him go. It's all about fate. I'm leaving now. As for Song Yenyun, the carefree girl was fast asleep at this moment. Jiang Han bent down and gently kissed her forehead before turning to leave. Carrying his suitcase, Jiang Han couldn't help but complain in his heart. I was wondering why there aren't any spatial rings or anything like that in this world? This is so troublesome. Arriving at Jiangyang City Airport, there weren't many people here compared to my previous life. The reason is simple: the aviation industry is not actually very developed in this world. Most people will spend their entire lives in one city. After all, once you leave the city, your life is in danger. There were no contact points for the night watchers in the entire Jiangyang City, so they had to go to Kyoto. Jiangyang City is less than 1,000 kilometers from Kyoto, but no one can travel that route. Soon, Jiang Han was seated on the plane. After a flight of less than an hour, the plane landed smoothly at Kyoto Airport. Is this Kyoto? It's really quite different from my previous life. Airports are typically built in remote, rural areas to minimize disruption to residents. But this place is different. The entire airport is located in the very center of Kyoto. From the plane, you can see the nearly 100-meter-high walls surrounding Kyoto, giving it a feel of the walls of Attack on Titan. As soon as Jiang Han came out of the airport, before he could even get used to his surroundings, a figure ran over to him. Dude, buddy, is there any fire going on? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, surprised that there were such people in this world. The person who came looked very young, probably in his early 20s. He was very burly, weighing at least 200 pounds. However, due to his height, he doesn't look too fat. Sorry, I don't smoke. Jiang Han had absolutely no interest in people who were overly familiar with others. After all, you can't know what people are thinking, especially in the chaotic capital city. It's better to avoid getting into trouble. Oh, that's all right. Let's get to know each other. My name is Shui Tian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's eyes widened instantly. Back then, during the freshman competition, everyone was so enthusiastic about supporting Shui Qinghe, all for the sake of getting to know Shui Tian. I never expected to run into him at the airport. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean we were just wasting our time flattering Shui Qinghe? Actually, Jiang Han had planned to ask Shui Qinghe about this trip, since the two had a fairly good relationship. But when I asked, I learned that Shui Qinghe had also gone on an exploration mission and had not returned yet. So it's Brother Shui. My name is Jiang Han. It's a pleasure to meet you. Being called Big Brother the moment he opened his mouth clearly pleased Shui Tian, who laughed heartily and put his arm around Jiang Han's neck. Since you call me Big Brother, I won't treat you badly. Come on, Big Brother will treat you to a meal. Jiang Han nodded inwardly. Sure enough, Shui Tian's personality was similar to that described in the original work. Moreover, there is no doubt about his strength. Just from the brief contact, Jiang Han felt that this guy's level was definitely higher than his own. No wonder he became the biggest villain in the original work, causing Yifan a lot of trouble. It's just because others have the protagonist's halo that they can only serve as a foil for others, no matter how talented Shui Tian is. However, now that the plot has completely changed, Jiang Han naturally won't let him follow the old path. Then I'll gladly accept your offer. Although I don't have a lighter, lighting a cigarette shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 111 was basically a waste of time. Looking at the cigarette dangling from Shui Tian's mouth, Jiang Han smiled and said, You have a solution? Hurry up, I'm about to burst. Before Shui Tian could react, Jiang Han extended a finger and condensed a small dragon god karma cannon. This thing has a temperature of at least 1,000 degrees Celsius. It's more than enough to light a cigarette. The cigarette was lit instantly, and Shui Tian forgot to smoke it, exclaiming in surprise. Wow! Is this really that amazing? What is this thing? It's nothing, just a tiny, ordinary flame. Jiang Han smiled mysteriously and said calmly, then put his finger in front of him and blew out the flame. Bro, you're so cool. Teach me how to do it. Shui Tian had no desire to smoke. If he had this skill, he wouldn't need to carry a lighter anymore. You can't learn this. Why can't I learn it? I'm a genius among geniuses. Have you ever seen a platinum player who's 21 years old? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was deeply shocked. I never expected this guy to have already reached platinum. If that's the case, then we really should get along well. They might become a great help in the future. The reason Yifan didn't take Shui Tian under his command in the original novel was entirely because of a woman. As the saying goes, brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes. Jiang Han doesn't have that kind of strange hobby. You're already platinum? Well, not yet, but it won't be long. I'm already at the peak of the 9th level of the gold rank. Suddenly, Shui Tian thought of something and asked. All right, I haven't asked you how old you are yet. Jiang Han didn't hide anything. After all, Zhu Yuishan didn't have any bad intentions. It's understandable that he would have a conflict with Yifan, but since he wasn't the main character, he ended up with a tragic fate. Me? I'm 18 years old, a 5-star gold medalist. What? This time it was Shui Tian's turn to be surprised. He dropped the cigarette he had just smoked. An 18-year-old golden 5-star, that's just outrageous. In other words, the person in front of me is just a freshman, yet he has already reached such a level. What terrifying talent that must be. Thinking of this, Shui Tian's eyes darted around, and she became even more concerned. Brother, you're amazing. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. You're doing well too, you're about to be promoted to platinum. Hey, you don't need to comfort me. You and I both know the significance of advancing to the gold rank in freshman year. You're probably not from around here, right? What brings you to Kyoto this time? Jiang Han really wanted to say that he had the same goal as you, but if the other party became suspicious, things would become difficult. So he didn't resort to any underhanded tactics and simply said it calmly. I want to take the Night's Watch test. What a coincidence! I'm also here to take the Night's Watch assessment. We really are destined to meet. Come on, let me treat you to dinner. Oh, and get me a cigarette too. Jiang Han was speechless, so he lit another cigarette for Shui Wetian. This time, Shui Wetian also realized what was happening, put his arm around Jiang Han's shoulder, took a drag of his cigarette, and asked, "By the way, brother Jiang, you just said I couldn't learn this thing, why is that?" "Oh, that's because it's a forbidden spell." "What?" The smoke from Zhu Yuishan fell to the ground again, now it was all for nothing. However, Zhu Yuishan's reaction is normal, since it's a situation that would be hard for anyone to understand. The two hailed a taxi and arrived at the largest restaurant in Kyoto. "Brother, it's my treat today, so please eat whatever you like. I have some connections in Kyoto." Jiang Han had no doubt about this, after all, Shui Yuetian's identity was undeniable. Although the Yuki family is not based in Kyoto, their influence is considerable. The reason is simple, the head of the Shui family is the leader of the Night Watch. However, the fact that even Snow Moon Sky had to participate in the assessment shows that the Night Watchers have very strict internal rules. Brother Jiang, I'm not trying to discourage you, but although the Night Watchers' assessment criteria state that you need to reach the silver level, there's a bottom line. Everyone who comes to take the assessment is incredibly competitive. With your level, I'm afraid you're not qualified to pass. One rule of the Night's Watch examination is that one can only participate once in a lifetime, and one cannot be older than 30. Most importantly, the assessment method is different each time. Therefore, almost everyone made thorough preparations to participate in the Night's Watch assessment. Generally, talented individuals will wait until their strength reaches the peak of the gold level before participating. This is also the main reason why Zhu Yuishan only came to participate now. I didn't expect Brother Shui to be so familiar with the Night Watchman assessment. Could it be that you have someone inside? What kind of people could I possibly have? I just inquired about them because of the assessment. Jiang Han didn't think much of Shui Yuetian's dishonesty. After all, the two had only known each other for a few hours, so it was impossible for them to tell each other everything. Okay, but I'm still quite confident. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Shui. I won't waste this opportunity. I think Brother Jiang is no ordinary person. He might really be able to create a miracle. But I wonder what the assessment questions will be this year. Just as the two were eating and chatting, a disdainful sneer suddenly came from the next private room. "Humph, all sorts of oddballs want to participate in the Night's Watch assessment. Since when did Gold 5 Stars speak with such confidence?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Han frowned immediately. The Night Watchman's test only requires a token. Frankly, it has nothing to do with anyone else. Friend, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? What does it have to do with you if my brother Jiang wants to participate in the assessment? Before Jiang Han could speak, Shui Yuetian retorted directly. That's just his personality. He's completely open with his friends, but he'll never tolerate an enemy. Oh ho, you're pretty tough. Let me tell you, this year's assessment is a ring battle, and you have to sign a life or death contract. You can't reason with a damned devil. Go ahead and go if you want, but don't blame me if you die. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuetian's expression immediately changed. Even the son of a chieftain didn't know the exam content, yet someone here actually did. As far as I know, the methods for assessing Night's Watch members are top secret, right? How could you possibly know? You don't need to worry about that, but I advise you to give up on that Gold 5-star kid as soon as possible. What if I don't give up? Jiang Han found it amusing. Did these people really think they were decision makers? Let alone them, even the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty shouldn't interfere with his participation in the assessment, right? How dare you be so disrespectful to young Master Ouyang? Do you have a death wish? What? You're talking about your master and the dogs getting upset? Come and bite me if you dare. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud bang was heard, and the partition behind Jiang Han was blasted into pieces. Chapter 112. Are you serious? Everyone, let's not get angry. We're just running a small business, so let's all calm down. Before Jiang Han could even make a move, the hotel manager appeared before everyone like lightning. Boss, I don't like what you're saying. Are we just going to swallow our losses like this? Zhu Yuishan wouldn't tolerate such treatment. Having suffered such a great loss, he naturally had to pay it back. Moreover, today was the first time he had treated Jiang Han to dinner. If he just let it go like this, where would he put his face? Young man, that's not what I meant. Upon hearing this, the manager was immediately at a loss, but he changed the subject and continued. Since everyone here is able to eat, you must all be from relatively well-off families. You should know who we are. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. This manager was quite shrewd, and his skill in using the tactic of courtesy before force was quite adept. He naturally knew the background of the Donlai Hotel. Even if you've never been to Kyoto, you probably know that there's a Grand Hotel Kyoto. The reason is simple, basically all kinds of important events in the Great Xia dynasty are held here. The background of Donlai Hotel is naturally Xia Donlai, one of the 8 great kings of the Great Xia dynasty. It's easy to see from this surname how powerful the Xia family was in the Great Xia dynasty. Indeed, this is true. To possess a royal surname is no ordinary person. Most importantly, Xia Donlai is ranked number 1 among the 8 kings. Since the manager finds it troublesome, how about this? I've heard that Kyoto has specially set up a deathmatch arena. Since this friend is so hostile towards me, why don't we go out and have a match? From the very beginning, Jiang Han remained seated without moving. His sudden outburst immediately made the young man opposite him somewhat wary. After all, the life or death arena is only used to resolve conflicts that cannot be resolved. No one would gamble their life for the sake of a moment of pride. However, after taking a closer look, the young man felt relieved. I was such a promising young talent back then, how dare you, a mere gold 5-star, talk back to me like that? Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Jiang Han did this for a reason. Since he was new here, if he didn't do something, people would really think he was easy to bully. May I ask who you are? Who am I? You'd be terrified if I told you. I'm from the Ouyang family. I'll kill any lowly scoundrel like you I see. Really? Then I should thank you for valuing me so much. Jiang Han smiled slightly and finally turned around to take a look. The other party was indeed good-looking, a real handsome man, and was followed by 2 beautiful spirit beast girls. Combining what he had said before, Jiang Han smiled coldly. The Ouyang family, is that it? You must be that so-called rising star genius, Ouyang Ziyuan? Hearing that Jiang Han could actually call him by his name, Ouyang Ziyuan looked smug. Since you know that, I advise you to kneel down and apologize to me right now, or I'll show you what death means. What a joke! I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize to you? Jiang Han was so angry he laughed. It seemed that the scions of these big families were different, they couldn't even distinguish right from wrong. Brother Jiang, his strength is also at the gold 9th star, and he'll break through to platinum soon. Why don't I do it instead? Shui Wetian was quite considerate, directly reaching out to stop Jiang Han. Let alone Jiang Han being a gold 5-star, even if they were of the same level, such a scion of a powerful family wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Not only is she incredibly powerful, but the spirit beast girl is also not someone to be trifled with. Most importantly, in terms of equipment, everyone here is equipped with top-of-the-line features. Not bad, 2 country bumpkins, actually thinking of sticking up for each other, that's really interesting. Looking at Ouyang Ziyuan's despicable face, Jiang Han finally understood that the brainless villains written in those novels were actually real. He just couldn't figure out how someone like this ended up hanging out with the protagonist, Yifan, in the original story. If we have to explain it, there's probably only one explanation: Yifan is also an idiot. And indeed, that proved to be true. To be honest, after she transmigrated, she didn't actually have any major grudges against Yifan. She had only made a contract with his future female relatives in advance. But at this time, Yifan didn't know Su Shuayuan at all. Ultimately, however, things gradually escalated to a point of life and death, probably due to the villainous label attached to them. Hey, can't you use your brain? Even if we're country bumpkins, you're way too arrogant. Ignoring Shui Wetian, Jiang Han couldn't help but speak sarcastically. Kid, I think you're too arrogant. Do you know how strict the Night's Watch test is? Even I can't guarantee I'll pass. Who do you think you are? A piece of trash with a gold rank 5 rating. You're talking like you're not gold, what's there to be proud of? Seeing that Jiang Han had no intention of making a move, but instead was making sarcastic remarks, Shui Wetian immediately understood what he meant, put his hands on his hips, and pouted as he spoke. Exactly, is being a gold-ranked student that impressive? My brother here is only a freshman and he's already a gold-ranked 5-star. May I ask what rank you are, sir? No way, how could he be a freshman? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ziyuan immediately became agitated, for no other reason than that he was now a senior in college. In contrast, Jiang Han has already reached the gold 5-star level in just 2 months since the start of the semester. Compared to him, he's utterly trash. That's right, my brother Shui doesn't have the habit of lying. Being called trash by trash is the funniest joke I've heard all year. You're asking for it. Manager, you need to see this clearly. I haven't left my seat the entire time. He's the one who's been aggressive. If a fight breaks out, this will be self-defense. Upon hearing this, the manager snorted coldly. Although Ouyang Ziyuan is indeed someone he can't afford to offend, that doesn't mean he's weak. In a place like Kyoto, there are plenty of important people. If everyone were to be obsequious, there would be no need to open a hotel here. Alright, young man, I can vouch for you, and we have surveillance cameras everywhere here. But I must warn you, this young Master Ouyang is not someone to be trifled with. That's no trouble for you, manager. Thank you. Seeing the two talking to themselves, Ouyang Ziyuan was so angry that he was practically fuming. This is incredibly arrogant. I've never been treated this badly before. I'm going to kill you. Etc. Just as Ouyang Ziyuan was about to make a move, Jiang Han reached out and stopped him. What? It's too late to regret it now. I'm not going to back out. Since you want to fight me, let's go to the deathmatch arena. With that, Jiang Han got up and left, turning back to Shui Wetian as he reached the door. Brother Shui, I don't know the way, so I'll have to ask you to lead the way. No, Brother Jiang, are you serious? This can't be true. Chapter 113 I'm betting my life. Shui Wetian truly hadn't expected Jiang Han to be so tough. In a life or death arena, even if you accidentally kill your opponent, you will not be held responsible. Of course it's true. Didn't he call me a country bumpkin? Well, we can't let country bumpkins embarrass us. Shui Wetian truly considered Jiang Han a friend, and said in a low voice. Brother Jiang, you'd better think this through, this is no joke. Jiang Han glanced at Ouyang Ziyuan, then at Shui Wetian. The huge difference between the two made him doubt the original author. If I ever get the chance to meet them, I'll definitely ask them, who the hell is the villain here? I know, but don't worry, I can handle this kind of trash. Being looked down upon by Jiang Han repeatedly was something Ouyang Ziyuan could not tolerate, no matter how good-tempered he was. Moreover, this guy is arrogant and not that cunning. Being called trash instantly ignited my emotions. Fine. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. As he spoke, he followed them outside. The manager shook his head upon seeing this. He was just a businessman, and he wouldn't care about other people's grudges as long as it didn't affect his business. However, this time it was a bit unusual. He waved to a waiter next to him. Go and give this young man a copy of Ouyang Ziyuan's information. Manager Zhang, isn't this a bit much? And do you really think that kid can win? The gap between young Master Ouyang and him is too big, there's no way he can win. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang slapped the waiter on the head. Do what I tell you to do. Do you think you're a special commentator? Talk back and I'll fire you. Just say it, why hit me? I'll go right now, okay? Watching the waiter leave looking dejected, Manager Zhang shook his head helplessly. Kid, there's nothing else I can do to help you. It's all up to fate now. It's clear that the person behind the Donglai Hotel doesn't have a good relationship with the Ouyang family, otherwise, Manager Zhang wouldn't have done something so blatantly. Even if there were no conflict, and it was just some news, no one would dare to say anything if the Xia family wanted to do it. A large crowd of onlookers had gathered in front of a massive building in Kyoto. It's obvious without even thinking that this was Ouyang Ziyuan's doing. Young Master Ouyang, what's going on here? Let me see who's got the guts to mess with you. The group of people approaching were clearly spoiled brats from wealthy families. Jiang Han was not very familiar with the family power in the capital, so he naturally did not know the other party's identity. The only thing I want to complain about is that Ouyang Ziyuan looks like a villain no matter how you look at it. He's just a piece of trash at the gold 5 level, and he doesn't even have a spirit beast girl, yet he has the audacity to challenge me to a life or death arena. What? I think this kid has something wrong with his head? Maybe he's a lunatic. Young Master Ouyang, you'd better be careful. Exactly, if people found out you were dueling with an idiot, wouldn't you be laughed at? It's clear that these people are all Ouyang Ziyuan's cronies. As the saying goes, you can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. You can tell they're no good just from their first words. Looks like you all have a lot of opinions about me. Perfect, I'm not going to pretend anymore, I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm an unparalleled genius, and even without the help of the spirit beast girl, I can beat you all to a pulp. Every single one of you here today who wants a challenge, I'll take it all on. Shui Wuetian wanted to stop him, but Jiang Han spoke too quickly and made his words completely irrefutable. Brother Jiang, this is partly my fault. I didn't even realize you didn't have a spirit beast girl. What are we going to do? Under normal circumstances, it's considered normal for a master to have their combat power reduced by half or even more than half without the help of a spirit beast girl. Don't worry, I'll make an example of someone today and see who dares to look down on people from our small town. Upon hearing this, Shui Wuetian was speechless. What time is it? This kid is still showing off. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, the group of spoiled young masters burst into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. What did he say? Did I hear that right? He wants to challenge all of us? He's really a fearless young calf. You don't need to lift a finger. This kid has insulted me time and time again. Today I'll cripple him. Since you're here, come and sign the agreement. Etc. Just as Ouyang Ziyuan turned around, Jiang Han stopped him. What? Scared? You think you can get away with this? Afraid? Why would I be afraid of a piece of trash like you? Since everyone's here today, how about we place a bet? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ziyuan also became interested. He said it with a tone full of sarcasm. Okay, what kind of prize do you want? I've been thinking about it. Although it's a life or death arena, I've heard that there aren't many deaths. In that case, how about we bet this much? As he spoke, Jiang Han held up one finger. 10 million? Okay, I'll bet. No, I meant 100 million. Prices in this world are different from those in my previous life, roughly 100 times higher. So, roughly speaking, the value of this 100 million is equivalent to 10 billion in my previous life. This is no small sum. Even the Ouyang family couldn't possibly come up with so much cash all at once. You've got quite the nerve, but even if we sold your Jiangyang city, I don't know if it'd be worth that much money. What if you can't come up with the money? It's simple, I didn't have the money to begin with, so I gambled with my life. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ziyuan felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily swallowed. He hadn't taken Jiang Han seriously when Jiang Han first proposed the life or death arena. But now the other party's madness was enough to terrify him. Although he reached the 9th level of the gold rank, he also faced many dangerous situations. I had never felt such a strong sense of crisis before, but this sense of crisis quickly disappeared. In the end, his opponent was just a piece of trash at the gold 5 level, so how could he be afraid? Fine, you've got guts. In that case, let's begin. After repeated verification, the notary public of the deathmatch handed the death warrant to the two men. It also included an IOU for 100 million daxia coins. Ouyang Ziyuan hesitated for a moment before pressing his fingerprint on it. Jiang Han was even more decisive, having already pressed his handprint before Ouyang Ziyuan. Shui Wuetian felt a chill in his heart. Signing this life or death contract meant there was absolutely no way out. However, seeing Jiang Han's confident demeanor, he was also somewhat curious to see what abilities this kid possessed that made him dare to make such boastful claims. In fact, he was also evaluating the situation. Although they hit it off at first meeting, the other person had to have corresponding value if they were to get to know each other better. Chapter 114: The Arena of Life and Death. At the last moment, Zhu Yuishan still wanted to stop it. After all, once you're in the ring, nothing you say matters anymore. Brother Jiang, are you really sure about this? Don't worry, Brother Shui. I never do anything I'm not sure I can do. Besides, the night watchman assessment isn't that simple. If I back down now, I won't even participate in the assessment. That's absolutely true. There are injuries and deaths almost every year during the Night's Watch trials. If you can't even overcome this small difficulty, then it just means you're not qualified to be a member of the Night's Watch. Alright, since you've made your decision, I won't stop you. But you still need to be careful. These spoiled brats are ruthless. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han nodded. It's clear that Shui Wuetian has probably been on the deathmatch stage before, and even suffered a loss. As the staff operated the equipment, a huge arena slowly rose up, surrounded by high-strength glass, allowing people outside to come and watch the match. Look, someone else is going up to the deathmatch arena. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go take a look. No matter the world, the great Xia people's love of watching the excitement has never changed. Soon, in addition to the few people that Ouyang Ziyuan had invited to watch the match, a large number of people gathered. This is understandable, since aside from leveling up in the wild, it's rare to see battles between masters. Therefore, a contest between people, especially one where life and death are at stake, is bound to be very exciting. Since you don't have a spirit beast girl, I won't bully you. Let's have a duel between men. That won't be necessary. I'm afraid you'll die too quickly without the spirit beast girl, so you should all come at me together. Jiang Han waved his hand, completely disregarding Ouyang Ziyuan. Of course, he didn't need to take him seriously, after all, with his current strength, even when using the forbidden spell at full power. Let alone gold, even platinum 9-star can be instantly killed. All of this is naturally due to the forbidden spells of the dragon language. If it were an ordinary forbidden spell, it would be easy to achieve a level above one's own. But it is absolutely impossible to inflict fatal damage on an opponent with such a huge disparity in strength. How arrogant! Since you've said that, I'll show you what a one-hit kill really means. Seeing that Jiang Han was still stubbornly refusing to admit it, Ouyang Ziyuan simply stopped pretending, exchanged a glance with the spirit beast girl, and pounced on her. Ouyang Ziyuan's spirit beast girl is a spirit fox, but she is only a level and has only opened 3 tails. However, to have such strength at the gold level already surpasses the vast majority of people. When the 3 tails unleashed its power, a terrifying pressure swept across the area. With an A-level talent, this spirit fox is probably even slightly stronger than Ouyang Ziyuan. Seeing this, Shui Yuetian frowned slightly. As a master of the same level, he could naturally sense the other party's aura. Ouyang Ziyuan seemed to firmly believe in the saying that villains die from talking too much, so he stopped arguing and, together with the spirit beast girl, flanked Jiang Han from both sides. Take this. At some point, Ouyang Ziyuan found himself holding a sharp sword. It gleamed coldly in the sunlight, clearly not an ordinary piece of equipment. At the same time, the 3-tailed spirit fox also rushed over, its speed astonishing, and its attack arrived before Ouyang Ziyuan could react. Its sharp claws, like blades, came straight for Jiang Han's neck. It's clear that these two really wanted to kill Jiang Han, and they showed no mercy whatsoever. In contrast, Jiang Han stood still without making any move. Oh no, it seems Brother Jiang is being suppressed by the aura and has no power to resist. I wanted to offer a reminder, but this life or death arena is designed to prevent other people from interfering. Even a diamond-level expert couldn't transmit their voice, let alone intervene. Sigh, such a promising talent, it's such a pity to die like this. This was Shui Yuetian's final thought. After all, being able to win over a young man with exceptional talent would be a great help to the Shui family. However, if it's a prematurely deceased genius, then there's no need for that. When Ouyang Ziyuan saw that Jiang Han did not make a move, the corners of his mouth curled up. However, he was shocked the next second when he saw a transparent shield flashing in front of Jiang Han. The moment the 3-tailed fox's claws made contact, a piercing sound rang out, followed by a scream. Before Ouyang Ziyuan could react, the 3-tailed spirit fox had already been blasted away. As for himself, once the move was fully formed, he was unable to control his strength. He felt as if the sword had struck an exceptionally solid wall, its blade bending at a 90-degree angle. If this sword weren't of decent quality, it probably would have broken in two. The 3-tailed fox next to it got up from the ground, its paws stained with blood, and it looked badly injured. I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're nothing special? You can't even break through my defenses. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Ouyang Ziyuan also realized that something was wrong. He couldn't figure out how Jiang Han was defending himself. Considering the other party's identity, they must possess some kind of treasure. Perhaps we've met our match. Flesh man. You. Ouyang Ziyuan originally intended to find out his identity. After all, it's always good to leave room for future encounters. Jiang Han's attitude has already explained everything. Even if you leave a good impression, it's unlikely you'll become friends. Since that's the case, there's only one way, to take the other person's life to eliminate any future trouble. Today I'll see just how hard your turtle shell really is. As he spoke, Ouyang Ziyuan and the 3-tailed spirit fox exchanged a glance, and the other instantly understood his meaning. The two nodded to each other, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards them frantically. A combo attack? Interesting. But I won't give you that chance. Seeing the two's expressions, Jiang Han became wary. The combined skill unleashed by a Golden Peak cultivator would definitely be powerful. As they spoke, the Forbidden Dragon language spell was already activated. Shadow Dragon Bite. This was Jiang Han's first time using Shadow-Hungry Dragon Bite. This is a forbidden spell that attacks the opponent's shadow, but the real body will also suffer the same damage. A golden dragon-shaped phantom appeared in front of Jiang Han and charged forward with its huge mouth open. It was also very fast, arriving almost in the blink of an eye. However, the three-tailed spirit fox and Ouyang Ziyuan were not worried at all, because the shadow-hungry dragon bite was not coming towards them at all. Ha, your skill looks scary, but your accuracy is a bit unreliable. Having reached the pinnacle of his strength, Ouyang Ziyuan naturally found it easy to predict various attacks. Although Jiang Han's attack formation was large, it was impossible for it to hit the target based on its trajectory. Although there wasn't enough time to react, Ouyang Ziyuan felt there was no need to dodge. Shui Wuitian, who was watching from outside, also shook his head with regret. He had thought that Jiang Han's attack would turn the tide, but now it seemed that there was no hope. How exactly did they manage to do that in Chapter 115? Brother Jiang, what's wrong with you? You managed to miss such a simple attack. I think this kid is just a big talker, he deserves to die. That's right, how dare they be so arrogant in front of the 4 young masters of Beijing? They deserve to die. Seeing this, the onlookers already knew the outcome. The same applies to Zhu Yuishan, they have basically given up hope. Faced with the mockery of these spoiled brats, he could only shake his head inwardly. However, what happened next left everyone speechless. The dragon-shaped phantom struck the shadows of the 2 men directly. Before Ouyang Ziyuan could even utter a sarcastic remark, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The three-tailed fox was in the same situation, blood streaming from its mouth. The 2 of them swayed a few times and then collapsed to the ground. What's going on? Damn it, this guy's using dirty tricks. I clearly saw it hit the shadow. Kid, what's going on here? One of the spoiled brats grabbed Shui Wuitian by the collar and questioned him aggressively. Get your filthy hands off me. First of all, I don't know what happened either. Secondly, this is a life or death arena. Don't even think about hurting them. Even if you were killed, you can't cause trouble. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Shui Wuitian was not one to back down from trouble, and he shook off the other person's arm and said. It should be noted that the opponent was also a gold 9-star, yet he was no match for Shui Wuitian. After being humiliated, the spoiled young master knew that this guy was not someone to be trifled with, so he could only say a few words in frustration and dared not take any further action. So, do you want to continue? Jiang Han only wanted to establish his authority and did not use any serious force, so Ouyang Ziyuan and the other man were not in immediate danger. It's unlikely that they can continue fighting. They'll probably have trouble getting back up even if they don't rest for 10 days to 2 weeks. How exactly did you do that? After a long pause, Ouyang Ziyuan finally caught his breath and said in a weak voice. All I can tell you is that there are always people more capable than you in this world, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Don't think that just because you live in the capital, you have a sense of superiority. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ziyuan spat out another mouthful of blood and lost consciousness on the spot. The victor is Jiang Han. The final result was announced, and everyone who was watching was shocked. Even without knowing their identities, the fact that Jiang Han, with his gold 5-star strength, could defeat a gold 9-star in an instant suggests that his name will soon spread throughout Jiangcheng. This is also the result Jiang Han hoped for. Because there is another important figure in the capital, although he is not mentioned much in the original work. However, the help she provided to Yi Fan is almost indelible. But for various reasons, the 2 did not have a permanent marriage. They only fought together as a normal couple for a period of time. If I had to describe her, she would be more like a confidant. Brother Jiang, you're amazing. How did you do that? Jiang Han came out of the arena, and Shui Wuitian looked incredulous, but was also very excited. If you can build a good relationship with this person, it will definitely be of great use in the future. No problem at all. Since I agreed to fight him, I'm confident I can win. As they were about to leave, one of the spoiled young men stopped them. Wait, you can't leave. You think you can just leave after beating young Master Ouyang like this? That's far too arrogant. I think you're the ones who are being arrogant. What kind of place is this? A life or death arena. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame us for reporting you to the Moon Spirit sect. Before Jiang Han could speak, Shui Wuitian retorted directly. Moreover, by directly mentioning the Moon Spirit sect, the spoiled young master, though still arrogant, dared not continue to obstruct them. Fine, you've got guts. This isn't over yet. Jiang Han didn't say much about it. After all, the fact that he was the disciple of the moon spirit sect leader was too sensitive. If I were to say it out loud, it might cause trouble for my beautiful master. Ignore them. You've already signed a death pact. Sparing their lives is more than enough. If the Ouyang family really causes you trouble, just tell me. I'll disgrace them if I don't. Thank you, Brother Shui. Let's go. Tomorrow is the day of the night watch selection. Let's go back and prepare early. News of the life or death arena quickly spread throughout Kyoto. The big families were the first to know the news, and Jiang Han, who suddenly appeared, immediately became a trending topic. Inside a quaint courtyard, the buildings are all antique and have a strong sense of history. Although it doesn't look very nice, many parts are already dilapidated and it seems out of place with the other buildings around it. But everyone in Dacia knows that people from such places should not be underestimated. After all, in Kyoto, where land is incredibly valuable, and especially in the city center, this kind of building might be worth more than money of the same volume. In one of the large houses, an elderly man with white hair and beard was resting with his eyes closed. The old man's aura was elusive, giving the impression of being one with nature. Dad! Dad! Something terrible has happened. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed over. The old man calmed his breathing and slowly opened his eyes. How old are you? Still yelling like that? I think you're asking for a beating. Dad, let me finish. Ziyuan has gone to the life or death arena. You should go and see him. After you see him, you can beat me up however you want. Upon hearing this, the old man frowned slightly, releasing a powerful aura. A sudden gust of wind swept through the courtyard, making it difficult for even the middle-aged people to stand steadily. What exactly is going on? That person didn't kill him, but Ziyuan hasn't woken up yet. Upon hearing this, the terrifying aura around them ceased, and the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. It's no wonder the old man was so angry. The Ouyang family has only had one son for 3 generations, and he's their only precious child. If anything happens to him, the family line will end. Who on earth dares to disregard the Ouyang family and challenge my grandson? This. Dad, it's not someone else's fault, Ziyuan started this trouble himself. Clearly, Ouyang Ming had already investigated the whole story and hadn't distorted the truth. The main problem is that there's no chance to distort the truth anymore. The on-site footage and hotel surveillance video have already spread wildly online and are long out of control. Humph. We should have made him train more, instead of spending all his time hanging out with those good-for-nothing friends. By the way, what's that guy's strength? Golden 5-star. What did you say? How is this possible? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Feng could no longer remain calm. Why does my son talk so heavily? My mood is like a roller coaster. Chapter 116. You absolutely must not offend them. How is this possible? Ouyang Feng naturally knew his grandson's capabilities. Even at the very least, it's impossible for someone to be seriously injured by a junior with only 5 gold star rank. At first I didn't believe it either, but it's really true. This is the video footage from the scene. As he spoke, Ouyang Ming directly opened his phone. Ouyang Feng was a man who could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Jiang Han. This young man's identity is definitely not simple. Have you investigated it thoroughly? We've already investigated, but we've only found out that the other party is from a small family in Jianyang City. The rest is still under investigation. Jianyang City? Impossible. Here's what we'll do, I'll go check on Ziyuan's injuries first. You continue your investigation, but whatever you do, don't alert them. Such a young talent, if you said he had no background, Ouyang Feng would never believe it even if you beat him to death. Upon arriving at the hospital, Ouyang Ziyuan had regained consciousness and immediately burst into tears upon seeing his grandfather. Grandpa, you must avenge me. That brat is utterly humiliating. Clearly, Ouyang Ziyuan knew he had lost face big time. A dignified peak 9-star gold expert had been instantly killed by a 5-star gold expert. And this happened in front of so many people. How am I supposed to face people after this? There is only one way to deal with this now, to make Jiang Han disappear from this world forever. Although the Ouyang family would not openly kill someone in Kyoto, it would be incredibly easy for them to secretly kill someone. Nonsense. Do you even know what level of skill he used? It's just a 5-star gold medal, what other level could it be? Foolish. Seeing that Ouyang Ziyuan could speak so readily, Ouyang Feng said with a look of disappointment. After playing a match against someone, you don't summarize any experience, and you don't even know what you've learned from all those years of training. The skill he used is at least at the level of a forbidden spell. The reason I say at least is because the old man could tell from the video that Zhang Han hadn't used his full strength. Without using his full strength, he could achieve an instant kill across 4-star levels. Even Ouyang Feng himself had never heard of such a powerful skill before. What? Grandpa, how is this possible? How could a country bumpkin like him master a forbidden spell at the gold level? The world is full of wonders. Listen carefully, this person is someone you can only befriend, but you must never offend. If Jiang Han saw this scene, he would definitely understand. Why was Ouyang Ziyuan, a spoiled brat, able to redeem himself in the original novel? This is mostly due to his sensible grandfather. Upon hearing that he would not only be unable to take revenge, but would also have to curry favor with others, Ouyang Ziyuan immediately became unhappy. Grandpa, what are you saying? Your grandson has been bullied like this, and you still want me to go and apologize with a big embarrassment? You must apologize. This person definitely has a powerful master behind him, otherwise, he couldn't possibly possess such powerful skills. That person is even more terrifying than the 8 great kings. You absolutely cannot offend him. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ziyuan's mouth dropped open. What are the 8 kings? That is the sky of the great Xia dynasty. Now that Grandpa has made such a conclusion, it shows that this matter is not unfounded. If that's the case, then even going to apologize wouldn't be considered a loss of face. Although Ouyang Ziyuan was an absolute playboy, he still understood basic principles despite being from a large family. Hearing this, I had already made up my mind. I understand, Grandpa. I know what to do. Yes, the situation in the Great Xia is currently unstable, and many hidden dangers will inevitably erupt sooner or later. It is almost impossible for the Ouyang family to remain unscathed in this storm. The only hope for the Ouyang family is to make use of all available resources. If Ouyang Feng, a powerhouse at the king level, could utter such words, it shows that the situation in Great Xia is not as peaceful as it appears on the surface. Grandpa, don't worry, I know what the big picture is. Ouyang Ziyuan's eyes were firm, and Ouyang Feng nodded in satisfaction before leaving. Only after everyone had left did the family members who had been with him earlier dare to approach. Brother Yuan, are you really going to give up like this? There are many things in this world that we cannot control, and not everything can be viewed from just one perspective. So what I do is none of your business, but there's one rule: if you dare to interfere, be careful, I might turn on you. These people were naturally very clear about Ouyang Ziyuan's personality. Despite having so much misunderstanding in my heart, I could only slink away. Ouyang Ziyuan knew exactly what these people were thinking. They only valued his status. If it weren't for the powerful Ouyang family, these guys probably wouldn't have given him a second glance. In contrast, others still have a huge gap in their understanding of the world. Jiang Han, who exactly are you? Although I had already made up my mind, how could I let go so quickly after being so humiliated? But Grandpa didn't say much, and Ouyang Ziyuan couldn't help but become extremely curious about Jiang Han's identity. Of course, he should apologize, since this whole incident was caused by his arrogance. Meanwhile, Jiang Han found a hotel to stay in. I started following the progress of this matter online. As expected, Jiang Han's swift defeat of Ouyang Ziyuan quickly caused a huge uproar online. Such a feat of defeating an opponent of a higher level is rare, especially since it involves the young master of the Ouyang family. It's hard to imagine him not attracting attention. Have you noticed this too? Jiang Han's lips curled up slightly, as if he saw a stunningly beautiful face looking at his phone screen. Of course, he had no idea what the other person actually looked like. After all, having read the original work, there are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 people's minds, and it's impossible for it to be the same as what he imagined. Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, at that very moment, in a vast manor in Kyoto, a woman dressed in pristine white was practicing swordsmanship in the garden. The occasional clang of swords was like a beautiful melody, and the surrounding petals were swirled up. Anyone who saw it would surely think that this was the most beautiful scenery in the world. The woman's long hair, flowing like a waterfall, danced in the air. Although she was dressed in modern clothes, she possessed a classical beauty. Although each movement was not deliberate, it evoked a feeling of pity in me. Miss, your swordsmanship has improved considerably. After the woman finished her sword dance, a maid came over and served her hot tea. No, I always feel like there's something I haven't fully grasped yet. The woman shook her head, picked up her teacup, took a sip, and said with some dissatisfaction. Just then, a red figure suddenly rushed in from outside and was beside the two in the blink of an eye. Chapter 117 Actions speak louder than words. Lin Bing has a high talent for swordsmanship, so even without a marriage partner, her strength should not be underestimated. Of course, even so, it is still impossible to fight beyond one's level. One reason is the lack of a master's blessing, and the other is the limitation of talent. Although he has extremely high talent in swordsmanship, his bloodline talent is only a level. This is similar to the barrel theory: the shortest stave determines how much water the barrel can ultimately hold. So even though Lin Bing had been honing his swordsmanship since he could remember, he still felt an invisible barrier. Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Why are you always in such a rush? Looking at the woman in red in front of him, Lin Bing said somewhat speechlessly. It's clear that although this woman's name is Xiaoxue, she doesn't possess any of the tranquility associated with snow. It's more like a raging fire, ready to erupt at any moment. Bing Bing, have you seen today's trending topics? Trending topics? I don't have time to look at those things. Feng Shui took a few breaths and said with an expression that said, I knew it. I knew you hadn't seen it. Something big happened in Kyoto today. You should take a look. Maybe this is the perfect son-in-law you've been looking for. Upon hearing this, Lin Bing's face immediately turned red. Xiaoxue, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not making this up. Didn't you say that your ideal man should be a peerless hero? I think he definitely meets the criteria, and he's quite handsome too. As she spoke, Feng Shui handed her phone directly to Lin Bing. Lin Bing was still a little embarrassed, so she had the maid leave first before sitting down in the pavilion with Feng Shui. How many times have I told you, don't be so blatant in front of others? I'm just in a hurry. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I know you're shy, but this is a major life event. If you're not worried, I'm worried for you. It's clear that the two have a very good relationship. Lin Bing was much better at this point and picked up her phone to look at it carefully. It would have been better if she hadn't watched it once she did. Lin Bing was completely captivated by the people in the video. After all, Jiang Han's looks are definitely at the level of a heartthrob. But unlike those pretty boys, he possesses a masculine aura that those men simply cannot match. Most importantly, the powerful aura of remaining calm and composed when facing a formidable foe is the best poison for a woman. How is this possible? A gold level 5-star assassin instantly killed Ouyang Ziyuan? Why not? This is very reliable. Moreover, I heard from the insider that it seems that old Master Ouyang Feng doesn't want to antagonize Jiang Han and wants Ouyang Ziyuan to apologize. What? From a normal cognitive perspective, any of the news Feng Shui mentioned was too far-fetched. Who exactly is he? I don't know who he is, but I do know that he will definitely be a big shot in the future, and he also meets your standards. You can't really spend the rest of your life with an old man, can you? What are you saying? Lin Bing was speechless, wondering what her best friend was thinking all day. For her, marrying a master was to gain greater responsibility. But ultimately, emotions are still essential. After all, whether in battle or in daily life, without an emotional foundation, one's fighting power can never reach its full potential. In other words, without any tacit understanding or telepathic connection, how can they trust each other and fight side by side? Am I wrong? Besides, I think you're interested too, right? If you're interested, then take action. I've found out that he'll be taking the Night's Watch assessment next week, so you'd better seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lin Bing's heart stirred. However, she is currently only amazed by Jiang Han's strength. To say that she has any real feelings about him would be too far-fetched. In that case, I'll go and see what this person is all about. I told you, you would definitely be tempted. In all these years, this is the first time I've seen you so interested in a man. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Two figures, one in white and one in red, frolicked in the garden like fairies descending to earth. If any man saw this scene, he would probably be captivated on the spot. 3 days later, Jiang Han had made all the preparations and left the hotel to head to the place where he registered as a night watchman. Contrary to his expectations, he thought it would be difficult to find, but unexpectedly, a huge sign for an official institution was standing right at the entrance. The Night Watchman Examination Registration Center? That's quite unexpected. Stepping inside, I found the registration hall already filled with many people. The night watchman's assessments are not held all the time. They used to be conducted once a year. But now, for some reason, it has become once a quarter. Jiang Han knew that this was to prepare for the crisis that was about to come, a disaster that had almost wiped out the entire Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, he must improve his strength as soon as possible, otherwise, let alone protect others, he may not even be able to survive to the end. Sir, are you here to register? Fill out this form, then go to that window to submit it, and get another medical examination form. As soon as Jiang Han walked in, he was stopped. Before he could figure out what was going on, 2 forms appeared in his hand. Holy crap, are you serious? This thing requires a medical checkup? Looking down, Jiang Han understood. This physical examination is different from the one in my previous life. It mainly tests physical strength. Since we're here, we might as well follow their rules. Jiang Han then found an empty table, sat down, and began filling out the registration form. Halfway through filling out the form, the scene suddenly became restless. Wow! The voice came from all the men present, but they quickly stopped exclaiming because many of them had spirit beast girls with them. Jiang Han turned around and saw a woman in a white dress walk in. Her looks were undeniably stunning, definitely a 99 out of 100. Moreover, she has an outstanding figure, and her ethereal makes her seem very fairy-like. Beside him was a woman in a red dress, whose looks were slightly less striking, but still enough to outshine most people. Because the form wasn't finished yet, and Jiang Han was trying hard to recall the plot of the original novel, he only glanced at it briefly before looking down to continue filling out the form. Feng Shui glanced around and saw Jiang Han engrossed in filling out forms. It looks like him. Alright, don't be so obvious, just sign up. I know, don't worry, I won't make it too obvious. After saying that, Feng Shui's eyes darted around, and she picked up the form and walked straight towards Jiang Han's location. Lin Bing wanted to stop them, but it was too late. She could only bite the bullet and follow. At this moment, almost all the male students' eyes were on the 2 of them. When they saw them walking towards a boy in the corner, their eyes were probably murderous. Chapter 118. I'm teaming up with a beautiful woman, do you have a problem with it? Excuse me, are you Jiang Han? Can we participate in the night watchman test with you? Feng Shui asked with a grin. Sure, may I ask how the 2 ladies are addressed? Jiang Han, of course, never turned down beautiful women. After all, his system requires constant mating. However, he wasn't very proactive and remained focused on filling out his form. Based on his previous behavior, Lin Bing must have already noticed him. To catch this big fish, all you need is patience. True hunters often disguise themselves as prey. Ha, you agreed so quickly. Feng Shui was immediately happy. This kid is so much fun. They must have been captivated by their own and Lin Bing's unparalleled beauty. My name is Feng Shui, and her name is Lin Bing. From now on, we're teammates. I'm going to buy drinks. Feng Shui ran away quickly, giving Lin Bing and Jiang Han a chance to be alone. This time, she was just a wingman. Lin Bing was the main attacker. Hey, Xiaoxue, you. Lin Bing blushed slightly. She had a slight liking for Jiang Han. But it hasn't reached the point where I absolutely have to take the initiative. That brat, she's always stirring up trouble. Lin Bing felt awkward and helpless, so she could only stand there. She's such a beautiful woman, she can't very well take the initiative to talk to Jiang Han. Hey beautiful, your pants are ripped. After Jiang Han finished filling out the form, he glanced at Lin Bing unintentionally and suddenly spoke. Ha? What did you say? Lin Bing was completely bewildered. Following Jiang Han's gaze, she immediately blushed with embarrassment. There was indeed a hole in the back of the pants, revealing a glimpse of skin. I walked all the way without noticing it. Thankfully, his hair is long and it covers it up. How come this kid has such sharp eyes? Don't look. Lin Bing quickly covered the hole in her pants with her hand, her heart pounding. How embarrassing. She was a famously cold and aloof beauty in Kyoto. After what happened, it seems I won't be able to maintain a cold demeanor in front of this kid anymore. If you don't mind, I'll use these clothes of mine to cover you up. Jiang Han, always eager to help others, immediately took off his coat and walked towards Lin Bing. No, no. Lin Bing quickly stepped back. Jiang Han isn't her boyfriend, why should she use his clothes? When Feng Shui returns later, ask her to pick it up. Unexpectedly, she accidentally snagged her pants on the table behind her. With a ripping sound, the hole in the pants got even bigger. The voice was loud, and many eyes in the classroom turned to look at Lin Bing, mostly men. Ah! Lin Bing was so shocked that her face turned pale, and she wished she could draw her sword and kill everyone who had witnessed this. Fortunately, Jiang Han reacted quickly. He immediately ran over and squatted down in front of Lin Bing, tying his clothes around Lin Bing's waist. Wow, what is that kid doing? What is he doing to our beautiful Lin Bing? Is he Lin Bing's boyfriend? Why are they being so intimate? The beautiful Lin Bing didn't refuse. Could this guy really be her boyfriend? No, my heart is breaking. Lin Bing has always been my dream girl. How could this kid beat me to it? A murmur immediately broke out in the classroom. Countless envious gazes fell upon Jiang Han, wishing they could tear him to pieces. Where did this country bumpkin come from, daring to fawn over my goddess? Do you have a death wish? Just then, a rude voice suddenly rang out from the classroom door. A richly dressed young man walked in with several young and beautiful women, each with her own unique characteristics. Some were aloof and elegant, others were mature and sophisticated, and there was a variety of types. Needless to say, these are all the young master's spirit beasts. The fact that one person can possess so many spirit beasts is enough to show that this person's identity is extraordinary. Oh no, it's Li Xingxiu. Run! Don't let this kid take a liking to you and beat you up. Why are you leaving? Li Xingxiu is after that country bumpkin. What does it have to do with us? Let's watch the show. Another round of whispers broke out in the classroom. Li Xingxiu was a local tyrant in the capital. His grandfather, Li Tianba, was a master of the highest rank and the Grand Commander of the Night's Watch. He doted on his grandson Li Xingxiu, and no matter how much trouble Li Xingxiu caused, his grandfather could always suppress it. Therefore, Li Xingxiu developed an arrogant attitude from a young age. He ran rampant throughout Kyoto, committing numerous acts of bullying and harassing men and women. Beating up anyone you don't like is a trivial matter. This kid is already at the 4th level of the gold rank at such a young age. His grandfather even assigned him 8 expert bodyguards who would dare to mess with him. Lin Bing is Li Xingxiu's dream girl, but she doesn't care about him. With a character that rotten, it's no wonder Lin Bing would be attracted to him. However, Li Xingxiu thought that Lin Bing was just that kind of person, and the more that person was, the more he liked her. Despite being rejected by Lin Bing many times, Li Xingxiu persisted, determined to win her over. In his mind, Lin Bing was already his girlfriend, but she just liked to argue with him. Now that Lin Bing suddenly has a sycophant by her side, Li Xingxiu can't stand it. He absolutely has to beat this sycophant's shit out of him. Hey, you dog, stand up for me. Li Xingxiu shouted at Jiang Han from the doorway. He needs to find out first what the relationship is between this sycophant and Lin Bing. If it's just a casual relationship, a beating would suffice. After all, Lin Bing would never be interested in this kid. Dog? Are you talking to me? Jiang Han had of course noticed Li Xingxiu's presence, but he wasn't going to tolerate this young master's bad habits, so he deliberately asked. Yes, I'm talking to you. What's your relationship with Lin Bing? If you can't explain it, you're dead today. Li Xingxiu didn't react in time and, as usual, shouted, Awesome. It turns out it was a dog talking to me. What do I have to do with Lin Bing? What does it have to do with a dog? Jiang Han looked up at the sky, completely unconcerned. Put. A burst of suppressed laughter suddenly filled the classroom. Even the renowned Li Xingxiu has been called a dog one day. Many students who had been bullied by him in the past felt a surge of satisfaction. Even Lin Bing couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected Jiang Han to be so quick-witted. That's really interesting. Li Xingxiu's face instantly turned purplish red. He took a step forward and shouted, How dare you call me a dog? Haven't you heard of my name, Li Xingxiu? You're dead today, not even a god can save you. Alright, I know you have kidney deficiency, don't be so loud, be careful someone hears you. Jiang Han still didn't care and said deliberately. My name is Li Xingxiu, not Li Xingxiu. Have you even been to school? Li Xingxiu was completely baffled and actually started explaining to Jiang Han. I know, you have kidney deficiency. Just go see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor and get some medicine to help you. What's your name? Jiang Han remained calm. Ha ha ha. The people in the classroom could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Li Xingxiu. Li has kidney deficiency. That's absolutely hilarious. Chapter 119 Subduing Li Xingxiu. Court Death. Li Xingxiu was furious. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Jiang Han. A spirit beast girl beside him also took a step forward and transformed directly. Just like Su Shuiyuan, she was a giant python, but it was white. Jiang Han immediately activated his mythical eye to take a look. Name, Yukiheim. Appearance, 90. Height, 172 centimeters. Qualification, king level. Size E. Body size, 99. Sanctity level, 40%. Bloodline, Medusa bloodline S rank. Skills, petrification, frost, brainstorm. As soon as the white python transformed, it shot a beam of petrifying light from its eyes at Jiang Han. With a snap, Jiang Han's body immediately showed signs of petrification. At that moment, Li Xingxiu's fist had already reached Jiang Han. He has 6 spirit beast companions, each of whom possesses almost all the strength of a gold-level being. His own strength was also enhanced by these 6 spirit beast companions. This punch was incredibly powerful, carrying a pale golden light, and its force was enough to shatter a rockery. It's over, this kid is finished. Of all people to mess with, he had to mess with Li Xingxiu. Although Li Xingxiu is arrogant and domineering, he is a genuine 8th level gold saint. He's just a country bumpkin. He thinks he's something special just because he beat Ouyang Ziyuan. Li Xingxiu is much stronger than Ouyang Ziyuan. Seeing that Jiang Han had been petrified, many people sighed and shook their heads, thinking that Jiang Han had overestimated himself and was doomed. Lin Bing placed her hand on the sword hilt, about to lend a hand, when a flash of white light appeared on Shi Han's body, and his petrified body suddenly came back to life. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Han also threw a punch at Li Xingxiu. Boom! The two punched each other, and the whole house shook violently. If the house hadn't been protected by a pre-installed protective layer, it would have been destroyed long ago. Cough cough cough. Li Xingxiu clutched his chest and took a step back, having suffered a minor setback. Just then, Li Xingxiu's white snake spirit beast companion suddenly let out a sharp screech. The powerful sound waves immediately caused the students in the house to stagger and cover their ears with their hands. This brainstorm was really powerful. My brain was almost shaken into mush. Lin Bing was so shocked that she took a step back and couldn't help but cover her ears with her hands. Jiang Han was also momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. He was originally a dragon god mage with incredibly powerful spiritual energy, so the serpent's screams were no match for him. At that moment, Li Xingxiu rushed over again, his golden fist aimed straight at Jiang Han's face. Get lost! Jiang Han didn't hold back this time and kicked Li Xingxiu in the waist. Thump! Li Xingxiu was kicked out of the classroom by Jiang Han like a big rock and landed heavily on the ground. It was the time for the night watchers to register, and all those who came were experts. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but stop and watch. Hey, isn't that Li Xingxiu? He's already a gold 4-star expert, how come he's been beaten so badly? Who did it? Someone recognized Li Xingxiu and whispered among themselves. I'd say it's at least diamond level. Li Xingxiu's gold 4-star is no ordinary skill. Without diamond level, he wouldn't have been able to beat Li Xingxiu so badly, the man's companion whispered. Damn it, this kid, I'm going to kill you. Hearing the comments from the people around him was even more painful than killing Li Xingxiu. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. With a determined effort, Li Xingxiu rushed back into the classroom. No one knows what method Jiang Han used, but all 6 of his spirit beast companions were defeated and knocked to the ground by Jiang Han. Now, he, the master, is all alone, without any help. Although somewhat surprised, Li Xingxiu still used all his strength to throw another punch at Jiang Han. Thump! Just like last time, Jiang Han kicked out again, and just like last time, Li Xingxiu was kicked out of the classroom like a stone. Oh dear, Li Xingxiu has flown out again, and this time it took even longer than last time. The person inside the house is definitely a diamond level expert, at least a diamond level 5 expert. The same 2 gentlemen were discussing Li Xingxiu again. Li Xingxiu was immediately enraged and stood up, yelling at the 2 talkative fellows. What the hell? How dare you point fingers at me, Li Xingxiu? You're the fast one, your whole family is fast. Ever since Li Xingxiu and Jiang Han called him Li Xingxiu, he seems to be particularly sensitive to the word fast. The 2 men frowned and walked towards Li Xingxiu at the same time, revealing their strength as 2 diamond tier 2 individuals. Damn it! Li Xingxiu was dumbfounded. How come he had run into 2 diamond level passers-by? Although his grandfather was Li Tianba, in this world where strength was paramount, these 2 people might not dare to kill him, but they could certainly beat him up. Brothers, don't misunderstand, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about that stupid bird in the tree. Li Xingxiu couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he could only point at a black crow perched in the tree and start cursing. Oh, they didn't mention us. Well, we're leaving then. The two men didn't want to clash with Li Xingshu, so they said oh and turned to leave. Sigh. Li Xingshu stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. It was obvious that he couldn't beat that kid. His spirit beast and he himself had been defeated by Jiang Han, so what was the point of fighting? If she didn't go in, her spirit beast would still be lying there unattended. If she didn't care about the spirit beast's life or death, the spirit beast girl's affection level would decrease, which would affect her compatibility with her master. With a determined look, Li Xingshu walked towards the classroom once again. Meanwhile, the classroom was already buzzing with excitement. Hey, did you guys see how Jiang Han made his move just now? Li Xingshu's 6 spirit beast girls were defeated almost instantly. I didn't see it clearly. This kid is very strange. He only used one move, and all 6 of Li Xingshu's spirit beasts fell down. That's terrifying. Although these people didn't see it clearly, Lin Bing did notice something amiss and whispered to Jiang Han, "Did you just attack the shadows of those spirit beasts?" Yes. Jiang Han did not deny it. He had just used Shadow-Hungry Dragon Bite to defeat Li Xingshu's 6 spirit beasts in an instant. This was a forbidden spell, and Jiang Han's attack was completely unexpected, which is why the strike had such a powerful effect. As expected of the legendary man, he first defeated Ouyang Ziyuan and then Li Xingshu. If I could marry him, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Lin Bing suddenly thought of what happened after the marriage. Not only did she become Jiang Han's spirit beast girl, having to call him master, but she also had to do that kind of thing. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Just thinking about it made Lin Bing's face burn. She glanced at Jiang Han cautiously, and only felt relieved when she found that he hadn't noticed. But her heart was pounding like a drum, and she couldn't stop it. At this moment, Li Xingshu had already walked over. He first looked at his spirit beast, then glanced at Jiang Han twice, and suddenly bowed to Jiang Han, saying loudly, "Young hero, I give up. Miss Lin Bing will be your girlfriend from now on. I won't fight you for her anymore. Please give me back my spirit beast." After saying that, Li Xingshu bowed to Lin Bing again. "Greetings, sister-in-law. From now on, you will be this young hero's girlfriend. I will no longer bother you." Ah! Everyone was utterly astonished. Chapter 120, Calling him master in public. This is Li Xingshu. It's hard to imagine that such words came from Li Xingshu's mouth. But the facts are right in front of us. Li Xingshu was completely defeated. Not only was he beaten into submission, but he also gave up his girlfriend, whom he had already considered his, to Jiang Han. Li Xingshu would certainly not truly submit. He just wanted to take his spirit beast companion with him first, and then go back to find the experts in his family to take revenge. This kid is tough to deal with. It seems we'll need to find 2 diamond-level experts to handle him. He was acting, but Lin Bing took it seriously. It's true that she looked down on Li Xingshu, but the fact that Li Xingshu gave her away in public still made her very angry. What do I see myself as, a rag? When did Li Xingshu become able to make decisions for himself and randomly matchmake couples? Who I'm with is none of your business. My relationship with Jiang Han is none of your concern. He's the man I, Lin Bing, have chosen. Lin Bing snorted and took a step forward, taking Jiang Han's arm and giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. The surprise came so suddenly that Jiang Han couldn't even react. What's going on? They kissed on their first meeting? Was Lin Bing really this open-minded in the original novel? No, could it be that she did this on purpose to distance herself from Li Xingshu? It must be. This game of feigned indifference will have to continue. Thinking of this, Jiang Han turned around and said seriously, "Beautiful lady, please have some self-respect. Do you know that I have 2 spirit beast companions?" Lin Bing was taken aback, thinking Jiang Han was joking, and quickly said, "Then would you mind taking another spirit beast companion?" "I have no problem with that." "Ha? Such a good thing?" Jiang Han turned around and quickly looked Lin Bing up and down again, pretending to be thinking seriously. "The more I look at it, the better it seems. I give it at least a 95 out of 100, below Su Shuayuan but above Son Yen Yun. If you're willing to be the third one, I don't mind if you become my spirit beast companion," Jiang Han said calmly. Jiang Han's consistently aloof attitude angered Lin Bing, but she held back, knowing that they were just acting and that the main goal was to infuriate Li Xingshu. She wasn't angry, but the students from Kyoto in the classroom couldn't stand it. What the hell? A country bumpkin from the countryside wants to take our Kyoto's #1 beauty as his mistress? No way. I'm so angry. I'm going to beat him to death. A tall, pale-faced Kyoto disciple said indignantly. Can you beat him? He instantly killed Li Xingxiu. His strength is at least gold rank 8. What rank are you now? The spirit beast companion beside him coldly poured cold water on this guy's head. Upon realizing his pitiful silver rank, the guy immediately lowered his head and fell silent, his face turning bright red. Humph. Even if Lin Bing is willing to marry him, she should be the main wife. Being the mistress is infuriating, a girl in red said indignantly. Then go back and tell your brother that he's a diamond tier 2. If Jiang Han isn't hiding his strength, he could easily kill Jiang Han in a fight. A bespectacled man next to him started offering bad advice. Humph. The little girl snorted coldly and stopped talking. As for Li Xingxiu, his fists were clenched and his eyes were bloodshot. If he didn't know that he couldn't beat Jiang Han, he would have pounced on him and torn him to pieces long ago. Jiang Han could naturally sense the hostility of these birdmen. But he didn't care at all. If you're so capable, why don't you ask Lin Bing to kiss you too? Ha ha ha. Jiang Han revealed a standard villainous smile and said something that would infuriate everyone. Beautiful Lin Bing, since you are willing to marry me, can I receive the benefits in advance and hear you call me master? A vein bulged on Lin Bing's hand as she gripped her sword hilt tightly, wanting to kill the man in front of her with a single blow. Jiang Han was secretly very pleased with himself. He could immediately tell that Lin Bing wanted to use him to anger Li Xingxiu. Since it's about taking advantage of her, it doesn't seem unreasonable to accept some benefits from her. After thinking for a moment, Lin Bing released her grip on the sword hilt. Jiang Han is annoying, but Li Xingxiu is even more annoying. Is it more important to anger Li Xingxiu to death? Master. Lin Bing's face flushed red as she called out in a voice barely audible. After she finished speaking, her face was already completely red with embarrassment. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The whole classroom erupted in chaos. Lin Bing's use of the word master was like a slap in the face to all the young men in Kyoto. No, I can't take it anymore. This kid is too arrogant, he must die today. A second-tier gold-level expert couldn't stand it any longer, roared, and charged forward. His entire body shone with golden light, his fists carried immense pressure, and he rushed towards Jiang Han with incredible speed, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. The beautiful spirit beast beside him immediately transformed into a golden centipede with bared fangs and claws, charging towards Jiang Han and spraying a highly corrosive venom at him. Not only him, but also 7 or 8 other figures rushed towards Jiang Han. Each of them possesses the strength of a gold rank expert. Transform, transform. One after another, white lights flashed in the room, and countless beautiful girls transformed into spirit beasts. A giant praying mantis, a colorful peacock, a white crane. Most of them have evolved to level E or higher. A barrage of attacks formed from spiritual energy surged towards Jiang Han, and with a series of booming sounds, Jiang Han was instantly engulfed in a wave of attacks. Various secret techniques emerged one after another, some weakening Jiang Han, some slowing down his movements, and some directly attacking his soul. Lin Bing was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that her casual joke would cause such a big uproar. She placed her hand on the sword hilt, unsure which side to help. Looking at Li Xingxiu, this kid was so angry that he fainted immediately and was dragged aside to rest by his spirit beast companion, so he didn't participate in this battle. This wasn't the first time Jiang Han had been besieged, so he remained calm and collected. He calmly put on his mage's immunity robe, making him immune to all negative damage. Next, I'll raise a protective shield for myself. Then he slowly began to chant incantations in the dragon language. He was going to use the dragon god's karmic fire cannon spell to eliminate the enemy in front of him in one go. Bang! A 4th-tier gold-level fighter punched Jiang Han's protective shield with tremendous force, feeling as if he had hit a diamond like rock. Jiang Han was not injured at all. Instead, he was sent flying backward by the powerful recoil, coughing up blood. Thump! Another bunny girl, wearing a bikini, wielding a crescent-shaped scimitar, slashed fiercely at the protective shield. Sizzle! A bolt of purple-blue lightning struck the bunny girl hard, and she immediately collapsed to the ground. A flash of white light, and she returned to her human form. What's going on? This kid's protective shield is too strong. He must have specially trained in defensive techniques. For a time, no one could break through Jiang Han's defense, so they could only launch another fierce attack. Of course, the attack was ineffective. Because Jiang Han had already prepared to attack. A strange sound seemed to emanate from the classroom. It was Jiang Han chanting in the language of dragons. Immediately afterwards, the forbidden spell Dragon God Cannon was suddenly activated. Boom boom boom. Chapter 121. I can't beat them, I can't beat them. A massive explosion occurred in the room, with flashes of fire and the entire room shaking violently. A cloud of purple smoke rose into the air, and the room's protective barrier was completely shattered. The roof of the house was ripped off by a blast of air, and those who attacked Zhang Han were thrown off the roof and fell heavily to the ground with screams. Zhang Han was holding back. If he had fully unleashed the Dragon God's fire cannon, none of these people would have survived. Knock knock knock. As if dumplings were being dropped from the sky, countless masters descended, raising a cloud of dust, and then coughed and swayed as they stood up. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by, and of course, it also caught the eye of the supervisors at the registration point. Such a mysterious place must be overseen by highly capable regulators. Soon, the enforcement team arrived. There were 7 of them, all of them diamond-level experts, whose mere presence was awe-inspiring. Zhang Han also came out of the room with Su Shuiyuan and Song Yenyun. What happened? The leader of the enforcement team frowned slightly, his expression unfriendly. Zhang Han quickly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing that the incident stemmed from a few young people's romantic entanglements, the leader of the enforcement team flew into a rage, pointing at the group of people defeated by Zhang Han and roaring. You lot dared to cause trouble at the Night Watch registration area. Each of you will be fined 100,000 Great Xia coins. Furthermore, the protective barrier in the registration classroom has been compromised. Repairs will cost a fortune, and each person will be fined another 100,000. Ah, this isn't fair. Zhang Han also attacked. Why isn't he punished? A group of people who had been beaten by Zhang Han immediately started yelling. He was a victim, and his actions constituted legitimate self-defense, so he doesn't need to be punished. The law enforcement leader glanced impatiently at the group and added, anyone who disagrees will be disqualified from the Night's Watch test. You'd better think it over. After that, no one shouted anymore and obediently accepted the penalty and paid the money. After all, the Night's Watch is a very important position. If a family has a member who is a member of the Night's Watch, it means that the entire family is under the protection of the Night's Watch. That's the most mysterious institution in the country, and its power is absolutely no less than that of the Moon Spirit sect. Sir, this is my registration form. Zhang Han took the opportunity to hand over his registration materials. Not bad. Reaching the gold level at such a young age, you have a promising future. Your mentor is Dugu. What? Your mentor is Senior Duga Qingyue. The law enforcement chief casually glanced at Zhang Han's resume, but when he saw who Zhang Han's recommending mentor was, his eyes widened and his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. No wonder you're so powerful, you're Senior Dugu's disciple. The leader of the law enforcement gave Zhang Han an approving look, then took out a golden key from his body and handed it over. This is the key to the rest area that our Night Watch organization has prepared specifically for outstanding participants. The venue is 800 meters to the left after you leave the registration area. The key has a house number on it. Go and check in by yourself. After you finish the test, just give me the key. Thank you, Senior. Zhang Han accepted the keys with a broad smile. I wasn't used to staying in hotels and was worried about not having a place to stay, but then someone brought me a pillow just when I was feeling sleepy. This is the benefit of having a great master. Zhang Han suddenly remembered something else and asked, shall I go there for a medical checkup now? What's the point of a medical checkup? The law enforcement leader said, somewhat displeased. Your ability to defeat such a gold-level contestant by yourself is enough to prove your excellence, so you don't need to undergo any more physical examinations. Go to Whirlwind Valley tomorrow and wait there. Your instructors will arrange the test content for you. Okay. They didn't linger any longer. Amidst envious and jealous stares, Zhang Han swaggered away, golden key in hand. As for Lin Bing, Zhang Han had long forgotten about her. Given her personality, once she became interested in him, she would come looking for him even if he ignored her. Zhang Han forgot about Lin Bing, but Lin Bing didn't forget about him. This kid forced me to call him master in public today. If I don't beat him until his face is covered in peach blossoms, he won't know who the #1 female swordswoman in Kyoto is. With a thud, Zhang Han was taking a shower in his house when a sword aura cleaved the door in two. Oh dear. Lin Bing only glanced at it before quickly turning away. What bad luck! What's wrong with Zhang Han? It's not even dark yet, why is he taking a shower in broad daylight? Zhang Han was also very frustrated. He was singing and taking a bath when someone smashed the door with a sword and sawed his naked body. Dude, who can I complain to? Hey, Lin Bing, even though you call us master, we haven't become spirit beast companions. You don't need to be so eager to come here. Lin Bing was trembling, angered by Jiang Han. Put your clothes on, I have something to tell you, Lin Bing said coldly, barely managing to control her emotions. Jiang Han quickly finished dressing and approached Lin Bingnian to greet her. Okay, I'm dressed. What did you need me for? This guy talks too much nonsense. Lin Bing rolled her eyes inwardly, put her hand on the hilt of her sword, and said coldly, apologize. Apologize for what? Jiang Han was annoyed. Today, Lin Bing had taken the initiative to kiss him and call him master. Everything was done on the basis of equality and freedom, and there was no forced buying or selling. So why apologize? With a whoosh, Lin Bing couldn't take it anymore. She drew her long sword, and a beam of moonlight flew toward Jiang Han's neck. Damn it, this woman murdered her husband, I'll beat your ass to a pulp. Jiang Han was furious that this woman was going to kill him right away, and he unleashed a demon-sealing dragon slash at Lin Bing. With a whoosh, Lin Bing unleashed another sword beam, instantly obliterating Jiang Han's demonic dragon slash. Holy crap, my forbidden spell was just destroyed like that? Even though it's only 30% of its power, it's still a forbidden spell. I never heard of this woman having any swordsmanship that could break forbidden spells in the original story. What, are you dumbfounded? You think you're the only one who knows forbidden spells? Too bad your forbidden spells are just for show, all looks and no substance, Lin Bing mocked. Wow, this woman has a sharp tongue, she actually said a line I used to say. In an instant, Jiang Han made up his mind to make this woman his spirit beast. No wonder Yi Fan couldn't forget her in the original story. Conquering such a powerful woman was indeed a great challenge. Ha, I, Jiang Han, know a lot of tricks. Have you heard of the 18 hands to control a woman? Want to try them out? Jiang Han naturally refused to admit defeat verbally. He attacked with the tricks he knew while trying to distract Lin Bing with his words. Unfortunately, Lin Bing's heart was like the bright moon in the sky, pure and flawless, completely undisturbed. Instead, the sword light that was unleashed became more and more fierce with each strike, causing Jiang Han to flee in terror. Jiang Han was extremely depressed once again. If she goes all out, she can't withstand it. If she doesn't go all out, this woman is really difficult to deal with. Chapter 122, Winning to Become a Wife. However, while Jiang Han couldn't defeat Lin Bing for the time being, Lin Bing was equally helpless against Jiang Han. Jiang Han's defense was terrifying. His defensive shield was like a tortoise shell, impossible to break. Bang bang bang. After repeated attacks proved futile, Lin Bing, who had boasted so confidently, began to feel genuine anger, and her sword strikes grew increasingly fierce. The protective shield shook violently, and it looked like it was about to break. Jiang Han remained calm and waved his hand, and the defensive shield shone brightly once again. At the same time, they also began to be curious about Lin Bing's cultivation level. After the world has changed, what level is Lin Bing at now? Fortunately, Lin Bing did not actually want to kill Jiang Han. After hacking at the turtle shell for a while, unable to break through its defenses, his anger gradually subsided. What level are you exactly? Seeing that she had sheathed her sword and stopped attacking, Jiang Han still asked a question. This question is extremely important to him. If Lin Bing is at the king level, then he will have to run away overnight. Although I am now at gold level 5, I am still a nobody in front of the king. Lin Bing was still sulking and didn't respond until Jiang Han asked a second time, at which point she coldly replied, 9 stars of stars. No wonder he's so amazing, he's already at star diamond 9, just 2 levels away from king. In the original novel, Yi Fan didn't know her true level when they first met. It wasn't until they met again later, when they were old enough to compete on the same stage, that he learned of her true strength. I never expected that I would have already reached the 9th star level at this stage. This level is beyond what a genius can express. She must be hiding many secrets that were not clearly explained in the original work. However, the more things were like this, the more Jiang Han wanted to marry Lin Bing. After all, he was a man with a system. What was a star glory 9? He had even won over half of his master. Lin Bing, I will definitely take you as my spirit beast companion. Jiang Han suddenly spoke, his gaze very firm, and he used all the skills he could. Oscar's tears, the glamour eye. You really want to die. Lin Bing thought this person was crazy. He was clearly no match for her, yet he kept talking. She raised her sword, ready to deliver a vicious blow. But once she met Jiang Han's gaze, she could no longer bring herself to cut him. Those eyes were filled with sincerity, determination, and longing. Lin Bing had never seen such special eyes before. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Bing put down her sword and said coldly, I can give you a chance. Tomorrow, go to Whirlwind Valley to hunt a 3-star level ferocious beast, bring me its inner gall, and I will marry you. Are you serious? Zhang Han immediately became excited. Although hunting a 3-star level ferocious beast was very difficult, Zhang Han had his own methods. When the time comes, I'll make sure this proud woman takes off her clothes herself, and her body trembles with desire. I, Lin Bing, always keep my word. Lin Bing gracefully sheathed her sword, leaving behind a solitary figure, and walked out of Zhang Han's room. Hee, you're quite something, woman. It's a pity you still fell for my tricks. Oscar's tears are really useful. Looks like I'll have to use them more often in the future. Zhang Han muttered to himself for a moment, then thought about how he would soon have a proud and powerful beauty like Lin Bing, and his heart immediately burned with excitement. How he wished tomorrow would come quickly, so that he could hunt down the starry beast and win Lin Bing's heart. The next day came quickly. Zhang Han also arrived at the entrance of Whirlwind Valley early. There weren't many people here, only about 30. It seems yesterday's medical checkup was very strict, and at least most of them were eliminated. Luckily, I used a back door, otherwise I might not have been able to come. As for those who could come, they were all top experts, mostly at the peak of the gold rank, each exuding a powerful aura as they stood there. Their spirit beasts were the same, each exuding a powerful aura, nestled beside their masters with pride on their faces. After all, their master is so powerful, they have every reason to be proud as spirit beast companions. Zhang Han was the only gold 5-star on site. Although Zhang Han was quite the star at the registration desk yesterday, in the eyes of these peak gold level cultivators, defeating a group of low-level gold level cultivators was nothing special. The difference between each gold star is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, they ignored Zhang Han. They ignored Zhang Han, and Zhang Han naturally ignored them as well. Diamonds are awesome, right? Once I take Lin Bing as my spirit beast companion, my spirit beast alone will be able to crush a whole group of golden peak cultivators. That's the 9th level of star glory, just 2 steps away from becoming a king. Zhang Han found a place to sit down and waited for his mentor to arrive. Before long, an old man wearing a mask flew over, riding on a butterfly-shaped spirit beast. My name is Yanlang, and I am the instructor in charge of your trial. Let me first introduce Whirlwind Valley, the place where you will be undergoing trials. It is a training ground specifically for high-level beast tamers. Most of the ferocious beasts inside are at the platinum level. Theoretically, only experts at the peak of the gold level can enter, but exceptionally strong low-level gold level players can also enter. As he spoke, the old man glanced at Zhang Han, seemingly casually. Zhang Han curled his lip, thinking to himself, fame is a curse. If I hadn't been so prominent in Jiangyang City, I might not have been noticed by the night watchman. However, this also has its advantages. Powerful beast tamers grow through trials and tribulations, not to mention that there is the beautiful Lin Bing waiting for him ahead. What you need to be especially careful about is that not only are there platinum-level ferocious beasts in Whirlwind Valley, but there may also be diamond or king-level ferocious beasts. You must not go too deep into the valley, or you will bear the consequences. All you have to do is hunt down 3 platinum-level ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the valley, take their inner cores, and you'll be considered qualified. Do you all understand? Understood, all the trial participants shouted in unison, their voices booming. It seems that everyone who came to this trial has immense confidence in their own abilities. Alright, let's go into the valley now. After a brief introduction, Instructor Yanlang stopped wasting time and directly ordered all trainees to enter Whirlwind Valley. Zhang Han followed the crowd into Whirlwind Valley, and he even searched for Lin Bing's figure in the crowd. Unfortunately, Lin Bing was not among these people. Come to think of it, Lin Bing, being a star-level expert, would have entered Whirlwind Valley long ago. They were just pretending to be low-key and teasing me, even saying they wanted to team up with me. It's hilarious. The air in the valley was damp, eerie, and terrifying, with the roars of ferocious beasts echoing from time to time. As soon as he entered the valley, Zhang Han felt a sense of crisis. This is truly a testing ground for high-level players. It's far more challenging than the testing ground where I used to catch electric mice. However, Zhang Han did not rush to hunt the ferocious beast. Instead, he found a low-lying depression and hid himself. Then, he took out a small white porcelain bottle from his pocket and chuckled. Zhang Han had more important things to do. That would mean hunting down a ferocious beast with a star-level 3-star rating, and then taking Lin Bing as his marriage partner. And the only thing he could rely on was this small bottle in his hand. The bottle was a gift from Xiao Liner when she left Jiangyang. It is said that this bottle contains rosemary powder, a powder scraped from the body of the king-level ferocious beast, the lost butterfly. The effect is that it can cause all creatures below the rank of king to lose their nature, suddenly go berserk, and fight the enemy continuously until they exhaust themselves to death. Jiang Han's plan was to first find a 3-star level ferocious beast, use rosemary powder to make it fight other ferocious beasts, and then harvest the remaining beasts when both were severely injured. Chapter 123 Revenge comes quickly. Hey, you brat, hand over what you're holding, or I'll spare your life. Just as Jiang Han was concentrating on how to hunt down a star-level ferocious beast to subdue Lin Bing, a sleazy voice suddenly came from behind him. Jiang Han turned around and saw 3 boys dressed in black standing behind him, looking at him with sinister expressions. That's strange. I didn't expect to encounter a robbery in this high-end training ground. It seems even among experts, there are scoundrels with bad character. Jiang Han remained calm and said with a smile, "Where did you guys come from? How dare you steal my things? Aren't you afraid of being detected by the satellites in the sky? At that time, not only you, but your entire family will probably be slaughtered by the night watch." This knowledge was given to him by Dugu Qingyue when he left Jiangyang City. The Night Watch is an organization with extremely strict discipline, and private feuds are strictly prohibited within the organization. Not to mention a training ground, where satellites are watching from above. If anyone dares to kill someone here, they're just asking for trouble. I didn't expect you to know so much. The tall, thin man in the lead sneered and pulled out a small black box from his person, waving it in front of Jiang Han. Kid, let me introduce this to you. This thing is called a satellite shield. With this, we can do whatever we want here without being discovered, understand? The tall, thin man looked smug. Brother, why waste words with him? Hurry up and kill this kid. We have important business to attend to. Young Master Shinshu said that he must take Lin Bing as his spirit beast companion this time, no matter what. A short, fat man next to him urged impatiently. What? You were sent by Li Xingshu? Jiang Han seemed to have grasped the key to the matter and immediately asked. That's right, it was young Master Li who sent me to kill you. Who told you to be so ungrateful as to steal young Master Li's woman? Seeing that he had been exposed, the tall, thin man simply admitted it and said to Jiang Han with a look of disdain, "Let me tell you, we are all platinum-level experts. It would be an honor for you to die at the hands of 3 platinum-level experts. Also, young Master Li is about to steal the woman you like and make her your spirit beast companion. You probably already know what he'll do next. Should we drag you over to watch it live?" Ha ha ha. The 3 platinum-level experts revealed lewd and obscene smiles. They actually sent 3 platinum-level experts to kill me. Li Xingshu thinks highly of me, Jiang Han muttered. Of course, young Master Li said that you can fight a whole gold level, and you even told us to be careful. That's hilarious. Are the 3 of us platinum-level guys afraid of a mere 5-star gold level guy like you? The skinny guy was obviously more talkative, and he started rambling on and on as soon as he opened his mouth. Are you done talking? If you are, you can just die. Jiang Han suddenly made a move, unleashing a Dragon God fire cannon at the 3 people in front of him. He had been patiently waiting for these guys to spout nonsense, all while preparing this big move. Now it's finally come in handy. Boom! Caught off guard, the 3 platinum-level players were blasted away by this forbidden spell. I haven't realized it yet. Swish! 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 3 purple blades flashed across their bodies. That was Jiang Han's second forbidden spell ultimate move, the Demon Sealing Dragon Breaking Slash. Before the 3 platinum medalists even hit the ground, they spat out blood, severely injured. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, so Jiang Han certainly wouldn't give them a chance to retaliate. Soon, the third ultimate move, Shadow Hungry Dragon Bite, was launched together with the Dragon God's Blade Cannon. Boom! 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 The shadows of these 3 guys were immediately engulfed in a sea of fire. Ah! The bodies of these guys suddenly burst into flames in mid-air. Jiang Han, how can you be so powerful? Aren't you only a gold 5-star? Young Master Li lied to us. This kid isn't a gold 5-star at all. Amidst regret and resentment, these guys all turned to ashes. Platinum is nothing special. This was the first time Jiang Han had used 3 moves in a row, and the effect was quite amazing. Brothers hiding behind the big tree, have you seen enough? If you have, come out. After killing these 3 scoundrels, Jiang Han didn't rush to leave. Instead, he looked at a big tree not far away. Ahem. A young man emerged from behind the tree, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing refined and cultured. Are you also sent by Li Xingshu to kill me? Jiang Han asked bluntly. Whether you graze one sheep or two, it's all the same. Since you've already killed 3 platinum-level players, Jiang Han doesn't mind killing one more. Platinum-level players no longer pose any threat to him. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I'm not one of Li Xingshu's men. I just happened to be passing by. The man quickly explained, glancing at the 3 clumps of ashes on the ground. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He then flattered him, brother's strength is truly astonishing. You easily killed 3 platinum-level players. You must be at least diamond level, right? Golden 5-star. Jiang Han was getting a little impatient. He was in a hurry to kill the ferocious beast, and this guy was dawdling around like this, which was really annoying. Ah! The man was clearly shocked, his eyes wide open, but he quickly slapped his forehead and burst into laughter. Big brother, I remember now, you're the super strong big brother who's recently become famous for defeating Ouyang Ziyuan and Li Xingshu in succession. Brother, hello. My name is Zhao Yang, gold 6-star. It's an honor to meet you. I wonder if we could team up to fight the ferocious beast. Seeing Zhao Yang's obviously ingratiating expression, Jiang Han felt a bit disgusted and directly refused. No need, I have important things to do. Then, brother, I'll go and inform Miss Lin Bing that Li Xingshu is going to deal with her. Zhao Yang called out again, following closely behind Jiang Han. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han suddenly stopped and patted Zhao Yan on the shoulder warmly. I knew you looked familiar. Turns out you're my long-lost brother. Go tell Lin Bing quickly. Once this is done, we'll be brothers. I'll take care of all 3 of your beast cores. Big brother, you really are my brother. Zhao Yang immediately beamed. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely pass the information on to Miss Lin Bing. After saying that, Zhao Yang ran off happily. Jiang Han watched Zhao Yang's retreating figure, lost in thought. Logically speaking, Lin Bing is already an 8-star, so Li Xingshu shouldn't pose a threat to her. I'm afraid this kid might resort to underhanded tactics, like poisoning or something. No, I have to hunt down the ferocious beast and find Lin Bing right away. With that thought in mind, Jiang Han immediately hurried towards the depths of the valley. The further in he went, the more desolate it became. There were hardly any beast tamers left, but terrifying auras surrounded Jiang Han. In the distant woods, the shadowy figure of a huge beast loomed, occasionally letting out thunderous roars. Chapter 124 Retribution comes quickly. The enormous figure swept past Jiang Han without stopping. The big guy's here. Jiang Han's spirits immediately lifted. He had seen this situation once before during a beast tide. The reason these giant beasts kept running was because there was an even bigger and more terrifying beast chasing them from behind. So they didn't even bother to glance at themselves. Jiang Han immediately jumped onto a large tree and hid, clutching the small white bottle tightly in his hand, nervously watching the distance. Come on, please send me a ferocious beast of star glory 3 or higher, so I can offer it as a betrothal gift to that girl Lin Bing. Just thinking about Lin Bing's arrogant expression made Jiang Han's lips curl into a smile. Finally, amidst Jiang Han's prayers, a gigantic creature came rushing toward them at breakneck speed. It was a ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, enormous in size, more than 10 stories tall. As soon as it appeared, it let out a deafening roar that almost made Jiang Han fall off the tree. Immediately afterwards, the Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its huge mouth, and countless bolts of lightning shot out from its mouth, scorching a forest black. Jiang Han immediately activated the mythical eye to take a look. Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Rank, star level 5. Description: high defense, large health bar, and immense damage output. A bloodthirsty and ferocious personality enjoys hunting ferocious beasts. One of the bosses in Whirlwind Valley. Skills: infinite thunder, frenzied devour. Weakness: none, can only be killed by breaking through the defense. Jiang Han was somewhat surprised to find that it was actually star glory level 5, but he quickly used his elemental affinity to merge himself with the tree and then gently opened the bottle cap. Boom! Boom! The lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex dragged its massive body over, shaking the entire earth. As it passed the large tree where Jiang Han was, it suddenly stopped, a suspicious expression on its face, looking around. Jiang Han immediately tensed up, and could only pray that his elemental affinity would work and that this big guy wouldn't find out, or he would really be dead. Fortunately, the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex only stayed for a short while before continuing on its way. Jiang Han took this opportunity to sprinkle a whole bottle of rosemary powder on the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. This substance can silently integrate into the bloodstream of living organisms, and it takes effect very quickly, in about 3 to 5 seconds. Sure enough, the Tyrannosaurus rex only took a few steps forward before suddenly going berserk. First, it inexplicably roared to the sky, and then it began to run aimlessly through the forest. The lightning power emanating from his body seemed inexhaustible, turning everything in his path to ashes. From a distance, it looks like a moving sea of lightning rapidly moving through the forest, both spectacular and terrifying. Jiang Han didn't run away either. He squatted on the tree, watching with great interest, wondering when this Tyrannosaurus rex would finally exhaust him to death. In this way, I can easily obtain its inner core. An hour passed, and the Tyrannosaurus rex was still full of energy, and the amount of lightning it spewed was getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Han was annoyed. This guy had too much energy. If he kept going like this, he probably wouldn't be exhausted until tomorrow morning. No, I need to think of another way. Jiang Han began to frown and think of a way to deal with the Tyrannosaurus rex. Just then, Jiang Han suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps mixed with the voices of several people talking, and the name Lin Bing could be faintly heard in the background. Jiang Han immediately used his mythical eye to look in the direction from which the sound came. Upon seeing this, Jiang Han couldn't help but laugh. 4 people came in total, and Li Xinxiu was among them. Apart from Li Xinxiu, who was a gold 8-star, the other 3 were all star-level experts, and they were secretly discussing something. Needless to say, they were definitely discussing how to deal with Lin Bing. Damn it, they really came prepared. Jiang Han cursed angrily, glanced back at the berserk lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Jiang Han nimbly leaped down from the tree and then rushed towards the lightning Tyrannosaurus rex at top speed. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Han unleashed the Dragon God Cannon directly at the Tyrannosaurus rex. Boom! A huge purple flame suddenly exploded on the Tyrannosaurus rex's body, as if a small mushroom bomb had been set off, and the Tyrannosaurus rex's massive body was blasted dozens of meters away. But this damage was not enough to kill the Tyrannosaurus rex. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus rex flipped over and stood up again, its 2 scarlet eyes fixed directly on Jiang Han, the weak human. Come and catch me, you idiot! Jiang Han didn't hesitate and struck the Tyrannosaurus rex with another bolt of purple lightning. The Tyrannosaurus rex was enraged, and a thick bolt of lightning swept towards Jiang Han. Jiang Han immediately took off running, but he was still accidentally struck by the tail of lightning. With a hiss, sparks and lightning erupted from Jiang Han's body. Fortunately, he had activated his divine robes beforehand, so the lightning did not pose a significant threat. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus rex's mountain-like head was already inches away from Jiang Han, its massive teeth like swords in its blood-red maw, emitting a foul stench, as it lunged at Jiang Han. Jiang Han rolled on the spot, narrowly avoiding the attack, and then ran straight towards Li Xinxiu's location, sparks flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Li Xinxiu was discussing with several elders of his family how to deal with Lin Bing. Elderly, can this magic array you're talking about really deal with Lin Bing? She's the #1 swordswoman in our capital, an 8-star radiance expert, with terrifying strength, Li Xinxiu exclaimed exaggeratedly. Elderly rolled his eyes inwardly. Since you know it's the #1 divine sword, why did you still provoke it? You're just asking for trouble. However, Li Xinxiu is a young master, so we still have to give him face. Don't worry, young master. Although Lin Bing is only an 8-star, we have 3 stars here, plus the power of the magic array. Taking her down shouldn't be a problem, Elderly explained as best he could. Really? Li Xinxiu's eyes immediately lit up, his heart pounding with excitement. The thought of his beloved goddess being pinned down and lovingly cherished by him filled him with immense excitement. Just then, a figure engulfed in flames passed by Li Xinxiu, not forgetting to greet him. Hey, Li Xinxiu, what a coincidence, we meet again. Jiang Han. You're still alive? Li Xinxiu recognized the fireman in front of him as Jiang Han at a glance. His eyes widened instantly, and he cursed his subordinates for their incompetence. Damn it, 3 platinum players couldn't even kill a gold 5-star, and he's still alive and jumping around in front of me. He deserves to die. Yes, I'm not dead, but you're about to die. After saying goodbye to Li Xinxiu, Jiang Han ran off quickly again. Bullshit, this young master, am going to say a few more words, but suddenly a powerful bolt of lightning struck and sent Li Xinxiu flying. Not good, a ferocious beast is coming. 3-star glory experts immediately stood in front of Li Xinxiu, ready to defend him. But when they saw the enormous, ferocious beast approaching, they all gasped in shock. It's a lightning-powered Tyrannosaurus rex. This is a huge problem. Chapter 125. I love watching you get struck by lightning. Kill it. The 3-star level experts nodded in unison, deciding to take action and kill the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The young master is still watching from behind them. It's time for them to show off. With 3-star glory level 6 kills and 1-star glory level 5, the chances of winning are very high. Elder Lee suddenly threw a punch. As expected of a star level expert, their strength is truly exceptional. A point of dazzling starlight gathered at Elder Lee's fist, and an incredibly thick wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted, striking the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex directly. The other 2-star level experts are no less impressive. One was a lightning mage who could unleash more than a dozen bolts of lightning upon the tyrant's head with a wave of his hand. The other was a water mage who, with a flick of his finger, caused the water elements in the air to condense into countless ice arrows gleaming with a cold light, which rained down on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Boom, boom, boom. Under the combined attack of the 3-star level experts, the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was forced to retreat repeatedly, roaring in anger. Seeing how strong the 3 elders were, Li Xingshu was overjoyed and stood aside cheering them on. Elders, give it your all and defeat the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex quickly, then we'll go find Lin Bing. With the strength of the 3 elders, subduing Lin Bing will be a piece of cake. I will definitely apply to the family to reward the 3 elders handsomely. Hey, Li Xingshu, what are you shouting over there? Just as Li Xingshu was extremely excited, a discordant voice suddenly rang in his ears. Li Xingshu turned around and saw that it was Zhang Han. He immediately said with disgust, "It has nothing to do with you. Can't you see that I'm busy?" Now that he has 3-star glory level experts backing him up, he's incredibly powerful and not afraid of Zhang Han at all. After saying that, seemingly still not satisfied, Li Xingshu pointed to the battlefield and added, "Zhang Han, let me introduce you, you country bumpkin. The monster in the arena that's crackling with electricity is called the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it's the boss of Whirlwind Valley. The ones fighting him are elders of our family, all of whom are at the 6th level of the Star Glory realm. The foundation of our great family is beyond what a country bumpkin like you can imagine. Your family must be pretty awesome." Zhang Han didn't bother with him. Anyway, the kid was going to die sooner or later. But with satellites overhead, it wasn't a good time to make a move. Zhang Han calmly opened the mythical eye and glanced at the battlefield, almost bursting out laughing. Despite the impressive fighting prowess of the 3-star level experts, they couldn't even break through the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex's defenses. The lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex still has 99% health left. In other words, after fighting for so long, it's just been tickling the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex hasn't made a move yet, it must be holding back a powerful attack, just like how you have to chant a spell to unleash a forbidden curse. I don't think your 3-star level experts are anything special. They're about to be killed by the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Zhang Han said deliberately. Bullshit. Didn't you see how fiercely my Li family's experts fought? With such momentum, that Tyrannosaurus Rex will definitely be dead in a few more minutes. Seeing that Zhang Han actually looked down on his family's Star Glory experts, Li Xingshu immediately retorted. The words had barely left his mouth. A dark cloud suddenly appeared above the heads of the 3-star glory experts who were fighting fiercely. Immediately afterwards, thousands of sharp, sword-like bolts of lightning fell from the dark clouds, instantly enveloping the area within tens of meters of the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex into a sea of lightning. The fate of the 3-star glory masters was predictable. They were electrocuted and charred, swaying from side to side, unable to even stand. Holy crap, this! Li Xingshu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Zhang Han, you're such a jinx, stay away from me. Okay, I was worried that if I stood too close to you, I'd get struck by lightning. Zhang Han smiled slightly and immediately distanced himself from Li Xingshu. Li Xingshu didn't notice that something resembling a lightning rod had appeared above his head at some point. Of course, that wasn't a lightning rod, it was a gadget specifically designed to attract lightning. It was a little thing that Zhang Han had casually made a while ago. With Zhang Han's current strength, if he wanted to put this thing on Li Xingshu's head, Li Xingshu wouldn't even be able to detect it. Bang! As soon as Zhang Han left, a huge bolt of lightning struck Li Xingshu on the head. Cough, cough, cough. A wisp of black smoke billowed from Li Xingshu's mouth, his hair was electrocuted into a broom-like shape, and his expensive clothes became tattered, making him look like a beggar. It's fortunate that he has the strength of a gold 8-star, otherwise he would have been killed instantly. You really are a jinx. Li Xingshu was almost brought to tears by the blow, but he didn't blame himself and instead scolded Zhang Han. Don't talk, or you'll get struck by lightning again, Zhang Han said with a chuckle. Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than another thick bolt of lightning struck Li Xingshu on the head. This time it was even worse. Li Xingshu was struck so hard that he lay on the ground as if he were having an epileptic seizure, his whole body convulsing. He just couldn't understand why the lightning only struck him and not Jiang Han. Was it because he was jealous of the rich? The reason is actually very simple. The lightning Tyrannosaurus created a minefield, and he happened to be standing right next to it with a lightning rod on his head. Who else would be struck by lightning if not him? Jiang Han, you should go somewhere else to have fun. Hunting the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex has nothing to do with you, so why are you watching this? Didn't you come here for a trial? Hurry up and kill the ferocious beasts. Li Xingshu couldn't bear it any longer and began to pray. He'd rather lose face in front of anyone else than Jiang Han. This villain stole his Lin Bing and is now laughing at him. Damn it! Can't I just enjoy seeing you get struck by lightning? Jiang Han's words almost made Li Xingshu vomit blood from anger. Fortunately, Jiang Han turned and left after saying that. Li Xingshu let out a long sigh of relief. Good thing they're gone, good thing they're gone. I was almost driven mad by this kid. By the way, does this kid even know that I sent someone to kill him? Li Xingshu's expression began to shift between light and shadow. Jiang Han's departure did not mean he had let Li Xingshu go, he simply wanted to make his death more dramatic. But now he has more important things to do. Just now, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his new skill had indeed been triggered. When he first became a professional, he had a hidden talent called Supreme Divine Sense, but it had never been triggered. Supreme Divine Thought, your destiny is unparalleled in the world, immune to all forms of mental control such as dizziness, charm, and curses. Divine Fate is as elusive as candlelight before you. I don't know why, but this talent was triggered today, and the progress bar is at 10%. Furthermore, a note is provided below. The Supreme Divine Sense can be triggered randomly, and its current effect is unlimited good luck, but the duration is 1 day. Since I have unlimited good luck, I'll naturally use it to grind monsters and level up. The more you level up, the stronger you become in that area. That way, Lin Bing can be satisfied better. Just thinking about this little girl made Jiang Han's lips curl into a smile. Once I hunt down a ferocious beast at the Star Glory 3-star level, you must marry me, so please don't break your promise. Jiang Han immediately stopped paying attention to the battle and started walking westward. Chapter 126. Good luck can't stop it. Since it's a lose-lose situation anyway, why bother paying attention? He just checked again with the mythical eye, and both sides still have 15% health left, so this battle is going to drag on. It seems these 3-star level experts are quite capable, managing to hold their own against the berserk lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's why they say Jiang Han is the chosen one of today. Before he had taken 2 steps, Jiang Han encountered a battle ape that was severely injured and on the verge of death. Open the myth eye and take a look. Battle God Ape. Level, Diamond 6-star. Status, near death, last sliver of health. This is what it means to find a bargain. Jiang Han chuckled and accepted the gift without hesitation. A purple light flashed across the neck of the battle god ape. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the Diamond 8-star battle ape. You have gained 34.56 million experience points. With this experience, Jiang Han was greatly encouraged and continued on his way. Soon, he encountered a severely injured Diamond 8-star death crocodile by a lake. Although it took some effort, Jiang Han still managed to eliminate it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the Diamond 8-star death crocodile. You have gained 56.42 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the Diamond 9-star deep sea poisonous dragon. You have gained 356.42 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, host. Current level, Gold 6-star. Jiang Han continued forward, killing more than a dozen diamond-level ferocious beasts in a row, and his experience points soared. He only stopped when he broke through to the 6th level of the gold rank. It has to be said, the Supreme Divine Sense talent is simply amazing. Because even with Jiang Han's current strength, killing just one diamond-level ferocious beast would require a great deal of effort, yet he killed more than a dozen of them effortlessly. At this moment, Jiang Han turned around and glanced at the place where the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the 3-star glory experts were fighting. The other side had already fallen silent. It seems the battle over there is over. Jiang Han smiled slightly and quickly headed in that direction. The scene was nothing short of horrific. All 3-star glory masters died on the battlefield, shedding their last drop of blood for the Li family. The overlord of Whirlwind Valley, Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, had been tortured by the three experts using some kind of life-saving method. Now, he lay beside the three experts, on the verge of death. A huge hole appeared in his chest, and almost all the blood in his body had been drained. He lay there breathing weakly. Li Xingshu stood beside the body of the Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, grinning like a lunatic. Mine, all of them are mine. Killing him will allow me to immediately upgrade to Platinum 1 star. If I take his inner core, I will offer it to Lin Bing. She will definitely agree to be my spirit beast companion. Kidney deficiency? Stop laughing, those things don't belong to you. Jiang Han suddenly appeared in front of Li Xingshu. Ah, Jiang Han, why are you here again? I've come to retrieve the Tyrannosaurus Rex's inner core and present it to Lin Bing. Jiang Han smiled. Li Xingshu's face immediately twisted. You're talking nonsense. Didn't you see how much I paid to hunt down this Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? 3 of our family's star-level experts died in battle. Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate a star-level expert? Enough with the nonsense, I'm taking this Tyrannosaurus Rex's inner core, Jiang Han replied with considerable arrogance. As he spoke, Jiang Han made the first move, a purple light slashing across the Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck, sending it on its way. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a star level 5 Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. You have gained 1,356,420,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, host. Current level, gold 9 stars. Jiang Han, I'll fight you to the death. Roll. Jiang Han slapped Li Xingshu away. When Jiang Han was at the 5-star level, he was no match for him. Now that Jiang Han is at the gold 9-star level, he is even less of a threat. Jiang Han, Li Xingshu, swear to the heavens that I will not rest until I kill you. Li Xingshu roared at Jiang Han like a madman. You think you're the main character? You even tried to kill me. Jiang Han ignored Li Xingshu's voice and said calmly, once we leave Whirlwind Valley, we can meet on the life or death arena. Ah! Li Xingshu's expression changed drastically. The life or death arena was a place where life and death were at stake. Only a fool would go there. Just you wait, this won't end like this. With that harsh remark, Li Xingshu stormed off. An inner core the size of a duck egg appeared in Jiang Han's hand, emitting a pale purple light, like a gemstone. But Jiang Han could sense that it contained powerful lightning energy. This is the inner core of the Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. As for its use, Jiang Han didn't know. Anyway, Lin Bing only asked him to hunt a Star Glory level 3 ferocious beast, and now he had hunted a Star Glory level 5 beast, which was considered to have exceeded the task. Lin Bing, wait for me to come find you. Jiang Han smiled slightly, put the beast's inner core into a box, and turned to leave. Anyway, today is his lucky day, so Jiang Han plans to wander around and see what good things he might encounter. Brother Jiang Han, save me. At the entrance to a forest, a figure swiftly rushed towards Jiang Han. Zhao Yang, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to go find Lin Bing? Jiang Han was quite surprised to run into Zhao Yang here. Stop talking. Run for your lives. A pack of platinum wolves is chasing us. We're no match for them. Zhao Yang quickly passed in front of Jiang Han, running out of breath. Immediately afterwards, a large group of contestants participating in the trial ran out of the forest in a panic. This is terrifying. How could there be a pack of wolves here, and they're all at least platinum level? Stop talking, escaping is the priority. Hey, what's that idiot standing there over there? Just ignore him, let him die on his own. Most of these people ran past Jiang Han quickly, and those who stopped occasionally cast looks at him as if he were an idiot. Jiang Han stopped and gazed into the distance. A large pack of giant golden wolves, each the size of a zebra, was rushing towards them from the forest. Their eyes gleamed with gold, and they could breathe out white crescent blades. A single platinum wolf is not scary, but a pack is quite terrifying. The saying even a fierce tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves illustrates this point. But for Jiang Han, these platinum wolves were just there to give him experience points. He is now a gold 9-star, and he possesses the terrifying forbidden spell, the Dragon God's Karmic Cannon, which is a skill capable of causing widespread damage. Instead of retreating, Jiang Han charged directly towards the pack of platinum wolves. What is this idiot going to do? Is he trying to take on that pack of platinum wolves by himself? That's way too much of a stretch. Upon seeing Jiang Han's actions, the fleeing crowd stopped in their tracks and began to discuss the matter. But what happened next stunned everyone. No one knew what skill Jiang Han used, but a golden light shot out from between his hands, sweeping across a large area. Those platinum wolves were at least platinum 1 or 2 stars, but under that golden light they were like paper, collapsing at the slightest touch, some dying and others being injured. Chapter 127, Heading to the Misty Forest. At this moment, Jiang Han was like a human bulldozer, charging forward relentlessly. Platinum wolves fell one after another under his command, utterly vulnerable. Charge! Let's grab some experience! Someone shouted, and the crowd that had been fleeing turned around and rushed back into the forest. Although Jiang Han killed most of the platinum wolves, there were still 1 or 2 seriously injured ones that managed to escape. If he could kill 1 or 2 of them, wouldn't that be a great way to gain experience for free? Soon, under Jiang Han's leadership, the platinum wolf pack was wiped out completely. Jiang Han's experience points were also constantly increasing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing platinum level 2 Wolverine. You have gained 156.42 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing platinum level 3 Wolverine. You have gained 356.42 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the platinum level 6 Wolverine King. You have gained 1,356,420,000 experience points. Jiang Han only stopped after he killed the king of the platinum wolves. Looking back, he saw a group of people staring at him with utter shock. Jiang Han frowned slightly. Was it really necessary? It was just killing a pack of platinum wolves. What was the big deal? Isn't this kind of challenge, which involves going beyond one's level, perfect for a protagonist like me with a system? But he forgot that while other protagonists take on one challenge at a time, he took on a whole group, which naturally shocked everyone. Ahem! Just then, Zhao Yang stepped forward, pointed at Jiang Han, and proudly introduced him to everyone. Listen up, everyone. I'm going to introduce you to this amazing person who saved your lives and helped you gain experience. He is my good older brother, Jiang Han from Jiangyang City. Let's give him a round of applause. Immediately, enthusiastic applause rang out. Brother Jiang Han, may I ask what level you are at now, and how are you so powerful? Brother Jiang Han, my name is Chen Yan, I'm a sophomore at Yanbei University. This is my business card, let's keep in touch. Brother Jiang Han, you are from the Wang family of Kyoto. Welcome to visit my Wang family. Everyone looked at Jiang Han with admiration, and more people gathered around, all trying to curry favor with him. Jiang Han frowned slightly. Social engagements were the most troublesome thing ever. Zhao Yang may not be good at much else, but he's very perceptive. He could tell what Jiang Han was thinking just by looking at his expression, and immediately added. All right, stop crowding around. My good brother has killed so many platinum wolves and is exhausted. Everyone, please disperse and let my brother rest. The crowd was unaware of the relationship between Zhao Yang and Jiang Han, and genuinely assumed that the two were close. Upon hearing his words, they all left their business cards and departed. Zhao Yang, what's going on? Didn't I ask you to help me find Lin Bing? Why are you here again? Seeing Jiang Han's somewhat unfriendly expression, Zhao Yang shuddered in fright and quickly explained. I went there. I've already found out that Lin Bing and her best friend Feng Shui went to the Misty Forest. I encountered the Platinum Wolf Pack on my way to the Misty Forest and was chased all the way here. Then hurry up and lead the way, stop arguing. Misty Forest. Jiang Han and Zhao Yang stood at the entrance, looking around and discussing which way to go in. This road is so damn hard to find, it's like a spider web. The forest was shrouded in thick fog and miasma, one could easily get lost in it. That's why it's called the Misty Forest. Just then, a ragged beggar sneaked out from the other side of the forest, stood at the crossroads, and took out a map from his pocket to study it. Hey, isn't that Li Xingxiu? What happened to him? He looks like this. Jiang Han's eyes were sharp. He immediately recognized that the person on the other side of the road was the famous young master with kidney deficiency from Kyoto. What? Li Xingxiu dares to come here? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han looked up and immediately burst out laughing. It really is Li Xingxiu. It seems they haven't given up their wicked intentions. Having found out Lin Bing was here, they followed her here. But he couldn't understand why this kid had come here when he didn't have a single card in his hand. All 3-star level experts are dead, and he even has the inner core of the lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex in his hands. He's come here to feed the mosquitoes. Zhao Yang, do you think we can find Lin Bing and the others if we follow Li Xingxiu? Jiang Han suddenly had a brilliant idea. Zhao Yang's eyes lit up. Big brother is really smart. We were just getting lost when the guide came. Li Xingshu has a map, so he'll definitely be able to find the way. Jiang Han nodded, and the two of them secretly followed behind Li Xingshu. Li Xingshu was lost in thought, walking very fast, completely unaware that two tails were following behind him. Soon, Jiang Han and his companion followed Li Xingshu to an open space. Lin Bing and Feng Shui were indeed here. However, the two looked very relaxed, not like they were there to kill ferocious beasts, but rather to go on vacation. The two sat on a large rock chatting, with the terrifying longsword in Lin Bing's hand lying beside her. You really agreed? What if Jiang Han actually manages to hunt down the inner core of a star level 3 beast? Are you really going to be his spirit beast companion? He can't do it. He has only a 5-star gold rank, how could he possibly kill a star level beast? I'm making things difficult for him. What if he does it? Upon hearing this what if, Lin Bing lowered her head and pondered for a moment before raising her head and saying earnestly. Feng Shui, as you know, our Li family practices swordsmanship. There aren't many people in the world who practice this ancient method anymore. I am the sole heir of the family and bear the great responsibility of passing on the legacy. Our swordsmanship emphasizes a clear and unwavering sword mind, leaving no room for error. If Jiang Han really hunted down the star radiant beast, then I will make it my spirit beast, otherwise, my sword heart will be destroyed. The two sisters were chatting happily. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Han and Zhao Yang had secretly sneaked into the woods not far from them and overheard their conversation word for word. Jiang Han was overjoyed to hear that Lin Bing would keep her promise. As expected of Kyoto's #1 female swordswoman, she keeps her word. Zhao Yan looked at Jiang Han with a face full of admiration. He had heard rumors that Jiang Han and Lin Bing were a couple, but he didn't expect it to be true. It seems he'll soon be calling Lin Bing sister-in-law. Ah! Feng Shui looked very surprised. She tilted her head and thought for a while before suddenly saying, then what about me if you make a spirit beast for Jiang Han? Didn't we agree to be together forever? Why don't I become Jiang Han's spirit beast too? I'm a 5-star expert, after all. Lin Bing paused for a moment, then chuckled, you silly girl, you actually believed those silly things I said when we were little. Do you know what it means to be someone's spirit beast? You have to call him master. So what? Feng Shui said nonchalantly, even if he is the master, so what? He's only a low-level gold rank expert. We are both star rank experts. If he makes us unhappy, we'll still beat him up. Holy crap! Upon hearing this, Jiang Han almost jumped out and covered Feng Shui's mouth. Is this woman out of her mind? She dares to say anything. Zhao Yang's admiration for Jiang Han was like a never-ending river. As expected of my brother Zhao Yang's man, he's amazing. Chapter 128. Wait a little longer. Brother Han, look. Li Xingshu is here again, and it seems like he's heading to the same place as us. But is this guy really suffering from kidney deficiency? He has to rest after walking just a few steps. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Zhao Yang spotted Li Xingshu again. He was sitting under a big tree at the bottom of the pool like a silly bird, looking around as if he was looking for something. The one struck by lightning was looking for Lin Bing, Jiang Han said calmly, glancing back at her. Put. Zhao Yang almost burst out laughing. He had heard from his classmates in this trial that a hapless guy had been struck by lightning in the Thunder Forest, but he never expected it to be the famous Li Xingshu. Brother, how about I take Li Xingshu somewhere else for a stroll, so that this kid won't ruin Brother Han and his two wives' plans? Zhao Yang's eyes darted around, and he came up with a terrible idea. Jiang Han glanced at Zhao Yang with some surprise. Not bad, he's quick-witted and has the potential to be absorbed into the heaven-defying sect. Alright, we'll do it your way. If you do a good job, I'll give you 10 more platinum-level beast cores. Jiang Han killed a pack of platinum wolves in the forest, and had at least 100 inner cores in his hands, showing his great generosity. Holy crap! Zhao Yang was almost crying with joy. Those were 10 platinum-level beast cores. Jiang Han just gave them to him like that. It was too extravagant. Keep in mind that this assessment only requires 3 platinum inner cores, which practically guarantees a Night's Watch qualification. Don't worry, brother, I'll definitely get this done. Zhao Yang rushed down the hillside like the wind. After Zhao Yang spoke with Li Xingshu for a while at the foot of the hill, Li Xingshu and Zhao Yang walked together in the opposite direction from Emerald Lake. What a silly bird. Watching Li Xingshu leave, Jiang Han smiled slightly and walked out. Hello, ladies. Jiang Han greeted Lin Bing in feng shui naturally. Ah, Feng Han, what brings you here? Lin Bing stood up, looking somewhat nervous. Although she was a star-level expert, she was still an 18-year-old girl, and deep down she hoped to find a beast master. She reached platinum level at 14 and star level at 16, her talent in cultivation was so high that many senior cultivators were amazed. He originally had the potential to become the youngest king in the entire Great Xia dynasty, but for some reason, after entering the Star Glory realm, his cultivation speed became unusually slow, and he was unable to take that step for a long time. After investigation, the family unanimously concluded that it was because she lacked a beast master who could activate her bloodline, and began searching the world for a beast master for her. But her family's bloodline is special, and with her own high level of cultivation, which of the younger generation is worthy of her? This matter became a major problem for the family, causing headaches not only for Lin Bing but also for the entire family. Feng Han's arrival actually caused a slight tremor in her bloodline, which was the main reason she kissed him as a test. She was very satisfied with the result, and the vibration of her bloodline became even stronger. But the young girl was proud, so she went looking for trouble. Unexpectedly, the second time they met, Feng Han was taking a shower. Just thinking about that incident made her blush. If Jiang Han could actually hunt down a star-level ferocious beast, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a beast tamer. Lin Bing even harbored a sliver of hope in her heart. This is a huge gamble. If she wins, with Feng Han's help, she can successfully advance to the king rank, or even higher. If she loses, she'll be stuck at Star Glory 9th rank for the rest of her life. Now, seeing Jiang Han and Lin Bing makes my heart pound. Jiang Han, when did you arrive? Feng Shui looked at Jiang Han with a guilty expression. She just said she wanted to be Jiang Han's spirit beast along with Lin Bing. If Jiang Han heard that, he'd be mortified. Just when you two were vying to become my spirit beasts, Jiang Han laughed. He wouldn't let go of an opportunity to flirt with beautiful women, especially two such stunning beauties. Lin Bingqing was as aloof as the bright moon in the sky, spotless, and her white dress made her look even more ethereal, like a fairy descending to earth. She truly deserved to be called the #1 beauty in the capital. Feng Shui was in no way inferior. She had short, ear-length hair, a delicate face, snow-white skin, and bright, star-like eyes that revealed a mischievous and clever side. She was full of energy and looked like a lively and active beautiful girl. Their figures are ridiculously good. Jiang Han estimates they're at least an E cup. They each have their own unique charm, and the more you look at them, the more you like them. Moreover, both of them were star-level experts. The thought of these two beauties becoming his companions filled Jiang Han with immense excitement. No, I was just kidding, please don't take it seriously. Feng Shui blushed and ran away as fast as she could, leaving Lin Bing to deal with this difficult situation alone. Did you hunt down the Starshine beast? Lin Bing had nothing to say, so she directly asked the question that concerned her the most. Of course, otherwise how could I be qualified to be your master? Jiang Han said, taking out a box containing the inner core of a ferocious beast. Lin Bing opened the box and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. He actually did it. With Lin Bing's discerning eye, he could naturally tell that the box contained the inner core of a star-level ferocious beast, not a 3-star one, but a 5-star one. In other words, according to the agreement, she must become Jiang Han's spirit beast companion, otherwise her sword heart will have a flaw, and the consequences will be severe. Moreover, Jiang Han's ability to hunt down a 5-star star-level ferocious beast with his gold realm strength is enough to demonstrate his extraordinary abilities. He might also be a cultivation genius like himself, and such a man is worthy of her. As for the issue of cultivation level, with its own Star Glory 9 spirit beast companion, why would the master be afraid of not being able to improve its cultivation level? A hint of appreciation gradually appeared in Lin Bing's gaze as she looked at Jiang Han. Having figured this out, Lin Bing felt a sense of clarity. Well, whether it's fate or luck, Jiang Han has kept his promise, so I should keep my promise too. For the sake of his own sword heart's clarity and for the sake of the Great Xia's sword tradition, he would become its spirit beast. After all, you might never find another man as special as him. Lin Bing raised her head and said firmly, Jiang Han, don't worry. Now that you have obtained the inner core of the 5-star star beast, I will keep my promise and marry you, becoming your spirit beast companion. However, I must report this to my family first, so let's not rush it. Why not get married first? Jiang Han said eagerly. He had done so much for this moment, so how could he not be in a hurry? Is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? Lin Bing blushed slightly. This master was actually fine in every other way, except that he had too much energy. Of course, as a marriage partner, don't you want to experience your master's power beforehand? Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Han pounced on him. Boom! Lin Bing's mind went blank. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his long dormant special bloodline suddenly surged. Even his 9-star realm showed signs of loosening, and he was about to break through to the king realm. Quick, give me more. Lin Bing desperately hugged Jiang Han's neck. Chapter 129 Beginning Cultivation. A dozen minutes later, the two parted ways. Are you now willing to marry me? Jiang Han asked Lin Bing with a satisfied look on his face. Lin Bing nodded obediently. Jiang Han smiled smugly. As a companion to a spirit beast, one should be conquered both psychologically and physically. As dusk settled, Jiang Han and Lin Bing stood face to face in a cave, their eyes locked. Lin Bing's face was slightly flushed, and her breathing was rapid. Several messages suddenly appeared in Jiang Han's eyes. Name, Lin Bing. Appearance, 99. Height, 175 centimeters. Qualification, God level. Size E. Body size, 99. Sanctity, 100%. Bloodline, Bright Moon Natural Form S rank. Note, the sealed bloodline of the Bright Moon Holy Body SSS level mythical species. Evolutionary path, currently unknown. Note, this type of physique is very difficult to evolve. Early cultivation is extremely fast, but entering the Star Glory realm will be very difficult. Without a great opportunity, one has no hope of becoming a king in this lifetime. The mythical eye activated on its own. The holy body of the Bright Moon? Jiang Han immediately checked the system and was incredibly excited. The Bright Moon's sacred body is an incredibly powerful physique that appears only once every 10,000 years when cultivated to its peak. One reaches the undying godly venerable realm. However, this is also a kind of useless constitution. It can't be cultivated to the 9th level of star glory unless a suitable master is found. But for Jiang Han, who possesses a system, this is no problem at all. No matter what kind of physique they have, as long as they cultivate with him, their speed will be like riding a rocket, and they will advance by leaps and bounds. Why isn't this man moving? Could it be that he's impotent? Lin Bing had initially had some hope when she entered the cave with Jiang Han, but seeing that Jiang Han was not moving at all, she immediately felt a little disappointed. In reality, some men love to boast, saying they are very capable, but in fact they are nothing special. At that moment, a deep and magnetic voice sounded in Lin Bing's ear. Do you prefer to take the initiative or be passive? What do you mean by active or passive? Lin Bing's special bloodline was ignited again. She found that whenever she was alone with Jiang Han, her body would become somewhat uncontrollable. Could this be fate? As soon as she finished speaking, a scorching heat rushed towards her, and a pair of strong, powerful hands grabbed her shoulders and forcefully pressed her against the wall. Let me go. Lin Bing instinctively struggled for a moment. Jiang Han stopped what he was doing and asked forcefully, You're not willing? If you're not willing, you still have a chance to back out now. I'm willing, but... Lin Bing lowered her head and whispered. Her words were firm, but her body was honest. She simply couldn't resist the power of her bloodline's call. No buts, give up resisting, and I'll make you happy. The deep voice rose again, and Lin Bing felt herself being pulled into an incredibly hot embrace, her clothes gradually loosening. Jiang Han vowed to conquer the #1 goddess swordswoman in Kyoto and make her his own. Lin Bing's mind went blank, with only one thought in her mind: why is this man so domineering? But Jiang Han's remaining actions made her instantly lose consciousness, feeling only pleasure. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first eternal marriage. Lin Bing's bloodline has been unsealed. Lin Bing's purity level has decreased to 90%, now undergoing her first evolution progress 10%. How come the evolution progress is only 10%? It seems that cultivating the Bright Moon sacred body is indeed difficult. I need to work harder. Jiang Han exerted his strength suddenly. A series of faint murmurs rose and fell, growing louder and louder. Ding! Congratulations on completing your second eternal marriage. Lin Bing's purity level has decreased to 80%, and she is now undergoing her third evolution, with an evolution progress of 20%. Quick, don't stop. Lin Bing's bloodline was fully activated, driving her to boundless madness. At this moment, to hell with sword enlightenment and family affairs, all she wanted now was happiness, and she was going to relentlessly pursue it. Seeing Lin Bing in a daze, Jiang Han felt immensely satisfied. It seemed it was time to brand her mind with this image, so she would always remember who her master was. The actions gradually became more violent. Ding! Lin Bing's purity level has dropped to 60%. She is now undergoing her fourth evolution, with evolution progress at 40%. Detection detected that the host has captivated Lin Bing, rewarding her with the talent clarity of Sword Heart. Wow! The level of holiness decreased by 20% in one go. Lin Bing has gradually opened up, hasn't she? I never imagined that the #1 goddess swordswoman in Kyoto would have such an unknown side. Words can lie, but the data provided by the system will never lie. Lin Bing, I'm asking you, what should you call me from now on? Jiang Han stopped what he was doing and asked with a serious expression. Husband, husband. Lin Bing's eyes were misty with tears as she wrapped her arms around Jiang Han's neck. Stop them. Another loud slapping sound rang out. There are people living here, please continue. The temperature inside the cave gradually became scorching hot, and the system's notification sounds kept ringing in Jiang Han's ears. Ding! Su Shuiyuan's sanctity has decreased to 50%. She is now undergoing her fifth evolution, with an evolution progress of 60%. Ding! Detected that the host has made Lin Bing Mei 9 times, evolution progress 100%. The host's marriage partner has completed a full evolution. The system will soon give a reward. Ding! The host is rewarded with the talent of eternal wisdom. Ding! Your spouse has advanced to the king realm. What? Lin Bing has actually advanced to the king rank. So, does this mean I'll have a mythical beast as my companion from now on? It's really not easy. I was almost drained dry. This Lin Bing is in no way inferior to Su Shuiyuan. Looking at Lin Bing, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion, he saw. Jiang Han's face suddenly revealed an uncontrollable look of wild joy. The bright moon's sacred body, with its limitless potential, could become an immortal god in the future. As long as he and Lin Bing continue to cultivate, Lin Bing will eventually reach this level. Alright, I think I leveled up by accident just now, but I didn't notice because the battle was so intense. Jiang Han immediately looked at his data panel. Host, Jiang Han. Height, 185 centimeters. Rank, Platinum 3-star. Marriage partners, Su Shuiyuan, Song Yenyun, Lin Bing. Holy crap! Jiang Han was filled with surprise once again. He had actually leveled up twice. He remembered that when he first came to the Misty Forest, he was only a Platinum 1-star. As expected of a Star Glory 9th grader, one cultivation session resulted in a double win. Then, Jiang Han checked the 2 new talents that the system had awarded him. Sword Heart Clarity. The host will have unlimited sword talent. If cultivated to the extreme, everything in heaven and earth can become a sword. Eternal Wisdom. The host will possess supreme wisdom, and will be able to understand even the most difficult things with just a glance. Another pleasant surprise. I am a mage with all magic types, and I also have the physique of a dragon. In addition, I have a clear sword heart. I can't even imagine how awesome I will be in the future. Looks like I've really struck gold. Jiang Han's delighted gaze fell on Lin Bing again. Chapter 130. Jiang Han's lofty ambition. The next day, Lin Bing got up early, her cool face radiant with a dazzling glow that illuminated everything. She stood atop the mountain peak, facing the rising sun, her white dress fluttering in the mountain wind. Golden sunlight bathed her exquisite figure, making her look like a goddess descended to earth. How could I have acted like that last night? Lin Bing felt ashamed when she recalled what happened to her last night. She was, after all, the #1 swordsman in the capital. How could she have been so weak in front of Jiang Han? She should have fought back. It's not like she couldn't beat him. Suddenly, someone hugged her from behind. A familiar taste. Needless to say, Jiang Han has arrived. Jiang Han, let go. It's broad daylight. Don't do this. What, trying to act all ladylike? Jiang Han's deep voice rang in Lin Bing's ear again. He forcefully turned Lin Bing's body around, stared into her eyes, and asked, "What should you call me?" Upon meeting Jiang Han's cold, star-like eyes, Lin Bing, for some reason, felt no urge to resist. She lowered her head gently and whispered, "Master." That's more like it. Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction, maintaining his masterly dignity, and said coldly, "From this moment forward, we are officially in a perpetual marriage, and as my spirit beast companion, you must absolutely obey my commands, understand?" I understand, Lin Bing nodded gently. She didn't mind this at all. This is stipulated by the rules of the beast taming system, and even if she is a star level 9 spirit beast, she cannot violate them. Since she chose Jiang Han as her master, she naturally had to abide by this principle. Seeing Lin Bing so obedient, Jiang Han was overjoyed. Lin Bing had been completely conquered by him, both physically and mentally. Next, it's just a matter of nurturing them gradually. Jiang Han softened his tone and said with a smile, "Lin Bing, you don't need to be too nervous. Although I am your master, you don't need to call me master in front of outsiders. We can still address each other as friends." Lin Bing breathed a sigh of relief. She really couldn't bring herself to call Jiang Han master all the time in public. In return, Lin Bing gently gave it to Jiang Han, saying somewhat shyly, "Thank you, master. I will do my best to fulfill any of your needs." Jiang Han was immediately excited and deliberately asked, "What kind of need?" "Just like last night," Lin Bing said softly. "Ha ha ha ha." Jiang Han laughed with satisfaction, his large hands once again landing on places they shouldn't be. This time, Lin Bing didn't resist. Instead, she closed her eyes and enjoyed it. "By the way, Lin Bing, what exactly is this moon saint body of yours?" After a while, Jiang Han suddenly asked. Lin Bing looked up, somewhat surprised, and asked, "You actually know about my constitution? How did you know?" "Just guessing," Jiang Han said, of course not telling her about the system. He then whispered in her ear, "What secrets do you have that I haven't seen?" "Ah." Lin Bing's face turned as red as an apple, and she said somewhat shyly, "So what if I looked?" "Everything is yours." Jiang Han burst into laughter again. He thought Lin Bing would always be cold and aloof, but he didn't expect her to be led astray so quickly. "Do you know that you have already entered the King realm?" Jiang Han asked again. "Of course I know," Lin Bing said calmly, looking straight ahead. "I noticed it as soon as I woke up this morning." "Thank you, master." After saying that, Lin Bing gently gave Jiang Han another hug. Jiang Han was somewhat surprised. That was a King realm expert. How could this girl be so calm? She truly deserves to be called a person with a clear sword heart. However, this is no small matter. The King realm is an extremely high level of existence in this world, enough to make one look down upon others. If the news of Lin Bing reaching the King rank spreads, Lin Bing will definitely be courted by various forces. It should be noted that Bai Shangwei, the president of Jiangyang University, was only at the King realm, and his master, Duge Qingyue, was also at the King realm, only much higher than Lin Bing's. "So what do you plan to do?" Jiang Han asked tentatively, already having a somewhat immature plan in mind. His heaven-defying sect was only recently established, and its members included Su Shuiyuan, Song Yenyun, Song Zhong, and Xiao Liner, so the number of members was still relatively small. It is precisely because we need to replenish our ranks with fresh blood, and especially we need a master like Lin Bing at the King realm to oversee things. Although Lin Bing is only a king-level player with 1 star, he is still a king. "I don't have any particular thoughts," Lin Bing said calmly, still not taking the matter to heart. "I will follow the family's arrangements. If any powerful organization wants to recruit me, the family will make arrangements for me." "How can that be?" Jiang Han quickly told Lin Bing about the heaven-defying sect, and then said with anticipation, "Think about it, do you want to join the heaven-defying sect?" Although Lin Bing is his spirit beast companion, he still needs to respect Lin Bing's opinion on this matter, since she also has her own family to take care of. "Alright, I won't follow the family's arrangements anymore, so I've decided to join your heaven-defying sect." Lin Bing's answer was surprisingly decisive. Girls are so outgoing. Smack. In his excitement, Jiang Han kissed Lin Bing on the cheek and exclaimed, "Alright, from now on you are an elder of my heaven-defying sect. When the sect grows stronger, you will become a supreme elder." He hadn't expected that the heaven-defying sect would actually grow so powerful and become infamous in this world, but that's another story, so let's leave that aside for now. Lin Bing was also a little excited and asked with a smile, "So what position do you hold in the sect?" "As for me, I'm naturally the sect leader." Seeing Jiang Han's arrogant demeanor, Lin Bing couldn't help but chuckle. "Then what is your purpose in creating such a sect? Is it just for fun?" It's no wonder Lin Bing thinks this way, because in the Great Xia dynasty, establishing a sect requires official recognition. There is only one way to gain recognition: be strong enough to subdue other sects, or establish unparalleled merit for the Great Xia dynasty. Not only that, but recruiting enough staff also requires a huge amount of funds and resources, which are all troublesome matters. Jiang Han is only 18 years old and still a student. How could he possibly establish a formal sect? Jiang Han was just joking around on a whim, and not knowing what to say, he simply said, "Of course, we should find more spirit beast companions, have more children, and then it would be so lively for everyone to be together in the sect." Pa! You're still not satisfied with me? Tell me honestly, how many other spirit beast companions do you have? Upon hearing this, Lin Bing immediately became displeased. She was the bright moon in the sky, how could she allow her master to have other spirit beast companions? There are two, one named Su Shuayuan and the other named Song Yenyun. They're both staying in Jiangyang. Didn't I tell you last time? Jiang Han confessed frankly. Humph. Lin Bing was so angry she almost cried. She pushed Jiang Han away and turned to leave.